nobody there, means no one to share your last meal with. Your spirit's in disrepair. You wonder if Siddhartha installed the Buddha, was he scared? Hope his people make it back to hell. Hope his people make it back to hell. God's hand must have been scared, because the devil's always after hell. Yeah, the devil's always after hell. Oh, Apollo, can we be spared and wait for impending disaster? Oh, does anything care? Oh, they write in Zoroaster. Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh,
Jesus Christ. What?
about the way the world's crumbling down and down and down. No beach, just coast will come closer to town. Well, I see San Francisco Bay in the sundown, through goggles or underground. Suddenly, California can't be found. Should all take a good last look around. It's closing time. I leave on the neon glow and the open sign. You're coming anytime, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time. How long do you think we'll stumble around and drown, saying the structure of the world was faulty found? For what it's worth, the earth is round. Ain't got no good news to say, so say nothing at all, at all, at all. How long till the third tallest tower falls? you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time. There's hope alive inside. You're coming out of time. 'Cause there's hope alive inside. You're running out of time, but there's hope alive inside. You're coming out of time, 'cause there's hope alive inside. Oh, but you're running out of time. I wonder why you walked on by. Could it be so hard to smile? I think I'll follow you at least another mile and hold it down. But won't you all the while? All the while. Ever since our two roads have crossed, I don't know if I'm lost. I suppose that it's possible. Could you help me find God? I'm exhausted. Had it, I lost it. No matter the cost, won't just watch you walk on by. Could you say it if I should even give it a try? I don't want you to lie. I want your love is all I want for my life. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. To have love is all that I want for my life. To have love is all. And I wonder now if you knew somehow I was following behind. I'm on a cloud to help me write down this song of mine. You hold your head down, 'cause it's always on your mind. It's always on your mind. Ever since our two roads have crossed, I don't know if I'm lost. I suppose that it's possible. Could you help me find God? I'm exhausted. Had it, I lost it. No matter the cost, won't just watch you walk on by. Could you say it if I should even give it a try? I don't want you to lie. I want your love is all I want for my life. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. You should say anything I can do for you. Should say anything I can do for you. Should say
Anything I can do for your love, 'cause for love you're gonna need. Two roads have crossed, I don't know if I'm lost. I suppose that it's possible. Could you help me find God? I'm exhausted. Had it, I lost it. No matter the cost, won't just watch you walk on by. Could you say it if I should even give it a try? I don't want you to lie. I want your love is all that I want for my life. To have love is all that I want for my life. To have love is all. Have love is all that I want for my life. To have love is all. What's going on, boys, girls, everybody in between, lovers, friends, haters? We're back for another couple hours for today, and then probably several more hours into tomorrow. So, I'm Cole, this is Collateral TV. We're gonna try again. The volume was fucking with me earlier on this podcast, but it's late night, so we're gonna rock with it. This here is the second episode of the Bridges podcast with Destiny.
Okay. I had a guy email me before.
and
He said,
Erudite.
"You ever want to know what branch of the military somebody comes from? There's different tells." And he said, "For Army, it's a
with AG fellow as an I. So, well, with A this. I corrected him. And he goes, "Well, I'm the guy with the CASSP, which is a cyber certificate." And I went, "Okay. Watch this." So I went back to college. Has somebody ever made you so mad
That you've
you
gotten
would-
a degree from it?
You've
No,
gotten
I would
a
say I've
degree.
experienced that.
Did you find Dave again, though?
He was actually fired before I got my degree. But
Yeah,
I
fuck
was
Dave anyway,
working
then.
at
Shit.
Accenture paid for it. I
said
loved working for
shit.
Accenture.
Fucking
I got
Dave.
that cyber degree, and I thought, yeah, I'm gonna get that cyber degree. You know what's
Get fucking
great
wrecked, Dave.
about getting a degree in cybersecurity as a software, as a computer programmer. What's great is that a lot of times you do something, and then you give it to the cyber guys, and the cyber guys say no. Right? No, shit, I could be a cyber guy if all you do is say no, right? But now I know what they're looking for. Now I can take all of this cyber information, I can put it on a plate, and give it all to them, and I say, what's it going to take to get you to say yes? And that's something that is absolute gold. So now I've turned the cyber guys from an adversary.
My bitch looks
who's
sexy
always
as
saying no.
hell.
You know what? Let's be partners. Let's work together to get this software together.
You're like that annoying data guy whisperer, basically. You know how to speak their language?
Yeah, well, I think that's really important. That's something I did at Accenture. You know, talking about speaking a language. I was one of the few developers who had military experience, and we were working on this project.
Real quick, Accenture.
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 Mhm.
Can you, for the audience, what is the company? What is their role?
Accenture is a very large consulting company. It's no different than Booz Allen or Leidos, and there's a branch called Accenture Federal Services, and we help the U.S. military and other clients solve their problems.
Okay.
Sometimes those are solved kinetically, and sometimes they're solved with software.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, God, I don't remember what I was talking about with Accenture.
Oh my God.
Rude. You were talking
You,
about speaking the language
Yeah,
of people.
speaking the
the
language.
language.
You had
I
military
gotcha.
experience.
Yes. So,
Yes.
UTAMs.
And the degree.
I did. So let me tell you about UTAMs. All right. So imagine you're in Iraq, right? And people are shooting mortars at you.
UTAMS is like an acronym for something?
Yeah, unattended massant something.
Okay.
So
Yeah, it's an
something
acronym for
terrestrial
a
system. Yeah.
weapon. Okay.
So people are shooting mortars at you. Well, what if we could detect where that mortar was launching by the sound of someone dropping that mortar round into the tube and thump? We can detect that sound. And when that mortar lands, we can detect that sound as well. So now we have POO, point of origin, and POI, point of impact. So we were working on integrating this thing called UTAMs, and this is all public knowledge. We're integrating UTAMs with Aegeon, which is our premier intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, or ISR software.
Okay.
Now let me tell you something. The developers, there's 4 UTAMs units, so basically big microphones that you
Cute
set
daddy
up
dog.
around your base, your forward operating base. And the developers are going, well, if one of these sensors goes down, we need to like throw a warning that one of them's down. So we're going to make the system yellow as an icon. Well, there's 4 sensors. There's 4 corners to your base. If one of those sensors goes down, you're at 75%, so you're yellow, right? You're redder than red. You're like crimson, because now you have a sector that isn't covered. So one of the things I said to these developers is, hey, when a sensor goes down, when a UTAM sensor goes down, we need to throw a red warning and say, hey, someone needs to get out there and fix that sensor, and we need to get gun trucks out there to cover that sector, because now we have one sector that isn't being watched.
Right.
So that's the advantage of kind of speaking a language. Not a lot of developers
Can I? Wait, I want to drill down. Okay, first of all, two
Yeah.
things. Okay, I had a guy email me before, and he said that if you ever want to know what branch of the military somebody comes from, there's different tells. And he said for Army, it's abbreviations. And oh my God, acronyms for everything.
Yeah,
Jesus
Bob,
Christ.
Bob,
Okay.
yeah.
Number one. Number two. Wait, I'm just curious on the technology. What you said that these things. What is the goal? You listen for sound, and then you can figure out like the distance to a mortar or something, or
Absolutely. So all you need, if you have 4 microphones, and those microphones are listening for the sound
In each
the
of these
mortar.
sectors?
Yeah,
This is
each
the
of these
sectors you're
sectors.
talking about. Okay.
Yeah. And so when you hear the sound thump of that mortar, you can now transmit that information. You can triangulate it. You can transmit that information to a camera system that we had on a device called a PTITS or an aerostat. All right. Don't laugh. Think of it like a balloon. It's a balloon that floats up in the air, helium-filled balloon, has a bunch of cameras, a bunch of sensors on it.
Okay.
So as soon as these UTAMS units hear that thump, they swivel their cameras toward the point of origin. All right, and now, oh look, Daddy El Batty is running away from that
That's
mortar tube.
super interesting.
Yeah.
There's this is super random. There's a part of your brain that's super important for like your orienting reaction. What's the this might be way too esoteric. What's the orienting system within the balloon, whatever you call it?
So you have multiple GPS units on the balloon,
Yeah.
at the nose, at the rear, at the top, at the bottom, and at the sides, and so you can kind of figure out where you are in space because this aerostat, something around as big as 76 meters,
Yeah.
and they're a mile up in the 500 some feet up in the air, almost a mile. All right, 1.6 kilometers for those of you. Right? And so it's floating, a mile above the air. Right?
Okay.
And so the top might actually be above the bottom, at any given time.
Yeah.
And the cameras are all gimbaled. So they're just kind of floating in space and they're holding their position because there's
The
electronics that keep
gimbaling,
them
yeah.
stabilization. It was a very important piece of kit because once we hear that
Thump.
thump, we have radar that can go up. Here comes a mortar round. And now we can decide, are we going to shoot this down? Because we have a system called the CRAM. There's another acronym: Counter Rocket Artillery and Mortar.
Yeah.
CRAM system. The CRAM system sees that incoming mortar and it tracks it. And if it detects that it's going to land in a populated area that we decide to protect, we'll shoot it down.
is this sounds very similar to also. We spoke a little bit about this before the show, and I understand there's some things you can't talk about, you can talk about.
Yeah.
It sounds kind of similar to the Iron Dome.
It
You pinpoint
absolutely,
a rocket, figure out if it's going to land a populated area, you intercept it. Is it like
And is
similar?
it the same system where it like explodes in air to stop it?
So
or?
yes, you're absolutely correct. It's a 20 millimeter shell, and you see these on these systems. It almost looks like R2D2 with a gun sticking out. And on Navy ships, they're called a phalanx. And this system looks for incoming missiles, and it'll shoot down an incoming missile. It'll just put a wall of lead. So when these rounds get close to the target, they'll explode, and they'll put up shrapnel. And all you gotta do is damage the missile enough to knock it off course or
Right.
blow it up.
Yeah.
That's it. But you're absolutely correct. It's very similar to the Iron Dome. Its range isn't as good, but it is a little bit cheaper. That's the trade-off.
If you had to guess,
Yeah.
what do you think happened in? I'm trying to think. I think this was in Syria, in southern Syria, a month or two ago.
oh my God, I forget the darn name of the outpost. I'll say Outpost 22. So from what
Could
I
you
understand,
ground us in what that was? Just
Oh,
for
I'm
people
sorry,
who
yeah.
are not aware. Yeah. Because I don't know. So what was Syria?
I think we have a base in it's in southern Syria, I think, right, or an outpost.
right on the border between Jordan and
Yeah, and somehow a drone
a drone
got
an Iranian
through
drone.
and exploded, and was it 3 servicemen killed?
three Army Reserve soldiers. were
3 American soldiers.
Yeah.
3 American
Okay.
soldiers.
Which ordinarily, if everything is working properly, I'd imagine you'd have a ton of forewarning. You'd have the ability to shoot it down.
If you have a system there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what we don't know is we don't know if they had a system, a CRAM system there.
Mhm.
And also, apparently, during the attack, there was an American drone that was flying fairly close to the incoming Iranian drone.
Mhm.
And so the operators, so I guess we did have a system there, the operators couldn't figure out which was
Which
which.
was
They were
which.
just too close. And yes, there are transmitters on American drones that say, hey, I'm a friendly, don't shoot me. But at ranges like that,
So it was just so far out that it was hard to tell
Hard
which
to tell.
transmission which was coming from which location.
which drone was the actual bad guy. So
Okay.
you might have a sensor, but the CRAM might not necessarily be able to be that surgical.
For those drones that are attacking people, are these
Yeah.
drones typically kamikaze drones, or do these drones have like a payload that they drop or launch and then?
That's a very good question. They are primarily kamikaze drones.
Okay.
I think they call them UCAVs. The kind of drone. The kind of drone that flies above the battlefield and releases micro munitions. We really, as far as I know, we really haven't seen that displayed by insurgents in Iraq and I'm sorry. Well, actually, technically they are in Iraq and Syria and Yemen. They're mainly just one-way kamikaze drones. You're also seeing cruise missiles. You're seeing ballistic missiles. You know, Israel got the first space kill ever. First space kill ever.
So using like space systems.
Using an F-35. A Houthi sect launched a ballistic missile toward Israel, and Israel had an F-35, which is an American fighter plane.
I was gonna say, is
sold
that a
to
plane?
Everybody.
I don't know any of these acronyms.
You know what? And that's why you invited me on here, right? I will be more than happy to educate you, right? Canada actually just recently bought the F-35. They're going to replace their F-18s with F-35s, and they made a great decision.
Awesome.
And so now the F-35 detected the ballistic missile launch. It kind of got close to space. It fired a missile at the incoming missile and destroyed that ballistic missile in flight. And that's proof that the F-35 is a good system. It works. It can be used effectively.
I'm curious. Wait, when you say that, did the F-35 detect it and do it, or is this like a mesh network?
It's a
or
mesh
something else?
network.
Okay. But still, the
And so
capability
the
to communicate.
spatial
Okay,
part
okay.
was the plane, or were there like spatial satellites?
The
being used?
plane fired a missile that went up into space and hit that missile. There is a system called SIBRs. There's another acronym for you.
Do you guys like name your kids? Like, if you named a kid, would you be like Ron, and then would you be thinking about like all the acronyms you can make of his name?
I probably would do that. But
Sibber?
again, I'm a really good trailer to a really bad movie, so I don't really foresee that happening anytime soon. Getting to perform the physical act that would result
Yeah.
in such a thing. But the SIBRs system is space-based infrared system. And these are really it's a constellation of 4 satellites that just float above the Earth, and they look down at the Earth and they look for infrared signatures of rocket launches. And so with this system, we can go, oh, these guys just popped off a missile. Here's an infrared signature. It's almost instant. And the Space Force actually handles these guys. It's a separate. It is. There's actually an entire. They don't call them division deltas. There's an entire delta
Yeah.
of the Space Force that just works with the SIBR system. And I've worked with the Space Force before. I made a video about these guys, why they're so essential to American air sovereignty and actually the world. You know, we work with Canada, protecting Canada's airspace.
True.
And the Space Force, it's the ultimate high ground. You know, they are designed to deny our adversaries access to the high ground, the ultimate high ground, and then assist other units that need to use space to figure out where the bad guys are and what they're doing.
I feel like a lot of this is going to be me just asking you random questions. I'm super fascinated.
I'd love to hear them.
Real quick though, I just realized you didn't technically introduce yourself.
Oh,
For those
yeah.
that haven't,
And we
yeah,
also didn't
actually,
give you your
you're just like a
gift.
random guy with a fedora here in Miami in front of the street who happens to know a lot of military acronyms.
I was waiting for the transition.
Played too many Splinter
Yeah.
Cell games. Yeah, introduce yourself so people know who you are and everything. Yeah, go for it, real quick.
So my name is Ryan Macbeth. I'm a open source intelligence analyst. I spent 20 years in the military, mostly as a heavy weapons and anti-tank infantryman. And then while serving, I got a degree in computer science, a master's in engineering, and I went to work doing what's called C4ISR software. C4ISR stands for Command Control Computers. Command Control Computers. Oh my goodness, how can I? Communications. Command
Okay.
Control Communications Computers, Intelligence, Surveillance, Reconnaissance. And actually, sometimes there's a C5 ISR, which says cyber. as well, so
Okay.
Pop that on.
I only know up to C2, Command and Control, so
Command and
all the other C's are too much for me.
I
so.
didn't know any
Used to
Cs,
be until
you know,
relatively recently.
Mhm.
So I started doing C4ISR software. While doing that, I created a programming channel on YouTube where I taught people how to pass job interview questions on YouTube. And then when I had about 5,000 subscribers, you know, and then when the war in Ukraine kicked off, I made 2 videos. One video about why Ukraine had been the subject of cyber attacks, and a second video on why Russian tank turrets pop off their hulls. And I went from 5,000 viewers to almost 100,000. I was like, oh, okay, this is what you want.
Okay, wait. Why do they pop off their holes? So the crew can get out if they get hit, or what?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
It's horrible what happens. really.
My bad. Okay.
So no. So if you take a look at this can of liquid death, right? So this is the turret on your tank, right?
Okay.
Now on a Russian tank, anything T62.
I know these names.
Very good.
Haha.
You know, T62, T64, T72, T80, T90.
Abram is the American one, right?
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
Oof.
So, you have a turret, and beneath that turret is a magazine. Imagine that's this can. Now, all of the shells for that tank are loaded around this magazine in a carousel.
Because it's machine loaded, right?
It's machine loaded. Absolutely correct. It is a machine loaded gun. Now, the reason why is that number one, you can have 3 crewmen instead of 4. American tanks use a 19-year-old with a strong arm.
Mm-hmm.
Bring it down to 3 crewmen allows you to have theoretically more tanks. Absolutely. And you can make the tank lower to the ground because you don't have to make it as tall to make up for the guy who's standing and loading the shells. And what did Russia intend to fight in? Russia intended to fight in a nuclear, biological, and chemical environment. When World War III occurred, they were going to be using nuclear weapons, and we were going to be using nuclear weapons. Now, we're fighting in a nuclear environment. What happens when you open that gun breech?
Radiation gets
Particulate
in?
and stuff.
Shine. You get the shine. Radiation.
Okay.
Right? So now, what if you just eliminate that human loader? Just have a machine do it. You don't have to worry about the machine getting radiation.
But if all the shells are in a circle up here and it gets hit, you get a very big explosion.
You get a
right?
very big explosion, but here's the deal. The T-72, Russia's premier battle tank, or most produced, I would say, battle tank. I would say premier. The T-72 is about 2/3, maybe half the size of the Abrams, the American tank. Well, back in the 1970s, back in the 1980s, you were worried about incoming gunfire from an American tank. So what do? You make yourself smaller. Now, and it made sense. That's a trade-off. It's not a design flaw. People said, oh, the T-72, it has a fatal flaw.
It's a smaller hitbox.
It's a smaller hitbox. But now, what do we have that we didn't have back in the 70s? We have the
Better
Javelin
targeting.
anti-tank missile. And that thing has a computerized brain. And it doesn't care. It doesn't care how small you are.
So the main benefit is mute.
You put the you put the track gates on that tank. Safety, trigger. Whew, it dives right down on top of it.
When you're for a missile that's targeting something like that, is it how does it do? Like, do you paint it with a laser and then it follows a laser? Do you target it before? Does it look for a picture? How intelligent is the?
That's an excellent question. For some missiles use lasers where you'll shoot a laser and say, "Hey, follow this laser beam." What disadvantage does that give you?
Straight lines.
Well, if you can't straight line, and if you lose the laser, you
With
Lose the-
what is there on a What is there a lot of on a battlefield?
obstacles,
debris
and
and
fog
dust,
Smoke.
and smoke, and yeah.
Absolutely. Now, Russia uses a system called a coronet, which is similar to American anti-tank missiles, but it is laser guided in kind of a weird way. The launcher projects a grid, and the missile kind of looks back at the grid to figure out where it is.
Okay.
You know,
Like the spark.
yeah, as
stuff
the guy's
yeah,
guiding. Right? Now, we also have a weapon called a tow, which is the weapon that I've used. Tube launched, optically guided, optically tracked, wire guided, TOW.
Okay.
So this sends there's a flare on the back of the tow, infrared, and it is sending its location back to the ITAS, again another acronym, which is think of it like a pair of binoculars that can see thermal signatures, right?
Okay.
So it's sending that information back, and it's figuring out where it is in space from that little flare. Now, Javelin's a little bit different. The Javelin has a smart warhead, or a smart seeker, where it recognizes, okay, this is the thermal signature of the tank, this is the picture of the thing I'm supposed to go kill.
And
Now-
so the computer's in the missile
And
itself.
it's in the missile. As soon as you fire that thing, you can run like you drop that tube, take the clue, the command launch unit, another acronym, take the clue and run, or pop another missile on fire again. Now,
And you can forget about it because
you
it'll
can forget.
figure
You
the
can
rest
just
out.
run. And the missile will do the rest of the work. Now, every time you see someone fire a javelin, I want you to think of that scene in Ferris Bueller's Day Off,
Which one?
Which
where the Ferrari crashed through the window and landed. You know, Cameron's father's Ferrari crashed through the window and wrecked itself at the bottom of the house because the javelin costs about $100,000 a pop.
Okay.
So every time you think of it, every time you see a javelin,
You're
you
thinking
gotta
of a
think of a Ferrari just wrecking. Think of-
Okay, two other questions.
Yes.
You talk about ballistic, and you talk about cruise missile. Ballistic missile means that once it's shot, it's unguided, right? It just comes and goes. like,
Yeah,
follows the
it
trajectory?
follows a ballistic path. There may be some guidance at the terminal phase.
Okay.
Where as it's getting closer, it's going, okay, where do I, especially like an anti-ship ballistic missile,
Okay.
it might turn on a radar and go, okay, where is this? Oh, there it is. I can maneuver a little.
A little bit. Okay, so they will have surfaces for maneuvering on a
Little-
ballistic missile.
On a small, yeah, they'll
little.
have, it can make small corrections. But
Cruise missile
typically,
is-
when you
right.
think of a ballistic missile,
Yeah.
I want you to think of a pitcher in Philadelphia throwing a baseball. And he's throwing that baseball all the way to Los Angeles, right inside the strike zone. That's how accurate our math for ballistic missiles are now. It's kind of like a pitcher in Philadelphia throwing a baseball all the way to Los Angeles and
And is-
getting in the strike box.
Is the math done at the point of like launch, or is the math done by the missile in the air, or is it both?
Actually, I don't know. that's
enough.
actually a good question for Jake Bro.
Okay.
I'll imagine the coordinates are loaded onto the missile, and the missile's just told, "Hey, this is your telemetry. This is where it's supposed to go,"
And then
it
the missile can
figures out.
correct if
Yeah,
there's
the
some
missile can
changes.
figure that out. But
And
that's a question for Jake Bro, who's another YouTuber.
Cruise missiles are more maneuverable, like once they're already in flight, or what's?
Absolutely. So a cruise missile is essentially was the first robotic killer drone. Right? That's really what a cruise missile is. And the first cruise missiles, they took a look at satellite imagery. Satellite imagery was loaded into the missile, and the missile would take a picture of the ground and go, "Okay, I'm not there yet. I need to make a correction and move over here. I need to make another correction and move over here." And it would actually get to its target by looking at various landmarks. It's during the first Gulf War. Or noticed you've seen missiles fly straight down roads. There's famous footage from CNN. They're giving a remote, and the missiles are flying right outside. Well, it's because it was using the road. And, okay, I'm almost here. Oh, I got to turn this way. So cruise missiles can actually guide themselves. They're a lot slower. They fly lower to the ground. But the disadvantage of a ballistic missile is you can predict where it's going. And
Wait,
if you
what?
predict where it's going, you can shoot it.
Oh no,
Cruise, you can't-
Mr. Coke, this is Rise of the Ronin.
You have to detect it, right? It flies low to the ground, so it's below the horizon with your radar. So it might come up on you a little bit faster. It can also maneuver. It can go, okay, this might be pre-programmed. It'll say, all right, we have this can of liquid. There is this can of liquid death represents, a surface-to-air missile battery. There's another surface-to-air missile battery. So I'm the cruise missile. I'm going to go past the microphone. I'm going to go in between these two liquid death things. And there is a little bit of maneuverability.
Okay, so it basically has like a defense of like an anti-missile system in that it can like somewhat dodge against what might be firing at
If
it.
you know what you're...
If you know that
if you
these
know
are
that those
pre-existing.
things exist.
Okay, gotcha.
Maybe some modern missiles might have the ability to make a decision. I don't know of any of that.
But ballistics don't have the ability to kind of like maneuver mid-flight.
No,
to the
there
degree
are...
that cruises.
Sure, you've heard the term hypersonic missile?
Is that Mach 6?
Well, if you want to get technical, almost every missile, every ballistic missile is a hypersonic missile.
There's a name specifically where I think hypersonic missile is supposed to only refer to missiles that can also make maneuverability decisions.
Absolutely.
I guess there's a huge debate over the Kinzhal Russian missile that they
Whether
claim.
it's hypersonic.
Yeah, they
it's
claim
really
it's
a ballistic
hypersonic.
missile with some terminal capabilities.
But then the Russians, the pro-Russians, or the pro-Russian bots, depending how you view it on Twitter, will come out and argue that it absolutely is because of its speed. But then, as you said, everything's moving at that speed
You
for a
go above
rocket
Mach
is.
5, you know what's hypersonic? The space shuttle.
Right.
So, but there are hypersonic glide vehicles which are kind of interesting because now you can move at Mach 5 and you can also maneuver a little bit, right? And as you're getting to your terminal, you have to slow down a little bit because you got to go, okay, I need to make some fine-tuned corrections for this target here. So that's when you might be able to shoot one down. But the scary part with hypersonic missiles are the glide vehicles. They don't go orbital, they're just kind of gliding suborbital, and you don't know which way they're going to turn. It's a lot harder to shoot down. And if you're trying to engage something in the terminal phase, you've already lost the game. That missile has the initiative.
Because terminal means it's moving so fast that your ability
It's
to...
about to hit something.
Yeah,
when
okay.
And now, if you're dealing with a head-on shot, it might be a little bit easier. All you gotta do is get in front of it, right?
Mhm.
If something's going Mach 5 and you're going Mach 4, that missile's gonna have a bad day.
Yeah.
right? But if you're trying to shoot from the oblique, you're trying to shoot from the side, then you might be trying to catch up with this thing, and it might not work.
Yeah. And I think there's kind of like a back and forth.
Butt in, shut in.
You see this especially with the old wars, where these leaps in technology all of a sudden enable a whole new form of operation or a whole new military offensive that previously was unheard of, and it renders all of your opponent's defenses obsolete, basically. And
or vice versa, like jumps in defensive.
Yeah. And the scary part about those hypersonic maneuverable missiles is that all of a sudden a whole bunch of traditional missile interception systems have become completely obsolete, because for ballistic stuff, as you said, my understanding is once a ballistic missile fires, in like a couple seconds, you basically know where it's going to land. And the interception, especially because a lot of these things are like basically atmospheric, very easy to intercept. Over the hypersonic stuff, if it's sub-atmosphere and if it can maneuver during flight, now whatever you're shooting has to be that much more sophisticated, and you have to have that much more warning, and you have to have that much more trafficking, and it becomes very, very, very complicated.
What's the answer to that?
Nuking them before preemptive. No, I'm just kidding.
That would be
Preemptive
one.
blast.
That would be one thing. I got you the right shirt. Lasers. Lasers. is the answer
Lasers.
to that. We used to
How?
have a laser system on a 747.
Like lasers to, like, sorry, just
Lasers, do you shoot lasers at the missile and you heat the missile up and you destroy it in flight? We used to have this an airborne system. It was on a 747 that had a big laser in the nose, and like 15 years ago we dropped it because we were dealing with global war on terror. And I bet we're regretting that now, right? But if I had some ham, I'd have some ham and eggs if I had some eggs.
Right.
We made a decision, and now we're kind of paying that.
Although it feels like, from a military point of view, and I've gotten into small arguments about this, as somebody that knows nothing, so the best types of arguments, that you run into an issue where your defensive systems feel like they need to be so much more sophisticated sometimes than the offensive systems. So you run into this area of, could you simply overwhelm a defensive system, like on October 7th, by shooting 7,000 cruddy rockets, where what does a custom rocket cost? My guess is going to be in the hundreds of dollars to make one. It's just a pipe filled with
$1,000.
maybe,
Yeah. One of the things they're doing in Israel is they use sugar and fertilizer.
Yeah, exactly.
Take a
Yeah,
pipe,
but
sugar,
the
fertilizer.
interception, the system, the maintenance, the employees to run it, all of that is already incredibly expensive, and that's before you get into each of those interceptor missiles, which are 2 orders of magnitude, sometimes more expensive than what you're
What's
intercepting.
interesting is the IDF never gives out the cost of anything.
Sure.
So no one's been able to figure out how much the Iron Dome system costs per missile. Some say it's $20,000, some say it's $100,000
Yeah.
per shot. Nobody really knows because they kind of hold that close to the vest.
Do you think it's possible to aim a laser with sufficient strength at a hypersonic missile such that you could bring it down in a reliable manner? Because that's a
Not
long-
today, but we were getting to that capability 15 years ago. And I think it was the USS Ponce that tested it out. The USS Ponce is a command and control ship that we actually put, I think it was a 15 megawatt laser on this thing. And we were successfully shooting down drones. We could do other neat stuff, like let's say there's terrorists coming at us in small boats. Well, do your rules of engagement. All right, well, maybe let's not kill these terrorists. Let's maybe hit the engine with the laser. Track the engine, just hit the engine. Now they're dead in the water. Right? Now we can get a helicopter over there. We can rescue these guys. We can bring them on board, and we can do
Oh,
some
I've been here, huh?
right? So the USS Ponce was a revolutionary tool that we were developing, and again, that kind of got pushed back. The whole idea is that eventually we will have lasers on American warships. We just have to have the power, the power availability to do that. And right now, the Arleigh Burke class destroyers that we have, they're thick boys now. Like they used to call them small boys. They're thick boys. They put so much other crap on these destroyers that it's like they got a butt lift or something. They're bulbous now, right? And we literally can't plug another thing into this Arleigh Burke. We need a whole new destroyer to move into the future and have extra power to operate some of these lasers and sensors.
Something I'm really curious about is I need to not say this. Okay, I am curious about it though.
Mhm.
The from 2000 to 2022, 2001 to 2022, it seemed like the battlefield across the planet was changing between one of state actors and non-state actors, which I'm sure you would say also, like, introduces a whole unique set of challenges. You're not marching one army against another. You can't hold states responsible for actions. The types of tactics and things that are deployed are going to be dramatically different on both sides. And I thought it was very interesting that it feels like on the back of all of the world tension, China and Taiwan, Russia and Ukraine, that there's always this big potential, I don't want to say World War III, but state actor versus state actor conflict looming. But in the meantime, all of the conflict has been these non-state actors, so ISIS or the 50 million groups that exist in Syria right now, or Hamas, whether they're state actor or not, Hezbollah, the Houthis. But something that's kind of interesting to me is when you look at the, I guess, when the Russia-Ukraine conflict started, moving into the future, what do state actor versus state actor fights look like? Because I feel like if I were to just read headlines or take a really quick cursory glance of Russia versus Ukraine, it sounds like non-state actors fighting each other. When I hear like drones are flying around and these very small units of people and these like advanced like electronic warfare stuff, doesn't feel like in the beginning stages of the war when it was maneuverable rather than positional. What do you think that looks like? Do you think that what are the differences between those two things? And then go.
That's a big question.
Now we're talking about the difference between LISCO and COIN.
Okay,
Oh,
I hate
no.
There's two more acronyms,
Okay,
all right?
we need a board. I should have given you a limit.
LISCO.
You have to pay me $10 for every new acronym. Okay, I'm gonna be rich by the end of this podcast. Okay, LISCO and okay,
Large-scale combat operations.
Okay.
LISCO. COIN, counterinsurgency operations. Almost 20 years, America and our allies, our partners, in the global war on terror, we were fighting the COIN fight. We were going to get these bad guys, bring them to justice. Now, about 4 or 5 years ago, the Army started pivoting to LISCO. A new threat rises in the east. Right? And that's not going to be the LISCO fight. Now we're dealing with the tyranny of distance. We're dealing with 6,300 miles, or what is that in kilometers? 10,000 some kilometers,
something,
to put it into Canadian reference, right? We're going at 6,300 miles. We gotta move our missiles in our system 6,300 miles to fight the Chinese. I should say the Chinese. The Chinese are great. Chinese Communist Party, the PLA, not so much. The People's Liberation Army Navy, not crazy about them either. So we have to move all of that stuff. So we're going to see the tyranny of distance. We're going to see it being very difficult to get logistics from one place to another. Another thing we're going to see a lot of people bleeding to death. And that's because the medevacs of old are done. You watch those Vietnam War movies, I need a medevac in this sector, right? And we could get a medevac to someone very quickly because for the most part, we own the air.
That would be a helicopter.
Be a
in
helicopter.
This case, right?
Yeah, the medical
Not the
evacuation.
drones that you were talking about the other day.
Yeah, it'll be a medical evacuation helicopter. And we can usually get a casualty to a hospital within an hour. It's called the golden hour. You get them into that hospital within an hour, they stand a very good chance of living through this whole event. Now tell me how we get a casualty on an island in the Pacific to a hospital ship.
Well,
That's tough.
it would have to be whatever aircraft carrier, whatever Navy is deployed would have medical facilities on board. You're saying that you think that medically marked vehicles will be targeted by...
Absolutely. Russia's doing it. Medically marked vehicles will be targeted. They will be targeted. Number one...
Like to have the rules of war essentially changed in
No.
the modern era?
No, they're just being ignored.
I'm curious on that. Do you think that Russia ignores rules of war? I would largely agree that they exist outside of the boundaries of what we do. But do you think that's because they can get away with it with Ukraine? Do you think they would necessarily behave the same in an alternate world where there was an enemy that could punish them for that?
That's a good question. I think that there are probably some Russian officers who want to do the right thing, but then they also they have that competing
Pressure.
competing priority of you need to take this city. But we can't shell the city because there's people inside it. Tavares, you must take the city, right? I don't think they say Tavares anymore. But
I'm curious because like I'm not even thinking in terms of like the officers that want to do the right thing. I'm thinking in terms of people. I think that even when the state seems crazy,
Yeah.
there's usually there's statements made to the public, but when you look at what they're actually doing, they're very careful to adhere to them. Even people like Iran, when we assassinated Soleimani, or when there was something else within the past year, I don't remember what it was, but Iran will say, America will pay, we're going to do it, blah, blah, blah. But they're very precise, and they'll only target one thing. They don't go all out, because they know that if they did, I imagine they would get annihilated. So there's like this very careful back and forth, regardless of what the public posturing is, to where they're very careful about what they target. So for Russia targeting Ukraine, right now I think the world understands that NATO forces are never going to be present in Ukraine, such that that crossfire triggers some Article 5 stuff and something happens and you disagree?
Really?
Yeah. Oh, I was actually talking with my old boss today. He was talking about the French seriously are considering, the French and the Poles are seriously considering sending troops into Ukraine to do a defensive. Now, this didn't come from Twitter. This came from my old boss.
True. I guess they could, although my understanding is that if it's a non-NATO nation and there are countries with NATO troops, but they're not within their own territory, you can't trigger Article 5 for that, I think. Right?
That's certainly that. I am not a lawyer. I'm sure there.
Is France and Poland in NATO?
Yeah, but but
one of the things
if
that
you were to attack like France or Poland, it would be over.
It would be over, right?
Yeah.
But if they send in troops in like a defensive position in Ukraine, is that also triggering anything?
That's
Would
why
they
you
No.
need to bring a
loophole?
lawyer on here.
My understanding is it's only if your troops or something happen to you within your country, within your bounds or something, or like if you were to kill a U.S. soldier,
Or if they sent French troops into like Russian areas right now, or even Russian controlled areas. Like if they sent French troops into anywhere near Crimea, would that also be a trigger of Article 5?
all I know is I remember
we
reading
have
about this a
three
while
people
ago.
who don't know.
Well,
that
no,
are
I remember
asking
reading
the
about it
same
because
question.
it was a big debate on whether if French troops or if somebody went into Ukraine, I don't think you could trigger. I'll look it up because I got my thing right here. So yeah.
Now, one thing that I could say is that if you want to get technical, Russia's already attacked Poland. I did a video about a year ago where a Russian cruise missile landed about 5 kilometers inside of Poland. And people said, no, it was a Ukrainian missile. It was a Ukrainian interceptor. And sometimes they can turn around, but they don't tend to do backflips, right? And go all the way around and land kilometers away. But I think that was one of those things where everyone said, you know what? We don't really want to be fighting Russia, so let's just pretend this whole thing didn't happen.
Right, because we don't really want the pressure when you guys were talking about like they get annihilated, for example, or like you were saying like in a like Lisco war, like the large scale, you want to be cautious because there's an enemy that can punish you. The question for me is like what specifically would be the punishment between like say like China and America if China did something, other than like would it just be like targeting bases and stuff like that? Is that kind of what you mean by punishing each
So
other?
right now, the way that it works is there is generally speaking, there will be a proportional response if somebody does something that they're not supposed to do. So if we've got people operating in Syria, or if there's an outpost or whatever, and somebody bombs it, we might bomb something of a similar military importance, basically. And it seems kind of silly and dumb, like we're playing games, but what it communicates to the world is that everybody's still playing by the same
like it's
rules.
still tit for tat.
Yeah, which is really, really, really important because you don't want people feeling like, holy shit, we're on a runaway escalating ramp to World War III. A comparison, I'm sure you know the Perun.
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't know how to pronounce it either.
Yeah.
I'm from
But
New
he does
Jersey.
when, for instance, for the saber rattling for Russia's nuclear arsenal. You know, when you hear for the public, it's very scary when you hear that Russia's moving nuclear weapons and they're preparing launches or they're doing testing or whatever, and that seems scary to the public. But I think the message being sent to the rest of the world is, while we're saber rattling, we're still doing everything in the open. You can see exactly where everything is. We're not hiding anything. So we're making the public scared. But for the people that know, for the military people, for the leaders, like we're still following all the rules that we're supposed to
Little
follow.
kitty
which is important.
We fire, I think, 3
babies.
ICBMs every year. We do a test. We take a missile to Vandenberg, and they have a test crew that actually launches this missile. And I would actually like to cover that one day. Do like a little thing. How
And
they
it's
launch a
basically
missile.
just like a flex of being like, just remember.
No, it's basically like first of all, the missiles, you have to shoot them because they'll you test them. You test the inventory, make
Yeah.
sure okay, this one's working. It's not necessarily a flex, but we get telemetry from it because we're not. This isn't a tow, right? This isn't an anti-tank missile. Like we don't shoot that many of them. They're expensive. So yeah, we shoot them just to get the telemetry, and we make sure okay, this lot is good. And then we're gonna rotate in another lot that was built in the 1970s, and we'll see if that one works. But good thinking. I mean that is a one thing that you might some people might consider possibility. Oh, we're going to flex, but really it's we got to test these things.
Yeah.
Right?
One of the things that comes up a lot is I'm of the uneducated opinion. Do you know who Kaufman is? There's
Andy
a couple.
Kaufman?
No. I need to remember
K?
these names.
K-A-U?
No, there's a military analysis guy or military analyst that I read, and he spoke a lot about Ukraine and Russia. And one of the opinions that I see given by him and a couple other people is that the United States is truly the only country in the world that can do. You used a term earlier where you it's where you have like multi-disciplined, like different parts of your military all working together in one.
Multi-domain operations.
Kind of, yeah, basically, yeah.
Multi-domain
Where you've got your land, you've got your land, ground, or I'm sorry, you've got your air, ground,
Like your
sea,
Space
and
Force
everything.
helping your
Yeah, everything
Air
working
Force helping.
together. And that, do you think there's any truth to the idea that the United States is the only country, or NATO is the only group of people led by the United States that can coordinate warfare on that level? Or do you think that like Russia or China, given some military conflict, would also be able to coordinate at that level?
It's almost certain that NATO is. I just got back from an exercise called Project Convergence Capstone 4, which was I see I didn't use an acronym. I
You
spelled
didn't.
it
That's
out.
good. Michael Kaufman was the guy's name also. Go ahead.
So, all right, finger can't do much damage on its own. But you take your fingers, and the fingers of our allies, and you have them working together. Now they're a fist. You do a lot more damage, right?
Mhm.
So, Project Convergence Capstone 4 was all about having the Space Force and the Air Force and the Navy and the Army and the Marine Corps all talk to each other over common networks and share data with our allies. Because we can't fight China's magazine. By magazine, the depth of their missiles, how many missiles they have. We can't beat China missile for missile. But what we can do is we can be smart about it. We can have an Australian Special Forces soldier on an island, and he sees a Chinese missile launcher, and then he radios to an American AWACS, which is a command and control plane. Got a big radar dish on top. He radios the AWACS, and that AWACS has a guy on it that can say that is a valid target. What effectors do we have in the area that can actually target that Chinese missile? Oh, there's a Filipino HIMARS system that can fire at that target and still get away in time. So we call that any sensor, any decider, any shooter. Now, there's a term called kill chain, and in the coin environment, in the counterinsurgency environment, we use a kill chain. We identify the target, we dispatched resources to hit that target.
Could you maybe just
initiated.
briefly explain what's the purpose of a kill chain in the coin?
Okay.
Yeah.
So the kill chain in the coin was let's say we're trying to find Daddy El Bad, right? So all right, we got info on the whereabouts of Daddy El Bad.
Yeah.
All right, so now we dispatch a drone. All right, we're gonna survey. Oh yeah, that's Daddy El Bad. He's driving the same car. He's walking with a limp. His driver's using a cell phone that's been linked to the driver's account. That's definitely Daddy El Bad. And we'll initiate the attack. We'll see what weapon systems we have in the area. We'll vector those weapon systems in. All right, now let's take a look at the environment. All right, is school almost out? Are there going to be kids on the street? What kind of weapons we do weaponeering? What kind of weapons do we have that can affect that particular vehicle, right? So we have to do all those calculations, and we might finally say, okay, initiate, and we'll fire Hellfire at Daddy El Bad. That's what we could do in coin. We had the time. Now, in Lisco, fighting China, even fighting Russia, we can't do that. We can't spend time. We can't spend time tracking one target. Now we have a kill mesh. Any sensor, any decider, any shooter. And you can put weapons effects on target. So that's, I know that I kind of I went off a little bit, but what's it going to look like? What's it
Basically,
gonna
Mike,
look like?
the question is, can anybody really coordinate warfare
We
at the
can.
level besides us?
We can, and I think one of the issues is that Russia has enough trouble doing what's called deconfliction, and that essentially means figuring out where its aircraft are and where they need to go and clearing that airspace. And they've shot down some of their own planes. So they haven't done that recently, so they've gotten better at deconfliction because they've had practice. That's one of the big things. But one of the reasons we can operate integrated a lot more effectively than our adversaries is that our adversaries might do the occasional exercise once in a while, but we're constantly doing exercises. You know, why did we go down to Chile for an exercise? Well, because we worked with the Chilean Navy. The Chilean Navy is now using unmanned surface vehicles to figure out where Chinese fishing ships are. China's been going to Chile, and they've been fishing in Chile's waters. So Chile needs unmanned surface ships. They can't afford any satellites to go out and find these Chinese ships so they can vector the Chilean Coast Guard for these Chinese ships. So we're always working with our allies, always. And that's really the only way, is if you do it constantly and you practice and you establish those relationships. That's really the only way you can operate effectively as a team.
I guess maybe this was your question, and maybe this is just my question, but does, like, for example, we've got NATO. Does BRICS have the capability for this type of, like, military
No,
cohesion?
BRICS isn't even a real thing. BRICS is bullshit.
Does Russia and China have enough of a relationship with each other where they can coordinate in this way that
Fuck
you're, like,
no.
outgrinding?
So I got to tell you, Kyla, I think that you have a very good question, and
Yeah, Steven.
They're garbage.
and
BRICS is an acronym. That's literally it.
Yeah, we love acronyms here. Okay.
yeah, BRICS is an actor. So BRICS it's basically like an economic consortium of Brazil, China, India, Russia, your IC, and S was South Africa, I believe. And so it's a consortium of 5 countries that we don't ever buy anything from other than China.
Right.
And they don't really particularly sell to each other. Maybe they could come up with some alliance, but Brazil is. We do exercises with the Brazilian military. I think they kind of know what side their bread is buttered on. So that
Oh, that one's a cute kitty.
could, I guess, eventually become an alliance. But one of the issues is that of those 5 countries, South Africa, Brazil, China, India, and Russia, only 1.5 of them actually have expeditionary militaries. So here's why your question was so good.
Or bad.
It was good. It was good. I am never going to let someone speak over you. Here's why it was so good. It's because there are 4 different kinds of armies. All right? You have expeditionary armies. These are armies that can deploy and sustain. There's essentially only 4.5: the U.S., Great Britain, France, Russia to an extent, and China's gaining that capability. So 4.5.
When you say expeditionary, you mean deploy to another country and
Deploy
logistics and
and
supply to
sustain.
maintain.
Absolutely.
Gotcha. Okay.
Absolutely. And then you have defensive militaries. Most of the armies of Europe are defensive militaries. They're just there to protect their own country. They might have some expeditionary capability, like let's say there's a disaster in East Timor, right? There's an earthquake in East Timor. They might be able to get an amphibious landing ship there. They got one, and they'll help out. But for the most part, defensive armies. Then you have palace guard armies. Palace guard armies, well, what are they? They're designed to keep the leader in power, right? They're so most of the armies of the Arab world are palace guard armies.
Right.
And then you have internal security armies. Most of the armies of South America are internal security armies. They're there to supplement the police. So, what you have is Brazil, which has a defensive army, and a little bit, I would say, a defensive and a little bit of a internal security army. And you have South Africa, which has a defensive and internal security army. And you have Russia, which has expeditionary capability that they're losing. And you have India, which is a defensive army. And you have China, which is trying to gain expeditionary ability. Okay, so they get into an alliance. Now what? How does Brazil get to the fight? They can't get there. They have short arms and short legs. They can't get to the fight. Like, they don't have the legs to walk to the fight. Right?
Right.
They don't have the legs to get to the fight. Once they get there, they can't punch very far. Short arms, short legs. And most of those countries, with the exception of Russia, with the exception of China, both Russia and China have short legs. They got long arms. They have missile capability. India has some missile capabilities. But Russia and China, they have a hard time getting to where they need to go and sustaining.
Interesting.
So you actually asked a very good question.
I thought it was a good question.
I
Did
agree.
you?
Okay. Yeah, I did. I wasn't shitting on your question. I was shitting on bricks, to be clear. Because I argue with a lot of, you know the term tanky?
It's like someone who
Very far left people who support
They want like
Stalin
revolution.
and
Yeah.
Mao, and
Oh.
they think they're good, and that's
how's
like
that working out for him?
Well, I mean, they live in their own little reality, so still
Super
winning every
happy.
day, I guess, in their world. Okay, so in my mind, there
Yeah.
are 3 conflicts. We're gonna focus on one of them, and hopefully we get to all 3 of these. There's like kind of like 3 theaters that everybody's focused on.
Yeah.
The first one is Russia-Ukraine.
Mhm.
Obviously, it's been going on in a hardcore phase for like 2 years, really for like 10 years. And then you've got obviously Israel, the
Mhm.
IDF, and Hamas is an ongoing conflict. And then there's the brewing, looming threat of China and Taiwan and
Yeah.
whatever that will look like. I'm 35. I've heard my whole life that something big is going to happen with China next year for probably like 3 decades now, so we'll see. Focusing in on Russia-Ukraine, because it relates to a lot of what we just talked about in
Yeah.
terms of major power warfare and deploying and feeding armies and everything. Do you think, actually here, starting from 2022, in your mind, what were like the top 3 reasons that Russia's military seemed to underperform everybody's expectations? What do you think went wrong?
Training.
Okay.
Just the top 3 reasons. Russia has always been able to kind of bully its way into a situation, almost like a drunken boxer, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna roll in. Look, I am not a prize fighter, right? But if I had to fight Mike Tyson, he's gonna knock my head off, right? I might be able to outrun him. I might be able to bob and weave a little. This guy's gonna, right? So Russia might be like this drunken boxer. He's just rolling in, and it's gonna smash a bunch of stuff, and eventually they're gonna smash right through. But one of their big issues is that training is expensive. It's expensive. And Russia used to have a mostly conscript army that's led by professional officers. And now they have kind of this hybrid army. They have some conscripts, and they have a lot of kontratniki, which are contractors. Like there are people who sign a contract. Now, so that one of the issues is that they don't do enough actual training in tasks that they need to succeed on the battlefield.
Is that because of like the contractor nature relationship of most
It's
of their
expensive.
hires?
Well, you got to pay for fuel, you got to pay for ammunition.
Actually, I want to ask a question,
Yeah.
particularly in that. So, some of the flexibility you're granted with things like the Wagner Group is you can do things without having your fingers on them.
Yeah.
Do you think that it significantly hampered Russia's ability to conduct war when it feels like, and this is, I think this is the case, but maybe it's not, you can tell me, feels like the people with the most experience doing Russian military operations weren't actually the Russia proper military. It was like people like the Wagner Group that operated foreignly so much. Do you think that hurt their ability to conduct that war, that their most experienced people were there? Or do you think my perception is wrong on that? Or
No, because that's an excellent question. And Wagner, so kind of the difference. Wagner had some vehicles, but what Wagner had that the Russian military didn't have was a clear, I would say, non-commissioned officer leadership structure. It was a corporate structure. So one of the advantages that the West has with a lot of military engagements is guys like me. I'm a former platoon sergeant, and was former first sergeant as well. So I often call myself, I am the Burger King drive-thru manager. So if you think of an army platoon as a Burger King, right? The lieutenant is the general manager, right? And I'm the drive-through manager. And if the lieutenant has to go home, if the Burger King manager has to go home because his kid is sick, I can close this door. I know how to do that. Right? So in a lot of Western armies, you have this professional corps of non-commissioned officers, these sergeants, right? And these sergeants have a lot of experience. In order to get where I got as a sergeant first class, and later as a first sergeant, I had to go to multiple schools, which cost money, and are weeks long, months long in some cases. Right? One of the schools was telling him about last night. It was called your producer. They actually called it Mancock, Maneuver Advanced Non-Commissioned Officers Course.
Ain't
Okay.
no
Like,
way.
wow, you guys are so Christian. You don't even know how bad that sounds. But yeah, it was Maneuver ANOC. So this was an advanced. They call it something else now. But I had to go to this school, and this school is months long. You're doing graduate level work, writing papers and stuff like that. Russia doesn't really have a system like that to advance their non-commissioned officers. And the whole idea is that Russia was centered around a mechanized centric system. Almost everything Russia does is mechanized. They're always near their armored fighting vehicles, the BMPs, BTRs, all that. And the advantage of that is, like, look, if you're never going more than 300 meters away from your vehicle, you really don't need those mid-level Burger King managers, those NCOs, to lead the maneuver element, right? You're not going that far away. But if you're doing light infantry, you kind of need that. So what did Wagner do? Wagner did a lot of light infantry stuff. Did a lot of assaults, light infantry. And they had people who had experience just by being mercenaries who could act as those NCOs. I think that's one of the reasons that Wagner was so successful. Is they had people who had served as mercenaries who had experience and were allowed to lead small groups of people. Whereas in the Russian military, when your lieutenant gets killed, what do we do now? I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess we surrender. I mean, we go back. I don't know. Who's supposed to tell us to do what?
One of the we spoke about this a little bit last night, but looking at playing a lot of DayZ, the video game, Arma 2 people play as well, and then playing a lot of Eve. It's funny when you look at the military stuff how much of a crossover there is between how you conduct like warfare in these games versus the real world, where things like communication structures and everything are vitally important. And if these things have a breakdown, or if you can't coordinate, it doesn't matter how many people you have, it doesn't matter how effective the weapons are, you're like fighting in the dark. And it's funny sometimes to see the difference in or the similarities, I guess, in military operations versus how some of these games work.
Absolutely. If every snake needs a head, right? Like you need that brain to say, hey, this is what we're going to be doing.
So you think that so Wagner did a lot of that light infantry movement, a lot of smaller scale
They had
stuff.
some tanks and armored personnel carriers, but yeah.
Okay, so then training. Dig one level deeper. Do you think Russia didn't train its troops because of arrogance, because of, some people will point to communist corruption where they thought they were better than they were? Some people point to lack of money to replace the tires on their Jeeps or the treads of their tanks.
Money.
You think it's money?
It's money, and there might be some corruption there. Like, hey, we gave you... Look, the Russian army doesn't even have socks. All right? They use this thing called portyanki, which are these... Think of them as handkerchiefs. You take this handkerchief and you put it down by your foot, and you fold one side over the other side, and then you lift the toe up, and you wrap the rest around your ankle. And actually learning how to tie portyanki is like a rite of passage in Russia. You know?
That's what they use?
Still use this stuff. Now, in some ways, it's a feature, not a bug, because now you don't have to create 3 different sizes of socks. You just give them one handkerchief, right? And if they need to dry their portyanki out, they just put it on their shoulders. They can walk. It's just a piece of cloth that'll dry, fairly quickly.
Right.
So in some ways, it's a very Soviet solution, right? Well, we don't have the technology to make socks. Socks are expensive. We don't want to carry 3 sizes because of logistics. Let's just give everybody cloths.
Kind of cheap, quick, and fast.
Cheap, quick, and fast. And it works. Mostly, right? I mean, if you don't tie your portyanki correctly, you get blisters and all that as well. But so if you're some Russian officer and you've been given $1 million for this year to train your troops, you might say to yourself, you know what? Our troops really aren't going to be doing that much fighting, so let me put some toward this dacha. We'll have one exercise. It'll be pre-scripted. We'll give each guy 10 rounds. They'll go through the motions, and then nobody's none the wiser, right?
Okay, I can understand. So here's what I'm trying to figure out. I understand what you're saying in terms of this might explain why they have the lack of capabilities, but what I'm really curious about is why didn't they understand that? So for instance, if you might know, well, we don't train enough, we don't have the money for this, why would you act in a way that seems to betray that you didn't realize it? Like
because
the rolling tanks
before.
on the first day. Okay, gotcha.
It worked in South Ossetia, in
So
Georgia.
it was like an arrogance. Like they thought it would be enough. Sufficient.
It always worked before.
Although,
Right?
Georgia versus Ukraine, though, is...
Well, in Chechnya, was it 93? These guys that rolled into Grozny,
Jesus.
they got schwacked, and they consolidated, reorganized, and crap, what the hell happened to us? And they just rolled in, just destroyed every single freaking building. They knew how to do that, right? And they did it again in South Ossetia in Georgia back in 2008, I believe it was.
And Abkhazia, I think, as well. There's a
It
second
worked.
territory.
Yeah, hey, this is working, right? Why not keep doing it? So I
It's
think
working
that's
and
kind of
you're
it
jerking
always
my
worked
gherkin.
before, until one day it didn't.
Do you think there's going to be like a military revolution in Russia as a result of Ukraine? Like how, I mean, everyone. Again, I'm going to speak from a super
Yeah.
layperson because you both know a lot more than even I do. But even as a layperson, I was pretty much told that Ukraine was doomed. They were going to be rolled over across the
Yeah.
entire country in 3 days. And it was
Yeah.
going to be over, and here we are. Years later. And so, well, not years, but more than
Yeah,
3
years.
days.
Yeah, years.
I think in an
It's
all-out
crazy.
war,
It's not what anyone expected.
it feels like Russia could defeat Ukraine in an all-out war, but there's an interesting dynamic where Ukraine is fighting for its life, and Russia's not really allowed to tell its population that it's actually fighting. In that it seems like, and every person in Ukraine is like, we're on the eve of destruction or annihilation, and we have to fight for everything. And
All
Russia can't mobilize the population would like to, because it is playing this dual role of like, we're doing a special military operation in Ukraine, so we're not going to mobilize all you guys because it's not that
Like
big
the
of a deal.
Nazi language, like we're freeing them from Nazis and stuff.
Well, no, not it's not so much that. It's that I don't think that Russia's not allowed to tell its population, guys, we've got to start drafting and go full-scale war because Putin will lose all support. So you can only conscript a small portion of the population. You can't do a full-scale mobilization. You have to pretend it's not a big deal while also understanding that if you lose, oof, that looks really, really, really bad.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So I can tell you this. From what I understand, the Ukrainians, and I'm sure someone's going to write me and say, no, you're wrong. But from what I understand, what I've been told, in Kyiv, they still have Molotov cocktails. A Molotov cocktail is a liquor bottle or a beer bottle. You put gasoline, maybe a gel in there as well, and you put a wick in there. You light that wick on fire. You throw that in a tank. It'll crash against the tank,
I've played Daisy. I know
explode, and
what
fire,
Molotov is.
right? So,
Booty.
So, I'll tell you this: a Molotov cocktail isn't doing a damn thing to a tank.
Right.
Nothing. And you get people. Well, what did it throw in the engine compartment? Well, you're gonna be so terrified. Good luck. Best of luck with that. Let me know how it works out. So, I mean, if you do throw it inside a tank, it's gonna ruin someone's day. It'll burn out. Like if you throw it on the outside. The people of Kyiv do not want to be slaves. To the point where they still have Molotov cocktails in milk crates at the bus station, at the bus benches, and with instructions up on the bus bench wall how to use them and where to throw them.
Interesting.
These are people who are they're going to fight to the last tooth and the last claw.
Right.
Yeah, they will not give in to Russia.
So you would agree kind of with this analysis of basically like the Russian troops have this like very different morale and even mentality in the war, whereas for Ukraine it's literally life or death.
Yeah,
And that's the major difference.
That's a
in
big
the
problem.
success.
What are you
But you
fighting
gotta
for?
find a spot.
On the Russian side, like, what do you?
We're your buddies.
Wait,
I
like,
mean,
why? Yeah, the
I mean, you're fighting for your buddies, right? Or you're fighting for your paycheck. And also, a lot of guys in Russia, like, when they get that draft notice, they go like, it's my duty. I gotta go do my duty, just like my grandfather did during the Great Patriotic War. I gotta do my duty.
I feel like the feeling there is like if maybe I speak for myself. I don't think so. If we went to war formally with Syria and the U.S. tried to do a draft, I think a lot of people would not be okay with that. I don't want to go to the Middle East to fight another war after Iraq. We're traumatized from that. This is bullshit. I think that if Russia or China somehow made it across the Pacific, was landing on the shores of California and Washington, I think 80% of the population would have a rifle and they'd be ready to go and fight. I think that the motivation to protect your country against a foreign invader versus doing whatever the hell you think is happening as a Russian in another country, I think the motivations to fight, it's not so much, a little bit it impacts the individual soldier, I imagine, but it's not so much that, so much as politically,
Booty.
what can your population
You're
endure?
so fucking
because
cute.
it seems like, I remember that there were hilarious articles coming out, RT-approved articles, where it's like Zelensky losing support for the war, and his support drops from like 89% to like 87.5%. Ukrainians still really want to fight, whereas Russia has to live in this double world where they have to be so careful, because if it looks like he genuinely needs to mobilize more of the population to go and fight, there's going to be like large-scale revolt. People aren't going to be hyped to go and fight a war in Ukraine that's now dragged on for almost 2 years. So I think it's the political implications even more so than just the individual soldier motivations to fight. Although I'm sure that impacts it a little bit too. The there's two parts on this that I want to talk about. I'm so interested in. One has to do with war crimes and cameras. But before we do this, on the macro level, people talk a lot about Ukraine and whether or not they can ever win, and the shift to positional versus maneuverable warfare, and that it's grinded to a halt. Do you think that, two questions, One is, do you think that Ukraine has been allowed to fight as much as they want to? Have they been enabled by the West? And two, if they were enabled more by the West, do you think they would make more progress in the battlefield?
They have not. They have fought like wolves with what they've had. The West slow walked a lot of equipment to them at the beginning, and that was to their detriment. I could say like, hey, if we had given them this amount of equipment, this amount of whatever, things would be different. But while we're dreaming, I want a pony. I can't go back, and I can't change that stuff. Right? We have the army. Like Donald Rumsfeld said, we go to war with the army we have, not the army we want, and we wish we had. Right? That was kind of number one. Number two, could they take back their land? I think they could. I don't see Ukraine winning in the sense of there is a ceremony on a battleship, in Moscow, right? I don't see that happen. What I see is, I think it's certainly possible that if Ukraine can destroy the Kerch Strait Bridge, it makes Russia's position in Crimea untenable.
That bridge is the thing connecting the east part of Crimea to the land and
To the land,
Yep,
to
okay.
Russia proper. So it's a bridge.
And they
It-
retake Crimea in your mind if
It
they
has.
could get that.
They can
bridge.
if they can take that bridge down, then it's going to be a lot harder for Russia to move supplies. One of the things Ukraine is amazing at is what's called shaping operations. Right, so you're trying to shape the battlefield, and they're really good at that. If they can take out, I think this year will be the year they do it. When you take out the bridge.
What does that look like? Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to be so pedantic.
No,
but when
no,
you
no.
say like shaping operations, it sounds really interesting. Like I think of like a couple of like the stories of like Ukrainians, like the one Ukrainian man like risking his life to blow out that important bridge, pretty early on, like almost 2 years ago now. When you're talking about shaping operations, what does that actually mean? Like, what is what is Ukraine doing that's unique that makes them, as you say, kind of shape the battlefield in the way that they want it?
Well, the shaping operation sets up the victory conditions for the future.
So blowing up bridges, stuff. Like
Blowing up bridges, stuff like that. And instead of worrying about stuff on the tactical level, they've also had other teams blow up Russian oil refineries or try to destroy the ships. And each one of these things is a pinprick that makes it harder for Russia to supply and to fight.
Okay.
So what I see is that I think Ukraine could cut off Crimea, and at that point, now we enter negotiations. Does Ukraine take back the Donbass and Crimea? I don't think so.
Do you think it's more likely that they could take back Crimea versus the Donbass?
Maybe.
'Cause I feel like Russia would be more incentivized because of Sevastopol and everything to protect Crimea and their entry to the Black Sea versus.
I mean, they can want it all they want. When they have the lift to supply troops there via the ocean, that's another story, right? But I think if you can cut off Crimea and you can draw a wedge between the Donbass and Crimea, then what you have is an end to operations, and Ukraine is now negotiating from a position of strength instead of weakness. Do I see them capturing, killing every single Russian in the Donbass, Zaporizhia, and Crimea? No. But I think they could force Russia's hand, go to the negotiating table from a position of strength. And what I see, honestly, is a peacekeeping force made up of various, maybe non-aligned nations. When you see like India and Bangladesh and Fiji and these nations, they create a peacekeeping force inside Crimea and the Donbass. But that might be some kind of A zone, B zone, C zone of, Ukraine is allowed to have a certain number of tanks here, Russia's allowed to have a certain number of tanks here, and the peacekeepers enforce that. And Ukraine doesn't necessarily get their land back, but they get to open up trade
And you
routes.
think they reasonably could do that in Crimea if we unlocked the
We're
armories
going to
enough
unlock
for
the
them?
F-16 soon.
That is okay. That's true.
And that, with the F-16, what do you have? You
That's
have
a
air
jet?
dominance. It's a jet. Absolutely correct. It's a jet. So the F-16 is a jet that America authorized. I think it was Belgium and Denmark.
And when you say unlocked, does that mean that they will just have access to the F-16?
They'll have access. to
And
the
they've got their
F-16.
pilot. I think they're training now on them,
They're
right?
training now.
Mhm.
And with the F-16, you have what's called the AMRAAM missile, the AIM-120. And this is a long-range missile. Nothing Ukraine has now can go as far as that missile. Now, Russia has longer-range missiles, but it's going to force Russia to pull back. And you got to pull back even further, right?
Just to also to clarify this, because I didn't even realize this until like months ago. I thought that when planes shot missiles, I thought that it was within a mile at most when they're shooting at each other. But when we say
Miles
long-range
away.
missiles, yeah, I think like 10,
88
20,
miles, I
30.
think?
Oh, okay, 88 miles. Yeah,
I think
these are
that's the
planes that
AMRAAM.
can shoot.
So two planes are shooting at each other 80 miles away.
Not
Yeah, you'll
necessarily
never even
planes,
see each
but
other.
air to surface that you can fire at
Mhm.
targets from.
Oh, yeah. Two planes. They might. You'd have your AWACS, which is that airborne early warning control system.
The balloons.
Oh well, that's PTIDS. Close. That's fine. So, all right. Did you ever see the movie Independence Day? No. Okay. Well, there was an AWACS Independence Day. There's a little rotating radar dome on it.
Okay. Yeah. I can
And
imagine
so that plane might be flying, and it tells the fighters, okay, you got bad guys. They're 120 miles away. Turn to climb to Angels 30. Turn to 80, and you'll be able to pick them up on your radar. And then these planes will be able to fire. Sometimes the planes won't even know that they're being targeted.
Right.
They'll know when they're illuminated. Right, but I think some missiles like the AMRAAM, you can actually fire. It's self-guiding radar comes on a little bit later.
Do you think Ukraine has the necessary coordination to operate that plane in an active military theater?
They will. They don't now.
Okay.
I mean, they're doing deconfliction too.
Mhm.
They're doing deconflict. Actually, they're actually pretty good at it because right now, with the way things are with Russia, they have a lot of ground controllers that are using ground radar to figure out where Russia is. Because right now, when Russia will fly these combat airplanes, they'll fly them over their territory, and when they see Ukrainian helicopter pop up, they'll vector fighters toward that and they'll start firing missiles. Well, the ground control Ukrainians will see that and they'll tell the helicopter, get down on the ground right now. And that's why they can't do medevac, right? And Russia will just shoot them down.
Right.
So yeah, I think they can. But with that F-16,
Fucking drooling all over me, kitty. Jesus Christ.
Anti-radiation missiles. So these are missiles that go after the radar of the surface-to-air missile radar sets
That are shooting down like planes and
that are
stuff.
shooting down planes. The HARM anti-radiation missile. They were able to like cobble together, kind of like a little trailer park HARM launcher on some of their jets, on their MiG-29s. They're able to fire those things, and now you have integrated sensors on the F-16 that can do. As soon as they see that radar illuminate, they can find it and shoot it. Right now, I think they have to go after pre-planned targets. They have to load the software beforehand. But now, with the F-16 and the integrated operation system, you can say, "Oh, that thing just popped up. Fire a missile at that radar." So now, what are the Russians do? They have to pull back further. So their surface-to-air missile batteries have to pull back further. Now people at the front are exposed. Now we get into the JDAM, the Joint Direct Attack Munition. It's another acronym. All right, so now you got the JDAM. And the JDAM and the JDAM ER, they're these, ER means extended range. So like a little bomb that you drop and fins pop out and it glides to its target, right? So now they can use these JDAMs against Russian positions on the front line. And they can do it free from surface-to-air missile fire, free from harassing fire from Russian fighters.
Because of the radio emission.
Yeah, well, they fired the anti-radiation missiles at the SAM
Radiation,
launchers. They pulled them back, and now they have battle space dominance in the air.
To go back to the video game thing I said yesterday, that if you have one hole in your defense, there is a hole that slowly starts to open up every other part of the battlefield, and you lose everything essentially.
Now you got those JDAMs coming
The
down.
difference of the parity between offensive and defensive.
The Russia obviously knows this is coming. The F-16 is no secret. I think they're supposed to have those systems online. I think the second half of this year.
Yeah,
I think we're
should
coming.
be.
So what is Russia's counterplay to this? Certainly, they're not just going to pull back and watch everything fall apart. There has to be some.
They're probably going to surge as many aircraft in the air as possible and try to get a political victory. Look, it's not that hard to shoot down a
F-16.
F-16, but here's the disadvantage. How long have they been flying these jets? About 2 years now. They've been riding them already.
Oh, the Russian side jets.
You talking about like pilot attrition or?
No, well, pilot attrition, but maintenance.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
So how long they've been riding those jets hard,
Whereas
right?
the F-16s
So
will
how
be
many
riding
maintenance cycles have been missed?
When we talk about numbers of aircraft, has it been stated? It must be. How many F-16s are the Ukrainians getting?
I think it's 48.
48. What is the
48,
size of
44.
like Russia's air force for like planes that can
Very
shoot
big.
down F-16? Like in the
Very big.
like tons of hundreds or?
I want to say 300 to 500, but they're not all operational at the same time.
Okay.
So
Do
you
you think-
might have a sortie rate. Like you might be able to generate 50%.
Okay.
So why would the maintenance be missed if they have such a massive field of airplanes?
This goes back to that cost thing.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just money. They just can't
I
afford
mean,
to maintain
it's
them?
money. Look, when you, I've always said the F-16. When you fly the F-16, it's 8 hours of maintenance for every 1 hour of flight. Now that doesn't mean you fly it for 1 hour, you got to put it down, you work on 8 hours of maintenance. Like it's cumulative,
Right.
But there are certain cycles that you have to hit where you're like, hey, all right, we hit our 40-hour maintenance cycle. We have to do the joke program. We have to take out the oil. We have to replace this thing or that thing or whatever. And different maintenance cycles take different amounts of time. So Russia's been flying these jets for a certain number of hours, and I'm sure a lot of them are in, especially their Su-34s, which are the bombers. A lot of them are in a maintenance cycle where like they could be coming up on their like they call it D-level maintenance, which is like your depot level. You know, you got to bring the plane back to the
They're
depot.
spraying deep cleaning of
Yeah, they got to deep clean it, right? They got to change all this stuff. They got to inspect. They got to X-ray all the wings to see if there's any cracks in them. So they've been doing that for 2 years, flying these things. And then the Ukrainians are getting fresh jets. They're not new. They're not showroom new. It's like getting a used car from Hertz, right? You know, you bought the used car after Hertz sells it after a year, right? So they're getting these older jets, but at least they're fresh and they're refurbished, factory refurbished.
Right.
So the Ukrainians have a temporary advantage against Russia just because their jets don't need to get into that deep cycle maintenance that the Russians are already in.
Going back to your question, do you remember what you were about to ask him?
No, it was basically on that. I also wonder, do you think that for the training, for the F-16 system, do you think they're going to be able to participate in like air-to-air stuff, or is it just going to be those F-16s are going to be protected exclusively by things on the ground, and then these planes are going to be grounded if Russia tries to shoot them down?
That's a good question. I think that they might get into air-to-air stuff because they'll be able to push out, and I also wonder how the Russians will deal with them because, as far as I know, we've, other than Iraq in Operation Desert Storm, I'm really trying to think of a situation where Russian MiGs tangled with F-16s. I'm sure there's people who are watching the stream right now going, what about Chile? Or, so, I'm just really trying to think. But I think during the first Gulf War, that was really the first time we tried to engage in any air-to-air combat with Russian MiGs.
Yeah. Although I'm trying to think of even like shooting down a U.S. F-16 that's participating in like combined arms warfare with the whole U.S. military might be significantly harder than shooting down an F-16 from a Ukrainian military that doesn't have the same type of.
So that could be it. Could be easier to shoot down that Ukrainian plane because maybe they're not doing those multi-domain operations, right? They don't necessarily have everything. But if you're talking about pilot to pilot, one of the things that's kind of on the Russian side is that it's unknown. Like what are we dealing with? No one's ever actually fought an F-16, right? No Russian pilot ever has. Right? So how do we deal with this threat?
Did Iraq even have an air force?
Yeah,
they did.
We destroyed it.
Okay, all right.
But for a couple of days they gave it the old college try, and they actually sent quite a few planes to Iran, which Iran kept.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Interesting. Do you have another question? Because I might
so many
derail us a little bit.
Oh well. Okay.
Yeah, because I have a direction that I would like to go, but I'm holding off because I want to make sure you get all your questions in.
Sure. Okay. A couple of things. Stuff in the water can impact stuff on land. Submarines, boats can shoot missiles inland and everything. We've seen a lot of stories of Russia losing surprising assets in the air and in the sea to Ukraine that, to my knowledge, doesn't have a navy.
Yeah.
How normal is that in any type of military operation that you're losing? Do you think Russia has lost a significant amount of naval assets? Do you think it's surprising that Ukraine has been able to destroy them? Is that pretty ordinary for war that people are losing high-value naval assets to?
That's a tough question. I tend to avoid naval stuff because, again, Department of the Boat people. I can talk a little bit about this stuff. I can tell you that as far as I know, we really haven't had any significant naval actions since I want to say the Falklands War in 1982. And I'm really trying to think of like an example where we went Navy to Navy, or anybody went Navy to Navy with each other. And it might have been the tank.
No, it hasn't. The last real naval battle was in the end of fucking World War II.
Iran and the U.S. and other allied nations who reflagged Kuwaiti tankers and escorted them, through the Arabian Sea and Straits of Hormuz. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this before.
Okay.
But Ukraine, like, they're so good at figuring out how to use existing technology, like these unmanned surface vehicles. Turning an unmanned surface vehicle, essentially, it's turning a jet ski into a bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Like, nobody's ever thought of that. But these guys, well, because nobody ever had to. I mean,
I've seen the Houthis have done it in Yemen, where they take some of these boats that they got from the old, might have been British assets, or maybe just from the South Yemen government. But yeah, you load up basically this boat with a bunch of bombs, and it's just like just a small little jet boat or
Isn't
whatever.
that like the Russian truck where they just like load it full of missiles, for like Korshnikov or
oh yeah,
Shankara or something like
yeah,
that?
yeah, the Grad rockets and
Yeah. It
Stalin's organ.
sounds very similar to that.
Yeah.
Okay, one more question then on macro war. I've got some war crime camera related stuff, but you can do your thing first. But real quick, do you think that if Ukraine, if we enable them fully to participate in the war, do you think, this might be more of a political question than a strategic question, do you think it would be good or wise to enable them to strike into Russia when it comes to hitting oil refineries, transportation lines, logistics, stuff like that? Or do you think that should probably be avoided?
I think they should be able to strike if they want to strike.
Okay.
And I know that could mean American, what Russia's going to do is they're going to take a look at American missiles and they have Lockheed Martin stamped on them with a lot number. And they're going to be hopping mad. But I don't see them going to war with us because they got their hands full right now. So like, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. One of those prizes might be a ton of this.
I think I largely agree. I don't think I would have a year ago, but I think I agree now.
Yeah, what are they going to do? Escalate more?
Yeah, that's always my issue.
They can escalate all by them damn. What was that Tyler Perry movie? I can do bad all by myself. We don't need to give them an excuse. I know you were wanting to ask something. What was that?
Well, it's a bit of a derail. So, is there anything else that you have kind of in this direction?
If you want to finish on Ukraine, Russia, here's just some random questions about cameras. I think it might have been the first Iraq wars when we first started to get, not the first, I'm sure, second Gulf War. 2001, I think, is when we first started to get camera footage. I remember there was that one video of the sniper shot dinging off the guy's helmet as he came back, and you saw the Do you think that when we talk about like shooting soldiers that have surrendered, or you talk about, I don't want to say like committing war crimes, but doing things you probably shouldn't do, there have been a lot of things that have come out on camera where people are like, hold on, what's going on here? My assumption would be that for as much as we shouldn't, there's probably been historically a lot of this kind of stuff that has happened during military conflict just because of sheer numbers involved. Do you think that having cameras on soldiers and seeing things captured on camera, or like the confusion about can you surrender to a drone, for instance, where if you've got a soldier surrendering to a soldier, that's clearly in violation, but if a guy's surrendering to a drone, can you do that? Do you think that this is going to change people's understandings of how military conflict is supposed to be conducted, or what's right or what's wrong, or is it just like more noise? Or
People are just going to get more confused.
Okay.
Because I probably get, I get literally hundreds of emails a day. I would say I get about 100 emails a day. And people send me probably about 20 emails a day with questions, and like I can't answer it, and I get that a lot too. How come you haven't covered this? You're a Zionist shill. Like I got 24 hours in a day, and I'm already working 13 to 16 of them. I'll get to it, maybe. There's a reason why I haven't covered this. And actually, when I do a video on YouTube, if YouTube is going to demonetize this, I really got to think about it before I put this video out, because like at the end of the day, this is my job and I need to pay my mortgage, right? So I wish I was a Zionist shill. I'll be more than happy to work for the CIA. Please write me a check. You hear that, CIA? Write me a check. I will do whatever you want. But since you haven't, I'm just going to keep on being me. So when it comes to people looking at footage from soldiers, GoPro footage or cell phone footage, that to me, that is absolutely terrifying in a way, because I think that a lot of people get their touchstone of military knowledge from playing Call of Duty. Right? And nobody ever surrenders in Call of Duty. Nobody ever is crying for their mother or they're wounded. Their stomach's been cut open and their intestines have fallen out, and there's things that like you don't that you don't really see in Call of Duty that you do in real life, And I think most people, since they don't really know what the LOAC is, the Law of Armed Conflict, there's another acronym, they don't know what the LOAC is, they don't really know about the Geneva Convention, or they think they know the Geneva Convention, and it looks like this is a war crime violation, so I'm going to post on Twitter, this is a violation of the Geneva Convention. Did you read the freaking Geneva Convention? You know, it is perfectly legal to kill an unarmed soldier. Absolutely. There's only two types of soldiers that you're not allowed to shoot. Chaplains, medical personnel. Medical personnel should be clearly marked as well. Right? Two types of soldiers. If they're not armed, you know, look, if you shoot a missile at a tactical operations center, a command post, how many people in there are armed? They're armed with a ham sandwich and a cup of coffee, right? That's what they're doing in their command center. So it's perfectly legal to kill them. So a lot of people, they just don't know what they're looking at, and unfortunately that can influence the public perception of war. But we have kids who've grown up with smartphones for at least 10 years, right? The iPhone's almost 20 years old.
Yeah.
You know, now it's a second limb, right? One of the things we need to figure out is actually in the Geneva Convention, it says that you're not allowed to put soldiers on display, like public display. Right? It can't be a public curiosity. All right, once you capture a prisoner. Well, is taking a cell phone video of them a public curiosity? I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
What if you post on TikTok?
Well, like, so one of the things I've seen Israelis do is they had these captured prisoners who were like half naked and their hoods over their head, and they're making them say, you know, stuff about like, oh, I can't wait to be a gardener for the Israeli. You know, like, dude, don't freaking do that. Number one, it's humiliating. Number two, it's against the Geneva Convention. Number three, like, one day you're gonna have to go home and look at yourself in the mirror, and people wonder why I'm still single at 50. Right? So don't do stuff that you're gonna regret years from now. It's gonna make you turn toward this more than your friends and your family.
And you've got the uniform on. You are a representative of your country, and when you do bad stuff like that, people don't see an IDF soldier or a Russian soldier or Ukrainian soldier is doing something bad. It reflects on the entirety of the military that you're a part of.
Yeah.
So I think it's kind of dangerous. But I don't know how we fix that, because the soldiers are always going to sneak that cell phone out. And that actually scares the hell out of me, because one of the things I think is electronic warfare. Like, some dudes got their cell phone thinking, like, well, now I can freaking, okay, there's 5 IDF soldiers coming up over here. I'm going to drop an artillery around right here. Please.
It actually segues really well into what
Yeah.
I was going to ask about, because I feel like one of my biggest concerns so I try to not talk actually too much about foreign politics, because I don't know much about it, which is why I would prefer to ask questions, and if I say anything, I'm not an expert, so don't listen to me. But another thing that I know that I don't know enough about is like violence and warfare and like what that actually looks like. I've like made up this word to call it, because I don't know if there's a theory, so if somebody in chat like knows a theory of this, let me know. But I call it the theory of violence, which is basically our own understanding. It's like a mental schema that we have of what violence is, when it's justified to do it, what it looks like, how it feels to do it, and like when it should and should not be done. And this applies to both ourselves and others. And I feel like most people, including myself, have an exceedingly immature theory of violence, right? Like, most citizens would probably say violence bad, people who do violence bad, except maybe self-defense, and that would be like the nuanced level of understanding of violence. And then I see people trying to commentate on violence at a micro scale, like watching teens having fights or clocking each other and stuff, and watching the response there. I'm like, I don't actually understand. I've never been in a fist fight. I've never been trained martial arts. I have no idea. And then we move this to even like a large scale understanding. It feels like we have this, like, especially citizens in North America that are so sheltered from violence. Like, most people think violence will never occur to them, when it could happen to anyone at any time. How much do you think that, like, citizens don't understand about what it means to be in, like, war, what it means to be, like, a soldier, but also beyond that, how does that influence the way that specifically this kind of, like, this social media representation and the conversations that we have about it, and basically like the PR of military tactics and whatnot?
Boy, that's a pretty, you're going to find out pretty quickly that I'm not a very deep thinker. I like whiskey, I like cigars. That is a pretty big. You know what's funny is that people like you. You know, I grew up a poor kid, and you know, I never thought I was going to amount to anything. And no matter how many degrees I get, you just kind of took me back to that kid who was supposed to be a carpenter. You know, because like I guess my brain doesn't work on that level. So I think one of the questions you asked was that you know, since most people, they don't understand violence, you know, how can they relate to what soldiers are going through?
Or like
Well,
maybe
you
narrow
can't.
it down. What do we not know? Like what are citizens missing when they're watching soldiers talk about these things? And I agree, there are soldiers that do things that absolutely they're going to regret.
What's the scariest thing that's ever happened to you?
I'm probably not the best scale to use because I've had a pretty wild life. Scariest?
When
Probably
did you know
sitting
you
in my
were gonna
car when
die?
I was driving.
True.
So the first time I knew that I was gonna die,
Yeah.
like the first freaking time, I was so scared, and I had to actually, I had to load a machine gun, and it was a task I had done thousands of times, and my hands were shaking so much I couldn't actually get the feed tray cover open to
Yeah.
put the rounds in. That's how terrified I was. And the only way I can describe, like, that's one thing like a lot of people don't understand. Probably about the closest you can get to it is a car accident. You ever in a car accident and then you have that adrenaline,
Yeah.
you know, and you're shaking a little bit, and the police are there, and you're shaking, or maybe you can pull over the cops, and you know what's going to happen to you, and you're shaking. Like, I think a lot of people, they don't understand the absolute terror. And you know, and sometimes then it's okay. Like then you kind of get into the like, oh, I gotta drive down Route Irish again. You know, I don't know if the side of the road is gonna blow up, but it just becomes kind of normal after a certain amount of time, right? And I'm not even embarrassed about being so. That one time when I thought I was gonna die, I went, God, this is it.
Yeah,
You
it's
know?
very different, right? Because I've been
I
in car
will be done.
crashes. I've been in like situations where like a boat almost capsized, but it's like acute and immediate. Like the only thing that I can even begin to ground similarly is when like I had a client with schizophrenia who was being restrained because he was trying to like claw out his eyes. Sorry for all the
You
details.
have a boat?
No, I don't have a boat. I was on
It
a
was
boat.
the girl on the boat.
I was the girl
How
on
does
the boat.
everybody have a boat but me?
I
You
was
have a boat?
Miami Beach.
Oh.
But I remember like walking up because he like for some reason I was one of the only people that could help him like.
Yeah.
He also had PTSD like come out.
Mm-hmm.
But it was really intimidating because he was very violent when he was having like an episode. But I can't imagine, like, my life wasn't under threat in that situation. It was still really intimidating, obviously, to be walking up to this, like, large kid who's screaming and, like, trying to do violence. I've never been in a situation where, like, it's not just an acute, like, oops, an accident happened, and then afterwards you look back and you're like, oh my gosh, I literally could have died in that situation. You're, like, walking into a situation saying, oh my gosh, I could almost die. Which I feel like people don't understand.
That kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Knowing, oh, crap, this guy's going into a rage, and I gotta go in there until security arrives, or whatever. I gotta put him down. And you're what? 5'7", 110 pounds wet, right?
Not
Like,
quite. A little heavier, but yeah.
You know, like, yeah, I can imagine that's pretty terrifying.
Right.
I think this crazy thing is how dramatic the descriptions sound the first time somebody experiences that, and then how very like coldly it becomes normalized when they experience it. I've got a lot of friends in Ukraine and then a few in Israel that talk to me about like the first time, especially people in Ukraine, where you're getting missiles that are hitting houses on your block and you're seeing things blow up, and it's the scariest thing. And then you've got, I'm sure you've seen the Ukrainian Anna girl comes in the stream sometimes and talks, and it's just like another day, it's 3 a.m. I'm in my hallway and there's like explosions in my city, and that's just an unbelievable. It's hard being in America to imagine that like that happens and then the next day you go to work.
Yeah,
That's just like unbelievable to me. Yeah.
That is. And there was a second question you asked along that, and I actually can't remember what that was.
I guess the tie-in is basically how, because when people look at like the IDF, for example, or not to transition too much to Israel and Gaza, unless you want to go there next, but
That's the next part.
okay, perfect. When people look at like Israel and Gaza, the biggest question I've had in all of this that I'm not really comfortable answering with my like limited expertise is what is reasonable to expect from the soldiers on the ground. What are they experiencing? I have no idea. But also, like, is there indiscriminate uses of weaponry, or is there not? What is, like, the Hamas fighters, what are the civilians of Palestine experiencing? What's the dynamic between, obviously, this more guerrilla warfare that the Hamas has, versus, like, the IDF, which is a much more organized state nation? I can't even begin to understand any of these pieces, which is why I'm very uncomfortable making too much commentary on, like, the rightness or the wrongness of specifically the military tactics. And I don't know, like, what even as a citizen, what are even the beginning steps of how I figure out how to answer that question?
Boy, that's a tough one. I can tell you, I don't know. I can tell you that the average IDF soldier, if they've been there for a while, is
Dead bunnies.
they're probably exhausted, and if they're a reservist, depending on the job that they have, they're probably really sucking right now because they're making between 800 and I think 1,200 shekels a month. Like, you know, they're supposed to get a differential with their civilian pay, but of course, if you're a forklift driver, you're going to get less differential than if you're a software engineer, right? I would imagine a lot of them are like either giddy for the end game, like let's just freaking get this over with tempered by the fear that nobody wants to be the last casualty in Gaza. No soldier wants, you know, it's because now you're kind of at the point where it's like, I survived this long, and I might buy it on this next final push into Rafa. You know, I'm so close to that. So I'd imagine there's some dudes, and when you kind of get into that mindset, now it's like, now you're going to not only, say, making mistakes, now a lot more civilians could die because you're probably going to be a little less surgical.
Right.
You know, you're going to be a little less surgical because it's like, I'm going home.
So
I'm going home.
there's like less trigger discipline. There's just like less cautionary.
There might be more cautionary stuff, and by cautionary, I mean I think there's a sniper in that building. You know what?
Okay.
We got, maybe we're going to be here for another 2 weeks. Let's just freaking take down the building. Hey, we got permission to take down the building? Light it up.
Okay.
Now the average Hamas fighter, I don't know, there's different kinds of fighters, but I would say the average anti-Israel fighters, not all of them are Hamas. There's like 10 different organizations in Gaza. Sometimes they fight with each other. Sometimes they fight the Israelis. So some of them might be thinking like, oh, we didn't expect that. Like, you know, we thought this was going to be, you know, a 6-week cast lead kind of thing, and oh man, now my family's in a lot of trouble. You know, maybe I've been wounded. I'm not getting the attention I need. I think they're suffering. They might be suffering a little bit of regret, but if you truly believe that there is no God but God and Muhammad is his messenger, then you'll be in heaven soon, right? And that's something to be happy about. The average civilian is I can't even imagine, because it's like you take everything bad about Sarajevo and make it smaller, you know.
What's Sarajevo?
So I'm sorry. So in 1992, there was Yugoslavia kind of dissolved into civil war, and Sarajevo was one town that the Serbian side was shelling, and just every single day, Bosnian Serbs had to deal with being shelled in Sarajevo. I don't know if you two are gamers. Have you heard of a game called This War Is Mine?
Heard of it, but I haven't played it.
No, this game, This War Is Mine, was actually, I'm not sure if he was Serbian or he was Bosnian, but this guy who survived the Battle of Sarajevo, he developed this game. And actually, from what I understand, this game is taught. It's the first computer game that's ever been taught in schools. You go play as a civilian just trying to survive in a war zone. Average civilian, the average civilian has seen their grandfather die from because he had diabetes and he had no insulin after a certain amount of days. The average civilian there has seen people pulled from rubble because like Israel's going like, well, you know, we got daddy all baddies in this building. What do we got? We got a 1,000-pounder on an F-35. What else we got in the area? We got nothing? All right, we'll use a 1,000-pounder. All right. They've seen that. They've seen their mother who has cancer, hasn't gotten the chemotherapy in 5 months. And I'm sure there's Israelis who are listening to this going like, who cares? Tough. Don't start something you can't finish. Right? and it is tough. But you know, that's the reality of the situation on the ground for the average civilian is not good, and they're caught between a rock and a hard place. You know, there might be some situations where, and this is horrible to say, but Hamas does not want these people to leave. Hamas doesn't give a crap about these guys. Hamas wants to control Gaza and the West Bank. Mahmoud Abbas is 88 years old. He got more years in back room than he has in front of him. 88. There's not a lot left on the actuarial tables, right? So he dies, and I think the plan was that, like, look, we're going to raid Israel. We're going to grab a couple of hostages, and then when Mahmoud Abbas dies, we take over the West Bank by saying to Israel, install us as leadership in the West Bank. You get back the hostages. I don't think they counted on what happened next, which is a freaking sledgehammer in their face.
How not though? I feel like that was like obvious.
Well, 2008, 2014, the operations were a lot more limited in scope, and it wasn't this. Maybe Hamas was more, as dark as it is to say, more successful than they thought they'd be. Like, perhaps if they'd killed 100 to 200 people and captured 200 hostages, maybe it would look different, but the numbers were way too big. And the video footage changes a lot too, because now it's not just numbers. Now you've got video footage of bodies, and you've got video footage of people being killed.
I hope your stream remains monetized.
Yeah, we're good. Okay. And then
I think I'm on some kind of YouTube list.
Yeah.
I'm in YouTube jail right now, doing all day. Me and Preston Stork doing all day in YouTube jail.
My question: these get like a lot of armed conflict stuff, especially in regards to asymmetrical warfare, especially in regards to non-state actors, gets very political very quickly. It's a very broad question, but what are your opinions about state actors or state responsibility when you're operating against non-state actors that might be administering to territory, or administrators in a territory that also engage in asymmetrical warfare involving the utilization of civilians? This has been a huge criticism for Israel, that they don't do enough warning, they don't do enough distinction, they don't do enough proportionality. My question is broad. I can be more specific if you want.
No, I know exactly what you're saying. It sucks for you. War is hard.
Yeah.
You as the state actor taking on the non-state actor, you still have to abide by the Geneva Convention, even if your adversary is. And if that makes it harder, or that means you have more casualties because you're trying to do the right thing, even though the adversary is not doing the right thing, you gotta do it anyway. And I think sometimes what we've seen in Israel is that they make a calculation saying, you know what, dead Palestinian mother is not going to vote, but an Israeli mother has a dead son. And that's a horrible calculation, right? It's kind of the truth. But you know what? If it's easier to blow up this building, why risk losing 10 soldiers taking this building? Yeah, I mean, it's going to suck. And in some ways, I actually kind of blame the international community, because 10 days after it was on October 17th, 10 days after October 7th, is where Israel launched the invasion.
With that hospital. The hospital.
Yeah.
And now they're kind of like, you know what? You don't want to be on our side? We won't be on your side, my friend.
Right. Screw you guys.
Screw you guys. We're going to do it our way. And we're taking the casualties anyway, so we're just going to do it our way.
That hospital situation is such a good example, though, of like everyone's like lack of information. I think I remember like Hassan. I don't know if you know who Hassan is. He's
like a communist or something, right?
Yeah, he's like a streamer communist. He's a good friend of the stream, but he was talking a bunch about the hospital bombing and being really declarative about like the nature of the missile, what had actually occurred, and obviously like. What does he know about any of this stuff?
He's not former military?
No.
He's not former intelligence.
So. He's not even intelligent.
Then I don't think that really qualifies him to answer these kinds of questions.
Right.
It's always good to have an opinion, but I wouldn't take that as.
What?
Yeah.
I think the frustrating thing about asymmetrical warfare is it's designed to induce a certain type of international pushback, and it's frustrating how effective it is. I think that that essentially, you can ask, like, has Israel taken steps to protect the enemy, the I don't know, the enemy civilian population? I don't want to call civilians enemies, but have they taken the adversary? Yeah. Have they taken steps to reduce casualties on the other end? And I think, regardless of whether you think they've taken enough or haven't taken enough, they clearly have, more than any other military in the history of the planet.
They're not lining people up and shooting them in the back of the head.
But Hamas has taken 0 steps, if I'm being charitable, because if you're being uncharitable, they've kept people from moving different areas. They've operated out of civilian areas, even as humanitarian convoys are moving through areas. And it's frustrating to see how effective that style of engagement is, because almost all of the international condemnation squarely falls on Israel. And I've never seen, why doesn't Hamas build a tunnel for their own population? Or why doesn't Hamas do anything to move civilians? Or why haven't they built any bomb shelters? Or why haven't they facilitated humanitarian? Like, there's no responsibility on their side.
Well, they're the bad guys.
Yeah, I know.
That's kind of, you need to have the bad guys to fight against, right?
Well, wait, Israel or Hamas is the bad guy?
No, Hamas is the bad guy. I am more pro-Palestinian than Hamas.
Sure. Well, I think anybody is.
I was a guy, and people didn't like it. Israelis, messaged me when I talk about the plan for the Sons of Palestine. We arm Palestinians who can pass biometric security checks. We arm those guys and tell them, go after Hamas. You're going to form the core of a new government when all this is over with. Here's some guns. Here's some training. Go after Hamas. Go get them. Ryan Chavel Shali, you don't understand. It doesn't work like that. Well, why don't you freaking try it? Because what you're doing now don't seem to be working neither. Right? I mean, that's just me. I modeled that after the Sons of Iraq, where essentially when we were in Iraq, the Iraqis, the Sunnis, decided to kind of back out of the elections and all of the peace process. A lot of them didn't want to join the police, so the Sunnis kind of took over a lot of police and government functions. And we essentially started paying Sunni Muslims not to kill us. Here's $300 a month. Here's a rifle. Here's a week of training. Go guard this checkpoint. And I've often said, nothing stops a bullet like a job. Nothing stops a bullet like a job. So now these dudes, I can provide for my family. I'm somebody. And now we saw the Sunni Sons of Iraq give way to Shia Sons of Iraq, give way to mixed unit, Sunni and Shia Sons of Iraq. This is what we want. And now you look at Baghdad, they got the cafes opening. I mean, as of 2010, cafes are open again. People are walking around. There was this one dude, this Iraqi marshal, who said to me, Ryan, I hope one day you can come back to my country on vacation. I said, James, I hope so too. Like that, of course, I'm a big fan of the Iraqi people and their level of devotion to taking back their country. That's kind of my eyes might be rose-colored glasses because I saw what the Iraqis were capable of. And you could say, oh, the Palestinians are different. In some ways, they are. There are people who have a key, and this key is a personal totem that they keep in a box, like on the wall. This is the key to the house that we had when the Jews forced us to leave. And they've carried that key with them for 70 years, 75 years. Right? And these guys, it's tough kind of getting past that mindset. One day I'm going to get this key back. Like, where are we right now? Florida, right? What was in Florida 200 years ago? Seminoles. I don't see any Seminoles around here, and I'm sure you feel just horrible about what Andrew Jackson did to those Seminoles. But it is kind of nice it doesn't snow, right?
I don't know where you're going with this, but okay.
Well, are we ever going to give Florida back to the Seminoles? Right?
Probably not.
It's not going to happen.
Sure.
Palestinians are not getting their homes back. They're not. The ones that Israel took from them, and the ones that the Arabs evicted them from. Like, oh no, get off this land. We'll let you come back when we've destroyed the Jews.
Right.
No, that didn't work out so well, right? So they're not getting that land back, but we can turn Gaza into a paradise. We really can. It just takes a couple of dudes who want to change, and they have guns, and they go after that death cult that has strangled their nation for the past 15 years.
You mean like Hamas?
Yes. Yes. That's the death cult.
Yeah. It's just this optic thing is so frustrating me when I listen to, because I feel like, especially when you're the IDF, it's basically because we have such a bad idea of like violence. You see like the big strong guy hitting like the weak small guy, and small with like the O, and so we go like, that's really bad. And it's like, is it though? Like, is this actually bad? And this is like the question that I think I feel like I'm smart enough to go, is it though? I don't actually know. Probably not. October 7th was horrible. And not okay. And there has to be a long-term solution that can't just be like, I guess we'll just keep dropping like several hundreds of thousands of dollars to block rockets from coming into Israel indefinitely for the rest of our lives. Like, that's not the answer.
And then invade every 10 years. Israelis call it mowing the grass.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, that doesn't feel, I don't know, that doesn't feel like the long-term answer. But the optics piece of the citizen, it's really, really easy to feel bad for the small guy getting punched really hard in the face.
Yeah, that's
even
the
though
big...
we watched him like punching the big guy in the gut like over and over and over and over and over again, and cracking ribs, and like, you know, 1,500 people. How many hostages? 200 to 300 or something like that.
200
Fewer
initially.
now.
That's the whole goal in asymmetrical warfare. Asymmetry being you've got the small guy and the big guy, and internationally, it's almost always going to feel better to support the small guy, almost irrespective of the behavior that they
Like,
exhibit.
You know what they
Good.
say in an insurgency? Do you know the side that wins in an insurgency? The side that doesn't have the helicopters. It's kind of an old saying.
Explain.
Usually the country that's trying to do counterinsurgency has helicopters, and they have all this high tech.
But they don't have the embedded guerrilla fighters and the
And so how do you get that back? Well, how do you have our own guerrilla fighters? You know what? You go take back your country. You capture or kill every single one of these Hamastids, and you take back your country, and you'll become the core of the new Gaza, the core of the legislature. And your country will have democratic elections, and we'll kind of take it from there. And they could turn that country into a paradise. What do they have that many other countries in the Middle East and in the Middle East and Africa don't have? Steady access to power. They're right next to Israel. Steady access to power. Fiber optic cable. Water provided by Israel. All right? They got three things. That's the recipe for a society that can become a technical powerhouse. I could see the new Silicon Valley. They got some good engineers there. They're able to dig up pipes and turn them into missiles. Let's get them working for Apple.
I understand what you're saying, and it's an attractive prospect, I think, for a Western state of mind. But I think for a lot of the people that live in these territories, it's not a matter of we just want to be economically prosperous. We just want to be, Silicon Valley 2.0. We just want to get educated and become productive. We feel like we've lost a great deal of territory that by historical right is ours. And economics be damned, we're going to fight forever until we have it back, which I don't support, but I think the mode of thinking is more in that.
And then you and the Seminoles can get together and go bowling.
Well,
They
like
could.
that's okay. What is do you mind saying, were you active duty during any of the Iraq operations?
Yeah, I was in Iraq.
Okay. Something that you brought up earlier that I'm kind of curious about, because Kyla had a tweet of yours where you talked about how a lot of buddies of yours were upset after the pullout after Afghanistan.
Yeah, I was never in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
But there was a guy named Carl Higby who was one of my Newsmax colleagues, and it was after he watched the testimony of some of the former generals who coordinated the evacuation of Afghanistan, and he was angry. And at the time of the evacuation of Afghanistan, I was working for Accenture, and probably about 1/3 of my Accenture colleagues were former military, some of whom had been in Afghanistan. And there were guys who were, I don't want to get your stream shut down, but
You're
there were
fine.
guys who were very upset to the point where they were wondering why they are still around. Like, what do we do this for? We lost friends.
When you say upset because of people dying during the pullout, or upset because the mission seemed like it was in futility after
It
they
was in
left?
futility.
Okay.
We it's like we almost freaking had it. Almost had it. We set the Afghans up for success. We go to Kabul. 1/3 of their Shira Jirga. 1/3 of those were women. We had. Look, you're never going to see women running around in bikinis in Miami. But the women there could at least own a business. They could serve in the legislature. They could become doctors. They could become lawyers. So we almost freaking had it. maybe if it took another 10 years, took another 20 years, and like all the older people were under the Taliban got old and they died or whatever, maybe we could have turned that into something. The guys were beside themselves. Guys that were central beside themselves. I was checking on people. That was a hard day, and there are still people, you just kind of wonder like what is this for? At least I can look at Iraq and go, you know what? We have the Iraqis are like the Germans in the Middle East. Like these guys, they start businesses, they work, they're very industrious people. Iraqis are very industrious people, and that country's I think it can be a paradise too, And so Iraq worked. For lack of a better term, they're still an unstable democracy. They're getting it though. Like they're putting the pieces together.
Fuck
right?
yeah, genius.
I think that country, especially where they are and with their manufacturing and their knowledge base,
It's really starting to sink into that fucking couch.
I mean, you could have a powerhouse in the Middle East with Iraq. So Iraq worked, but Afghanistan, like you guys who gave their limbs, their buddies died.
Do you think
It's
that?
horrible.
Do you think that's ordinary that once soldiers come back from being deployed, do you think the average deployed person in active duty very closely follows a conflict, or do you think once they come home they disconnect and they don't want to hear about it?
I think it depends.
I think it
Like
depends.
there's some dudes who are just like, let's go to the next war, let's go. There's some dudes that don't want to go back, and they might like, all right, well I'm gonna get a job, doing training unit, so I don't have to at least get deployed for another 3 years. I'm gonna become a drill sergeant. So I got to go to the school that buys me 6 months, and I'll be on the trail for 3 years, and maybe this conflict will be over by then. So I think it depends on the kind of soldier and what they want to do. There are some people who are straight up sociopaths. About 2%. I would say about 2% of the military are straight up sociopaths, and they're like, yeah, let's go, let's freaking do it. I want to do it again. And that is one way of looking at it. I was more of like all right, well, I mean, I will tell you, I gave up the love of my life to go on the road. I gave up the love of my life. A woman who she said, if you go, I was doing the QRF with the Action Force, this one Fort Operating Base, and I got an opportunity to go outside the wire, and I was lifting weights every day and eating steak. I was jacked, And this opportunity came up. I know how to do this. I like it. And I told this girl, like, listen, I'm going outside the wire. And she was like, if you do that, you're not coming back to me. Now, funny story about that. I was involved in a dangerous situation. This girl was Jewish, by the way.
Is that the danger? No. Okay.
I don't know.
What? Sorry?
It was at a dangerous situation.
Oh, a lot of dangerous
So-
Jewish. Oh god.
So what's funny is that this girl, I really liked her. Like if I had gone left instead of right, a house, white picket fence, whatever. Right. Instead, I went the other way. And I say to myself like, oh, I went the other way because wanting to go to college shouldn't be a death sentence. I'm a good staff sergeant. I'm a good staff sergeant. I'm a good platoon sergeant. I know how to keep these guys alive. I can teach them stuff, keep them alive. I can, whatever, right? And the truth is that I liked it. I liked it. I mean, like that's kind of a horrible thing to say. Like, all right, I'm gonna get down on this road. I'm gonna drive down this road, and maybe you'll get me today. Maybe you won't. That's a hell of a feeling. Almost like driving in Miami. I will tell you, driving in Miami is kind of like playing.
With him, actually.
Kind of
It's
like playing
terrifying.
Frogger, but in reverse. You're the cars. It seems like people in Miami just decide, you know what? I need to be on the other side of this road right now. It doesn't matter where they are. Vaya con Dios. And they just head right across the road. Maybe you hit them, maybe you don't. Right? But I will tell you that the funny story is I was involved in one dangerous situation on the road, and afterwards, when I got home, I went and talked to my girl's rabbi, and I asked him, like, do you think maybe God has a special plan for me? And the rabbi, he looks at me and he goes, Maybe God had a special plan for someone else in the vehicle.
Oh, I'm an atheist, so don't care about that. Do you think I have questions about China, Taiwan?
Mm-hmm.
Got a specific Israel question. Got a broad, fun question. Not really that fun. And then China, Taiwan. Something I argue about a lot with people. You can tell me if you agree or disagree. Give me your perspective on it, especially since it's kind of in your ballpark. I argue a lot about whether or not soldiers are intentionally targeting civilians. Is a thing that comes up a lot when we talk about war crimes and bad behavior and everything. And a concept that people seem to have a lot of trouble with is if somebody were to tell me that a soldier shot a civilian in cold blood with a white flag up, as horrible as that is, and it is horrible, my prior assumptions on that before learning any other information is that, like, I could see that happening, especially depending on the conflict. I could totally see that happening.
Yeah.
To where there was no military purpose, just straight out just killing a civilian because they're so upset or angry. However, people take that same type of assumption and they'll apply it to airstrikes. And my understanding is when you're talking about basically any munition that's being dropped or even drone that's being operated, it's never just one guy doing this particular thing. You've got a whole strike cell top to bottom, commanders, maybe a lawyer, a ton of intel, weaponeering, a whole bunch of stuff going on, and that to claim that a particular strike was done on some civilians just to kill civilians with no other goal in mind, that I think on my end, I might have a hard time believing that maybe even, I don't even know if necessarily I would say Russia. I would say I would need a lot of information to really believe that, because that's an exceptional claim. Do you think there's a difference between these two things? Do you think I'm putting too much weight on the top-down structure, or?
So I can tell you there is a non-zero chance that you have a sociopathic soldier or a sociopathic Israeli soldier who's like, you know what, no one's around, I'm going to plug this guy. Always wanted to see what happens.
For sure.
There is a non-zero chance that happens. I don't say there's a 100% chance, but there's always sociopaths. I've met them myself. And I'm like, dude, why did you do that? You know, guys who are like right up to the edge of the wall war. There's this one guy I knew, he was a National Guard guy who he was a sniper in the Guard, and he had been a policeman in this one town, it was Princeton, and he had been involved in 2 shootings in Princeton. Princeton? How much violent crime is going on in Princeton? And you know, like, it could just be some cop who's like, you know what? I could de-escalate, and I could take the situation down a notch, but if I escalate a little bit and I shoot this guy, I'll still be justified, and I can get away with it. I want to see what happens. So I have no doubt in my mind there are Israeli soldiers who are doing that. I have no doubt in my mind there's Hamas soldiers who are doing that too. I mean, these dudes are shooting people who are cowering under desks and stuff. That takes some
Certain type of conviction.
Certain type of conviction.
Yes.
Right?
No.
So, the issue that I can see with the weaponeering is that an item like a Hellfire missile costs about $150,000. So whenever you see someone fire a Hellfire missile, just like when I talk about the javelin, when you fire a javelin, I want you to imagine a Ferrari going out a window, like in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. When you see someone fire a Hellfire, I want you to imagine a Mercedes G-Wagon falling out of the sky and crushing somebody. Because that's how much a Hellfire missile costs, about $150,000. You're not shooting them at people for the lulz. Right? If you're shooting a missile at somebody, they're probably a bad dude.
Is there a specific chain that goes up? Like, I imagine
Kill
if there's
chain!
that is the kill chain? Okay. I was going to say, if it's 150 Gs, like, I can definitely see, like, the sociopathic IDF soldier or the Hamas soldier, like, with their own gun going to places and popping somebody off.
Yeah.
But 150 Gs, I feel like there has to be enough bureaucracy to account for that type of
you're
error.
going up. So in a coin environment, you're going up. Hey, is this Daddy El Daddy? Yeah, we're pretty sure it's Daddy El Daddy. All right. Sometimes you accidentally hit Daddy El Daddy. Oh crap! You know, kind of like that was the burn after reading. What have we learned? Well, I guess we learned not to do that again. Right.
Okay.
Like sometimes that does happen. That's how the U.S. drops a bomb on a wedding party. Right. All right. Got bad intel. Sorry. It sucks. I mean, I hate to put it that way, but you know, you drop enough bombs, eventually you're going to be dropping a bomb on somebody you shouldn't be dropping a bomb on.
In terms of oversight for strikes, do you think that mortar attacks fall closer to the missile attack like chain of command, or do you think it falls closer to the individual
No,
soldier shooting?
if you're using a mortar, it's at the company level.
Okay.
You have company mortars. Company is about
Is there any check? Like, would the guy running the mortar and loading it, it's 2 or 3 man teams,
2 or
right?
3 guy teams. Yeah.
Would they have to at least check with their sergeant before they can hit the trigger, or can the 3-man team themselves?
Typically, what you get is a fire. What's called a fire mission.
Mhm.
So all that's been pre-planned out. So you have the infantry guys, and they're moving, and usually have integrated mortars, or you might have battalion level mortars. It depends on the organization of the unit.
Yeah.
But you might hit some thing, and already in your op order, your operations order, you have, all right, here's what to do if you want to request mortars, and here are the mortars that we have on standby if you do need mortars. And different units, like, hey, Alpha Company, you get priority for HE, high explosive mortars. Bravo Company, you're next in priority. But Charlie Company, you can only ask for smoke because we have all the HE, high explosive, dedicated toward Bravo and Alpha. And anyway, Alpha always gets precedent. So typically, the good guys, they find the bad guys. They need mortars. They're going to call up to the FDC, the Fire Direction Center. And the FDC is going to say, okay, what's your target? Give me the grid coordinates, description of the target, ammunition you want. You're getting whatever they give you. But you know, you can while we're dreaming, I want a pony, right? You can ask for DPICM. Doesn't mean you're getting it. So you call up your request, and they process that, and they've already figured out that the different sectors where they're allowed to shoot mortars in.
Okay.
So
there's a bit
FDC
more of a kill chain with a mortar than just a guy with a pistol.
Oh, absolutely.
But not as much, obviously, as a $150,000 missile.
No, with a $150,000 missile, there was a video. Al Jazeera put it out. I'm going to do a video on it soon, where an Israeli drone launched a missile at 4 dudes. Gone.
Oh, this just came out
Just
within
came
the past
out,
week.
and I looked at this.
They were
And actually,
walking, no
it was 2
weapons.
missiles walking, no weapons. You know, look, if you are an insurgent and you're not wearing a uniform, you're still a valid target. And I'll tell you something. These must have been bad dudes, because an ISR bird, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance bird, that kind of drone with that kind of resolution, that wasn't some company guy who threw a Raven, who threw like a small unit. That was a larger drone, right? That was dropping the rocks, right? So
And
I
there's
actually
2 of them, right?
and there was
Because
2
of the
two
second
missiles, right? So that probably went all the way up to Netanyahu. Yeah, take those guys out.
I think the frustrating thing about those situations, when you analyze them, is I just don't think people understand the strength. I argued Finkelstein and Lean about this. People don't understand the strength of the claim they're making when they say that they were civilians intentionally killed. Because you're talking about maybe a dozen or more people all saying we are going to shoot a $150,000 bomb to kill 4 civilians for no reason because it would be really funny, and that is an insanely, that would be just crazy. Impossible? No, maybe not impossible, but you're at such a level of unhinged operation in the military that you would imagine stuff like that would be occurring.
Is there
Far
any
more
level,
often.
maybe I'll play like the devil's advocate, is there any level of like bigotry, extremism? Obviously, they probably hate these guys, they've killed their family members, they've been dogging Israel forever, where a 12-man chain, or I don't know if it's 12-man, maybe that's hyperbolic, could ever say those 4 civilians, honestly, it's sketchy, it's hard to know if they're actually a problem, but, you know, screw them, let's just shoot it.
That's
Is
possible.
that, it is possible? All
so
the way
I think
up to
I think
Netanyahu?
in a case like that, what you have is, we don't have 100% confidence, boss. What do you want to do?
Okay.
Let's have it.
Or intelligence that's a little bit off, or maybe too biased in one direction, or
It was
a final
bad.
thought,
It was Batty El Daddy instead of Daddy El Daddy.
Mhm.
Ooh, we got that one wrong. Let's not do that one again, right? Or like, well, we got them, but I don't know if they were the bad guys or not, but they were probably bad guys. You know, why were they walking here? I mean, when I watched the video, there was actually another dude who was behind a wall, which I saw, and the dude like popped up and was popping down again. I'm like, all right, so you're a lookout, right? Why do you have a lookout? You have a lookout because that guy is looking out for, you know, something you shouldn't be doing. And what's funny is the lookout, after those 4 guys were hit, the lookout suddenly decided he needed to be someplace else. He's walking away like, oh, I hope I don't get a. Now, I don't know if a Hellfire was shot. It could have been they call it a spice which you can probably Google that one. It's oh god, it's I think special low cost SP, special precision. I see cost.
So
Is that the one
smaller
with the
boom.
blades or whatever that comes
No,
off?
I think you're thinking of the Ninja.
Oh,
No,
okay,
the Spice. It's a glide kit that they put on dumb bombs. Only the Israelis use it. What's kind of neat is that the Spice bomb has a seeker in it that can use preloaded photographs.
Mhm.
So like you can actually let it glide to the target and it'll figure out how it has to get there without a laser. It's like going, all right, well this picture looks similar to the picture I have in memory, so you know.
Right.
So it's probably a Spice bomb. And again, Israel doesn't disclose how much different weapon systems cost.
Yeah.
But figure a JDAM, joint direct attack munition, costs about $20,000 to $38,000 a pop. This one, since it has some of the analytics on board and pattern matching and AI on board, then you're probably talking about 50,000. So now you're talking about now you're dropping a Jeep Wrangler, Rubicon on someone.
It
instead of
sucks to change the terminology that is used for the sake of public discourse, but I really don't like the expression dumb bomb. I hate that expression because when
Yeah.
people hear and people have used the term dumb bomb,
Yeah.
they're using that to say totally unguided, indiscriminate munition, which is absolutely not the case. Just because a weapon itself might not have like a way to navigate or change, trajectory mid-flight, doesn't mean that you're shooting blindly. And I've noticed that when people talk about the war in Gaza, that gets brought up instantly. They're like, they're using dumb bombs, they're using dumb bombs, they're using dumb bombs. But it's like these are coming from planes, or they're being fired out of cannons that are like pretty accurately targeted. But
Yeah, they have a computer system that'll project a reticle, a circle,
Mhm.
on what that bomb is going to hit, and then you let that go. It just follows gravity,
Mhm.
and it's not so it's precise enough with that aiming system that you'll hit a building with a precision guided bomb. You can get through the window.
Mhm.
Right, we put a hellfire through this window right here. And then that's part of weaponeering, right? All right, do I want to take out the room? Do I want to take out the floor? Do I want to take out the building? I want to take out the room. All right, we need a small diameter bomb. I want to take out the floor. All right, we need 1,000 pounder. I want to take out the building. All right, we need a couple of 2,000 pounders at these spaces. That all depends on weapons effects on target. What you want.
Yeah. I also don't like I don't like that when people get killed on the ground, we can disprove it based on observers in the area that have no idea. So, for instance, with those 4 men that were killed by the one strike, and then without diving into and opening up a whole other can of worms, there's another strike over a decade ago where 4 kids were killed on a beach in Gaza. That Israel did, and the counter to this is Israel will say, oh, well, we had reason to believe this or that, and people will say, well, actually, people on the ground didn't see that, which isn't really a refutation of what the supposed intelligence will be. So, for instance, 4 journalists might be in a building, and they'll see, oh, well, that guy looked innocent that he got killed, so he must have been a civilian, and all of a sudden, like, eyewitness testimony on the ground will be a refutation of any of the claims made by the actual attacking party, which is also very frustrating.
There were a couple of journalists who were killed recently because they launched a drone.
That's not,
And Israel was like, these guys launching a drone. All right, well, they're wearing vests that say press. Are they reporters? I don't know. They just launched a drone. Hit them. I mean, was that the right thing to do? I mean, all right. Well, it's not beyond the pale that someone at Hamas put on a press vest. If we launch this drone, we can say that we're press, and maybe they won't shoot at us.
Yeah. What's your question?
Here's a challenging question, though. Oh, I didn't have a question. I was just complaining.
Oh,
It's
okay.
very
Okay,
fucking
you're just
irritating.
whining.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Here is a question, though. Should there be some kind of verification for... I feel like it's strange that we have no insight. So a military will never publish, for instance, or I don't believe there's ever been a publishing of how they'll do a proportionality analysis. Like, is it worth it to kill this many civilians for this type of military target? Like, people don't publish that information. But it's not inconceivable that, let's say we could hack the Israeli database and we'd look and we see their math is 500 Palestinians are worth 1 ground-level Hamas soldier. We can imagine that they would have a calculation where we would go, this is wildly disproportionate. We're not even in the ballpark of what would be acceptable. But nobody has access to that information. I don't think even the ICC, ICJ stuff doesn't dig that information out. Do you think that there should be some way that, if not civilians, at least other countries or international courts should have some oversight into how that's handled? Like, how does a country do distinction or proportionality, or?
Probably not, because that would really empower your adversaries to do things like hide among the population. Like,
Yeah.
if there's some published table of.
So as long as they set the threshold at like 10 people, then
It's always
you'll
be
move with
surrounded by
11.
10 people.
Yeah.
They would just play that game.
But then you can see the argument on the other side, right? To where, let's say that a building is destroyed. Let's say 2 Hamas operatives are killed, not leaders, not C2, whatever. Just 2 Hamas operatives are killed, and 450 civilians die.
Yeah.
And Israel goes, we didn't know that many civilians were in the building. It could be that, well, when they do their calculations, that's a totally acceptable trade-off to them, but we have no way of knowing that. Do you think that lack of insight? I understand from the operational side, the belligerent doesn't want to have to publish that information, but yeah, as a civilian or as a third-party organization or people who aren't party to the conflict, we kind of want to know to make sure that people aren't making crazy
I don't think it
systems.
would matter.
what is the ratio?
No
Like,
one knows.
who decides the life, right? I mean, that's kind of decided by
Are different lives
an
worth different
attorney.
numbers?
And, that could be dynamic. Like, hey, we're getting a lot of pressure from Washington, so now the threshold is down to 10. You can't kill more than 10 civilians for every bad guy. All right, so if we got to go over 10, we got to call the White House.
How would you ensure that a military is following proportionality assessments of what they roughly should be? If we think of like LOAC, international humanitarian guidelines, if we have no insight into any of that whatsoever.
In the American military, it's because we said we're doing it.
Sure.
And that's like I can tell you, one of my favorite stories is I've never once seen an American mistreat a prisoner. Now I'm dealing with a very small sample set, right? My own 2
I was
eyes.
gonna say, I think Abu Ghraib or whatever that
Abu
prison is.
Ghraib was horrible,
Ghraib,
and
yeah.
we punished those people.
Yeah.
And Abu Ghraib was there was this reservist MP unit that didn't really know what they were doing. They didn't know how to do corrections. And I honestly think some intel guys were like, hey, why don't you go do this? This would be cool. Do this. And they're kind of egging them on. And they were one woman was, one MP had his dog have sex with a woman. One, they were piling men in naked piles, making men masturbate, in front of women.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because when you say egg 'em on, that sounds like you're saying like sneak something dumb into this guy's food. They were doing pretty horrible stuff. A lot
They
of like
did.
sexual related
They
stuff.
did some
around- yeah.
horrible,
Jeez, yeah.
Like insane stuff.
Like, look, I can understand, look, you might be moving a prisoner. You might not be that gentle with the guy if you have to move a prisoner from place to place. But when some MP goes, I got an idea. Let's take my dog. Whoa, Bob, are you okay at home there? How do you even think of that? Like, that's never once entered my mind.
As you said, there's like people,
Right.
like military unfortunately is going to have a bit of a selection bias in that like people probably who want to do violence, who are inclined toward it and can do sanctioned violence are probably more likely to join things like police forces and military.
Yeah, and they'll give me a
than-
medal.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
Well, that is true,
But
though.
in one story I've told is there was an Iraqi prisoner who was asking me, Maya, I got this prisoner. He wants water. Now I can speak a little bit Arabic. I'm not as good as I was. I can speak a little, and I talk like an Egyptian, which is better than walking like an Egyptian or driving like one. And
How does an Egyptian walk? What does that mean?
It's a song. Walk like an Egyptian. Dun, 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 dun,
Okay,
dun,
sorry,
dun.
keep going. Never heard this.
now you
before.
got a copyright
My
strike.
bad.
Great.
Okay, yeah.
Well, it was a song by the Bengals.
Okay.
This guy was asking Maya, and I went and got him some water. He had his blindfold on, he was handcuffed. I gave him some water, and he started going cult. I was like, cult. I'm trying to think, what does that mean? Like, what word is cult? And then I realized he was saying cold, the English word for cold. I was like, Baruda? He's like, yeah. I'm like, oh no, it's Baruda Maya. They don't even give me cold water. Like, I don't have cold water. You want me to give you cold water? Like, the stone's on this guy, right? But
He wasn't like physically cold.
no, he wanted cold water.
Oh,
Like, that's all I got is warm water. They don't even give me cold water. You want freaking cold water? So that I think about that sometimes when I hear about prisoners, because like we always treat a prisoner as well. Look, you're out of the game, you're captured, you're not my problem. I'm going to treat you humanely. I'm not going to give you any special favors, but I'm going to treat you humanely. We're going to search, segregate, speed, silence, and safeguard. Get you to the rear. That's going to 5 S's, which is an acronym. We're going to get you to the rear. We're going to, make sure that you're protected and get you food. So we never did that. So when it comes to following the LOAC, we're following the LOAC because we're the American Army, and that's what we do. And there's always going to be jerks, right? There's always going to be people who are like, ooh, let me shoot
some
this guy
dumb
in
shit.
the head. I want to see what happens. Oh, did you ever see a head come apart like that? Yeah. And I got away with it.
I have a theory idea about this, and then I have a direct counter that means my theory is wrong, and then I want you to explain why it's wrong.
Okay.
I go back to my time as a gamer again. It seems like it's very easy to impersonally be mean to people. Go on Twitter, talk shit. In a video game, if somebody's typing, it's very easy to be mean to somebody.
League.
When voice chat is activated, it's really hard to be as mean as you were when you were typing, because now there's voices involved. And I feel like in real life even, depending on the demeanor of the people, it takes a special kind of person to be really mean or evil towards somebody who is hors de combat, out of service, not capable of doing anything, even in a civilian setting. To just beat on somebody emotionally or physically is really hard. It takes a special kind of horrible thing. And I feel like even in military environments, that must be true to some extent, that it's really hard to find a person to be that evil. But then my question would be is, there have been regimes with, in Vietnam War, I think in Japan, where you've had prisoners of war that were institutionally, systematically tortured or were treated horrible by the holders of the prisoners. How does that happen? What do you think is going on there?
That could just be cultural. I mean, the Germans were very proud of how they treated their prisoners. I mean, there were some prison camps where the prisoners were being fed better than the guards in Germany. In Japan, I think the idea of surrender at that time, it just wasn't a concept.
Wait, I gotta push on that. You said in Germany they treated the prisoners well generally for World War II?
During World War II, captured airmen.
Oh, maybe airmen. I've heard for pilots there's like a special type, but like in World War II, didn't they ship off? I thought they killed like 5 or 6 million Soviets in the concentration camps, didn't they?
I am not aware of that, but that might be a subject that I don't.
That's a different. Okay.
I think
that
Japan
might
is
be
notorious for like war crimes against their prisoners.
But when
specifically
you're
Zonking.
looking at how the Germans treated Allied soldiers, especially air crew that bailed out, which is really my only touchstone around this kind of thing. I don't consider myself a World War II historian.
Sure.
But I have read Stalag 17, and there was another book that came out about a castle where all the escape attempts happened from. I know that in some cases guards were being fed less than the prisoners, because the Germans, they were very proud of their martial abilities, and they were going to stick to the laws of war, and they really didn't shoot at medics, and they could be counted on to follow the law of war, at least against
The Western Front,
maybe not the
maybe.
Jews,
Okay.
but
Not against
not against the
victims.
Jews, but
Yeah.
against the Americans, against the French, British, yeah.
Okay.
But the Japanese, I think, just in their samurai culture, they said surrender. What's surrender? You don't surrender. You dishonor yourself, and you should commit harikari. Right? You commit seppuku, right? Kill yourself. I'll get you demonetized, but delete
well past
yourself,
that.
right?
Yeah.
Delete yourself, right? So I think the Japanese just had too much of a grounding in warrior shogun culture or samurai culture. So.
I guess I'm not convinced that it's cultural like at all. Like when I look at like studies of you've got like the classic like Stanford prison experiment, but more importantly to me is actually have you guys, I'm sure you've probably heard of it as well, the study, I can't remember his name right now, it starts with an M, but where they have people shocking victims.
I've heard of that. Yeah,
the
keep
training.
doing the lethal dose.
It's Milgram.
The Milgram
Which is kind of
experiment.
weird too, because it's like, hold up, I'm a grad student. I'm getting paid $5 an hour. You want me to electrocute somebody? This can't be real. Like, who did they pick to do these studies? What kind of idiot's
think
gonna
it's been-
think I'm gonna
yeah.
kill someone today?
Yeah,
Well, I
but
mean,
they-
even if you thought it wasn't real, that'd be all the more reason not to do it then, no?
No, they
Well, I
definitely
want my
thought it was
$5.
real.
Yeah.
They definitely thought it was real in the good studies, but like when you look at this, it seems like I don't know if I'm convinced that like any single person is super far away from doing atrocities. The rape of Nanking or Nanking, I always say it incorrectly, but
I think it's not good.
Nanking, yeah. I feel like there's a really interesting book on it, and one of the boys who was involved, he's like a 17-year-old boy, he's super old now obviously, talks about how within 30 days he went from being like kind of a mama's boy.
And they could be counted on to follow the law of war. at least against
The Western Front,
maybe not the
maybe.
Jews,
Okay.
but
Not against
you know,
their
not against the
victims.
Jews, but
Yeah.
against the Americans, against the French, the British, yeah.
Okay.
But the Japanese, I think, just in their samurai culture, they said surrender. What's surrender? You don't surrender. You dishonor yourself. And you should commit harikari, right? You commit seppuku, right? Kill yourself. I'll get you demonetized, but like, delete
won't pass
yourself,
that.
right? Like
Yeah.
delete yourself, right? So I think the Japanese just had too much of a grounding in warrior shogun culture or samurai culture. I'm sorry.
I guess I'm not convinced that it's cultural like at all. Like when I look at like studies of you know, you've got like the classic like Stanford prison experiment, but more importantly to me is actually have you guys, I'm sure you've probably heard of it as well, the study, I can't remember his name right now, it starts with an M, but where they have people shocking victims.
I've heard of that. Yeah,
the
keep
training.
doing the lethal dose.
It's Milgram.
The Milgram
Which is kind of weird too, because it's like, hold up, I'm a grad student. I'm getting paid $5 an hour. You want me to electrocute somebody? This can't be real. Like, who did they pick to do these studies? What kind of idiot's
think
gonna
it's been-
think I'm gonna
yeah.
kill someone today?
Yeah,
Well, I
but
mean, even if you
like-
thought it wasn't real, that'd be all the more reason not to do it then, no?
No, they
Oh, I
definitely
want my
thought it was
$5.
real.
Yeah.
They definitely thought it was real in the good studies, but like when you look at this, it seems like I don't know if I'm convinced that like any single person is super far away from doing atrocities. The rape of Nanking or Jeanking, I always say it incorrectly, but
I think it's Nanking.
Nanking, yeah. I feel like there's a really interesting book on it, and one of the boys who was involved, he's like a 17-year-old boy, he's super old now, obviously, talks about how within 30 days he went from being like kind of a mama's boy at home in Japan to cold-heartedly and uncaringly like shooting a mother and her baby and like celebrating and getting excited because he was able to kill both of them in like one shot. And so I do think that there are like psychopaths. She really wants a pet. Sorry. Good timing.
She's
Freya.
a good girl.
She is a good girl. But and maybe this is to you, I don't really see it as like this unique thing that occurs. I think it's something that has to be actively mostly refrained from in warfare. I feel like any structural institution probably more so has to steer their soldiers away from that, especially because the people who are under their prisoner of war look like the same guy who just killed their buddy, or look like the same people that they're being kind of taught to ignore and kill over and over and over, especially in like World War II. And maybe that doesn't translate to modern warfare because we're so much further away from the people that we're killing. But I don't know. I don't know what you think about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. I think that there is so. There was a guy named Lieutenant Colonel Steve Grossman who wrote a book called On Killing, which a lot of people say is a bunch of BS. But one of his ideas is it's called operant condition. So back during World War II, study was done. Some people say the study was flawed. That only 20% of all infantrymen actually shot their rifles at the enemy.
Right.
And then by Vietnam, that ratio is up to like 90%. And that's because by Vietnam, we have these pop-up targets. Right? Target pops up, you see it, you shoot the target. There's a sensor that detects the bullet, the target goes down. Pop-up targets, right?
In training.
In training. And during Vietnam, like the advent of these, nothing on the battlefield looks like a bullseye. Back in World War II, we were teaching people how to shoot bullseyes. Well, it looks like a bullseye? Nothing, right? So now you're trying to shoot at a dude. And what's crazy is dudes, like they actually do look a lot like these pop-up targets. It is kind of weird. They pop up. Oh my God, that's a, And it's surprisingly effective. But one of the things he says is that we never teach people that killing is okay. The killing, and I don't like it because he goes into like make it a righteous kill. When you stand before your maker. Okay, I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Right? But we never teach people that it is ethical to kill. That's just not something that the Army does, and that's one of the things one of the reasons why PTSD may be so widespread, because we tell people for 18 years killing is wrong, killing is wrong, killing is wrong. And we give them a 13-week course, we hand them a rifle, and we go, okay, go kill, over there, go kill. Doesn't work. They might be able to reflexively kill because they have that operant conditioning. Target comes up, target goes down, right? But then afterwards, oh my God, I just killed some dude. oh my God, I just shot this guy. His intestines fell off, and he was still running. His intestines were trailing out behind him, and then he fell on the ground dead. And they gave me a medal.
Right.
They don't teach you how to deal with that.
Edgy
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Not really edgy. I don't want to call it edgy, actually. I think it's an interesting question. Do you think that civilians should be forced to watch hardcore military videos before they make votes or decisions on if we should go to war with countries?
No. Like, forced? What are you gonna do? It's like what was that? Clockwork Orange? You put their eyes open like that? They gotta what? No.
Why?
Absolutely not.
I think they should be.
Now I was saying, why do you want them to?
I knock yourself out. I don't think you can force anybody to do anything.
Well,
You know.
Well, within reason for us. Why do
Yeah.
you want civilians to have to see that before they vote on military actions?
sometimes I feel like it's interesting, but ever since World War II, I think we were very much a country at war, and then probably past World War II, the conflict feels a lot more foreign,
Yeah.
and especially once we hit first Gulf War, second Gulf War, stuff is just kind of happening. People don't have much of an idea about it, and I feel like when the American mind is thinking about foreign policy, it's very short term.
Yeah.
And the idea, I guess, of a population, a democratic society, because we are, that we vote on things that could be having unbelievable impacts on other people's lives. It's interesting to me sometimes that a person might vote in favor of invading, coupping, destroying a certain country, but they couldn't even watch a video of a person dying or something related to it happening. Like,
Not everybody does that anyway. I mean, Army's tooth to tail ratio is something like 1 to 5, I believe. So tooth to tail, meaning tooth, meaning the guys who pull the trigger. Tail is all
The bureaucratic.
logistics.
Yeah.
That feed them, they give them the dental care, the equipment to go fight. I want to say it's 1 to 5. I did a video about this, so it goes back and forth. Logistics. So, like, when you want to get technical, 4/5 of the Army is logistical. They're never going to shoot anybody, ever. You know, they're dealing with like, hey, my job is to move these pallets from here to here. You know, like that's kind of. So, for the most part, like, the only people that ever see the horrible combat is the infantry guys, the armor guys, and the cav guys.
Do you think
if
that
you change your mind significantly based on seeing videos, do you think you have a right to vote for it otherwise? Like, does
You
it
don't
sound-
vote for that, right? I mean, it's Congress that decides whether.
Well, but I mean, we vote for our
the
congressmen. We
president.
they roughly try to track on to what we want as a population.
Hey,
yeah.
that kind of sounds like. You've been playing what was that thing? Hellraisers 2 or something like
Oh,
that.
Helldivers?
Helldivers. Everyone, Helldivers manage democracy, right?
I'm
Watch
35
these
now.
videos and
I'm an
make-
adult. I don't play video games anymore, but I've heard of the game. Yeah.
I don't play video games either, but I know of Helldivers because it appeared all over YouTube within just minutes. I guess it's a really good game.
Yeah.
But Hellraiser, God, I'm showing my age. That was a big movie back in the 90s.
Series of movies. The
Pinhead.
and the box. Yeah. Remember
Puzzle
that.
box.
Yeah, it just feels like even the 4-to-1 is interesting to me as somebody who's done, like, obviously addictions is very different, but the experience of being like a frontline worker in addictions can be extremely frustrated by the bureaucracy behind you making policies and decisions where you're like this is, I think even in the military, I could be wrong, but my understanding is like there's a very large tension between like the sergeants and like the frontline workers versus officers who are in offices and doing all the pencil pushing and stuff because they don't really understand each other. And I feel like there's this interesting question of like if we understood better what these like frontline guys were experiencing, going through, and what we're asking of them, like what the gravity of what is going on was understood, not just through the whole bureaucracy of the military, but into the citizens as well, would it change the way that like all of us are engaging in like warfare specifically? And I don't really know the answer. I suspect that we would engage in some of the wars just identically, and others we might like pull back from. But it's something that I worry about, like especially in the age of misinformation. With TikTok and whatnot, that the citizens' lack of understanding of what this front guy is experiencing and the decisions and the four-fifths that go in behind him to making certain decisions creates this massive gap in decision-making, in major political democratic decision-making, which means that like our voters are weighing in fundamentally on things that they can't even begin to fathom what they're weighing in on, which feels like an uninformed populace.
Yeah, I mean, I would certainly say that a lack lack of military representation just in general is a big problem. I mean, the past 2 presidents, 3 presidents, George H.W. Bush was the last president who had military experience. And even then, it was like a year as a fighter pilot in the National Guard. You know, they called the Champagne Squadron. You can just imagine what's going on there. Right? Oh, we fly interceptors that were obsolete 10 years ago, and we, live the good life not in being in Vietnam, right? But President Obama never served in the military. President Trump never served in the military. President Biden never served in the military. Now, I don't think that it's necessary for you to serve in the military to serve our country as a politician, but it certainly does help give you some idea of what's going on the ground. Right? I think probably the last politician, there's something like, what's the guy's name with the eye patch? Dan Crenshaw. Crenshaw, he was a former Navy SEAL. Like he's seen combat. Real honest to God combat. Democrat.
I mean, McCain did
pilot.
as well, right?
Yeah, Tammy Duckworth. Tammy Duckworth lost both her legs. I think she was a UH-60 pilot. Lost both her legs. I want to say it was in Iraq.
I will say, in his defense, at least Biden had family that served in the military. Biden's children, yeah. McCain was also, prisoner of war for Vietnam.
Yeah, I remember him saying, like, I'm all for reunification of Vietnam, except that guy used to torture me.
Yeah. It was pretty severe, too. His story, I think, was pretty exceptional. Like, I think he got captured. He refused to release or to do videos because he was a pretty well-known person, such that they wanted to do propaganda.
He was an admiral's son, and the Vietnamese wanted to release him. And one of the things every single soldier knows is it's called the Code of Conduct.
Yeah.
And part of the Code of Conduct is that you must be released in the order in which you were captured. They wanted to release McCain before everybody else, and he said, no, do not release me. I will not go. Because other people who are captured before me are supposed to be released first. And actually, that's the whole thing. They take a picture. You actually have like a safe word. Like if you're ever captured and the special forces kick in the door, they'll say something. What's your favorite restaurant? Taco Bell. And that's how they know it's you, right? You write down some answers to questions. What was your first pet? Right? It's like trying to get your password back. Except special forces.
Any other last questions that you had before we wrap up?
Wrap up.
All right. If
Hold on, I
if
gotta
you're ready to
mind-
go for another
Wait,
2
no,
hours,
we
then I'm
won't.
going to go to the
I
bathroom.
got just a couple other. You can use the restroom real quick if you want to. I got another couple topics. Okay.
Sure. I'll go to the bathroom after this.
Okay. Okay. Slow down then. So we talk a lot about there's a thing that everybody says they don't talk about, but we kind of talk about it, but nobody's serious about it, which is cyber warfare. We spoke about it a little bit yesterday. But there's another topic that nobody really talks about that's also interesting to me, and I'm curious how much these play into each other, is space warfare. The launching of satellites, the disabling of other satellites, the attacking satellites in orbit. I guess, because I've heard the cyber warfare stuff a lot, and I'd be curious to get a couple of your takes on that. But I'm also curious, do you study or do you know anything about the coming battle for space, for satellites?
Yes.
I
made a whole video about the Space Force. There are people who don't like President Trump, but if he has one saving grace, he is 100% absolutely the founding of the Space Force. When you have the Air Force is going to Air Force, right? And for the longest time, kind of space is in the Air Force domain. Well, who's eventually going to rise to the top of the Air Force? It's going to be a fighter pilot, right? You need a different branch that knows how to gain promotions based on their knowledge of how to operate in space. One of the smartest things we did was create a Space Force. I know this wasn't President Trump's idea, but he's the guy who got it across the finish.
A lot of people made fun of it just because it was President Trump, but I've heard a lot of...
It was a good idea. It was a good idea. And, the Space Force, they have basically 2 missions. The responsible use of space, meaning we're not going to put any more space junk up there. We're going to manage the space junk we have. And also, we're going to deny our adversaries access to space when it comes time to war. And the Space Force actually has teams that go out. I forget which Space Delta it is. But they have teams that go out and embed with Army units, Marine units, or Navy units. And so we can give them space capabilities. The commander needs imagery. They send up a space tasking request. I think it goes to Space Delta 8. and they say, all right, where is this task request need to go? Okay, we need to degrade the sensors of this enemy satellite. Where is this enemy satellite? And there are ways to degrade that enemy satellite without using any kinetic actions, so we're not putting up the space junk. There's ways of degrading that adversary satellite so that it doesn't create more debris, and we can operate without the adversary seeing what we're doing.
Okay. As a quick question,
Mhm.
actually, when you talk about like shining a laser on something and destroying it, would you consider that kinetic action or no? Okay.
Yeah, you're destroying something. I mean,
Okay.
the kinetics may be photons, but it's still kinetics. Right?
Okay. So the physical destruction of anything you'd say is
Yeah,
kinetic
exactly.
action. Gotcha. Are people worried about what satellite to satellite combat might look like, or do we typically think of like from Earth to satellite disabling stuff, or
I think people are worried, and you should be worried. I don't know if you've heard of Kessler syndrome, where one satellite gets destroyed, and it creates this big debris field, which destroys another satellite, and then pretty soon it's like Wall-E, where the entire Earth is surrounded by debris, and we can't go into space for 150 years. That's bad. You can't do that. Right? But we might be able to degrade adversary satellites through certain electronic methods that allow us to deny them access to those particular assets. Put it that way.
do you have any strong thoughts on whether or not Elon Musk should be enabling Starlink for countries like Russia operating in Ukraine, or what that should look like, or how strange that is that a single man is in charge of? Yeah.
That's a strange one. I yes, we should totally allow Russia to use these satellites. Absolutely. I don't know. I sometimes I don't know what Elon Musk is thinking, which is funny because I drive a Tesla. It's the best darn car I've ever owned. I absolutely love my Tesla. I would actually say absolutely no. Russia should not be allowed to use Starlink. I don't think they are. I believe that Starlink is geofenced, so you can actually use it in Russia. I think there have been some pictures of Starlink terminals, and I think it's a psyop. I think that's a psyop. We bought these Starlink terminals for our brave soldiers in Ukraine. Like, I don't know if that's actually happening or not. Because look, at the end of the day, Elon Musk may be somewhat of a loose cannon, but he still knows what side his bread is buttered on, and that side is SpaceX. Right?
I think there might be federal restrictions on what he's allowed to do in terms of servicing adversaries to the United States or something. I thought there was like
the guy has a security clearance. So one of the things, so what's funny is I actually have to report you because you're a Canadian and you offered me a trip down here. So I have to mention that I've had contact with a foreign national. And you offered me a hotel room and all these other things. You're fine. I'm fine. You're fine. We're fine. I just have to let the government know I talked to you and you offered me something. Right? I'm glad I found out you were Canadian because you just admit everything, you're going to be fine.
If you can
Wait,
help
you
them
know
out
you
to
know
that,
that
though.
she has Iranian citizenship, right? She talked to you about this before.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You're Iranian
No, I'm just-
citizenship?
I'm
Okay.
no.
Well, in that case, it's fine because I admit it. I go, all right, well, she's Iranian. And actually, you know what? There is an Iranian woman, Anna Esposito. I don't know if you can look her up or something. She is an Iranian woman who serves in the Florida legislature. And, her and I were never going to come to an agreement on guns. But I will tell you that she is the most genuine person I think I've ever met. Because I was, back when the Masha Amini protest started, I had no idea I had so many Iranian fans. They're all writing me, Ryan, teach me how to make a bomb. All right, look, number one, I don't know how to make a bomb. And if I don't know how to make a bomb, you don't know how to make a bomb. If you don't know how to make a bomb, you should be making a bomb. Because there's no such thing as a bomb maker got a B, right? You're graded pass-fail on this one, okay? And, a year after the Masha Amini protests, and actually during the Masha Amini protests, I just happened to release the entire Iranian police radio spectrum. Be ashamed if someone created a jammer, right? I tried what I could. I tried to help the protesters, and God bless them. I love my Iranian fans. Their government, not so much, but I don't like them either. But this one woman, Anna, you can probably look her up again. Anna Esposito, I want to say her name. She has a Twitter. Anna's great, and she made a video on the anniversary of Masha Amini's death. where I let her speak for like 50 seconds. She's a Muslim and she is a representative, I think, in Orlando, an Iranian American, and very passionate about women life freedom, which is the rallying cry of the protesters in Iran who were. Look, the Iranians, I was evaluating this just in case we could ever take people to The Hague for war crimes, but looking at young people, men and women, the Iranians, they were the Basiji militia, which are basically Iranians that are paid thugs. They were shooting birdshot at protesters.
Mm-hmm.
Birdshot is a type of shotgun round that you use for clay pigeons, like you shoot,
Yeah.
Stephen. But
Do you shoot clay pigeon?
Yeah, you use birdshot for trap shooting. You're not using buckshot.
they were using birdshot on protesters.
But you'll kill somebody, right?
You
Birdshot
could,
with a-
but
You're
really,
gonna
they're
damage
just
them a lot,
you're gonna
though.
damage them, and you're gonna have 20 of these BBs, 20 of these little BBs inside you, and then when you go to the hospital to get them removed, you're gonna get arrested. And man, I gotta tell you, one of the hardest things I ever had to do. I had these Iranians writing me, telling Ryan, teach me how to fight back, teach me how to make a bomb. You wonder why we have the Second Amendment, right? Like if every Iranian was able to meet every Basiji with a gun, situation might be a little different. But there is gun ownership in Iran, but it's mainly hunters and stuff like that. But that was hard. It was hard. But Anna, I get it. You can probably Google it, right? Can't remember. I mean, it starts with an E.
Yeah, people link to
Orlando.
Wikipedia. Yeah.
Yeah.
Broad question, I guess. We don't have to
Mhm.
get too deep into it. I'm just curious on a final topic. Do you think that
Wait,
do you think that
did we get into cyber warfare yet?
we talked we didn't really talk much about it, but
I can talk about it. I don't have to.
You do
pee
your
yet.
question.
I don't have to pee yet.
I'm just broadly curious. Do you think that China, Taiwan, do you foresee that in the next 5 or 10 years being
Yes.
a big?
Like actually for real this
Yeah,
time?
I see one of two things happening. Either this year, around October, China will launch a missile strike against Taiwan.
What's changed?
There's an election.
That's the main thing.
Yeah. And they have the weapons. They're not going to be able to invade, but they'll launch a missile strike. And
Yeah.
say, look what we can do. We can raise the world price of computer chips just by salvoing a couple of missiles.
Yeah. Will they target like a military area or
Well,
something?
probably target like chip fabs, maybe the military.
Okay.
So they might do that around October, and because what's President Biden going to do? Is he going to go to war a month before an election? Right? Probably not. Right?
So you think
Probably
it'll be this year, October?
It could be, or it will be in I think 2026, 2027, and they built up enough forces and they've had enough time to train and they've built up their amphibious
And
capabilities. Again, it's
in the 100th anniversary of the People's Liberation Army founding.
How do we do this thing? How do we coordinate different brigades? What actions on the beach?
Yeah.
And do Taiwan, if Afghanistan and Vietnam got married and had a baby, that would be Taiwan. Because you've got it's basically Afghanistan with leaves. You want to talk about ISR? Good luck doing your ISR, your intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, trying to find Taiwanese dudes who are underneath that leaf canopy in the west part of the country. Good luck with that. That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
And every Taiwanese dude knows how to use a gun. Every single one of them. And a lot of their women too. A lot of their women are in the reserves. They want to be there.
So we talked a bit about before, I think Stephen mentioned this, how I think for like my entire life, I know, I've been hearing about China is going to go to war, China's going to go to war, China's going to go to war. And now you're projecting it in the next year or the next like 2 to 3 to 4 years. So the question is, what's changed that China's ramped up its like military presence? Is it just training more? Is it investing more? Has there been something that's like majorly shifted?
Training capability, TikTok's a factor.
TikTok
is a weapon system. It is a weapon system that is deployed by the People's Republic of China. It is a weapon system no different than a cruise missile. It is a weapon system that can militarize people in the U.S. to go against the U.S. interests. It is an incredible weapon system.
So you think TikTok is one of the things that's like the nascence or like the driver towards like a Taiwanese war?
Not a driver, but it's certainly a psychological operation. I mean, Google or look at the Uyghurs, Uyghur Muslims. Uyghur. I'm sorry.
Uyghur.
Uyghur. Sorry. I'm from Jersey. I can't even speak English.
You're good.
All right. Look at try to find Uyghur Muslims with a Tiananmen Square massacre on TikTok. What do you think's going to come up?
Is there really nothing about that on TikTok? Is that true?
Find out for yourself.
I don't install it on my phone.
Do not. Yeah, that's exactly it. When I did a recent video on TikTok.
Nick, look it up. Can you find
When
it?
I access TikTok, even a business account, I did it inside a virtual machine behind a VPN. That's how deathly afraid I am of this. I'm the software cyber guy. Matt Taibbi, the journalist, Matt Taibbi actually made fun of me. He said, "Well, he doesn't know what he's talking about." I need to go get a journalism degree too. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go, buddy. I kind of do know what I'm talking about when it comes to cybersecurity. And when you have something like TikTok, I guarantee you, a day after a Chinese invasion, you're going to see a couple of things. One of the first things you're going to see before the invasion is you're going to see China trying to change public attitude about giving blood. Right now in China, people don't give blood. It's actually a pretty big problem. Just culturally, you don't give blood in China. Right?
It's like blood, like special or something.
It's just like culturally, like you don't say the number 4 because it means death.
Okay.
13, and there's no 13th floor. It's just culturally in China, you don't give blood. So when China starts putting out propaganda saying like it is for the good of the nation to give blood, that's when we know, okay, it's coming. They're trying to change this attitude towards civilians giving blood because there's going to be a lot of wounded in Taiwan. Taiwan is like a porcupine. Good luck. There's going to be a lot of wounded soldiers, and they're all going to need blood. And where's that blood going to come from? It's going to come from the Chinese people, right? Maybe the army, but that's going to be one of the first signs.
Would we even see it though? Because my understanding is that there's like TikTok, and then there's kind of the American version of, especially after like Project Texas, that there's like a pretty big siphoning in that. Like, I'm pretty sure like there's a whole TikTok section dedicated to this is what people on Chinese TikTok get to see. So would we even like see anything like this?
We have people inside of China that'll let us know.
Right. But do you think that like TikTok, because you said it's like the most major cyber weapon, do you think that TikTok after like Project Texas is siloed off enough in the United States to actually be, because obviously, what is it, Mr. Chu? Xiao Chu is like the head of TikTok in America. When he was grilled by the Senate like just recently again, he was very clear that he's saying like no data has ever been given to China from TikTok. You just don't believe
He can
him?
say, no, I don't believe him.
The problem also, I've only watched one of those hearings. You're pretty familiar with like cryptocurrency, right?
I built a whole cryptocurrency.
Yeah, that's right. You did say that. Yeah. Have you ever heard somebody try to call somebody out for a crypto scam who doesn't really know that much about cryptocurrency?
I don't know if I've seen that. But
It's the conversations are very they're very telling to where the person who's done the scam can always evade responsibility because the guy calling them out doesn't really understand what they're asking.
Yeah.
And I saw at least one with the TikTok owner, the American owner. I don't this guy that you were mentioning being questioned by Congress, and the questions were. It was too vague. It was like, could TikTok interact with your TV? And it's like, well, if your phone has Bluetooth or something, of course it doesn't.
We're talking about old white men,
Exactly,
who are like, I'm sure their assistants answer their email.
Yeah, the technological sophistication isn't there to ask the really important questions.
You could probably look this up. I don't know how many members of Congress are software engineers, but I'd say it's close to 0. I mean, there's only one electrician in the House. I think it's Bob Menendez.
Right.
He's the only electrician. He's probably going to be out soon because of corruption, right? Imagine that, a corrupt union electrician.
Yeah.
Who'd have thought? A corrupt union electrician from New Jersey.
Yeah.
I would be shocked.
But a lot of these hearings are like, in many ways, they're like more for like public support than like.
Yeah, you're not really getting to the bottom of things. The thing that scares me about TikTok, I did a video about the APAC, APAC. It was the American Palestine Arab Coalition or something. And they were talking about how we're going to block the MV Cape Orlando. I'm sorry. They were going to block the MV Cape Orlando from leaving port in Oakland to go because it had weapons on it that they were going to deliver to Israel. And so people like glued themselves to the ladder of the MV Cape Orlando Like, you know, sometimes these problems have a way of working their way out, right? But you know, I actually did a whole video about the MV Cape Orlando, and I don't know if you know much about the Panama Canal, but right now it is a biblical drought in Panama, and the gates, the locks to the Panama Canal are really low, and so they're having trouble. Like, I think the shipping traffic is down by 1/3. Right. So like,
is it like system malfunctions or?
no, it's just they need water, they need rain.
Oh,
They need rain.
it's just
There's
too
a
dry.
drought in Panama. They need rain to refill the lakes that feed the locks
Yeah.
in the Panama Canal. And so, like, MV Cape Orlando is in Oakland. Like, if you're going to Israel, wouldn't it make sense if you're going to Israel with weapons, wouldn't it make sense to leave from the East Coast? Just putting it out there. It's like these people in APAC never freaking looked at a map. And I made this whole video about these guys are idiots. But they were somehow convinced to go glue themselves to the freaking pilot ladder of the MV Cape Orlando to prevent it from leaving. Now, all you need is I guarantee you that the day China invades Taiwan, the very next day on TikTok, you're not going to see anything pro-Taiwan, and you're going to see, you know, Unity Taiwan. I'm trying to come up with a river to the sea analogy. I'm not a poet. Right?
I understand what
But,
you're saying. I think it would be more sophisticated than that, though. At least looking at how Russians do it, I don't think you would see pro-unity Taiwan, and I don't think you would see anything like that. I think you would see things saying like, "Does America need to involve itself in another war?" Or "Why don't we take care of our people at home more than we do the Taiwanese?" Or "Why do we care more about these people than our poor and homeless?" I think these are the types of divisive messages that play really well.
I guarantee you, the chip in that freaking iPad, that you've been tapping on, that was made in Taiwan.
Probably.
That's why we care about it.
Yeah.
We can't run our country without Taiwan.
Yeah.
Taiwan and the U.S. And plus, they're a democracy. At least now they are. They weren't at first, but now they are. And we kind of have. You know, look, are we the leader of the free world or not? You know, it's kind of one of the things we got to step up to the plate. Are we the leader of the free world? You talk about America first. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Yeah, America first. Let's bring back American manufacturing, like Bunker Branding is trying to do. Right? Bunker Branding, making T-shirts in America. Fantastic. I love that idea. But you know what? We're going to be the leader of the free world. That might mean we got to step up and make some hard decisions and say, you know what? This is a democracy right here. Don't touch it. And if you touch it, well, we're going to come get you.
I agree.
Kilmesh.
We got you some return gifts. I don't know anything about cigars.
Oh my God! Thank you so much.
Apparently, you like this brand of
These
cigars.
are Macanudo. Okay.
You gotta ask me. You gotta answer my question before I give these to you.
Okay.
Okay. Why are they different sizes?
I have no
going on
idea. I have no idea. One might be a pyramid. One might be a
You don't know?
Toro.
Didn't you get him those gifts?
One might be.
I don't know why
You
they're different sizes.
Thank you so much. What I'm gonna give you, these are the white series too, which are actually really good. So you see that? This is a Toro size white series. Thank you.
Absolutely. I was gonna get you the blue or pink series, but I know how cheap those are.
So I am gonna give you a Ryan McBeth challenge coin, which has my butt on it, accurate to the hair.
Nice. Congrats.
Okay. I don't know. I have no idea. A coin?
A coin.
Okay.
So in the
With actually your butt on it?
it is actually my butt. Can you want me to go get it right now?
If you really want to, if you
Okay.
can make it over there without falling over, yeah.
I'm gonna go grab. All right. So
Freya.
funny story about this. So Kyle, I'm gonna give one to you,
Okay.
and
Freya thinks
Steven,
they're
I'm gonna give
treats.
one to you. Now, in the military, you give a coin to someone in the hand. So shake their hand. Shake their hand like that.
Okay.
All right, and you say thank you.
Thank you.
And then I'm gonna give you a coin. Shake your hand. I'm gonna say thank you.
Okay.
So this coin, I don't know whether you can close up on this. Close up. So this coin has my head right here, and then it has my butt accurate to the hair right here. And this is something I did back when my channel first took off. I made this video about why Russian soldiers are butt pillows. Now at the time I made this video, yes, that's my ass right there. It was created. That was drawn by a woman. I think on Twitter her name is Shellapede. Her name is Chelsea. She's an artist, and she draws like lesbian body transformation pictures.
It's a very particular, precise. Okay.
Let me tell you something. I think she's a fantastic artist,
Yeah.
and
You love the lesbian transformation.
well, the subject is a little esoteric. I think she's a great artist, and she drew me my head and my ass.
This is her lesbian art. for
I
the
yeah, her
straight white
lesbian
man?
Shellopede on Twitter. But she did a great job with that coin. And so when I first started this, about a year after I started my YouTube channel, I made a video about Bitcoin. I built my own crypto system to show people, like, hey, if you invest in a crypto system, that's cool, but be aware, like, people like me could have developed it in 2 weeks, and here's how it actually works. Here's how you do proof of work. Here's how you do this. Here's how you do that. So you create an NFT. I built all that, and I put it up on GitHub. So, I have almost 260,000 followers on YouTube. I think I have 500 followers on GitHub. Guess what I'm doing? Right? So I what's funny is that
So how much is the butt coin worth?
how much? So
Is it connected to the Bitcoin at all?
no. So in the Army, when you do something really good,
Yeah.
but not so good that you get like a medal, you might get a coin. Funny story. So that I was in the best unit of the Russian Army, which is a unit that's actually an American unit. So 1st and 4th Infantry in Hohenfels, Germany. I was with these guys. And essentially, you're the bad guys. You're the bad guys so NATO can practice attacking against you. And I remember this one time. It's early in the morning, freaking cold. It's Germany. It's October. Oh man, this sucks. And I had a Nutrigrain bar. Oh, one of those Nutrigrain bars. Delicious, especially the blueberry. Right? And I was saving this Nutrigrain bar. Now, we're the bad guys. We're the Krasnovian army at the time, right? So NATO is going to be attacking us. We don't know when they're attacking. I open this Nutrigrain bar. I'm like, oh, I'm going to have the greatest breakfast ever. Can't wait to eat this Nutrigrain bar. Been out in the box for like 2 weeks. Right? NATO attacks. A Bradley fighting vehicle comes up the hill to where our OPLP, our Observation Post Listening Post is. And I'm the anti-tank guy, so I get out and I drag an anti-tank missile, which is really a Russian Sagger. American Dragon pretending to be a Russian Sagger. I get out this missile, and the Bradley's coming right toward me. Hit that primary safety, hit that trigger. That West cartridge goes off. And we're playing laser tag, basically. Right? We have lasers on our simulated weapons. It hits the Bradley. And the light goes off, so the smoke
none of this
comes out.
is real.
No, you're
this
not.
is a
no.
training.
This is
all
a training
it's all
exercise.
training.
It's real. It's real. But it's a training
but it's
exercise.
training. I was
We're
like-
shooting lasers at each other like laser tag. Bradley comes up. I shoot the Bradley. I get a mobility kill. A little light starts going off in the Bradley to let me know the Bradley has a mobility kill. Drop that dragon. And I pick up my rifle. And the ramp. Mobility kill means the crew is dead, but the men inside the Bradley can still fight. Ramp comes down. The guys start coming out. I take my rifle and I start shooting. It's like Saving Private Ryan. These guys are coming out of the ramp of this armored fighting vehicle. I'm picking them off. Final guy to come out of the armored fighting vehicle was the oldest E6 staff sergeant I had ever seen in my life. Guy looked like he was 70. He comes out of this Bradley fighting vehicle, and he has a plugger. And back in 1994-ish, plugger was a GPS system. It was roughly the size of this bottle of bourbon. Right? There's this plugger, and it's attached to his thigh, and it's like banging on his thigh. And I finally shoot him. My laser hits his sensor, and his sensor goes off. Meaning he's dead. And when you hear that sound, you're supposed to take a key out of the transmitter, laser transmitter in your weapon. You put the key in your harness. It turns off the sound, and you're dead. You take off your helmet, put your helmet on the ground, and you're a casualty. This guy, I shot him. Takes off his helmet, throws it on the ground. He goes, "Thank God!" I don't know what his day was like, but it couldn't have been good. And later on, I got a medal for killing my first tank, and that was the only armored vehicle I ever destroyed. 20 years as an anti-armor guy, never fired around an angle, but I got a coin for it. And so today, when you give a coin to someone, it's a way of saying thank you. And you know, one of the ways I would love to end this, I know this is your show, but I wanted to come on here because I think that God gave you a gift. That you are this important figure today that is teaching younger people how to think critically. And you have the best fans I've ever seen on the internet. And I'm honored to have been invited on your show.
Well, hey, thanks for coming. I'm honored that you came. You've got a fascinating background. You've got a lot of information. And I can only do what I do because people like you decide to talk to me. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Where can they find you online?
Well, you can find me at on YouTube, Ryan Macbeth Programming, or go to ryanmacbeth.substack.com to see all the stuff that I can't show you on YouTube. And hopefully this show won't be demonetized either, because right now I'm in YouTube jail.
Awesome. Well, you know, I thank God for you too, Stephen. Any wrap-up notes? Any things that people need to know in your community?
Nope. Think we're good.
Any logistics?
Well, I'll talk about it on stream. Thanks a lot for coming. And yeah, I'll talk to you in the future.
Check out Bunker Branding. There's lots of cool stuff. If you want some cool swag and merch, I think it's all clothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Thank you so much. And check in for episode 3. It should be on April 5th. We've got the Krasenstein twins coming on, so look forward to
For a few hours. Very excited for that. Oh my, that's crazy. Sorry, that's just can't wait to feel your body against mine.
Alex is also
Why were they sending a bunch of heart emojis if they didn't like it or something? Before he confesses love for them, well, I mean, a lot of the time people have sex or something before they express feelings for each other. Physical attraction is like one of the first things people fucking express towards each other, right? Like, I don't. He's an AGP freak. Literally, it's hard to be near this person. I mean, you could say that, but like, this person wanted to be with them, like near them. So like, what? I just don't understand. Like, they wanted to be near him. They're an adult, I assume. Like, I'm having a hard time understanding where the predatory behavior is. Once again, like, a power imbalance only matters if that power imbalance is abused. In this case, like, someone willingly consented to texting him about this stuff that was an adult. Apparently. Or were they not an adult and this person's just not saying it for some reason? Like, I just don't understand that. I'm having a very hard time understanding what's going on here.
completely oblivious to the issues with these conversations, as the document states. They also exchanged photos of each other, with DB sending photos of themselves that were not suggestive at all, but Alex sent multiple photos that were very suggestive, one of which allegedly showed his bare ass, and in another screenshot blatantly admitted to being hard while taking the photos. Alex would also participate in conversations about how
What was
him and
that
DB
DM?
should meet up in real,
Is that the one being hard to address?
which allegedly showed his bare ass, and in another screenshot blatantly admitted to being hard.
Well, it's hard taking those pics for you. I was trying to subtly show you how slutty I can be for you. Well, if this person didn't like it, like, what is the full context of these DMs? Like, did this person, like, be like, hey, stop that, I don't like that, that's not cool? Or they were like, tee, I like that. Like, what really went on here? When you're gonna start transmaxing?
hard while taking the photos. Alex would also participate in conversations about how him and BB should meet up in real life. When Alex was with the first victim, he
Why are they a victim though? Like, why? I don't understand how the person is a victim. Like, weren't they of age? Like, were they underage or were they above age? I really don't like. Okay, if they were underage, I feel like this guy would have said it, right? Because that's like a really important detail. So I have to assume they were above age, right? So in that case, how are you a victim if you consensually sex someone and talk to them about their autogynephilia or whatever the fuck, trans masking, being gay, whatever the fuck's going on here? Like, how are you a victim? Because he's famous? That doesn't mean you have to do it over Discord. Like, is he like denying you a job offer or something? Like, I don't understand what the fuck's going on here, man. I'm so sick of these allegations, bro. Can they fucking stop? Can the floodgates stop?
thought they were moving too fast when they were talking about meeting up, but the moment they started talking to DB, they think it's perfectly fine to plan a meetup. As time went on,
The allegations are really just presented as concern for why Alex Kisser behaved the way he did around fans. Well, the fan stuff seems like a bigger deal, but a lot of this stuff doesn't seem to be that relevant. And also, like, this guy saying they're victims, like, these people don't really seem like victims to me, dude. They seem like they wanted it. with these adults anyway. I don't know about the kid allegations. If there's proof for that, that's another thing. But like, bro, this shit is fucking.
Alex would continue to love bomb and sexualize DB in their
How old is Alex
conversation.
Kister? He's like 20. I think he's my age. Or even a year younger. How old is Alex Kister? He's 20. He's from 21 this summer.
Which would
And
later
how old are these people?
on lead to DB expressing to the victim on how they started to feel uncomfortable around Alex as they kept on making sexual remarks towards them. Alex would even continue love bombing towards DB while they were around other people. DB and the victim would compare their conversations with Alex to each other and found that it was
Isn't love bombing like a tactic used to like prep someone for abuse so you can break down their barriers? Like, I feel like for love bombing to matter, you need to have the abuse too. So where is the abuse is my question, right? I just don't understand, dude.
legitimately word for word, and they both felt very objectified by Alex's constant sexualization.
Well, maybe you should have expressed discomfort towards that instead of going along with it. I feel objectified. I mean, that sucks, but then consider a fucking problem. Consider expressing there's a fucking problem.
DB would try to communicate with Alex about boundaries, but Alex would then decide if
Okay, so I say this since I like you a lot and really wanted this to work. So as much as I love talking to you, this and flirting, don't regret what we did last night. Things have been moving at a pace that are too fast for me to catch up with. I just really think we should slow it down a bit. I love photos and compliments and stuff, but after only 2 days it feels like a lot, if that makes sense. The photos can continue, but just I really need to work up to that point we got to last night. Really worried. It feels like we rushed into this. Like, I want to hear your input as well. I'm sorry this coming out of left field. Just had time to think about it. Okay.
it'd be a great idea to create a Discord server and garner attention from DB. This server was supposedly meant for friends to once again share their outfits and talk about gender identity, but it was actually meant to gain attention onto DB and DB alone. It's even established that minors were in that server, which combined with the fact that this was very much premeditated, is very exploitative. And by proxy, most of these conversations were hardly even consensual. After DB told the victim about their situation, the victim suggested that they should not reply to Alex at all. After a moment of silence, that's when Alex started getting very anxious. He would express this in DMs that he feels sorry for what he's done and also implying that he was in real danger from something, but he would actually take nothing from it. Alex would spam the victim's DMs begging for reassurance and an explanation, which the victim decided not to bother. Alex would assume that the victim was trying to sabotage their relationship with DB, even though DB was the one that came to the victim to talk about Alex's inappropriate behavior. Based on a lot of what has been shown in the document, like making friends out of fans and creating exclusive servers for friends based on their partner, we can assume that Alex Kister has...
I'm sorry. I'll cover this tomorrow or something, dude. Fuck, the allegations are just, I'll figure this out tomorrow. Maybe we'll do a fucking video about it, dude. Fuck this shit, dude. I'm playing fucking Fortnite, okay? I'm sorry. I'm playing fucking Fortnite. I can't read about the autogynephilia trans child Discord anymore. The fucking... I'm opening up Fortnite. I'm playing Fortnite and talking to you guys. I'm sorry. It's a little much, okay? I already went through the fucking rape of the century. The gorilla mode of the century, okay? Do I need to look at it again right now? Like, can I do fucking something else? Need a squad mate? Yeah, Richter, I'll play the fucking game with you. Holy shit. Pick up the fucking phone, dude. Bro, what is going on right now? Can I fucking... I just want to smoke fentanyl. Just give me the fucking fent card, okay? Just let me I want to smoke crack. I want to do DMT. I want to fucking... fuck my shit up. Fuck my shit up. I don't fucking care anymore.
Fuck my shit
Hey, man.
up, fam. Fuck it up. Let's go.
Richter? I can't hear you, buddy.
Ah, can you hear me?
Yeah, hey.
Your fucking stupid stream is boiling my blood, Tom. It's like making me so upset.
Why?
This thing that you're displaying here, like everything that was just going on in your stream, is like it's just boiling my blood. It's just infuriating me. Everything from
Like me or the people I'm talking
Haiti.
about?
I just can't believe that this I can't believe that your stream is like the nexus to hear about all this. It's just like very upsetting.
Can you see how upset I am?
I want everyone in chat to realize there's gonna be a day that Alex Kister is like a 38-year-old man or woman or whatever. That's not my business. And he's gonna look back on this and he's gonna realize like I shouldn't have been running a Discord for people to be like role play as cats in, and it's like if you haven't learned this lesson yet, you need to not do sexual things in text messages or in Discord messages or send pictures of yourself like hard in a dress. I looked this guy up. This is like a nice country boy. He has no business immortalizing all of that on the internet. And it's like everything surrounding this is it's like a femboy guy playing Ultra Kill, and they're all role playing as cats. This is just like
I've declared war on the Destiny subreddit.
Womp womp.
Because I don't like the way it is run. It's turned into a hate subreddit against me at times.
Against
That's not obviously
me?
that's like 2% of what it is. But I feel that it's become very hostile towards me. And
Oh dear me.
criticism of Steven is
Very hostile.
not allowed at times. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Even people, if they're rude when arguing in my favor, even in situations that don't even involve Steven, they've been banned for that. You maintain that you can ban people for any reason, whatever reason you want. If you're mad, blah blah, blah. And then you'll like do this thing where if somebody calls a ban out for being bullshit, you're like, well, fuck you. Like it's funny. It's funny that I banned you. Giga Chad, go fuck yourself. Which
Giga
as
Chad.
funny as that may be, it has a chilling effect on genuine criticism and speech in the sub, which is bad for me specifically because I need, in order for like normal people to understand me, I needed special, smart, empathetic people who get what I'm saying and who like me to kind of help them understand. And so like Steven sometimes plays this role. He's played this role on like a massive meta level, or macro level overall. But I need people in the audience who like get me to look to their neighbor and say like, no, he's not saying that. And like you'll see that a lot. And like with the Fuentes thing, there are a lot of people who are like, no, he's not saying never to talk to Fuentes. He's not saying to deplatform him. He's not anti-free speech. He's saying don't sanitize him by having chicken and waffles with him. And then people are like, oh, okay, I get it now. I just needed it explained to me like 25 times instead of 24 times.
So why don't you, just say like, don't have chicken and waffles with him. It sanitizes him instead of needing a translator.
Do you think I didn't say that?
I don't know. I haven't watched it. But if you need a translator, that sounds like a skill issue.
Well, if I say, I think that having chicken and waffles sanitizes Nick Fuentes, and I think this is dangerous. And then Steven says, well, you sound like every other lefty in the world telling me to screech Nazi at him, which is one of his responses. In that response, well, while that may be true, that he thinks that, he is reframing what I am saying. And so the audience who is primed to agree with him and accept his definition of what's happening is going to come away thinking, yeah, Mr. Girl did want him to screech Nazi at him. He did want him to call him a Nazi. Even wannabe sad boy, who, in as good faith as he is, was like, yeah, I get what you're saying. You want him to call him a Nazi. I never said that. I never said you should call Nick Fuentes a Nazi. But if you ask 99% of people in the sub what I said about it, I think most of them, or I think 100%, I think 99% will say that I did say that. But I didn't. I just didn't say that. And so if you're going to have a nuanced thing you're trying to explain to people who are half listening, who are huge fans of the person you're arguing with, who are perhaps some of them not the brightest crayons in the box, as my audience too, this is just how people are, you're going to need sometimes a discussion forum where people can explain what's happening.
Sure, I'll take
simultaneously.
Well,
do you
what are you
disagree
looking
with
for from this subreddit? So, like, what are you looking for?
I outlined my demands.
Yeah, not everyone read it, so just set the scene.
Oh, what are my demands? One is I believe that you should either be fired or given different
Whoa,
working hours.
yo.
I think the way you interact with the community and moderation as it stands is authoritarian and anti-speech, anti-criticism, and anti-intellectual almost. And then the second thing is I think there should be a constitution where the rules of the sub should not just apply to the members, but also to the administration and the mods.
Okay.
A First Amendment, if you will.
Okay. So, I'll talk about moderation for a minute. The chilling effect is actually a goal. So, usually, bans are public. They're the Giga Chat moments, as you call them, where my goal is to set a tone for, hey, this is the sort of conduct that isn't acceptable. Of the 3 bans I've gone over that you sent me, I stand 100% by one of them. One of them actually went back and wasn't Nino, that was me. And I can't even explain what that was. That probably was a bad ban. That guy probably deserved to be unbanned if he hasn't been already. And then
which ban are you talking about? The one that you think is a bad ban? Because if we agree on that, then maybe we have a jumping off point.
Yeah, like I have bad bans. They happen. That's why the unbanned form exists.
Can you describe the ban?
Yeah, sure. Hold on, let me pull up a link real quick.
Okay.
Where's the, here it is. This one that I'm reading right now. This one was actually me. I'm not sure if it was for this comment, but I'm down to unban this guy.
Okay, so the comment was, is it me or has there been a massive uptick in Mr. Girl hate recently? I'm going to need to see the context for this clip because I thought the professor looked like a condescending jackass, and I'm genuinely surprised to see so many people against Mr. Girl. And then edit, I got banned for this comment. So when you say it's a bad ban, do you agree with my general perception of like, oh, you just banned this person because they like me?
Yeah, I'd say that.
Okay. Continue.
Yeah, so there are some people that I give a lot of leeway to in the subreddit. So like someone will post something really stupid, but because they've been around for like 5 years, it's not a problem. Your fans are exceptionally fucking annoying. An example was a thread earlier about dog warts, because in the Harry Potter subreddit there was a thread of dog warts, people posting their pets, and there was a bunch of fucking Mr. Girl simps going in there and saying, how much? Dollar amount? Question mark? And a whole bunch of cringe shit, which makes the subreddit look bad, because by extension, as a part of your community, it's going to end up pointing back to our community. And my first priority is making sure the subreddit stays up, so I clap down on that shit.
Okay, so to be clear, there are DGGers who are also fans of mine.
Yeah.
We're talking about shared fans, right? Okay. Who are posting in the Harry Potter subreddit about fucking dogs.
Yeah, that's just one example, but that was pretty recent.
Okay, then so you ban those people.
Yeah. But that's just not like a rare incident. Mr. Girl fans are exceptionally obnoxious, and I'm pretty sure Destiny talked about this in the past as well.
Notorious dog fuckers. Okay.
I wouldn't say that. They like to talk about dog fucking.
Sure. Well,
that's why I have so little leeway with your fans. It's not because I am super invested in taking you down personally. I don't want your stuff enough to care.
Wait a second. You just showed us an example on stream, or read it out loud just now, an example of you banning somebody for saying it seems like I'm getting a lot of hate, and it seems like it's unfair to hate me because of my conversation with that professor. So you are banning people just for being my fan at this point.
Yeah, occasionally. It's a rare thing. It happens. You know how it is.
I don't. I've never banned anyone. The only person I've ever had anything to do with banning in my community was Lav, where I was like, I think Lav is sexualizing minors, in a subtle way. And so I don't think she's going to technically break any rules, but I think she's jeopardizing the sub, and I don't think it. Like, I just don't like what she's doing. I think it's bad. So I asked the mod team, can we vote whether we should ban her? I made my case. They voted and they banned her. I've never just banned somebody. That's the only
No, you
person
should
I've
do
ever
that more.
even.
I don't know why like it should be a democratic process. I don't see the appeal to that.
Well, it's not. It's democratic. It's not. It's not. It's not like I asked the community to vote whether to ban somebody. I asked my mods to vote.
Okay.
The reason it's not in my hands is because I don't want to create an echo chamber or fortress, as you like to say, where my emotions about things people say to me, which are often negative, because I like any creator, when my fans criticize me or don't understand what I'm saying, or they turn on me, especially because I make very provocative content, as Steven does too, where sometimes your whole community just like revolts against you. If my emotions were tied to my decisions about who gets to stay, then I will eventually cull all pushback out of my own audience and
That's
end up
why you
with
have
an
a
echo
third
chamber.
party do unbans.
I think a better solution is to just remove myself from the process entirely. Why would you can't possibly think that it's better to ban people out of fury and then unban people, because even then you're filtering out people who don't want to be treated like that.
The
Like,
reason
if
why,
I was
just
banned-
as a quick insertion, the reason why I like to do that is
Quick
I'm
insertion.
very critical, is because there are two types of people that criticize me. One type are people that are just literal fucking anti-jerker dick riders who will criticize every fucking thing I do. And the other thing is sometimes there's fans or even people that don't like you, but they offer like legitimate or valuable criticism. So I ban quickly, but I unban quickly, because I figure if you are like invested in me and my community and you just have something where you're like, you're a dumb fuck here, blah, blah, and you want to say some shit or whatever, you'll reach out for an unban. And it'll be really quick to unban you. And the people that are more likely to never reach out for an unban are people I didn't care about anyway. Now, I'm going to catch some people that I'd want to keep in the crossfire, but like that's just my approach. Just letting you guys know. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I think this filters out non-sycophants.
It will to some extent, but I'm okay with that. Because I get rid of the anti-jerkers, who I think are the death to a lot of communities. Anti-jerkers are like some of the worst people you can have around. I dealt a lot with these, and I was way too gentle on them in my early career, and I let like huge anti-jerking communities grow and like were fostered under my like wing, and it was just really bad for my community and everything. But I'm not telling anybody else they have to do things. Like I might be wrong, who knows? But I will say I have one of the largest streamer communities on Reddit in the entire fucking planet.
I'm not.
But yeah, but go ahead.
Wait a second. My argument is not that it doesn't help you like make money or be a successful streamer or grow your audience. Obviously, it's practical for those reasons. I'm saying it's wrong.
Well, no, I'm not saying it's just because it makes me money. I'm saying in terms of builds a better community.
Like, it builds a bigger community.
Well, yeah, but I would say bigger community can oftentimes be a reflection of the fact that it's a better community. I guess not necessarily.
It could be.
But I know there are a lot of streamer subreddits that are like, so like if you look at Sneako's subreddit, for instance, or like Dave Rubin's subreddit, like these are subreddits that were totally unmoderated and they were created basically just to anti-jerk. And like if you go to those subreddits, it's just basically full of like hatred for those creators.
I don't think it should be totally unmoderated.
Sure. Well, yeah. Okay. So I don't want to like interject too much, but I was just giving my thought process on.
Okay, so I just think banning people and then unbanning people who come crawling back, over time, will, in doing so publicly, changes the character, the spine of the average DGGer.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Okay, well, yeah. So, I really value the viewers I value the most are the people who say, I don't agree with what you say. But I still find it really thought-provoking. I hate a lot of your content. I hate the way you talk to your girlfriend. I hate the shit you say about trans people. I think you say the dumbest, fucking, stupidest shit ever, but I still find value in what you do and watching you. Those people, if I ever got mad and even banned one person on stream in front of those people, I think they would all leave.
So what's your current issue with the criticism on the subreddit? Or is it just too hateful? Or what's the deal?
For me to be understood and for my content to make sense to people requires a pretty delicate balance of like thoughtfulness and an atmosphere of a willingness to tolerate bad feelings and criticism. And when you shut that down, you make the place increasingly hostile and hellish for me. Like, I feel like the emotional IQ of DGG is dropping every time there's like a mass culling like that. I think the community, yeah, like when Steven did like the purge after the Nick Fuentes argument.
I'm not sure how many of those I kept track of, but I'm not even sure if I was there watching for the Waffle arc, but I don't know. It seems like there's plenty of Mr. Girl fans on the sub. They seem pretty unmolested. I think in the past...
This has nothing to do with what I'm saying. You just made the case that a good way to do moderation in a subreddit to keep a community like intellectually healthy is for the creator to mass ban people when he freaks out, and then the mods will unban people. But then when I refer to the purge, you don't even know what I'm talking about.
So to be clear, let me provide some, because you're saying that it's like I just mass ban people when I freak out. Typically what I do is, and this is prone to happen the most when there's like incredibly charged events, it's usually when people are making like unhinged fucking comments. There are plenty of criticisms. It actually happened yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before. Every time I do a vegan debate, a ton of vegan people come out and start posting unhinged shit on my subreddit. And yesterday I checked this out, I was like, oh boy, time for a mass fucking purge, because I just have to ban a whole bunch of people. But when I looked at the subreddit, there was a lot of people criticizing me, but there were only like 2 or 3, like literally, I think there were only 2 or 3 like super unhinged comments. People saying things like, I think Destiny's like arguments are really circular. I don't like when he does this or blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't think he engages well with veganism. Oh, those are fine. But when people are like, Destiny's just a fucking hypocritical asshole and he doesn't ever fucking recognize how much of an absurd dipshit. It's like, okay, fuck you. It's not good feedback. Not only is it not good feedback, it's toxic to the community. It's a waste of my time to read. And it's like emotionally exhausting. Like, fuck, why would I do that? So I don't just like go on banning speeds and just ban everybody, blah, blah, blah. I probably do some bans that are unfair, but generally, and it's been the case over and over again where people bring it up on stream and they go through it on subreddit, somebody will be like, why did I get unbanned? And I think I just saw this happen in a thread like yesterday. So I was like, why did I get unbanned? And then if you go through his comments, like prior to that, the guy's like, oh yeah, Destiny's just like a hypocritical asshole, but he'll never fucking admit it. It's like, oh, I don't need this commentary on my subreddit. Yeah. And I was like, okay, yeah. So like, I'm generally, yeah, fuck. But if I do fuck up, I mean, it's easy to get unbanned, you know. But yeah, that's just the general. I don't just like ban everybody that's criticizing me because I'm emotional or whatever.
Okay. We read a post that you did remove during the Fuentes thing that was not that unhinged.
Well, when you say not that unhinged, do you remember? It's really unfair for me to push you on this, but I'm just curious. I'm not trying to push you. Do you have a link to it, or do you remember? Can we look at it again? Or can you remind me what was in it, and I can tell you why I banned them or whatever?
Oh, this was my ban.
Oh, fuck.
Is this what you're referring to?
No.
Oh, different one. Okay.
I think I can just scroll back to, or can I just search it in our conversation?
Probably.
And separately, Steven and I operate pretty independently. He doesn't necessarily give me marching orders unless something big comes up. It's like
typically the only time I'll tell Forethought to do something is I'll be like, listen, I want to ban all like no more lab posts or no more of this or whatever shit. Like if shit, yeah, no more capitals, like ban all that shit. Right? But generally he does his own thing. I do my own thing. Sometimes I stumble into areas and I see that he banned somebody. We stumble into our own graveyards.
Okay, I think.
I will say though, some of the Forethought unbans, or some of the Forethought bans can be pretty unhinged sometimes. But listen, he does his shit, and I'll unban people if I think it's bullshit.
Listen, it's about making sure they're afraid.
Okay. Great.
All right, I just sent it to you. You got it?
Oh my god, just reading the title of this, I can already see. Hold on, but I didn't actually open it again. Hold on 1 second. God damn, Steven has contradicted himself so many times in his debate with Max and Chud. This is painful. It's almost gaslighting. This is exactly what Max is talking about. Max is 100% correct in his system here. Literally every statement said by Max is correct while Steven is being so weaselly. He literally did the Britney argument. Fucking, okay, I'm glad I banned this guy. I hope he's still banned. This was a stupid fucking argument. Yeah, go ahead.
What's the justification for that? Okay, do you concede that if this post said, "God damn, Mr. Girl has contradicted himself so many times in his debate with Steven and Chud. This is painful." Steven is 100% correct with his assessment here. Literally every statement said by Steven is correct, while Mr. Girl is being so weaselly. That person wouldn't get banned.
So back when you said this before, I would have agreed with you. But I actually spoke to my community after this, and I think I actually explicitly said this. I said that from now on, I want you guys to try to treat other people
like you treat
I know
me.
you said it, but I'm
Yeah.
asking if you, good faith, do you really believe that you'd get banned for saying the opposite post? About
Yeah,
this?
I try to look for people that are doing this now. So like I've done it a lot with because Lab gets a lot of hate on my sub. I think I did it with a couple people that post about you, but I don't go through my subreddit all the time, especially because we were through a boring arc recently, so I wasn't reading as much. But yeah, if people are making super unhinged comments about other people, I try to like cut down on that if I see it.
Is saying that everything you said is 100% true in an argument with me unhinged?
Calling me Weasley and saying that I'm gaslighting is unhinged. Yeah.
Is calling me Weasley and saying that I'm gaslighting unhinged?
Depends on if you're a Weasley or gaslighting.
I usually just ban people.
So
depending
who
on-
decides that? When you're
I do.
like,
It's the
just out of
Destiny
curiosity-
subreddit.
It's
Okay.
authoritarian.
So, what do you think happens more often? That I'm gaslighting in Weasley, or that you are?
I think you gaslight like crazy, but
Okay, great. So
Sure.
can you then, now that we've gone through this little side thing, can you
Mm-hmm.
concede now that the same post about me, if you agreed with it, would not get banned? The verbiage in the post is not the problem; it's that you just don't agree with it.
well, yeah, that's gonna impact. Like, let's say that our
You say
conversation.
unhinged.
Well, yeah, let's say
You
that
mean
our
it.
conversation ended right now, and somebody made a post and they were like, Max was unhinged and Weasley in bad faith in the last conversation that he had with Destiny. Like, that would be a person that
Yeah.
could be potentially banned because you weren't at all. There's no reason for that.
Because you don't agree with them.
Yeah, because that's not even remotely what happened. But let's say that we go on a little bit
I understand,
further.
but
yeah. Okay. Go
But I just want to point out that at the end of the day, it's
Mm-hmm.
really about whether you agree with the criticism or not.
Well, no, it's about whether or not I feel like the criticism like maps onto reality or not. Which I guess you could say that's a longer way of me
That's the
saying if I agree or not. You could argue that.
Yeah.
But yeah, sure. To some
So if you
extent, that's going to
super
be
disagree,
true.
somebody criticizes you and you super disagree with it, that's a ban.
The problem is that like when you say those words, you make it sound like my
Yeah.
goal is to ban any criticism, even if it has merit. When that's not true. I'm looking
No,
to ban
you decide if
criticism.
it has merit.
No. We're not talking about whether or not it has merit. We're talking about if the description is true or false. If somebody
If the
said
criticism
that
is true.
yes, if somebody said that like,
Okay.
oh, Destiny was unhinged, right? It's not my worry isn't whether or not that was meritless or with merit. It was whether or not I was actually unhinged. There have been debates where I've been like unhinged.
But ultimately, the power to decide whether you are unhinged rests with you.
Well, ultimately, yeah, of course, somebody has to make that decision.
And yeah, but does that somebody have to be you? Like, no, you
I mean,
want
it
it to
doesn't
be.
have to
but,
be. Yeah, I do want
well,
it
no, but
to
this
be,
is why
of
we have the
course.
separation of powers in government. So, like,
Well, I'm not
so-
a
'cause you
government.
don't-
This isn't the Destiny Republic. This is the Destiny autocracy, right?
Well, okay. So if you're willing to bite that bullet, then surely you understand my criticism to the community.
That I
'Cause under
don't
the
run the bands
autocracy-
like democratically.
It's not that you don't run them democratically. It's that you run it like an autocracy.
Well,
It is subject to your whims, your feelings.
Sure,
That
let's say-
disagreeing with your take, your read of a conversation shortly after the conversation is a bannable offense.
let's say that
I
I
don't see how
ran
this
it
does-
democratically, and let's say that a majority of my community really didn't like you, and they were like, "We're going to ban all Mr. Girl content." Would
No,
you be
I
okay
don't
with
think
that?
you should run it.
Okay.
No, I don't think you should. That's not what I'm suggesting.
Okay. Well, what are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that you create a document that limits your own ability to ban people from your community, which could be updated as necessary, and then adhere to that. And so if the document says you get banned for disagreeing with Steven too much, if you disagree with Steven a lot, if he thinks you're super wrong after a conversation, he's going to ban you. You're not allowed to disagree with Steven. If you're willing to put that in writing and put it under the sidebar in your subreddit, then fucking have at it.
Well, but why would I?
don't think
What is my prerogative for doing that? Now I'm just going to have an even harder time banning people if I want to ban them. Why would I want to do that?
yeah, for the health of the community.
Okay. I mean, but I think my community is really healthy.
I know,
So
but I don't. Wait, you're asking why would you? You obviously don't want to do it. You want to rule with an iron fist and define who was unhinged and who was not, and who was crazy and who was right and who was wrong. And anybody who disagrees with you, if you feel like it, gets banned. And then you can say, oh, well, it's not real ban. You can get unbanned. But through this filtration process, the circle of bans and unbans, you get rid of people who are willing to stand up to you, which you say is a good thing. And forethought
well, no.
is here also
I
saying it's a
don't
good
get
thing.
rid of all people that stand up to me. There's a lot of people that are critical of me that are on the subreddit.
That's not that. Wait, that's not what I'm saying. I didn't say there are none left.
Well, but
I
you're
said
saying you
that this
get rid of
process-
people that stand up to me. I mean, like
Not
they,
all of them. You don't get rid of all of them. You just get but you can see the kind of person who's like, well, what the fuck? This motherfucker banned me for disagreeing with him.
Yeah,
Like,
but
fuck
they,
him.
yeah,
I
but
don't
there are
wanna- I don't-
people
why
that
would
will
I want
call
to be
me.
in a community like that?
Sure, that's fine. But if I think that there are people that I don't want in my community. If your criticisms
I
are
know.
like this guy's an unhinged, gaslighting, weaselly fuck, I don't care about your feedback. I don't want you in my community. Like I'm okay with that.
I also don't
Yeah,
really
I know.
moderate around like how people view discussions. I usually aim for like the super personal, unhinged shit. So like a guy called you a pedophile in a thread earlier, that guy gets banned. I don't really.
But I
care
am a
if you-
pedophile.
Good one, dude.
I know.
Good one.
I know you're watching this.
Okay, continue.
So yeah, that's usually what I aim for. I don't really keep up with every single conversation on the YouTube Andy now, so my goal is to make sure that people become more moderate and try to have a more level discussion in the subreddit. My goal isn't to have like super unhinged people posting psycho shit every single day for up.
Okay, but the two bands we're talking. I mean, you're saying you don't stand by one of the bands.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna sit here and say like I'm the perfect fairest moderator.
What do you think about Stevens? What do you think about the band Stevens talking about? Do you think this is a good band?
Based 100%.
Okay, so what makes this 100% a good band?
Keep us link. There's usually a stereotype these people fall into. Usually starts with calling someone bad faith.
Drew, why does that guy the bad faith? And then it's like, what does bad faith mean? Well, I disagree with his argument. Sorry, that's neither here nor there.
Okay.
But go ahead.
So there's a stereotype people fall into. Not super impressed so far with your style of evaluating whether you should ban somebody, but continue. As you speak, I'm gonna imagine you're a police officer talking about a black person. But go ahead.
So
Or
these
if
are
I'm
the
a black
people.
police
The people that say bad faith are the ones with their pants hanging down around their knees. They got
They're
a lot of
kinda
jewelry
extra.
on. They're speaking a lot of
I can- you ju-
AAVE.
you can
Okay,
just tell.
I already
You
yeah.
can
When I
just
see
tell.
him, I'm like, this guy's up to no. Doesn't look like he belongs here. You know, in the DGG, housing development or whatever the fuck we'd be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, fuck this guy.
Apparently that guy's unbanned
so
too. Unreal. Ninu's way too lenient with those.
Ninu has to be.
Yeah,
lenient,
Ninu
alright?
needs.
She's a silent guardian, all right.
of something
she-
of autism. Of that. She's guarding the
Alright,
wrong
so-
things. Okay.
One thing
Okay,
that's
so
really
can you-
fucking
Oh,
annoying
sorry. What's that?
in this post is when people try to project some sort of inner mind state on people that are having a conversation and then never really talk about what they're actually saying.
Oh yeah, that's the thing that I actually I'll ban for that. Somebody will make an entire post. Fuck, what? There's one topic that this happens over. Oh, it's over dating advice. That's probably one of the things I've banned the most for. So somebody will come on and they'll make a post. Did you guys see the recent stream where Destiny and Erudite were talking? All of the advice they gave was bad because Erudite is married and has only been in one relationship and Destiny's a streamer. I don't know why anybody listens to anything they say or take anything seriously. Like, I've banned so many people that make posts like this. It's like, what are you saying? What is your critique? Like, in all of the, like, dating advice critique things, like, less than 5% of people actually offer a critique, and they're just there to, like, criticize, like, my life and say that that's why everything I say is wrong, even though they never put anything is wrong. It's, like, one of the most annoying fucking things to me. But, yeah, that, like, where people just, like, this debate was bad because, and then they just talk about mind states. It's like, why are you even posting here? Like, go do something else. Yeah.
Yeah, it's super annoying, unsubstantive.
But sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so Forethought, can you walk us through why you would 100% stand by this ban?
Yeah, sure. So, in
100%
the span of 10 minutes,
stand
he
by
says
it.
things like, Nick isn't a Nazi. If you separate the view he has, he wouldn't be called a Nazi. Within the context of him saying Nick explicitly isn't a Nazi shit for a few years isn't a Nazi. This has been going on all debate. It's almost gaslighting. Like, this it's almost gaslighting shit is just unhinged. You can't
Can you
just
explain? Can you explain why
also-
that's unhinged?
I don't know who introduced, like, Steven, I need to talk to you. You
We can't say
fucked
the
up
name.
by introducing people to terms like gaslighting and bad faith.
I know.
You fucked up.
Answer him.
Okay, so they rather than just say like, hey, this is wrong for XYZ reason, they're saying, hey, it's gaslighting. It's abuse. This is exactly what Max is talking about. Being all
Yeah, so
blurry
during-
with what you say during Nick's beliefs, without saying like, hey, this is what's blurry. He's just
You
stating.
don't, wait. Can you just specifically walk? Okay, are you saying that you're not allowed to say if you think Steven is gaslighting, you think he is intentionally obfuscating something and avoiding talking about something, being sneaky, slippery, weaselly, whatever? If you actually think that, are you allowed to say that in this subreddit or not?
If you have like proof, absolutely. If you want to pull proof,
Wait, no, if you have proof, if you just is this a bannable offense to accuse Steven of being bad faith or gaslighting?
It's going to depend on the combo. So there was a
wait. I want Forethought to answer because he said probably 100%.
Oh, okay.
Because you're saving him.
Oh, okay. Well, I would give because I'm one of the moderators of my subcommittee. Go ahead. He can answer, and then I'll give my answer.
So if you want
Is
to
accusing Steven of being bad faith, just at all, is accusing Steven of being bad faith or gaslighting in itself, is that you can get away with it? Does that mean it's bannable, but you might not get banned, or what?
It means it depends on what you post. Like if you say Steven is gaslighting, here's what he did. He said this. He contradicted this. He lied about this. He claimed this earlier and then stated that later. He's gaslighting.
Okay, so if you say Steven is gaslighting, and you don't give an explanation, you get banned.
Yeah. So
if you
when
do give an explanation, you might not get banned.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to read the post to you, and then you tell me why this isn't an explanation. Is that okay? Can
Yeah,
I
go for it.
proceed that way? Okay. In the debate just now, when Chud and Max debated him on the sanitization of Nick, it seems Steven is just trying to defend himself without being able to be critical of himself at all. This is most prevalent with how contradictory he is in this debate. What?
You stop real quick.
Yeah.
So like accusing someone of being like he just wants to defend himself. He's not engaging critically. Like ascribing that kind of mind state rather than just talking about what's actually being said is sort of what gets you in trouble.
Okay, so it is bannable to ascribe a mind state to somebody.
It's a red
or to
flag.
Steven.
Not totally bannable, but that's a red flag. We're starting off on a
Okay,
rough.
so you're already close to being banned if somebody says it seems like Steven is defensive.
No, hold on. Whoa. Notice how I just said that's a red flag, and you changed it from red flag to almost bannable. And then notice how you changed it from Steven is gaslighting to Steven is being over defensive. You just warped both ends of that.
Okay,
Hardcore. Let me restate what was actually said.
Here's the sentence.
No.
Here's the sentence. Wait, let me read the sentence so we agree on what happened.
Okay.
Can I do that? Also, you're rescuing Forethought again.
Oh, my bad.
It seems like Steven is just trying to defend himself without being able to be critical of himself at all.
Yeah, see, that sentence is fucked.
Yes. Okay.
Do you see how that's fucked?
But is the sentence bannable or it's a red? Like, what percentage of the way
It's-
to banning the person does this get you?
It's a 13.3% repeating, of course, chance of getting
Okay.
banned.
Okay, so you could be banned just for saying it seems like Steven is trying to defend himself without being able to be critical of himself at all.
No, it's just 13.3%. It's a red flag. It gets you there.
It gets you part of the way there.
Why do you think that's a fucked up thing to say, or an annoying thing we wouldn't want in the sub, or I wouldn't want?
You want me to try to guess why you say that?
Yeah.
If I try to ascribe a mindset to you that you don't have, are you going to ban me from the sub? You're asking me to do this. I have your consent to guess at your mindset right now?
You have my full consent.
I believe that a lot of these, there's two parts to a debate on a stream. It ain't like a boxing match. It's more like a close boxing match. There's not usually a clear winner or loser. Sometimes there are. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. But often, the interpretation, the after talk, the upvoted posts and downvoted posts really decide how history is written after a debate. So in a highly tense debate with a lot of stakes, that is not really clear who the winner or loser was, it really benefits Stephen to write the history of what happened. And so when you're arguing about the very definition of reality, and you have your finger on the ban button, when somebody says, "Well, I think what happened is you were defensive and not self-critical," it obviously helps you, rule with your autocratic iron grip if you stop the person from saying that. You're saying it's really annoying, and yeah, it is annoying. It's very annoying to have somebody tell you you're not making good arguments, you're just flailing and defending yourself. Obviously that's annoying, but you get a benefit other than just relieving your annoyed feelings. You get a huge benefit in shoring up your support in your audience by doing that.
Okay, Stephen, rescue me if you want, or translate.
What? Well, Mr. Girl, fuck, I half heard that. It sounds like he's just saying that there's a huge benefit to being in control of the narrative of the comment section after any big conversation, and by aggressively banning people that appear to have disagreements of opinion with me, I am essentially, in a way, proactively, retrospectively rewriting history, essentially.
Do you feel like
I'm not saying... I'm not saying you're thinking that. I know that
I'm not saying
you're...
I didn't say you're saying I'm thinking it, but that's
yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah. I know you know this. I just want to make clear forethought. I'm not saying that you're thinking I want to rewrite history. I know you're thinking this person is toxic, this person's annoying, it's another Mr. Girl dog fucking idiot. I don't want to deal with this person. They're annoying. I get.
Oh no, all band people are being annoying, independent of that sentence. That sentence is entirely separate. That sentence is. It is not just annoying. It is counterproductive, because one, the answer to it, it's not like Steven can say, "Hey, I wasn't defensive. I was critical the whole time." But how do you prove that? Who cares? Why the fuck are you even wasting your time having this conversation? Just have a conversation what you want to talk about. And just...
Well, the thing they want to talk about is they think he's being defensive.
Yeah, that's fucking retarded.
So we just shouldn't talk. I mean, is it okay? For the record, is it retarded because Steven is never defensive?
It's retarded because it's unprovable. If Steven's defensive, I can make an argument like, "Hey, Steven's being defensive here," but at the end of the day, it is really hard to just prove someone is in a certain mind state, and that's why they're making arguments. And
okay, so you're not allowed to speculate about the mind state of Steven in a subreddit.
Of most people, generally those are waste of time conversations. Right? That's why you usually don't accuse people of being grifters or whatever, because I can't prove that. What the fuck is the point?
Okay, I guess I don't, based on the posts I've seen about myself, and there are dozens of them, or maybe even hundreds, I'm going to say speculating against Mr. Girl's mind state is not against the rules of our destiny. Even if it is stated that it is, you can do that pretty freely whenever you want, about whatever you want, and nothing happens to you, which is fine. That's how I think it should be. I think you should totally be able to say, "Mr. Girl's gaslighting," you call me Mr. Gaslight, get the top voted post in the sub. You should be able to do all those things. That's not my problem. I don't want this protection. My problem is that I think these clearly, if annoyance and bad feelings are fueling the ban decisions, and you, by your own admission, Forethought, want to ban people just for liking me or saying nice things about me, it seems pretty obvious that critical comments of Steven are going to be banned or bannable way more than critical comments of anybody else if your immediate emotional response is playing any part in the decision. And then, like I said, through this cycle of, well, you can always get unbanned, then you start to cull out people who don't want to deal with being banned and pushed away and pulled back and, having to submit to humiliating, like, well, explain yourself, appeal to the mods, and the mods will, you know, I just don't think it's good for me in the community. It may be good for Steven, but it's definitely bad for me, obviously.
Okay, well, you have your own subreddit. Pull all your dog fuckers. Hang out there.
Sure. If that's your response to my criticism of your moderating system is go fuck yourself, that's fine.
Okay,
I
so
accept
we're good.
that. Well, no, I have conditions for this is an unending war. This is World War III or IV now, and it will go on forever. So we're not good, but I accept your response.
Oh, I wasn't like asking if we were like friends. I'm asking like, is there anything else we need to discuss here?
I just don't think bootlicking should be a regular part of being part of a healthy community.
I'll keep that in mind.
All right. Well, is there anything else you wanted to discuss?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Steven, anything else?
No, it's up to you guys.
All right. The offer for Apex remains open. I'm going to bed later.
You, me, and Autistic Destiny, we're going to be grinding that. Okay?
Soon.
All right. And then there were two.
And then there were two.
What's up? How's it going?
I feel like our relationship is a little tense.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Do you feel like that too?
No, not at all. Well, I feel like you feel it, which I guess in a relationship is enough for it to feel that way, because only one person needs to feel tense. But
that's right. I thought there's a few topics we haven't really talked about.
Okay, hit me up.
Well, do you feel
what the fuck?
upset or angry at me about anything?
No.
Okay, the topics I feel like we haven't really talked about are, one, my declaration of war on the subreddit. Oh, we kind of talked about it now, but is there anything you want to say about it? Anything else?
I don't fully understand the ramifications yet, so no, I think I'm okay.
I don't think there are any.
Okay, then it's probably.
I'm just mad, and I'm gonna complain about it a lot, and
that's fair.
I think that's it.
It's a healthy response to madness.
Yeah. And I think I like I said, I don't think I'll if I post or I respond to posts, I think I'm gonna be a little more guarded, because it doesn't feel like a safe space for me.
It's not. Reddit's never a safe space. It's not even a safe space for me, even though I ban all the non-bootlickers. There's still enemies lurking in the shadows.
I feel like it is systemically not a safe space for me, I guess what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
Okay. Okay, other topics? My ban.
From?
YouTube.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty fucked up.
I feel like you're mad at me about it.
Mad at you about it?
Kind of.
Oh, why do you feel that?
Because I think it makes you feel horrible. I think you wish I would just be a little more like you. Or not even like you. Like, because you're kind of like me too in some ways. I think you just wish I would be more
safe,
protective, safe. Yeah.
No, not entirely. It would make your life easier, but I very much tend to play like the. Maybe you're probably not gonna believe me, but I'm very much like the neutral observer, where I kind of like watch people do what they do, and then I'll kind of like comment on it. I'm like, yeah, you know, if they did this, it'd probably be easier. But ultimately, it's your prerogative to do what you want and act the way you want.
I think feeling like I'm hurting myself hurts you.
Okay.
How did you see that?
I mean, I don't agree, but I don't know if I can convince you out of that. So.
You see this shit?
Oh, cute, nice. I don't have my
Nice.
Save Shaylin shirt on. I don't have my Save Shaylin shirt on, but okay.
That's a very hard phrase to say.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so that's what I think.
Okay. Well, what do you want to talk about in relation to that? I would feel similarly about or I do feel similarly about Sneeko. Like, I think he needs to moderate a little bit, and he would be immensely successful. He just needs to pick his battles better. But it's not like a thing that personally upsets me. It's just like, oh fuck, they'd probably be doing a lot better. Or it'd be easier for them if they were doing okay.
Well, you're kind of involved in my band.
Sure. But I don't know if that
Which I
meaningfully
think
changes it for me.
It doesn't make it more upsetting.
Not in a I wish you would behave differently kind of way. No, I don't think so.
I'm worried that you feel guilty.
No, it's pretty hard for me to feel guilty over something.
I know.
That's one of the things that sociopaths excel in, is never feeling guilty. So.
I think it's the same as always feeling guilty.
No, it's very, very, very rare that I feel guilty over online stuff. The limited exception probably has to do with Melina, because she catches a lot of flack without putting herself in the line of fire at all. Whereas for me or Sneeko or you, to some extent, when we jump into these arenas, we're kind of this is the battle that we're in, and this is we've accepted the rules of engagement, even if they're not fair and they suck, and this is how we go about things. When people peripheral to me get caught up, that makes me feel guilty or upset. So when Lily or Melina or Bella a long time ago, that's irritating. But for us, I think we're internet warriors, and it is what it is, even if it sucks sometimes, which it does super suck sometimes.
I'm a very sensitive warrior.
Sure. But a warrior nonetheless.
A warrior nonetheless. Somebody said that you said I need to chill the fuck out with regard to the Lex Friedman thing.
Oh, yeah.
Should we not talk about that?
You don't want to, or?
You don't? Do you not want to?
You can talk about whatever you want.
I want to talk about it.
Okay, yeah, then we can talk about it.
What do you
Keep
think
pressing the
about
wrong
that?
button. Fuck.
What's going on?
I think that sometimes the way that you handle rejection will reflect on you on upcoming things. So by getting rejected in a really poor manner, it can hurt your future opportunities in really negative ways. A really, really, really great example of this is long time ago, I was a very, very edgy StarCraft 2 player, and I had the opportunity to cast a tournament, and then I was disallowed because there was a website, or there was a company called Gigabyte. They make PC parts, and they said they didn't want me at that event. And I wrote an article on my website titled "Fuck Gigabyte in the Ass." And my guess is that article probably kept other companies from working with me in the future. Be my guess. It's a long time ago, but.
You think I'm making decisions that my future self will regret?
I don't know if you'll ever regret them. You might be the type of person that, could be living in the bottom of a hole saying, at least I lived my values. And at the end of the day, we all kind of have to pick and choose our fights. This is why I don't feel guilty, or this is why it is what it is. Because for every criticism that I'm giving you now, some people would argue well, Destiny, people have criticized you the exact same way for your engagement with Kethels. What's the difference? Sure. I mean, it's kind of up to us to choose, what do we think are the important fights to fight. And for me, I have a
chill.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you're telling me to chill the fuck out, it sounds like you disagree with my assessment about
which fights are important. Yes.
Yeah.
Same thing, but then also it's the same thing with Sneeko too. Sneeko would probably say, no, there's a lot of bots. I'm trying to deprogram people. Every fight I take is an essential fight. I can't, for you to tell me to censor myself around some topics, those are the most important topics for me to not censor myself about. that might be what is going on in Sneeko's brain, even if he can't verbalize it. And I would disagree, but I mean, it's his choice to make, you know. And then again, people would
I like
turn.
Sneeko.
Sure, I do too. I super like Sneeko. He's a very interesting person.
Yeah.
Even if I disagree with a lot of what he says, but I'd say the same thing about you and Brittany and
Wow.
Lav even.
Well, I don't think my band's your fault.
Well, that's good. I didn't really either. I mean, I definitely played a part in it, but it's not my fault. I don't even know if I truly say it's your fault. I think it's just kind of a shitty social media environment we live in today, and the fact that it's so easily exploitable by bad faith actors like the big tech guy.
Yeah, I don't even think it's the people who's flagged me's fault, really. I think it's YouTube's fault. But I don't think it's your fault.
What?
Just thinking of Shaylin making a shirt that's me at the bottom of a hole saying, "I live my values." At least I live my values.
No.
Yeah.
There's like a common argument I give to like bikers and stuff, to where I feel like I saw a comic or something, but like there's like a biker, like a guy with like an actual just bicycle, like standing outside the gates of heaven, and the caption is like, "But I had the right of way." And it's like, okay.
Yeah. I think that's it for things that I feel like are
That's really it? That was it?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
for things I've sensed bulging, like Yellowstone or the volcano, the super volcano underneath Yellowstone, the lake, it's bulging.
Uh-huh.
These are the areas where I feel the magma bulging. So I want to talk about it with you.
Okay. I thought it was like a live shot or something.
It could have been. I mean, I don't fucking know what you're gonna say in response to all this.
Okay.
I mean, it seems like the thing we have the most overt disagreement about is the subreddit thing,
Oh, sure.
obviously. But I don't know what else there is to say about it.
True.
Oh, I went on No Jumper.
Oh yeah, how'd that go? Did you fly down to LA for that?
No. No. We just did a
Zoom thing?
call. Yeah.
Feel like it went okay?
No, it was a fucking disaster.
Like a good kind of disaster or like a bad kind of disaster?
It wasn't a disaster with Adam. It was a disaster with Flacco.
What was the disaster?
He called me some names.
Like a pedophile or like a different?
Yeah. Yeah, he called me a pedophile, and I just lost my shit. I haven't. Normally I have like a kind of like, well, I totally understand. I talk about provocative topics, and I totally get. Since the ban, I've not been as patient with people,
Mm-hmm.
and I pretty much lost my shit. And he's like, "Oh, you're losing your shit. Look at you." And I was like, "I know." and it just went on like that for a really, really long time. I was so angry.
Why do you feel like you got more angry this time? Or you said you've been more angry since your ban, and why?
Because usually I'm saying in the context of like, I have a career, I have my YouTube channel, I'm growing as a creator, so I totally understand as new people are introduced to my work, they're going to be provoked, they're going to call me names, they're going to not understand. I totally get it, you know, that's fine, I understand. But with the ban, it's like, it just feels like the world's against me.
Sure.
It is. Google is the world, you know? Google's like controls how so many of us interact with the world. When Google's like, you're a shitty person who shouldn't be able to talk, it feels like God hates me, and I'm so angry. I'm so angry, and I'm so angry about the ban, and so I'm just taking it out on anybody who's like, just shut the fuck up. I just stay the fuck out of my way. And so like, yeah, this guy really tapped into it, and I just lost my shit.
Were you like screaming at him, or?
Yeah.
Oh.
I would say I was yelling. I don't know if I got screaming, and he was like, "You're shaking," and I was like, "Yeah, I know. I'm fucking enraged at you."
Okay.
He's like, "Why are you shaking, bro?" And I was like, "Cause I'm fucking mad. I just told you why I'm shaking. Like, are you trying to get me to say like pretend I'm not mad? I am mad. I'm not gonna pretend I'm not mad."
Was it better or worse than the Stardust combo? In terms of upsetting you.
Stardust was way more upsetting. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I feel like we didn't talk about Stardust conversation. Is there stuff you want to say about? You got something to fucking say, motherfucker?
I mean, obviously, I totally disagree with your assessment of everything, but I mean, like,
can you enlighten me about exactly what that means?
Well, I think it's the same criticisms that I generally have of you. That I feel like you insert a mind state into another person way too much, and I feel like you're sometimes just way too harsh on people.
Okay, bring it. Can you bring it to specifics?
Can I bring it to specifics? When you say to somebody that they're testing somebody, I think you should understand that that has an incredibly negative connotation. And oftentimes, the use or the invocation of the word test is a strategy to rape someone. So when you invoke that to somebody that is explicitly saying this is a strategy they're employing to avoid getting raped, it is like maybe the worst possible thing you could say. And so I can understand somebody getting really triggered by it.
I understand that too. I mean, I think I said that to her.
Yeah, but you always say it
like
in kind of like a detached. It would kind of be like me walking up to somebody and then smacking them and being like, "Look at me. I understand why it hurts. I understand why you're hurting right now, okay? But you need to understand something, right?" And it's like that's what you're doing, and it's like Jesus.
Okay, so the problem isn't that we agreed that I already understand this and said it.
Okay.
Right. Like, I know that I was using the word test to explain how it feels from the perspective of the testee. Like, I feel like I'm being tested or profiled or not trusted or interrogated, whatever.
Sure.
I said to her, I know you feel like you need to do this to protect yourself. So from your point of view, it's just a boundary and like a defense mechanism or whatever, but just a normal thing for you to do to protect yourself. From the perspective of the person who's being asked to not have sex for 4 months or whatever the fuck, it starts to feel like I have to prove that I'm not a rapist, which is the longer you know somebody, the more that hurts.
Sure. But
Okay.
is that appropriate to bring up?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out your feedback here because you said my assessment is wrong, but it sounds like we had the same assessment so far.
Well, the issue that I have is the appropriateness of even explaining that.
Okay.
And especially when the person is that emotionally charged over the topic. Because what we're essentially saying is that, like, I understand that you're having an extreme emotional reaction to this because you're trying to protect yourself. But I think it's more important right now that you recognize how your way of protecting yourself could hurt my feelings. It's like, it seems like it's asking for an unreasonable amount of emotional consideration. It reminds me of fights where I'll get into a fight with a significant other, and they're upsetting me, and they're upset. And now they've brought their upsetness to me, and they're making me upset. And now they're telling me that I need to take care of their feelings and my feelings. And I'm like, wait a second. You got us both riled up over this. And now I have to take care of both of us? Fuck you. That's kind of what it feels like in that conversation you were essentially doing to her.
We agree that she never said she was upset.
I don't care.
Right. No, I'm not trying to make it.
I don't know if she ever did say she was upset or not, but like whether or not somebody says they're upset. I'm never looking at somebody else.
Can I walk you through what I'm thinking?
Okay, go for it.
Okay, we agree she never said she was upset, right? Probably.
Maybe she might have. I think so, but I don't know. But go
I
ahead.
asked her if she was upset, and she said no.
Okay.
You believe me?
Fuck. Yeah, go. I'll believe you. Go for it.
Okay. So you're saying she seemed upset.
Yeah.
You're saying she asked me, do you want to do a stream talking about consent? I say yes. You're saying if we start doing the stream and I tell a story, I tell the STD test story, and Stardust compares the girl in the story to herself and says, well, I think that's how it happened. I think she was like, well, maybe it was the other way around, but she was like, I tell men they have to wait to have sex with me or whatever. You're saying if she's talking about her experience with this sexual negotiation and I'm talking about mine, but I start to detect that talking about this is triggering for her, then I shouldn't explain my point of view anymore because it comes off as rapey.
No, I don't even care about rapey. It's more just like they're probably the one that's more adversely impacted by the interaction because the risk or the investment for them is very high and your investment is very low. So why push the interaction?
The conversation.
Yeah, why push it at all? Like for them, for you, it's a matter of being kind of irritated that you're not getting laid, or maybe that somebody doesn't trust you as much as you think they should. And for them, it's a matter of like, this is a thing I do because if I don't, I feel like I might get raped. Like the investment is very high, the risk is very high on one end, and on the other end, it's kind of like, So like, why push the interaction?
You're saying this translates to a psychological risk for even talking about it.
Well, no, but like the particular.
Because I wasn't trying to fuck Stardust. I'm just trying to talk to her about how we experience sexual negotiations. But you're saying if the way I'm talking about it is triggering to her, even if she won't say it, I should pull back from even having an intellectual conversation about it because it's too insensitive.
Yeah, if I think over that particular topic, yeah, I would.
Like,
or if I would, and I would continue forward knowing that like this might turn into a huge shit show.
Okay, so like if you're talking about experiencing racism, and a black person is like, yeah, the cops like beat me and arrested me and then like lied about it and planted drugs in my car and I went to jail for 3 years, and then you're like, I'm white and I got called a Karen at the grocery store. You're saying it's just like at the point when the conversation is taking that turn, you're it's no longer appropriate for you to take up that much space with it if it's going to be triggering to the other person.
Yeah, depending on how the conversation is going, right? Like, let's say I'm having a conversation like, I don't think microaggressions are that big of a deal, or I don't think racism is that big of a deal against black people. I think it's overblown a lot. And then one guy is like, my dad was profiled and killed in front of me by a police officer when I was 8 years old. Okay. Now I might say, okay, well, statistically speaking, how many fucking like unarmed fathers come in front of children? You're like a 1 in 100 million. Your case is actually statistically irrelevant. I don't know why the fuck you would even bring that up. Anecdote, Andy. I could say that, and I'd be logically within my right to say it. And even for the purposes of the conversation, it might be important to establish
that's what you said to the grandma on the abortion panel.
Sure.
Okay.
But in the heat of the moment, Well, but if I don't care about that, Grandma. You said you do care about your friendship with Stardust, right?
Yes. No. I'm not saying you're a hypocrite. I'm
Yeah.
just pointing out that.
Sure.
What
I'm telling you that I will go that far sometimes. If I feel like it's really important, I'll go that far.
Yes,
but
but
I know that like that might be the end of our friendship because that's just the position that I'm staking out, and I know this is going to be a big deal. Yeah. But I would go in it with that understanding basically, and I wouldn't be upset with a person. Like when I had that huge, I don't even know if I'm like emotionally at the same level of maturity. That I was then. I hope I've gotten more mature. But like when I had a very, very, very uncomfortable conversation with Trihex about the N-word. That was the most popular thing on all of Reddit, where he's like almost crying to me, telling me that it's like really fucked up that I feel this way about like language and blah blah blah. And I'm telling him basically like, well, tough shit. I mean, that's how I feel. That was a very awkward conversation to have. But having that conversation, I understand like, okay, well, I might be losing him as a friend forever if I do this. But like. That's where I'm taking this out. But I wouldn't be surprised if like our friendship ended here. Because I know that the investment from them as a white person.
He altered.
Well, no, stop. I'm just saying that the investment for me as a white person is very low. Like at the end of the day, who cares about the end of the white? I don't care. It's not like what do I care?
Did it cost you your friendship with him?
No, we're cool now.
Okay.
But that's the understanding that I had going into that circumstance. And I think that you should have that understanding. So if you do care about a friendship, right, then it's good to understand that you need to pull back. Otherwise, you can't act surprised when the person is like, oh, I don't think I can handle this friendship anymore.
Well, she didn't say that. She just stopped talking to me.
Well, but that's obvious that's what's going on.
Well, yeah, but let's see. Okay, do you concede that you're asking me to read her feelings in the conversation, set boundaries for her about what kind of conversation is appropriate or acceptable for her to have, and then read her feelings after the conversation? And even if I ask her how she's feeling or if she wants to talk about it, she says, no, I'm fine, I don't want nothing, everything's fine, what are you talking about? I'm totally fine, things are totally cool. If I sense that things are not cool, I should still act as though she said, no, I'm really fucked up about this and I can't handle this.
Yep.
Like you're
it's
you're asking
really
me to do
cringe and it's really annoying. But yeah, I learned this when I was 30. It's people's words are just one part of the whole picture that they're selling you.
Yeah, totally.
And
Yeah,
sometimes
you
it
can
comes to
tell.
the point
I
where
agree.
like you have to kind of just ignore what they're saying. Whatever they're saying, it doesn't matter.
I know exactly what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. I don't think I want that. I don't want to do that. I definitely don't want to do it with Shaylin. We've established this, but I don't want to do it with friends.
Okay. That's fair. That's only you.
Does
can
this
make
feel
that.
gendered to you at all? Do you think you'd be saying the same thing? I know you're talking about Trihex in the same way. Do you think it's my job more because I'm a man to look out for her feelings?
I think that people have a lot of reasons for saying and doing the things that they say and do, and sometimes people feel like they need to lie to protect themselves. And when you can identify that somebody is in that state of mind, it's up to you to figure out how you want to proceed.
You know what my problem is?
What?
With everything you just said?
Yeah, go for it.
Women lying to protect themselves sexually is the thing I'm complaining about.
Okay.
So I'm telling a story about something that women. She's like, "Oh, you made a video essay about this topic." And I'm like, "Yeah, the video essay was called How to Say No to Sex." And I'm saying, just say no. You got to be honest about that you don't want to have sex. Say no. Don't argue. Don't make excuses. Don't lie. Don't change the subject. Just say you don't want to have sex.
Yeah.
And she was like, "I really like this video. I really want to talk about it." So the context is we're talking about how much this horrible thing has affected me. Like, yes, it affects women and the risks are greater for them. I agree with everything you're saying, but my video is really about how it affects me. How it's affected me to not be able to say no to sex and be put in like weird situations that I should not have been put in or allow myself to be put in. And then B, how it feels to be trying to negotiate something with something so loaded with somebody who's lying to you.
Okay.
So I think, given the context, for her to start doing it in the conversation, I'm like, the whole point of my video is I don't think men should mind read women to a certain extent. I don't think it should be assumed or relied on that men are going to mind read women and say no for them. Women have to say no on their own. And then Stardust wants to say no to the conversation and then can't. And she won't say it. So I think that's why I was like, well, just like, are you really? You're not upset? Like fine. And like with sex, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't have sex with somebody who is like, oh yeah, I want to have sex. It's fine. Go ahead. Like I agree with you there. But in terms for a conversation, like between two professionals and friends about the topic of how women need to say no, or people need to say no and set their own boundaries, I think I just couldn't do it.
Sure, which is fair.
Or didn't.
And I think you have like every right at some point to say like, okay, well, this is fucking annoying to me. I don't want to like be involved in this.
Okay, but you're also saying it's not appropriate, or that I just shouldn't have. I know you're saying it's a conditional, like, well, if you're okay with things falling apart, then you shouldn't do that. But I feel like there's a middle ground where, like, I really care about Stardust, and I really valued our friendship, but
but not really, more than this argument.
Right. It's not the argument. It's that I can see. I need to hold my boundaries in order to not be embroiled in a friendship that doesn't work for me. Like if I set
this has nothing to do
now,
with like holding boundaries. This had to do with this particular heated exchange.
No, it's gonna just keep happening.
Well, yeah, but like there's a million ways to end a friendship over something like this that doesn't involve like an ultra heated exchange, right? You could slowly ghost her and not respond to her as much, and then that's like a non-confrontational way to do it. You could just message her and say like, hey, like this is just like something that I just don't feel as comfortable with this, right? There's a lot of ways you could think of ways, I'm sure, to end a relationship that aren't as dramatic as on a live stream.
But it's not that I wanted to specifically end the relationship. It was like I want to be in the relationship, but I want to be in it in a certain way. And the way I need to be in it is, if you don't want to talk about something, you have to tell me. You can't ask me to do a stream with you and then signal to me that you actually can't handle it and then expect me to caretake you. I don't want to adopt. I'm not trying to adopt people.
Yeah, that's fine. But like, I don't know if I argued with you about this or somebody else. Sometimes just saying something like that can be really manipulative or feel manipulative. Do you understand? Or do you want me to elaborate? Or I don't mean that sounded kind of more condescending than I wanted to sound, but do you want me to elaborate on that?
But you can elaborate if you want to. Do you want me to elaborate on it?
Whatever you want to do.
To show that I understand?
If you want to.
You're saying that on one hand I'm setting a boundary from my perspective, but from her perspective it sounds like I'm saying you better have this conversation with me, or you better learn to say no right now, or I'm going to abandon you.
Exactly. Yeah, so you perfectly understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And then, so on your end, your feeling is like, I'm having a conversation about how nice it would be if people could set strict boundaries, and this motherfucker is trying to avoid the conversation by not setting a strict boundary. You came to me praising me that I was giving you advice to do the very thing that you are now doing the antithesis of, and then getting upset at me for it. That's your perspective, which is fair, and I can understand why that's like, fuck, how fucking annoying, right? But then on the flip side, on the other person's side, they're like, I set certain boundaries to protect myself because I find that people push really hard. Now there's somebody that I am friends with and I respect, and now they're pushing me really hard in a conversation to acquiesce on something that I'm starting to feel uncomfortable about, and now I'm in the very position that I don't want to be in, where somebody's pushing really hard on me in a really intense way in a conversation about boundaries. And that's the feeling from their side. So, but I think that the risk for you is very low, because it's just a conversation about friendships and boundaries or whatever. But the risk for them is these are behaviors associated with like sexual pressure, which is usually way more high stakes or way more high risk, which is I think the feeling that they have, Stardust in this case.
I think caving is low risk each time you do it. But having been in relationships like the one that I imagine would develop with Stardust, were I to do what you're suggesting, I feel like you can waste your whole fucking life reading people's feelings for them and taking care of them, and
Yeah, but you don't have to do
basically
it.
just parenting them.
Yeah, but like I said before,
Well,
you don't have to. You could just say like, you can message them and be like, hey, listen, like, I'm sorry, but like we have way different expectations. There's like a million less dramatic ways to exit that relationship, right?
Well, I wasn't trying to exit in the first stream. I wasn't trying to exit the relationship.
No, but at some point in the second stream, you had made the determination that we can't be close friends anymore, right? But like once that determination is made, it's probably like, okay, you just back off, and then like later you have the conversation, because like they're super emotionally
Okay, so you think it was
compromised.
harsh for me to angrily tell her why I don't want to be her friend?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Like,
Because keep in
yeah,
mind, like again, this is why I criticize you on the empathy thing. On her perspective, her boundaries were too loose, and then she got either raped or sexually assaulted, and now she's like, fuck. So she tightened her boundaries up a lot, and now she's being attacked on a live stream saying your boundaries are too tight, and this is why it frustrates me. So it's like, fuck me, holy shit.
I didn't say that. I didn't say they were too tight though. I just said I don't like it.
It's the same thing, right?
It's fucking. I mean, anybody who's ever dated somebody who's been raped or molested or abused knows that like you want to be supportive, but it's also pretty fucking annoying.
I don't want to be supportive to rape or abuse victims in personal relationships. I wouldn't date somebody that has that type of stuff going on that required constant support, because I wouldn't be able to support. I'd get burned out, and then it would be really negative. So you're not obligated to. You don't have to.
I'm not saying you're obligated. I'm just saying even if you choose to date somebody who has those kind of issues, you can empathize with them and at the same time be like, this is fucking terrible.
Sure.
I mean, it's like if you're
but
dating
you can also
somebody who
say
gets
there are people
cancer-
that like I've been with who have been like, this is too much for me to handle. It's like, oh, okay, I mean, this is gonna work, and then you just kind of like leave. But I wouldn't be like, you need to solve your depression right now, or I'm gonna stop talking to you because the burden is too high. Look at me. Like
But I
that's
didn't
because
say
that's
that.
no, that well, kind of.
Okay. I asked her to talk about it on stream. The first conversation. She said she was fine. I DM'd her afterward. She said she was fine. Or she said she was upset but didn't, she just like didn't respond and then didn't want to talk about it.
Okay.
I DM'd her again later. Then she DM'd me changing the subject to something else, and I was like, I feel like we should talk about this because this is weird. Then then she came into the sex worker stream and like said something like passive aggressive to me on stream. Then we DM'd again. And then we like didn't talk for like a month, and then I think I just was like asking her to talk about this every like 2 or 4 weeks. And then finally she was like, okay, let's talk about it, but I want Chud to be there. So we agreed to that. It takes another month to actually do it. And then by the time we do it, I'm like, I feel like you ditched me. And she's like, stop whining.
I don't think she said stop
You're an-
whining.
you're- she-
I think
she
she said
did.
that she didn't
She's
feel
literally said no. She literally said stop whining.
It might have gotten to that point, but initially I think she was saying she didn't feel like she ditched you. She just kind of like was like had some distance for a while, but she still supported you publicly. She wasn't like an anti-friend or an anti-fan or like started to become a hater or anything. But she felt like she needed
Well,
some space.
Yeah, that's fine, but you can't take space by just not talking to me.
You can take
And
space. by just not
for us to
talking.
be
Of course
friends.
you could. For you to be friends, maybe not. But
For us
like,
to be friends.
sure.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Mhm.
what I was saying. So I don't think that's the same. I don't think that's the same. Again, you're I get what you're saying. You're saying that my boundary can feel like, if I'm saying I can't be friends with somebody who can't handle conflict in a relationship, you're saying that can come across as change your psychology right now or I'm leaving.
or it's an invitation for a big argument. Yeah. I think there's like one-to-one parallels we can draw in sexual situations, right? Like if I get to the point to where I'm on a second date with somebody, we're in bed, we're just kind of like hanging out, like sitting there, and I'm like, I really want to mess around, and she's like, I don't know if I'm comfortable yet, and I'm like, okay, well, I don't really think I can date you if you're not okay with like fucking rape.
I agree. I agree that that's
and you can argue that
mild
it's-
rape attempt.
Yeah, well, fuck, we don't even have to fuck the word rape. Who cares? We're both pro rape. Okay, really? Do we really care? What I'm
Well, I
saying.
think it's worth labeling.
Sure. Okay, rapey, sure. But like the issue here is that like you can argue, well, all I'm doing is asserting a boundary. I'm just saying that like, if she doesn't want to fuck me, I don't really want to.
Yeah, a lot of manipulation is also just asserting a boundary. You can frame it that way.
And it
for
doesn't
sure.
have to be intentional, but like that's all I'm saying is that like when somebody is already like, I'll say emotionally dysregulated, and then you're pushing on their boundaries heavily, and again it's high risk for them and low risk for you. It's a bad uncomfortable situation for them to be in, like super uncomfortable.
I guess
I'd say.
it feels like you're telling me, you're coaching me to withdraw though, because I'm saying,
No, what
you're
I'm saying
saying
is there's
if-
more appropriate ways or times to re-engage. So you could call it withdrawal, sure. There's times when it's probably appropriate to withdraw a bit because you can find a more
well, you're
appropriate
saying
time to engage.
at some point I'm gonna have to be like, listen, you're like crossing a line for me. We're like, I can't really call you my friend if you're gonna treat me this way.
Yeah, but you
And
do
then
it when
if-
their
and if you-
emotional state is like not as intense, and they're not as in an intense moment, because that moment was very intense, and there's no reason for it to be, right? Like you don't that didn't have to happen. That conversation, that resolution, that didn't have to happen right there. Didn't need to be done at that point. Something could have been done later. There would have been no difference other than like saving her mental or emotional pain.
So what would I do to do it later? Just pretend that we're cool.
Just be like, oh,
and
okay, well,
yeah,
you know, yeah, we can chat about it, I guess, later. Like, it's fine. We can drop the topic now. And then later on message and be like, hey, okay.
and just break up with him.
Basically.
I don't know if I like the spear. The shit
Because what do
looks
you lose
cool.
by doing it?
And
'Cause we
that's
can
a
obviously
fact.
see the huge gains to her, like, emotional well-being. What do you lose doing it? Other than maybe you have to fake being friendly with somebody for...
I don't see it's huge.
Isn't
gains
that
in
right,
emotional
Buttian?
well-being. I don't get the difference. I mean,
How
one,
not?
I'm just pretending that I feel like we're friends when I feel like she just
Wait, hold on. You don't see any huge gains to her emotional well-being if you quote-unquote break up later versus forcing the issue right there on stream.
Okay.
Okay.
A friendship ending on stream is bad for you, and it's better if it ends in private.
Well, no, I'm not even talking about that context at all. I'm just saying to analyze the emotional states. That if somebody is like highly emotional, that's probably not the time to introduce that subject or try to resolve that topic.
But that's what we were meeting to talk about.
You weren't meeting to talk about ending the friendship.
I think we both were airing out some pretty huge grievances with each other.
Yeah,
we
that's
were
fine.
meeting to talk about.
But I don't think either of you were going into that with like, this might be the last time I ever talk to this person. I don't think that was on the table for either of you. That's my guess going into it.
I don't want it to be the last time I ever talk to. I didn't say I'll never talk to you again. I just said like definitionally, I don't think we're friends if you stop speaking to me for months when you get mad at me, and you won't even tell me that you're mad at me. How can it wasn't like I was saying. At this point, I no longer want to be your friend. It was more like me saying we're already not friends.
Yeah, I understand, but But obviously, she didn't know that it was going to be that intense. Right? I think this is unarguable. You kind of have to give this, right? I don't think she knew, because if she did know that, then why was the emotional reaction so extreme?
No, she did not understand that I felt that way.
Yeah, that it was this extreme.
Well, I don't know, because she already knew that we weren't speaking. Essentially, we weren't really speaking.
Yeah, but a lot of people. You said it yourself. A lot of people.
No, but she knew we weren't speaking for months in the face of an obvious big conflict that was happening that we weren't talking about. She knew that.
Okay, I disagree with you, but let's say that I grant this and then I move on to the next question. Then why was she so emotional? If she already knew this was like likely the direction things were heading.
I'm saying they didn't change. I don't think much changed in the conversation, except she was informed that this doesn't meet my definition of friendship.
Yeah, but that could be a big change, right? Like
think
maybe
the thing
I
that-
decide
I
in
think
my
the
head
thing
right
I
now.
said
Maybe I decide in my head right now that like I don't like traveling and I don't like travelers, and that's the thing that I throw in. And I go to have a serious conversation with Melina, and then through like halfway through the conversation, she realizes, wait, I think he's about to break up with me. And then she's like, "Are you breaking up with me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, like probably if this is a thing, right?" Now she's gonna become like.
Wait, that's different. I don't think that's a good comparison, because in mine, I'm saying it would be like if Melina just like disappeared and then stopped speaking to you entirely. You had no idea where she was, and then
Okay.
she comes back 6 months later, and she's like, I think we should talk about our marriage. I wanna talk about my feelings about why I did that. And then you're like, well, what marriage? Like, I don't think of you as my wife anymore. Like, you disappeared for I haven't heard from you or seen you in 6 months. And then she's like, oh my God, you're divorcing me? It's like, no, I'm not saying I'm saying that you left. You left the friendship.
Yeah, but the difference is that, like, the expectation there is that, like, if you're a wife or some shit, and you leave your partner for that long, of course it's gonna be. But friendship, there's probably, like, slightly different expectations. Because you yourself said in that conversation, you're like,
my point is that we have different expectations. That Stardust thinks you can, if you're uncomfortable with somebody and they're your friend, you can just stop speaking to them for 3 months, essentially, and you'll still be friends.
Okay.
And I don't think that. Because to me, that's like, no, we're not friends. We can still be friendly, but like the amount of trust and closeness that I would call friendship, I can't have with you.
Yeah, we're not arguing about any of this.
But we already
none of this is relevant.
We already don't have it.
None of this is relevant. I'm just saying that regardless of how you're justifying it now, it's obvious that she didn't think that going in. Or if she did, you need to explain to me why she was so emotional. Why was she so upset about it if she knew that this would like be a potential outcome going into it? Because I don't understand that then. I don't know why she would be so upset. Especially if if you thought the friendship was already over and you thought she thought the friendship was already over, right? It seems clear to me that she didn't think that.
She's upset to find out that I define where we're at as not being friends. I think she's upset to find out that I'm saying in order to be friends with me, you have to do something that you are not comfortable with doing and don't want
but
to
you're saying you're restating the same
do.
thing. She didn't know the friendship was on the line at that point. And now that it is, it makes the conversation a lot more emotionally intense.
Yes, but it's not like I changed anything.
Well, what happened was you revealed an internal state of mind that she didn't know about. You didn't have to change anything. You just revealed something.
Yes, but it also doesn't, like, if you break up with somebody, you're like, we have to stop doing what we've been doing. Our things you have to move out. We can't see each other. We can't have sex anymore. But with Stardust, I was saying, like, we're already broken up. We're already not friends.
Yeah,
this
but
is
she
what
might.
not
But
friends do.
it's different. She might not feel that way, right? Maybe for you, that's not what friends do.
I know, but I'm saying you're making it sound like I ended a relationship, and I'm saying I just told her. I don't agree.
Okay, you're wrong.
I agree that is a framing of it, but I'm saying that's not from my perspective.
Yeah, but there's two perspections. I've got a friend.
Yes.
I've got a friend. Wait, real quick. I have a friend, Kyle. Okay, real life friend of mine. I don't think we've spoken in like 3 or 4 years. It's been a long time. But we like grew up together. He's been on stream a lot. Like we just haven't talked in a long time. Now I would hope maybe if I messaged him that he'd be like, holy shit, we haven't talked forever. Like let's chill, whatever. But if he were to message me tomorrow and be like, hey, we haven't spoken in like 2 or 3 years. Like don't ever talk to me again. Like I'm not gonna do that. This is not my idea of a friendship. If he sent me that, I'd be a little bit like upset. I'd be like, oh shit. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't even know that. My bad. Now he could say, well, it's always been like that in my mind. It's like, okay, sure, but I didn't know that. Damn, I thought we had like a different understanding of things. And
yeah,
she might have
said I don't think of you as my friend anymore.
Yeah, I'd be like, oh well, fuck. And then he'd be within his right to say that. And maybe after year 1 or 2, he'd be like, fuck this guy. I'm done. And that's his right to say that. But I'd still be a little upset. I'd be like, oh shit, I didn't even know that. I didn't know that was how you viewed it. But
I don't think that's a good analogy, because you're leaving out the part where I fought for our friendship and where I told her what I needed. I mean, you can call it manipulation or threat, but I think it would be more like if Kyle DM'd you and was like, "What the fuck?" Like
but did you ever DM her before that conversation and say, if you don't reach out to me more, if we don't contact each other more, this friendship is over?
No.
So then how would she have known that?
I don't know, but can I finish my analogy?
Okay.
It would be like if Kyle DM'd you and said, dude, or called you, and was like, dude, what the fuck? We're like, this is not how friends treat each other. Where have you been?
Sure. But did you ever say that to Stardust? No.
Yeah, I did. I said you ditched me. What the?
You ditched me after, but you never DM'd her and said like, hey, we haven't talked as much. Like, what's going on?
I said it on stream.
Yeah, but by then it was already like too late, right? Things were already fucked at that point. Like, is there anything she could have said to like save the friendship at that point?
Yeah.
What? Groveled?
Fuck you.
Me?
No. Yes.
Oh.
No. I'm not groveled. No.
Oh. Well, because it sounds like she would have needed to be like, oh my god, I'm sorry. Like, I didn't know this was you. I won't do this again.
No, I don't want her to apologize. No, I didn't want her to apologize.
Oh.
I hate apologies.
Gotcha. That's...
What could Stardust have said to save our friendship?
Yeah.
For a lot of my life, I've thought that people can. I have a different idea of friendship from you. I think if you're uncomfortable in a friendship, you can just leave and internally shut people out. I understand I did that. I understand I concealed my feelings from you, and I understand how this affected you. I understand that you got banned and you needed a friend and I wasn't there for you. I understand what you're saying. I want the friendship that you're describing.
Well, but she doesn't. She
And
apparently has a totally different style of managing friendships, right? And that wasn't acceptable.
Wait, I'm not. You're asking me what she could have said to save our friendship.
Oh.
Right?
Well, but this isn't about what she could have said. This is she would have needed to have a genuinely different opinion on friendships, right?
Yeah, we're not friends not because she said the wrong thing, but because we actually don't have compatible ideas about what friendship even is.
Yeah, okay. But then all I'm saying
But
is
I didn't know that going into the conversation. I had no idea that
Okay.
she was just going to be like hostile and dismissive of me if I said like you ditched me, and like I'm heartbroken.
yeah, she probably
I had
didn't
no
know
idea that her response was going to be like, "Go fuck yourself, stop whining."
She probably didn't know that either. That the difference was that big. For them, I guess.
Right, but you're putting it on me to have known that, or to conceal my emotions about it in the conversation. Again, it feels like you're saying, Stardust is. It's okay for Stardust to get really emotional, lash out, call me a whiner for being hurt, and call me an asshole and tell me that I'm like an insensitive person. That's all fine, but it's not fine for me to be like, well, I'm coming to you vulnerable and hurt, and like if you're telling me to stop whining, then I don't see how we can be friends. I don't see how I can trust you after this.
Yeah, the reason why I'm putting it on you was going back to one thing before, because I think the stakes for the conversation are way higher for her. That's why I put it on you.
Why?
Because of the subject matter at hand. That like the conversations are revolving around boundaries that she feels like she's kind of needed to create because of things related to like sexual assault and stuff, and the boundaries and then you're pushing on those boundaries because you're a little bit upset about how like the friendship is turning out.
But do you see how you're just making it the default that I have to take care of her because she's a woman?
You don't have to take care of her. You just have to disengage. And it doesn't have to do with being a woman. It has to do with like who's got like whose boundaries are like more protective here.
Wait,
or who's more.
no, it is taking care of it. You want me to disengage and tell her in private for her sake.
Yeah, but it's not taking care of the woman. I mean, in this case, she is a woman, right? Actually,
Well, you want me to do that because she's a woman?
no, I want you to do that because she's the one that has the riskier boundary. She's the one that's like in a more
As a
vulnerable-
woman.
It does. You guys could be gender reversed, and it would be the same thing. But who, I don't know. The woman thing has nothing to do with it.
Wait, doesn't she have a riskier boundary because she's a woman? I don't understand.
No, because she's talking about these boundaries that she's created because of like sexual engagements where she's being pursued, and you're talking about boundaries that you've created because of sexual engagements where you're the pursuer. There's inherently like a different kind of dynamic at play, right? Like your boundaries are just like whatever keeps you happy and horny, and her boundaries are whatever keeps her from not getting raped. So
No, I don't think so. I think it's not just about that. It's about keeping myself out of this exact type of situation, which is traumatic for me. To be, like my fucking marriage. Chasing my wife was such a big part of my 20s. Chasing her emotionally, pursuing her. It's not about just being happy and horny. It's a deep. I mean, you saw how upset I was. It's not. I feel like it just feels like you think her feelings are like more real than mine.
I think that it's a lot easier for you to step away in that moment than it is for her. I think she's the one that's being harmed more by the interaction.
Because she doesn't know what she's feeling,
Well,
or what to do with those
it seems
feelings.
like she's feeling upset and she knows that. Oh, I could tell. You could probably tell.
I just don't. What do you? Why is she being harmed more than I am?
Because she's having, like, I think, reasonably, like, a much more emotional response to the conversation at hand.
I don't think she. I think my emotional response was about the same.
Okay, she's having a more warranted emotional response because I think the subject matter for her is going to be boundaries that put her more at risk than the ones for you that just keep you from, like, unhealthy relationships, I guess, or unhealthy friendships.
Okay, so you believe me that it's the most upsetting stream I've ever done?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, and you believe me I was extremely upset, but you're saying it wasn't warranted as much as her being upset, and because my feelings weren't as warranted, I should have moved to protect her.
Sure.
More.
Do you feel like it would have been impossible for you to disengage from that point?
It would have been undesirable for me.
Sure, but that's. Do you think it would have been traumatic for you to disengage at that point?
It was already traumatic.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it would have made it worse. Yeah, because it's just another woman, or I mean, it happens with men too sometimes, but specifically woman, who is telling me that they're gonna abandon me if I don't put their feelings ahead of mine, mind read them.
Well, the abandonment was already going to happen, right? Somebody's abandoning somebody because you guys are obviously fundamentally incompatible. If you need a level of support that she
Wait,
can't
you're
offer.
changing the subject.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I've lived through this like endless series of women who would say, I'm gonna abandon you if you don't take care of me. I'm gonna abandon you if you don't pursue me. I'm gonna abandon you if you don't manage my boundaries for me. Of course it's traumatic. I mean, like I made the whole Real Doll review with Shaylin. That whole conversation is about this exact thing of like, if you're telling me that our relationship is gonna fall apart or this conversation is gonna fall apart, if I'm not monitoring you and making sure you're okay for you, then you're telling me that we're not even a couple. Like, we're not equals. We don't have we have a parent-child relationship at that point. I would do that for my daughter or my son, but not for a friend or for a partner. That can't be my job. It's been my job or a parent. It's been my job my entire life. Monitoring other people's feelings, caretaking them, and pursuing them. I don't want to do it.
Yeah, that's all fair, but I'm just saying in that particular moment.
It's extremely traumatic for me. I think we both were sitting there traumatized thinking, Jesus Christ, it's happening again for our own separate nightmares.
Okay.
But
then there's nothing nothing else to really be said then. That it just is what it is, and there's no way for you to escape those circumstances, I guess. I mean, that's essentially what you're telling me. Like, I mean, I would say that I believe you're having...
I feel like you don't believe me.
I can believe you. It's not really relevant.
You could believe me, but you don't.
I mean...
You can believe me.
I mean,
but you don't.
I can't know your mental state. If you're telling me that you feel this way...
Try it, Steven. Look me in the eye and say, I don't believe you. See, try it. See how it feels.
No,
try it on
I believe you. There's no reason for me not to believe you. But if this is the case, I mean, like, then you're just doomed to repeat these interactions over and over again, I guess.
Oh wait, holy shit. Why am I... Dude, hold on.
Falling out with somebody early on because you realize they're expecting you to be their emotional...
My shit is not fucking...
And monitor and regulator.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's bound to happen with some people. But if you stay in that relationship and you say, well, because you're upset, I'm gonna blah, blah, blah. Or even if you just conduct yourself...
How long have y'all been here? Jesus Christ.
Other people's feelings above yours, especially women. It will become much more of a nightmare.
Oh, Christ, my bad, boys. I'm over here fucking staring at the screen because it's goddamn...
The question is...
like 2 in the morning. And my shit is not blinking at me like it usually blinks. What's going on, fellas?
And you said that I didn't handle it. Or you implied it.
Okay. Well, you know what I thought, but I think there's no point else in continuing the conversation. Because it sounds like you feel like you handled it in the best way that you could have.
I'm trying to figure out how to get a better fucking accessory on this bitch.
I feel very guilty.
I just unlocked an equivalent slot
Sounds like you're telling
right
me that
here,
you're super
and
traumatized.
shit is pissing me off.
Part of me
Alright.
believes that it's my job to caretake.
I don't know why this shit wasn't blinking at me. When, who was it? I think, yeah, Mr. Coke showed up earlier and said Ghost of Tsushima, and I was like, no,
to just not stand up for myself.
I didn't hear that shit fucking make that noise y'all can hear. But I thought I just missed it for some reason.
So I am confused.
How's it going, boys?
I do. Part of me wants to
Peaked
be
at
told that it's my
16.
fault, that I get it wrong.
No
And
way.
It was my job to make sure Stardust is okay, and even to just
Well,
keep
it's
being
time to
friends
do
with her
some
and tell her
missions.
we're
I've
friends
fucking
and-
cleared
and just,
100%
protect myself
most of this map.
secretly in the future.
And,
from interactions
yeah.
like that with her, but not to tell her.
Time to go
Not
fight
make a
some
stand
people.
for myself. Not to demand.
Oh, dude, I just need to apply.
level of friendship
I
that
should
need.
100%.
Part of me believes all that. So
What do you want
I'm
me
not-
to help you with?
Fuck yeah.
I don't know. I just wanna
No,
know.
I got up above the 3 average viewers. Quit fucking with me, Mr. Coke. Nah, dude, I don't like the person I become when I play first-person shooters. Rainbow? Like, as in Rainbow Six Siege?
You know what I think made it worse?
I mean, if y'all are gonna invite me to the party, I mean, I might as well
No.
show up.
Me getting banned for an anti-rape video. I think that made the whole thing a lot more awful. I don't know. It's all a nightmare.
Pushed it back.
Okay. That could, yeah.
Alright, so.
It's one of the reasons why
So
the
what do you-
getting banned for transphobia irritates the fuck out
I
of me.
wonder if I should
You know,
do
like
this
that article
mission
staunchly pro-trans.
non-lethal.
Before it was politically convenient to be so on Twitch, but so.
Honestly, I like doing non-lethal just because it's like
Yeah.
less damage and therefore harder to pull off. The fighting in this game is fucking dank, dude. It's like equal parts equal parts Ghost of Tsushima, Liza P, and Sekiro.
We're done talking
For
about this, right?
sure, for situations like this that pop up in the future,
Yeah.
what's within your power to control?
And it is extremely non-jank. I gotta say that.
A lot of
Like, there's
self-control.
never been a
I could've
time when
done
I was like,
everything you
oh
said,
no, I
but
pressed it.
chose not to. That's why I feel so bad.
How do you figure in your mind, how do you determine whether or not it's appropriate for you to be emotionally aggressive or not?
I think about my role in the conversation. She kept saying I was playing the victim.
You can do cooperative. Dude, Pi, on May 16th,
Yeah,
Ghost of
like, we're both
Tsushima
internet
comes out on the
victims, so we're
PC.
both playing the victim. So
If
when
you
it's time for
if
me
you
to
want
think
to
about how I
if you
feel
want me
about
to
it,
show you a good time,
I will play
there's
the
a
victim.
rivals mode in the
And,
multiplayer version of
okay,
Ghost
so
of
I'm gonna
Tsushima.
be childish, and
I
that's okay.
like
So I'm gonna let myself
I'm in a 50 person
get teary
PlayStation group
and
of like all the
I'm
people
gonna say what I'm
who
thinking. I'm gonna
like
let loose and
were
say
the
what I'm
cream
say
of the
what I would
crop
say,
at
like,
that like
you're
really
off
intense and fun game mode, and like we can't wait for the
in a different situation
PC players
with
to get
different
here so
people
we
or a
can
different
fucking
role, then I'm like, okay,
actually
this
have
isn't my
like a
role.
new
Okay,
crop
I'm
of
not
people
demanding to
to
be
absolutely
heard, taken
school.
care of, or understood in this
So
situation.
fucking
That sounds like
Ghost
you
of
disagree
Tsushima
that my
Ghost of
role there was
Tsushima is
appropriate,
possibly one of the
given how she was
like
feeling.
most
People-
well-rounded best games I've
Maybe,
ever played.
Maybe it's different. Maybe I would
It's
say different
such a
things to
good
her, I
fucking
guess.
game. This game, this is like a 7.5 out of 10. Ghost of Tsushima is a 9.8.
My power that I can change to effect a different
Yeah,
outcome.
one day, let me show you a rivals round. It's
And
so
I'm having
cool,
a debate
dude.
with somebody who's getting upset because
Yeah,
the
fuck yeah.
conversations were all
Somebody
going
was
down
telling
these
me to
hate created that are related to,
check
like,
out
sexual assault or something. My guess is
Lightyear.
going to be that there's probably not much they're gonna be
Lightyear
changing.
something
Probably, like,
earlier. It wasn't
go
like,
way
it's
back
not like
and
Buzz
somebody's gonna
Lightyear.
have to intervene there.
It's like
Yeah.
some sort of like super chill space
So then you feel like
mech
the conflict
farming
is
thing.
not worth happening.
But yeah,
Not worth
no,
having
I won't keep you
because-
any longer,
No,
man.
I feel like I
Thank
have
you
more
so much for
agency
the
in
raid,
situation
and
than you
yeah,
do.
my bad
Oh,
that I
so-
was
so you
a
would
little
take
too
this a
locked
step up.
in.
Yeah.
That being said,
I guess
yeah,
I just always feel like
I'll
have
catch
more
you later,
agency. I feel
and
like I can step up in situations where I really
I'm gonna
shouldn't.
fuck around with
And
this.
I have.
Oh shit, it's a solo.
Yeah, and I think there are times where it's appropriate to make
Fuck
your
yeah.
emotional ask. Where you say like, hey, I'm always doing this. I'm not gonna do
Alright,
this
well,
anymore.
here we go.
But that's the
Solo
probably most
attempt
people
with
who are
non-lethal
doing
weapons.
this.
Let's give it a
So
shot.
very close friendships, relationships, family relationships are where it's most appropriate to ask for that, right?
Dude, you're the man.
And it sounds like your relationship with Star
I
Wars is
actually,
already kind
I
of
think
rocky
my
because you've
prime
been
came
together
up.
for so long.
I
So
should
definitely not the best
spend my
situation for
prime
that kind of an ask there.
on my favorite
That's what I need.
actual
Yeah,
affiliate.
but probably not gonna get it from her.
I need to get in there.
I guess not. Apparently not. You're
Get
you
some
have a lot
sleep,
of
brother.
self-control too, though. You can do the same thing, right? Just like compartmentalize and step up.
Yeah, generally. But I feel like it's been good to like reach out.
Hell yeah, man. I'll definitely I'll
right,
post
to,
it in the
like, less
Discord.
drama to talk to people and share the burden or whatever the fuck people say they do, which feels good.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Good night, Pooks, he says. Oh shit. I got all these places I gotta go check out. Well, let's get in there. Where's the closest one? Okay,
Well,
this
that's
one
one of
here.
those things that haunts me, I guess.
When you say it haunts you, it makes it feel like there's something that's unanalyzed or unseen, or do you feel like the situation?
Just that part of me thinks everything is my fault and my responsibility.
I should change the react video.
And you're telling me that it kind of is. So. I don't know.
That might not be
It's
fair. I might be somebody that errs on the side of taking too much responsibility for things. So maybe
Yeah.
that's not the best. But I'm just saying, like, if I look at situations, because at the end of the day, the only person that could really, I'm the person that looks out for me the best and the most. And I'm the person that has the most control of the situations that I'm in. So if there's ever adverse situations that I'm involved in, I'm usually looking for, like, what are things that I can do to change those in the future? Because I don't think other people are going to look out for me as much as I'll look out for myself. And then if I do feel like I need help, which I don't because I'm an anime supervillain, but if I do feel like I need help, then the people that I'm going to lean on for help are going to be the people that I really trust, right? I'm not going to be messaging, like a random chatter and like demanding like a ton of emotional consolation from them. It's going to be like a close friend or Melina.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you take responsibility too often.
Yeah,
But
probably.
it's weird because it feels like if you know you have the ability to just like compartmentalize and just like do whatever the more responsible thing, then it's like you're making a choice to be emotional.
A little bit, yeah. But I mean, if you have the capability to, like, why not? You just have to make sure you're not, like, abusive towards yourself, because other people can take advantage of that, right?
Well, that's exactly why. I think I am
Get
abusive
wrecked.
towards myself, and people do take advantage of it.
Yeah. But then it's important to find the people that you feel like you can share yourself with or take care of you, but that's going to be a challenge, right?
Yeah, but I think part of the way I find people like that is by not
Ambushing
getting
them
sucked
in
into
live.
this time. Yeah, no, by not getting sucked into the dynamic of like, no, it wasn't. I wasn't planning on saying any of that. It wasn't an ambush. It was just like, I'm just gonna say what I'm thinking. I didn't have a plan.
Sure, but I'm just saying that that's kind of what happened, right? But I'm saying there's other ways you can find.
One
people that-
ambush implies that I did have a plan.
Not necessarily. It doesn't have to be.
Okay, I feel like ambush means that you had a plan. And you sprung
Well,
it on
find a
somebody.
different word to take somebody unaware and then thrust upon them an intensely emotional conversation where they're expected to have a high level of emotional care or being able to take care of you in a situation where they feel like they need care. That's a really difficult position for most people to be in, especially if they weren't prepared for it or weren't planning on it. Especially if they have their own problems too.
But you don't think she ambushed me?
No, I mean, or maybe you can argue in a way it felt like you both ambushed each other.
I know, but you don't feel like that. You feel like I just possess a greater ability to.
When I look
my
at the
feelings.
norms of humans and the things that are being discussed between the two of you, the feeling
She's
I
a
have.
lady. She's a
No,
woman.
I don't care about that. The feelings that I have are that the particular topics being discussed, my expectation will be on you to manage the emotional sides of things more than her. That'd be my guess, based on the norms of like what's being presented in the conversation. But for various reasons, each of you could feel differently about that, right?
But doesn't. You don't think it's gendered?
It can be. I don't think it is, but if it makes you feel better, you can say it is.
It only makes me feel better when you say it, Steven.
Okay, well, then no, I don't think it's better.
This is why I said it's not your fault that I got banned.
Because you think I'm taking some huge emotional burden on myself that I'm just not willing to share with you.
I don't even think you're aware of it.
Don't worry, a lot of people have said the same.
That you think everything's your fault.
No, that I'm engaged in some weird emotional repression.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
And I identify with
Those people.
You still hear Coke?
no, with you.
Oh, okay.
Identify with what I think you're feeling. I can really relate to what you're saying
yeah.
you're not feeling,
The
but I think
empath
that
thing.
you are.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
There's a
It's a-
version of me
it's a-
inside your head, and man, that version of me and you are just two peas in a pod.
These guys were remarkably similar.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you through the glass.
What a coincidence.
Don't know how much time has passed. All I know is that it feels like forever. Nothing ever goes
I know
by.
it's funny,
Forever
but I really
feels
do
like
think
home.
that.
Okay. Well, that's good.
That's why it's only funny if it's true,
Okay.
or if I think it's true.
I mean, arguably, I was in that position 2 months ago, where there was a person that existed
I'm
in my
leaving
head
the
that was
mission's whereabouts.
very empowering for me that probably wasn't a real human being, right? So I mean, hey, I actually
Yeah.
perfectly empathize with
I'm
those feelings. You know? I know
inside the
exactly where you're
fucking
at.
yellow circle, and yet I'm leaving the mission's whereabouts.
Welcome to the
Well, we
schizo
can never
world.
really know each other or ourselves, so it's all projection.
I mean, it's not all projection, right? We assume a certain mental state. Certain mental states produce certain actions, and as we are around each other more and we see each other act more, we, as in like humans
We'll
in general,
see. Yeah, you will
we can
see.
figure
if my-
out like the internal mental state, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if you do what I predict you're going to do, based on my thinking that you feel responsible for everything, but experience it as never feeling guilty.
Yeah, sure.
I feel your guilt.
Okay. I don't have any, but
You do. It's just in my head instead of yours.
gotcha. Okay.
one day I'm gonna give it back to you. Though, Steve. I'm gonna dump it right on your head.
Gotcha.
What do you got going on this week? So you're a busy man. What's the plan?
Tomorrow I have a real life debate with a libertarian guy that I think ran for president. I don't, Spike Cohen. And then the day after that on Sunday I fly to Texas for about a week, only 5 days.
Oh yeah, I saw the thumbnail. Changed my mind.
Yeah, I'm doing a Crowder-esque thing. Let's see how it goes. I want to do more like real life stuff, and talking to people with different political backgrounds seems to be a strength of mine, so yeah, it should be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I assume you're not going to beat them over the head with your binder and try to make them feel as stupid and humiliated as humanly possible.
Yeah, that'll be the goal. Although, regardless of how you feel about him, I
Become
think that for real life
wrecked.
events, I think Crowder tries to come off as like pretty reasonable. Like, based on what I've seen of him, he's usually like, "Oh, don't you get this?" and blah 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 blah. Like he's trying to look good and have the college kids agree with him. He's not trying to be like super evil or aggressive. At least from what I've seen him when he does those events.
I think he's evil and aggressive.
I know.
Nice. Paul? I hope you have a good trip. Is there anything else you feel we should say to each other?
I don't know. Is that anything else?
I think that's it for me.
Okay. Are you sure?
Yeah. For now.
Do you want to talk to Stardust? She's messaging me.
No.
Okay.
I will talk.
Do
I
it,
I'm not,
pussy.
It's not that I don't want to talk to Stardust ever. I just have to go.
Okay.
I can't do it right now.
Gotcha.
But I'll watch you talk to Stardust if you're gonna talk to her, or I'll talk to her another time.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like if we're gonna talk about it more, it's gonna be a pretty long conversation. Well, I can't do it right now.
When I make a blueprint, guys, how do I get the landfill as well? Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I love you. I'll talk to you later. Okay, buddy.
I love you too.
Okay. Bye.
Yeah, I watched the conversation. I'm legit like. I think you asked some good questions. But I do think that Max still doesn't seem to understand the issues, because I've tried to explain it to him several times, even in the conversation with Chud Logic. I spoke with him. And I told him that, you know, if it's even about test being this like broad thing, we can call it a test.
Mhm.
But you specifically said word for word that me waiting for sex is a power play, or it's manipulative, or it's like putting a biscuit on a dog's nose,
Mhm.
right? So these are very clearly negative connotations.
Mhm.
And I don't. Uh, so it's fine if he doesn't want to be friends. I'm actually like very, I don't know. So where should I go with this?
Do you understand his perspective for why it's upsetting in the conversation?
Yeah, he felt like he asked me a couple of times if I was fine, and I at the time, you know, I didn't really feel any sort of way about it. I didn't really feel upset about it.
Mhm.
I didn't feel bothered by the conversation until about like, again, 46 minutes in, because I went line by line in this. And part of me feeling uncomfortable in the conversation is when he started getting antagonistic. So, but it was fine. I was willing to just kind of withdraw. I think that's a pretty normal thing that people do to each other, is they withdraw. I didn't completely ghost him. I will admit that I did withdraw. I didn't message him as often. But I think that's normal for when somebody's describing this action that seems pretty necessary for a lot of people as manipulative, or comparing it to me demeaning a man like he's a dog. I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to react to that. You know,
So I think the issue that he
yeah.
had was that initially it seemed like he'd made a video that was criticizing this type of behavior, and that you reached out to him and explicitly agreed with his condemnation of this type of behavior. Then you laid out a defense for that type of behavior, and then when he pushed you on it, in a similar manner of somebody playing, he would say playing games in terms of like saying, like doing a test, you also kind of did another test in the middle of a conversation about tests where you told him that you were okay with a conversation that maybe you weren't fully okay with, and then all of it kind of came to a head where it's like, you came to me saying that you liked the concept that I talked about in the video, but then you disagreed with me about that concept, and then you executed the antithesis of that concept in the conversation with you about the concept, and now I'm mind-fucked over it. That was like his perspective on that.
Sure.
I'm not saying you're right
Sure.
or wrong. I understand your reaction. I understand that was like his perspective. That's why
Yeah.
he felt like so
Yeah.
ultra mind-fucked about the interaction, right?
Yeah, and honestly, I would say like he was trying to figure out that whether I was upset by that or not, and I truly was not upset by it until midway. And even then,
Fuck.
I people are in these situations where you feel like something's off, but you're not really sure what exactly. And it felt like he kept pushing and pushing me in that conversation and trying to get a reaction out of me, and
No.
and trying to make me feel like a manipulative person for having boundaries. And
Yeah, wrecked.
I didn't
First
it didn't
try.
really fully
Suck on
register
it.
like how much that made me uncomfortable until much later. Yeah. So
This
but it is
And that could be
is
that's totally fair,
Sparta.
right? Like that's fair that you can have
Yeah.
that, but then it can also be fair for the other person to be upset. Like, I guess since all I do is sex comparisons now, like imagine you're talking to somebody like, I'm gonna hook up with you. Do you want to hook up with me? Like, yeah, and you kind of rant all night. You're like, God, it's so nice to meet somebody who just wants to hook up, and there's not like any weird, like we don't have to do any fucking bullshit dating stuff. Like we just go to our house, I'm gonna fuck. Like, yes, this is awesome. That's cool. We're on the same page. And then as soon as you guys get to the person's house, they're still like, well, maybe we should watch some TV first. Like, do you want to go like get a bottle of wine? You want to do all this?
Yeah.
And then the other person's like, well, wait a second. I thought you said that we weren't doing this. And then the other person is starting to feel like, well, this is getting a little bit rapey. You're like, well, I don't know. And then the other person's like, well, hold on, now you're fucking with me. And while the person with like the defensive boundaries, I understand why they would have the defensive boundaries. It makes sense. The other person starts to feel like, wait, I thought we came here explicitly not doing this, and now you're doing this, and now I feel like I'm being fucked with. And I guess I'm fucking with you by telling you I'm being
Booty.
fucked with. But now that makes me feel fucked with even more, because now you've like kind of reneged.
Say
on the
hello
agreement we
to
had, and now that you've
Button.
upset me and you're upset, I'm supposed to take care of both of our feelings. That's like the feeling that
Alright.
person's getting.
Yeah, I didn't
This
want him to
video has
take
just
care of my
about run
feelings
out
either,
of
right?
its
And this whole thing
interesting
about,
parts.
like,
Right, Booty?
trauma or whatever. Like, I'm not like super interested in like making this about stuff like that. I just found it to be a very uncomfortable conversation, and I found the part that upset me the most about the conversation is that it really did feel like he was trying to
Quit
get
displaying
a
your
reaction out of me.
asshole
It
to the
felt like he was
world.
trying to get a fight out of me. Like, there are points in it
I
where
won't
he's
be
very
party
clearly
to your
upping
sluttishness.
how antagonistic he's being, and I don't like being messed with like that.
Sure, but then the question is he upping that antagonism because he's intentionally trying to fuck with you, or is he getting a...
Excuse. No. Alright, what's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Mr. Coke likes the Dark Viper
So sorry
shit,
to leak
so
DMs, but I don't think you will mind.
this one's for you,
DMs by
Mr. Coke.
Ramen Noodles 96. Hassan is currently debating a chatter on React content, and the chatter is probably a fan of yours. He is pretty much using your arguments. You might be tired of this topic at this point, but I thought it might interest you. I responded, you are correct. I am very, very tired of it. He says, sorry he just mentioned you, lol. And so I'm like, I should just go and edit. There's no way about this. It's not gonna do me any good to hear Hassan lie to his viewers. That and or just not understand still to this day why what he does is massively exploitative and just harmful to everyone but himself. But I couldn't help myself, so I went and listened, and the dude, Fandiro, he has seen my content, unsurprisingly. I listened to him try to explain it to Hassan, and while Fandiro wasn't doing a very good job, no offense to him, at least compared to how I would explain things, it was very, very clear that Hassan, a combination of didn't understand what he was being explained to him, and at various points specifically avoided admitting to things that he knew would make him look bad.
I'm sucking the eyeballs away from the market anytime I stream, even if I'm not watching
Maybe
the
that was
video
a
or not.
stupid way of wording it. I apologize, but yes.
No, I'm sucking the
essentially,
eyeballs
yes.
away from other people because time is finite. Obviously, there is not.
Yes, exactly.
So what you're saying quite literally works with just me streaming, even if I'm not watching a YouTube video. Do you understand? The only zero.
Yes, but then you're creating original content.
Yeah,
That's
every
the
time I
difference.
stream,
You're not
right now
stealing
when you're
content
talking to
from
me.
someone else.
Right now when you're talking to me, there's 23,000 people watching this conversation. Those are
Yeah, I don't have an issue with
23,000 eyeballs that could be watching anything else. So
Yeah,
the
but
harm
that's,
that
you're
presenting,
creating original content right now.
46,000, you
No,
dumb fuck.
But the harm that you're
Give or take a few.
here exists even in this circumstance. If
Like,
you
for example, if
perceive
Dan
that
Crenshaw
harm
were
at
watching.
all,
No, because the difference is you're creating original content. It's your own content.
Wait, Mr. Coke's on.
okay.
Like, there was a
Mr.
particular point
Coke
where he
went
asked,
on
like, where do your
fucking
new viewers
kick
come
to
from?
say
And Hassan's like,
fucking. Look at me, look at
I
me.
don't know, man. They come from all over places. I know, because the discussion was about dragging viewers from other creators to himself using reaction content, and he won't admit that he does that. He's like, oh, they just pop out of the ether, my new viewers, right? It's
Where do the viewers that join your stream after you start watching high quality content, where do they come from?
From all around. What do you mean? I don't know. I don't know where the fuck people
exactly.
come
From
long story. Like, you've heard all this before. I heard him repeat things that I've explained in my series and work in intricate detail are untrue in ways that are indisputable. Like, it's not like my opinion.
I wish he would throw a
It is
little
just
more
a
palette
fact
on
that
his
what I'm saying
R's.
is false. One issue that Hassan has is that he doesn't watch any videos that are critical of him, so he never learns why he's wrong. He will repeat false things that people explained in videos like years ago are false, but he just doesn't care. Which honestly, if you're trying to be happy in life, might actually be a good method of doing things.
Bro,
Whenever
you're
you
a
say
whiny
false
old
things
man.
Before you have saying false things, if you just ignore them, you can just keep saying those false things and say, oh, I just didn't know I was saying wrong things, right? Like this video, in like half an hour, a fraction of the time their conversation was happening, explains in intricate detail why everything Hassan says is false, but it just doesn't matter. What was worse is, like, if this conversation happens like somewhere else, it doesn't matter as much to me, right? I can't do anything about it.
Hassan isn't going to change. It has no benefit to him.
I know.
Don't let that butt clown live rent-free in your head.
I know. It's just very hard to not focus on the parts of life that are harmful to others, or that I should be trying to combat, but feel too tired to continue to do so. Like, if there's anything that should stick in your head, it's people who specifically work to harm others. I mean, what else has a right to be there, I suppose? But as we often say, if you can't change things, worrying about it too greatly is not a good use of time. It'll just make you unhappy. But in this section, talking to this guy, Hassan just lied about me for like 15 minutes straight.
You can either collaborate with a content creator by making a negative video about them to draw traffic to your own video or your own channel, which is what Dark Viper AU does, because he is a person who is you know, kind of insane and also impossible to enjoy the content of otherwise.
It was incredibly frustrating because debatable sometimes. All the false things that he says, how many of those he knows are false, he says them anyway, or just as unaware that they're false. But when it comes to me and things he says about me personally, I know he knows they're lies. Because in my video, I show him saying the direct opposite, especially in regards to me in some cases. So I'm listening to him just lie, knowingly lie, with a smirk on his face to tens of thousands of people, and it's hard to not get annoyed about that. To know that those at the top of these platforms are ultimately just liars, deceptive people who are working as hard as they can to dupe people so they can maintain their upper status in this ecosystem. It's just gross. As I say here on Twitter, listening to Hassan the Han cowardly debate me via proxy on his stream is one of the most frustrating experiences. I wish I was not informed it was happening. He doesn't get it, and I applaud Fanadrill for doing his best. This dude is lying and talking mad shit in his little bubble. He is then showcasing he still doesn't get it. Under this tweet, there were just so many people who still also don't get it. Understand, it'd be very different if they understood and disagreed. I don't know how they could do that, but that'd be a very different thing, but they just do not understand. I understand it is somewhat complicated. It's not an easy thing to grasp in 15 seconds, and it certainly would be harder considering that you'd have to listen to Hassan break things up who clearly doesn't understand, or at the very least is willing to represent himself as not understanding. But I recognize engaging with these tweets is a complete waste of my fucking time. If every single person I talk to one-on-one for the rest of my fucking life was convinced of my position, I would change nothing about the world. It's why it all seems so futile. I can make amazing videos that will be convincing to anyone who would watch them, but they just won't. Like this one, it's a great video. Will convince anyone who sits from the start to the end, but they just won't. And like Hassan knows this, is why he says I'm a gambling crypto scammer reactor whatever stuff, and like he highlights these false messages in his chat and shit. Because you don't have to win the battle of ideas, although that is a somewhat stupid phrase, if you simply smear the opposing side to the degree that they'll never engage with your points anyway. It's infuriating.
Oh, dude, the problem is Dark Viper AI is so manic. Like, that's the worst aspect of this. Like, I didn't know this dude was a fucking Dark Viper fan when I brought him on, and now he's just like he just loses. God, he's so. I really wish him well. I really do, brother. One day you will get the help. I think. You're so unwell.
But when you fight for something great, people who are fighting against will lie and neglect your points. As I say, in every conversation, this is the stuff that will happen. This isn't just a manifestation of the discussion around the exploitation that is reaction content. It's in every discourse where one group of people is trying so hard to maintain their elevated position in society. It's why change is so hard, especially in the case where the form of exploitation or the form of harm that you're facilitating enables you to maintain a higher status. You can use that higher status to manipulate narratives for your benefit. And that makes it even harder because the average person isn't going to heavily engage with these topics to the degree that they might be disabused of falsehoods that they've been told by these same people. Because they go, oh, well, the big influential person that I like says this is the way things are, then that's the way things are. As I've said before, the only way I am going to ever have an impact on this issue is by just becoming more popular, famous, having more viewers. Because then I can just assert on like everything under the sun, and I will be believed. It wouldn't matter at that point how substantiated my points would be. I just have to assert them, and people will believe them just because I'm popular. I was so annoyed that Hassan would just lie about me for 15 minutes. Like, it's one thing to debate me by proxy, right? Debate someone else pretending it's me in some way. This is a common tactic of people who are very dishonest, right? They will specifically avoid those who are the best representatives of opposing viewpoints and find the weakest to combat in a public forum. Ben Shapiro does this, Steven Crowder does this, Hassan of course does this. He won't debate people who can legitimately show the falsehoods in which he espouses. He will only talk to his chat because he can selectively pick messages from his chat to respond to, and then when he starts losing, just immediately ban the person and move on. It is a much more controlled environment.
What do you mean you disagree? Where is your data? It doesn't matter. This is devoid of data. And the person that he showed, the person that he watched the YouTube video of and where this resentment comes from, has tried desperately to create data around it. And there's a litany of data that goes in the exact opposite direction, which is why this is a non-issue that people really glom onto and manufacture drama out of.
Udi, stop licking your belly.
I sent a message to Hassan in a way that he would pop up on screen, where I said, I had no interest in ever debating you, which I don't. I hate debates. If you want to lie about me to your viewers and debate me via proxy, that is different. Because obviously, not debating someone is preferable, but if the alternative to that is just letting a person lie and debate another person on my behalf, that's obviously just a worse situation. Either stop talking about it or just talk to me. I am very tired and not a good debater. Free win for you. Okay, I'll be real with you. While I was very tired, and I don't think I'm a very good debater, I don't think it would be a free win for Hassan. I don't think Hassan could win debating against a brick wall. As I said down here, no person should ever be willing to lie so passionately as Hassan does to tens of thousands of people. I know they are lies rather than just falsehoods because I have seen him say the direct opposite. Money matters little to me. His misinforming others does matter. If Hassan really believed what he did is virtuous and not harmful, he wouldn't so avoid those criticizing him or constantly flee to his bubble and lie to make himself feel better. This isn't the actions of someone secure in their beliefs. I hate debates. I'd debate him though. He further wouldn't be so passionately avoiding of anyone who points out why what he's saying is wrong. Could you imagine someone with 1.5 million subscribers dedicating a video specifically to explaining in intricate detail why you are causing harm to people? This person not even politically opposed or ideologically opposed to you necessarily, in that he grifts on my side of politics, and then just ignoring that, not caring. Hassan Piker, whose job is to watch YouTube videos, can't watch a YouTube video explaining in detail why he harms people. What does that say about a person? Like, I recognized even if he watched it, he would not change. Well, he's made literally millions of dollars exploiting people in this way, and the entire basis of his power and influence is based on this form of exploitation. But you expect at least then he would change the way he phrases things to somewhat accommodate these criticisms. But he would rather just repeat the same falsehoods he has for years because it's less mental effort. Isn't he a socialist? No socialist would be willing to aggregate the collective labor of thousands of people and then claim, I don't need to give them anything. I deserve all the money because I own the point of distribution, and at the end of the day, it'll all trickle down. So fuck them. No socialist would make this case. No socialist would earn a living in the way that Hassan has. No socialist would defend everything they do by arguing for trickle-down economics or that markets are infinite, which are things that Hassan constantly does in regards to what he does. Again, some of it is definitely stupidity, but a lot of it is obviously dishonesty, in that you wouldn't need to avoid criticisms of what you do if you were an honest person who was sincerely interested in avoiding harm of others and communicating truth as much as possible. But he doesn't. He just doesn't care. As I keep saying, I just need to stop caring. No amount of explaining to myself that in the grand scheme of things, well, I suppose a part of the problem is it's indeterminable how much harm reaction content actually does relative to anything else. But obviously, like, the debate around reaction content preoccupies my mind more than, like, the deaths of innocent people overseas or something, right? Or other forms of exploitation in the world, and that just seems somewhat silly. But I suppose, as I say, this one is closer to me, one that I know more about, and can argue very effectively given any platform and chance. And maybe a part of me feels a little bit guilty that I have prioritized other things in my life beyond countering this stuff. Like, I absolutely, had I had the energy at the time, nailed Destiny to the wall. But I was just both preoccupied, and I didn't feel very good. I was too tired. Later learning how ignorant he was of the topic was an absolute shock to me. Confident despite his ignorance, surprisingly. I could have nailed him to the wall, and I would have changed, like a dozen more minds. I don't know. Because it wasn't like his audience was particularly receptive to what he was saying anyway, but I hate this idea of having to, I guess, rub shoulders with these truly disgusting people. But I suppose that's what you kind of have to do in life to get things done. You have to be willing to get dirty, to get down in the mud with these people and rough it out to some degree. But I've just not been willing to do that. As I worrying about these things so much when I'm clearly not willing to actually do what needs to be done to win the hearts and minds of people en masse, it's just silly. I can recognize from a logical standpoint, worrying about this is just silly. Hassan isn't going to become a good person. It doesn't matter what I say or who I convince. He's never going to be that way. And in life, trying to overthrow people with great power and influence who are willing to exploit people en masse as Hassan does, the odds of that is astronomical. If I truly want to achieve something, I need to just buckle down for a few years and actually become successful again in the domain that I became successful in the first place. And then leverage that influence. But it just seems so dumb. It all just seems like such a waste. Caring about anything seems like a waste. We're not helping irredeemable people, it's people who are redeemable around them. I know. As I say, I am fully confident that there's not a single person who watches Hassan that if I sat them down, talked to them for an hour, they wouldn't understand and agree by the end of it. I've had that conversation. Probably hundreds of times at this point. It's just too slow.
Why do let a shitty person affect your mood though?
I know, but it's just hard to ignore the bad people in the world and just get on with your life. It's hard to ignore the hardships that these people foist upon others. You feel like you should be doing something about it. Have the conversation on stream and make a YouTube video of it. You want to spread your message? Do this. It works. Collectively, the videos that I've done on reaction content have like 8-9 million views maybe. But that's so amazingly small potatoes, guys. I know to you guys, I seem like famous YouTuber or whatever, but in the grand scheme of things, I am still a very, very small fish. As I've said before, that's the way everyone is, in a way, at the end of the day. Everyone is small relative to the collective of everyone else. Doesn't matter how big you grow. You don't have to stop caring about it. You just need to find another way to deal with it and accept the inevitable. These leeches suck, but YouTube, etc. actually do something about it. These scum will always explode. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. If I can't change this, I just need to move on with my life. Like, I assumed that putting out another essay every couple months or whatever would be, I guess, therapeutic in a way, where, oh, like, I can stop caring about it for a couple months. I can stop doing anything about it for a couple months, because, you know, somewhere down the line, I'll care about it and then combat it a bit more. But I think it just makes it an ever-present aspect of my life, and that just makes it more in my mind. People DM me stuff about it all. My day yesterday and today has been thrown off because of one message from one guy who was just trying to help. Every time Hassan does something new that's clearly shitty, I'm sent a message about it. I'm like, I don't want to hear about this stuff, man. Eventually Hassan will run out of content. He will start to lose views and start to make a change for himself. Everyone's game runs out eventually. Not reaction content though. Reaction content is merely an aggregate of the market. As long as the market exists, reactors will still be successful to some degree. Or rather, as bad as Hassan is as a person, necessitating that very frequently he gets into controversy where people go, oh my god, Hassan is a monster, what the hell? Because he's at the top, he will always have a new influx of people coming in because he gets the most exposure of anyone on any of these platforms. Because he can produce more videos, and by that I mean put his face in the corner of other people's videos. The exposure he gets will always massively dwarf any of the people who actually do the work that makes the content that he uses to bring exposure to himself. The only way reactors won't ever dominate these platforms is if the platforms themselves collapse, or of course restricts that kind of content. Neither of which is likely to happen. If most critical change, why not Hassan? Because Charlie is not a bad person. I'm sure even now Charlie probably watches the occasional video or whatever, but he actually cares to some degree. Hassan is just a bad person. His only interest is in his own prosperity. Well, I hate saying things like that because people are complicated, chat. You can have people who, I know, advocate for taxation but cheat on their taxes, or think that road rules are good, but will occasionally run a red light. People can prioritize themselves in endless different ways and make exceptions for themselves in endless different ways, but still legitimately believe and support things in which they themselves contradict. They're called hypocrites? Yeah, I guess, but I suppose it's being a bit too strong of it. Like, it's entirely possible that in any context where it doesn't negatively impact Hassan, he could legitimately want other people to do well. That he will exploit people to the maximum degree that it benefits him, but outside of that, he could legitimately want others to actually be better off. I find that hard to believe, but then again, I find a lot of what Hassan does to be hard to believe. But then again, I suppose I find that with a lot of people, I find it hard to understand how people can live the lives that they do. What I call my latest video a reaction video?
Where's
Yeah,
Mr.
I
Coke
often
at?
say, and I made exceptions
Motherfucker.
in my
How you
main
gonna
video.
get
There is
a
stuff
raid
that I
in
think you
here
can
and then
legitimately
dip?
react to, because you have some rights to that content.
Just
or
like
what you're
the
using is not
rest.
necessarily a market substitute of what you're reacting to. So if you want to react to your own content, feel free. But you're not avoiding any work in creation at that point. You've done all the work. It's yours. It's just director's commentary, right? If you're reacting to stuff that involves you or talks about you, also fine. I do think people should have every right to defend themselves in any way in which they see fit. I still don't think it's probably your best move to react blinds or whatever, just watch an entire video where someone's criticizing you, but I think you should have every right to do that. If someone's using a large amount of your footage, again, you're not avoiding work at that point. You've done the majority of the work. Another person's manipulating your stuff, sure, but you've been involved in that process. If you're just watching clips of things, it depends on the usage, but you're not taking the entirety of another product. You're taking specific parts of a specific
I got
purpose.
it.
But then again, it's
I
not exactly
picked the
react
wrong
content.
thing.
I don't think I would still be okay with people blind reacting
I
to
gotta
stuff
see what
that they
what she
have not seen,
says
have no
to
purpose
my
for. It's just, hey,
flirtatious.
I'm gonna go watch this clip. I still think that's pretty scummy. But clips are a little bit different to me than entire creative works. And trailers aren't themselves creative works. They're advertisements for creative works. I think advertisements in general are fine. If you want to watch an advertisement for a fucking iPad, the product there isn't the advertisement. It's the product. It's the iPad. If you have some legitimate purpose to that, fine. Like my standards on this are, in large part, you should not be taking blinds, the entirety of another person's creative work, sitting down and just watching it. For multiple reasons, not just the market implications there, but I cannot fathom what a person would be like where they are ignorant of the content of what they're about to watch in its entirety, and they still want to watch it, especially when they want to, it's political, or they want to respond to the actual contents of the video in some way, give commentary on it. Why would you want to knowingly be ignorant of its contents before doing that? You have no idea if you have something to say. You have no idea if what you're going to say is already going to be addressed in the video. You have no idea if what you're going to say is somehow contradicted by later things in the video. You don't know anything, and so you shouldn't be doing that. It represents a complete indifference to the truth of what you're saying. You don't care if what you're saying is wrong. You don't care about doing research. You don't care if what you're saying is entirely irrelevant to what is being discussed in the video. You just don't care. You're just there to watch a YouTube video as a substitute for doing any work yourself. Your position is very complicated. People forget things you say, and then their mind misunderstands what you said. Just look at chat. There are people who are saying things you refuted 100 times. I know. I've said before, one of the problems with society is that as it's grown more complex, we interface with so many different systems that we barely understand how they work, or even technology and stuff that we barely understand how it works, right? The average person every day interacts with dozens of systems, dozens of bits of technology and stuff that they have no fucking idea how it works. And the amount of time it would take to fully learn would be a complete waste of time. All around us, there are systems working suboptimally, or people exploiting vulnerabilities in systems, loopholes and whatnot, and each of us has no ability to really assess or understand what's going on with those things, because we just don't know. We don't have the time to learn. And so when it comes to this, it's why I keep trying to use the analogy of explaining via slot machines, because the way that reaction content works is the exact same way that slot machines work, in that it acts as an inefficient middleman, specifically to siphon value. But you say that and people look at you glassy-eyed, like they just don't understand, because why would they? Like even the analogies don't fully enable people to grasp the complexities of the systems in which I'm trying to explain. I have spent a ridiculous amount of time going through like a set of questions that I could ask another creator to have them reach my conclusion. But I'm never in a position to ask those questions. And I've never been in a position to really test if they would even work. As I say, I can absolutely convince a person if I sit down with them for like hours, potentially, depending upon their level of understanding, but that's just massively inefficient. Like, some people criticize that politics in a lot of contexts just reduces to slogans, a single sentence, a soundbite. But this is kind of what you need to change things, to get people on board with stuff. They don't have time beyond that, especially in cases where you're trying to convince people who believing otherwise is in their best interests, in that it enables them to maintain what they're already doing. It is always easier to just continue to believe as you do, because you've based your life on your current beliefs. And so if your mind has changed on something, that usually results in some cost to you, in that you have to change what you're doing. Especially in cases where there isn't an easy substitute that enables you to have the same value that you were previously having under your previous belief structure. It's very hard to convince people to change, because every bias in existence is saying, hey, don't change your mind or the cost will be extreme. Like, obviously the system of content aggregation is that
make sexy time with me, pussy lady.
For some people, that they do not care about how exploitative it is, how harmful it is to the market, how ultimately everyone loses in regards to creators except the reactors themselves, believing that the consequences of that would be detrimental to many, and so they don't want to hear it. It just frustrates me that what I believe is not reducible to a slogan. I legitimately tried to think of one for quite a while when I made my last video. I started that video by saying, hey, I really wish I had a soundbite to explain to you the harm of reaction content, but I don't. One of the reasons why Jax Films' message, credit the creators, was a lot more effective is because he has a soundbite, and that crediting the creators ultimately has no cost. It requires no actual change of the systems of reaction content. It requires no one to change their lives really at all, and doesn't really change anything at all. As we've discussed, having a link in the description changes nothing about the dynamics of reaction content, even slightly. Finding out that Jax Films is perfectly fine with reaction content, he just didn't personally like Snapwolf, was even more shitty. In that he's recently been
what's going on, Reaper?
Who makes the exact same content as Snapwolf does.
I'm just chilling.
She's not
oh, my phone's about to die. I gotta plug this one in.
Everything should stay exactly the same, but just change ever so
just
slightly.
don't step on
is
my
one that's
bladder.
Going to be far more acknowledged and appreciated than one that suggests there should be some systemic change. Reacting to a video gets a new audience to know about you.
I'm just trying to hook up with this geisha here. What's going on with you?
Impressions for your videos, right? And then I offer you this. You will still get 100,000 impressions, but they will be given to re-uploads of your content and/or reactions, depending upon your perspective. Would any YouTuber ever agree to that?
I feel you.
The answer is no. I can't imagine there's anyone so deluded that doesn't recognize that the value
she wants
of
to talk again.
directly to your content is obviously higher than the value presented from a person going from an impression for a reaction video, from a reaction video to the original video, right? Recognizing that this is just a loss of value. The same amount of impressions, but just a loss of value for the creator. You can then ask the question, if you were devising your most optimal YouTube, and you were going to decide how many impressions, or what percentage of
hell yeah,
give
me a belly dance
versus reactors, how would you set up that distribution? And the answer is, well, you could put 100% of the exposure, 100% of the impressions to creators. You would not give any to reactors. Because if your goal is to give as many views, as large of an audience as possible to creators, any exposure given to reactors, as we just established before, is just less efficient. It would still have some impact. Some amount of viewers would go to the creators, but the indirectness would just make it less efficient. It's having a system of viewer, algorithm, aka YouTube, creator, versus viewer, YouTube, reactor, creator. This additional
Thanks,
middleman in
Reaper.
this step adds cost
That's
to the
all you
system,
gotta
but
do is
ultimately
come
just
say
results in a
hi.
loss.
Thanks for
In
the
that
well
people can
wishes. I hope
necessarily
you have a
watch
great
fewer
day at
YouTube
work.
videos because they have to spend time watching the reaction and stuff, and the click-through rate is far lower. And that it's also non-targeted advertising, and that the algorithm is most interested in targeting specifically creators that want to be watched, where the reactors are not specifically watching videos that the people who watch the reaction videos are going to want to watch later as well. The targeting is worse. The analogy is with casinos. So if 5 people sat around with $100 and shuffled their money randomly between each other, then at the end of the day, some people have more or less money, but the same amount of money would be consistent amongst all 5 people. There would be no loss. But if you put a casino in the middle and use the casino as a process of shuffling the money at random, the casino exists to take a cut, 10%, 20%, whatever. And so every time you use that system, the amount of money that is circulating would just reduce each time. The middleman of the casino is not giving anyone money. It is just reducing it. The middleman, if you removed it, everyone will be better off. Reaction content is working exactly the same way as this casino is. It is taking in exposure and viewers and working as hard as possible to spit out to everyone else as few as possible. The middleman of the reactor there isn't giving anyone viewers or giving anyone exposure. It's specifically working to make the system less efficient. There's a reason why economists in general don't like middlemen. But this is all the reactors are doing. If we all collectively gave $100
Of course
to
you
Frank,
are.
yeah, Frank
It
would then
is
give
me.
$200 to Jessica.
It is
We'd all
I.
just be better off keeping our $100. But even this
Come
explanation
here.
is complicated. And I can guarantee at different steps that I've lost people. I just come to realize, chat, that there are so many other things I believe about life that are probably harder to explain than this, and harder to convince people of. This is like easy level, easy mode, and I can't do it.
Stop! Now that I have your attention, hit the like and subscribe button. Thank you. I wish you all the best.
Oh, Kitty, you always show up at the perfect time for me to go.
Hello everyone. As some of you may know, I had a small run-in with a creator called Theo about a year ago. An unintended consequence of this is that
And
Theo
change
has
the
been lying
video
about me for over
because
a
I'm
year
not
to
watching
anyone who
another one of
listens.
these Dark
That's what
Viper
I've seen on
vids.
Twitter where it's like, what are you guys talking about?
Sorry, my
is
love.
this about how Dark Viper is an arsehole? I
Wow.
can contribute.
I was
Let
just
me
talking
contribute
to the
about
cat
how much of
lady.
an arsehole Dark Viper you is. He lies not only about me personally, but why we had any involvement in the first place. Usually I ignore this. I'm just scrolling through. I'm like, oh look, there's Theo again, shit-talking me, lying again. Oh, great, cool. I occasionally get DMs from his followers who are like, hey, Theo's shit-talking you again on your stream. I'm like, yeah, I know. What is he saying this time? Oh, look, all those things are also lies? Fantastic. I, in fact, just now got a message from someone where they showed me some footage from his live stream where he was lying again. So sorry to leak DMs, but I don't think he will mind.
Feck Hof.
The clarity that you are looking for is clarity that does not matter. If I go into Hassan or Vosh's community, there is a ton
Ooh,
of
the
clarity
H
on
word.
whether or not Lauren Southern or Nick Fuentes is a Nazi. And in my community, there is far less
There's
clarity.
far,
less
there's
clarity.
far.
Now you might look at that and you might go, wow, that's really good. There's a lot of clarity in Vosh's community and in Hassan's community, and there's none in your community. And you might say, look at that lack of clarity. Look at that confusion. But what I would say is you're looking for clarity in the wrong place. You're looking for clarity on whether or not people have unified around a tribally defined word. And in that sense, other communities do have more clarity than mine. But when it comes to stated positions, there is total obfuscation in both Vosh's subreddit and Hassan's subreddit. They do not know a single policy position of almost any of the people that they criticize. But if you go into my subreddit, they're arguing, is he a Nazi or is he not? Well, he said this, and this, and then he said this, and this. They're actually engaging with the content. They're arguing back and forth on facts of the matter. If I go into Vosh's community, there is 100% clarity on whether or not Nick Fuentes is a Nazi. There's about 90% clarity on whether or not I'm far right. but there's 0% clarity on any of our policy positions. So when you ask me, do you see how you're obfuscating? I could guess, sure, maybe I'm obfuscating around the term Nazi or the term fascist, but that's not where I want clarity on, because I don't give a about the tribally defined words. I just want my community to understand what the people feel. Let me start off by saying I like Mr. Girl. We're friends. I appreciate pushback, even though apparently I don't like criticism or whatever. So yesterday in the conversation with him, I'm pretty sure he talked for 80% of the time, number one. Also, he accused me multiple times of being bad faith and dishonest and cowardly, even though I'll bring him on as many times he wants to have the conversation, okay? And then he also accused me like 10 times of gaslighting. What the fuck? And I'm like, I'm trying so hard to write down, like, bro, I'm writing down everything you're saying. And I'm asking you, is it okay if I say, is that? And then I'm letting him talk for like 5 to 10 minutes, not 10 minutes, but I'm trying to fight, or I'm letting him talk for like 5 minutes. And then I try to talk for like 20 seconds and then I get off, I get cut off. And then he calls me cowardly for not answering the question. It's like, bro, I can't even speak. And then people are coming to my subreddit and when Destiny doesn't know how to respond, he just obfuscates. Bro, I don't have time to talk. I don't have time to say anything. I can't even speak. Max is really pushing Destiny up against the wall on whether or not Destiny regards Nick to be a Nazi or not. And then all of a sudden, the world becomes so complicated.
Sounds exactly like something a gaslighting coward would say.
Suddenly, out comes a philosophy of language conversation. Suddenly, the legitimate disagreement has faded away, and Max is to understand the complexity. Are you serious? It actually reminded me of how Vosh often goes to say that words don't mean anything, language is complicated route of when not knowing what to say. Dude, I tried so many times yesterday to like, bro, I'm writing down exactly what you're saying. I'm trying to respond to exactly, and I can't talk at all, and I'm getting interrupted so many times. It's like unbelievable. Holy shit. It just shows how strong and consistent Max was being. What got me was when Destiny was being adamant about not labeling Nick a Nazi. Then when Max brings up that he called him a Nazi on Twitter, it's like an immediate goalpost shifting. I like Destiny a lot, I respect a lot, but him not being able to concede when he's clearly in the wrong is brutal to watch. I used to think it was one of his strengths. And I can't even ban these people now because Mr. Girl will throw a fit over it. Like, dude, not being able to ban, I'm trying so hard. Yeah, I don't know. It almost feels like the Sam Cedar convo where like, I'm trying to write things down. I'm trying to respond point by point. I'm trying to be clear and concise to everything we're going. I'm actually like, you're a gaslighter. You're gaslighting me, and you are being abusive, and you're a gaslighter, and you're cowardly, and you're and I'm like, bro, I'm trying so hard. Are you serious? It's like unreal. I don't know if I need to just start like, I think in the combos, I'm not gonna let him interrupt as much. When I talk to him in the future, I think I'm just gonna be like, hey, stop. I'm gonna start like shouting over him until, because like the amount of like being talked over, and then also, I think I'm gonna start, this might be a new rule that I have in general. I think I'm gonna establish this for convos. As soon as somebody drops a bad faith or dishonest or gaslighting or whatever accusation, they either have to walk it back immediately or I'm just gonna cut the convo off. Because like for the last half of the convo, he's literally accusing me of lying the entire time. And people are still saying like, yeah, Max is being super consistent here. What? Are you serious? You're accusing me of lying? I can't say anything at this point. Like, Jesus. The philosophy of language meme is funny because Destiny acts like he's reached an unprecedented understanding, when the reality is that he's gotten worse at language games, and it is causing confusion among his audience and the people he talks to. My favorite thing about that last convo was there were like 7 different definitions of Nazi that were floated around, and both Abba and GD had no fucking idea what Nazi technically even meant, and they said that their audiences wouldn't know what Nazi meant. And then Max went on to say, well, actually, if you would ask a normal person in the street, you guys are online too much. If you ask a normal person, what does communist or Nazi mean? They'd be able to tell you.
As a normie, okay, because someone who's not part of this debatosphere or whatever you guys got going on.
No.
I'd rather just hear the policy.
The reason you don't want, the reason you don't know what a Nazi is because you are a terminally online debate bro. That's why you don't know what a Nazi is. A normal person, if you go up to them on the street and you say that guy's a Nazi, they don't say, oh, this word is so overused. Oh my God, everybody says everybody's a Nazi. They know what it means, especially a older person. Like
Yeah,
if you
I
go
would
up to,
bet
like, if you go up to
$100,000. I would
Hold
bet
on, yeah.
$100,000. I would go up to 10 normies on the street, ask them what a Nazi is, and each of them would give me mostly incoherent examples, not examples, definitions of it. I
Almost
would
for
bet.
sure.
I will put my life savings
yeah.
on that.
Hold
The
on,
fact
yeah,
that you
without-
sat there and said, "Was that?"
Yeah, that's obviously true. If you ask somebody what a Nazi is, they're going to say somebody that doesn't like Jewish people. That's going to be or they'll say World War II Germany. That's what they're going to say. They're going to have no
World
idea.
War II Germany is a fine answer.
Hold on. No, because
that is
that
what I'm
doesn't
saying.
describe
I'm saying
Nick
when you.
Fuentes.
I'm saying no, it does. I'm saying look at pictures.
Oh my goodness. Like,
oh, I know. I'm so soy. I'm so soy, Steven. I'm so overreacting.
Hold on. I'm telling you.
Let me
wait,
finish.
No, hold
let
on.
me finish.
I just said like 4 words, okay? The fact that you would appeal to older people knowing what a Nazi is. When we went through a whole era of the Red Scare, where my mom and dad think that every fucking Democrat is a communist, means that obviously older people don't have good grasps of what these terms mean. Okay? And before we got into this era of politics, when I was younger,
Democrats are communists is not the same as not knowing what a communist is. If you ask them what a communist is, they're not going to say Hillary Clinton or AOC.
Yeah, they absolutely would.
No,
They would.
they're going to say Stalin.
No, they're going to say no.
If you say to somebody on the street, give me your best example. Give me your best example of a Nazi. You think that they're going to say what? Bush?
If you ask somebody what is a communist, they're going to say somebody that is for big government spending. That's what they're going to say a communist is. Bro, I grew up in a Republican Party. Every single fucking Republican in the fucking neocon era thought every single Democrat was a fucking communist. What the fuck are you talking about? We literally had a whole Red Scare in this country where every left-leaning person was called a communist. How could you say that? Oh my god. Destiny, the convo was fine. I think stuff went in circles because Mr. Girl didn't trust you understood him, and the tone of your high-effort responses because... No! You are wrong! The convo was not fine. The convo was a dumpster fire, and it was 100% because of Max's unwillingness to engage with what I was saying. You are wrong. I'm not going to both sides of that conversation. I tried really hard to write down every single point, and I told him, I'm going to respond to everything you said. If you want to go point by point, we can, but I need shorter responses. I repeated that like 5 or 10 times. I said, hold on, I need to respond to this. Hold on, I need to respond to this. I would write down 7 things he would say, and he would try to interrupt me at every single point. Every single fucking point. I'd be like, okay, well, here's point 1. Well, no, well, hold on, let me finish. Okay, so this is my response.
Damn it.
Okay, now here's, hold on, let me finish. Here's my response. Hold on, let me finish. Like, every single time it was impossible. And then he was accusing me of gaslighting. Bro, anytime somebody says gaslighting, like 10 times in a conversation, are you serious? I'm literally writing down the fucking exact words that you were saying. I'm asking you, if you don't agree with my characterization, then tell me, and we can change it, or we can talk about something different. Like, unfortunately, some of this audience is under the delusion that Destiny's motivation with Nick is some grand calculation of harm reduction versus inroads and reachability to those on the right. He half-heartedly argues this too, but unconvincingly. While he uses legitimate arguments for how to reach people with opposing views, it seems like it's nothing more than a post hoc justification or positive byproduct of his interactions with Nick. His real motivation is one he's been saying all along, and one he's reinforced ever since he started in politics. He just wants to chat and befriend people he finds interesting. Unchallenging, I would add. Further, while he hasn't said as much lately, he used to frequently emphasize that he's not in politics to advocate any cause, but to explore arguments. Is he going to grow Nick and his platform? Almost certainly. Will he change enough right/grouper mindsets to offset that? Who knows? At the end of the day, you'll only frustrate yourself if you're expecting Destiny to put general harm reduction concern over his own interests with this. You just have to decide if you can stomach watching him have ice cream with Fuentes every now and then. Things like this makes me think Mr. Girl is correct with his assessment that Destiny is unintentionally or intentionally providing cover for Nick Fuentes, because either he was being dishonest or too heated in the debate to think about this opinion. I was the one that was too heated? He's calling me a gaslighter like 20 times. I'm sorry, I read like all these threads this morning, so I've already read most of it. Like, Jesus Christ. There's a few people towards the bottom. It's fascinating to me how extremely different these conversations come off to people. I saw that whole exchange is unpacking how complicated the issue is for one person, while the other person wants to simplify it into an insult to justify all the baggage that gets loaded onto it. It must be unimaginably frustrating to have someone scream at you about how not seriously you're taking the conversation, only to have people claim you're obfuscating with debate tactics when you take the conversation serious enough to define your terms properly. This wasn't a casual conversation or the subject of a joke. How the word was being applied had massive implications to the way they continued that conversation, because it meant Mr. Girl could assume the outcomes and policies Nick wanted instead of dealing with the individual outcomes of policies themselves. Jesus.
Get wrecked. I'm not gonna let you fucking cuck
If you
me
don't
out.
think Max didn't understand Destiny's point of view, which you summarized here in the first 5 minutes of the previous conversation.
I cucked you with a wooden sword on hard difficulty.
Abba and Gideon proved Mr. Girl right. They showed how the average person would just hand wave away all the crazy shit Fuentes believes in because there is no way he will ever do what he wants, and there is no way someone would actually be convinced by what he's saying. They would just join the joke.
If there's another dude here, I am gonna get my shit pushed in though.
Away with this idea. When I thought the whole thing that Alba Jr. was saying, oh yeah, when you call someone a Nazi, that doesn't mean anything to me. Like I just think that they're like a fucking what do they say? I don't even remember what I don't remember what Abba said. Destiny, your opinion on how to go about Nick is correct, but you seem to not be reaching a lot of people with your explanation. What are they missing, you think? I don't know. You can go watch my conversation with Irk yesterday if you want. Even explaining it makes me sound pretentious, but I don't even like to dive into it. It's just language is very, very, very complicated, but everybody thinks that language is like very simple. And the problem is that everybody practices language even without understanding it. And so it's very autistic to try to even have a debate. I actually like this. I like this arc because in a way one, I've gathered more information over the past month or two about language in general. And then two, I can go all the way back to Matt Walsh's documentary and I can see how like everything is connected. I'm having a V for Vendetta moment. What is a woman? Well, when people are pushing for like rigid definitions for words that apply in all contexts, that there's some conventional use that applies to all contexts, it's just not how language works. That's just not how we use words ever. And these labels like Nazi or fascist or any of this shit don't escape that. It's the same shit. Or pedophile or groomer or anything else. But then if I say that, I sound like I'm obfuscating, I guess. So. Something I haven't seen pointed out about the Mr. Fuentes debate. I could be wrong, but my impression is Mr. Fuentes is unwilling to actually discuss in a debate what Nick's true beliefs are, and simply throwing out and calling the Nazi optic looks weak and pathetic. I could be wrong, but my impression is Mr. Girls. Oh, I don't think there's anything soy about calling someone a Nazi if you want to. He wants to use quotes from Nick, probably how us jokes, and he interprets his true beliefs. Then he calls him a Nazi, then it's getting further. Well, Max, if that's your bar for calling someone a Nazi, what's the difference between that and someone calling you a pedophile for saying a 12-year-old is hot? Without his credibility and willingness to talk, I already said this, but he said it's different because he's not actually a pedophile and Nick is a Nazi or something, or not. I don't know. Jesus, man. Do you think you have an example of a person you would label a Nazi by your own definition? Like, I feel like 4 or 5 years ago even, or 3 or 4 years ago, when the Trump stuff started to get more popular, I started to say that, like, you could probably find old YouTube videos talking about it, that I kind of drop things like progressive or conservative or liberal or whatever. Like, I know I still I play with these words a little bit, but every time they're brought up in a conversation, I have to go forward and, like, clarify more to me. Like, oh, what is your political beliefs? I'm, like, a progressive, but I'm not, like, a crazy far-left progressive. Like, you have to, like, these words just, they mean so many different things in so many different contexts, depending on their use, that... when I say a word, it doesn't really invoke much meaning anymore, or it invokes too much meaning, or I lose control of the meaning that it invokes. Like when I use the word toxic in front of Sneeko, I've instantly like invoked a whole bunch of stuff that I didn't mean to or didn't want to, and it triggered him out of the rest of that conversation like a month ago or a few weeks ago or whatever, right? Yeah. Oh boy, a critical engagement with Destiny and Mr. Girl's debate on the label Nazi. 9 upvotes. Oh shit, this one must have agreed with me. 9 upvotes! Maybe it was written like shit. Oh, here's one thing though, because even if I think that people are being lunatics, I shouldn't say lunatics, I will try to, I'll try to extract something. I do use 2 radically different standards between posts about other people and posts about me. If you guys are critiquing other people and you're saying like, oh, like somebody pointed out there's some guy saying like, oh, Max like a man child or a man baby or blah, blah, blah. Don't do that. That shit's not going to be allowed in the subreddit either. You guys shouldn't be doing that. I'm going to try to read posts more as though they were written about me. So when you're criticizing other people, it's not just like at-homes or whatever. You guys shouldn't be doing that to other people as well. I let that slide too much. Or I just wasn't even aware of it before. At least you can say now your community isn't an echo chamber. I've never said that, but everybody accuses my community of being an echo chamber. It's so fucking stupid. Why are you so quick to say that Nick secretly really wants to genocide people in your previous comment with Mr. Girl? Do you really think he's done... The problem is like the way that he plays with the words. Everything... I don't like to try... I've said this for years. I don't like to try to guess what's in people's minds. If you ask me, does Nick want to genocide people? Truly, I don't know. If I was to guess, the chances of him wanting to genocide somebody is probably higher than the average person's, for sure. Probably higher than even the average conservatives, for sure, right? Okay, does he want to? Would he if he was a leader? Well, if Nick was actually like a big political, would he actually enact a genocide? I don't know, probably higher than the average person's. Like, what are the overall possibilities? I'm not sure. What about in Nick's ideal world? In Nick's ideal world, well, Jesus Christ, well, what all does that mean? In an ideal world of Nick, would he genocide people? I don't know. Like, I don't know how to answer any of these questions. These are like, I don't even know if he knows the answer to these questions. The questions you're asking me are so unimaginably fucking complicated. Like, if you were to ask me a question, like, Destiny, in your ideal world, like, would every gay couple get to adopt a child or something? Jesus, I don't know. I would have to think a lot about that. You know, children generally do better under gay couples than non-gay couples, but that might be because this is a selection bias, people that do adoptions versus people that just have kids. There's like a lot to think about there. When people hit me with those hard questions, there's two big problems. The first one is the small problem. The first small problem is that it's really hard to know the answer to that. I don't even know if he knows the answer to that. It is a highly multivariate question. There's a ton of different things that could influence the answer, a ton of different things that go into the question. I don't even know if he's thought that, number one. But number two, that's a small point. But number two, the most important thing is, who the f cares? I don't give a fuck what exists in the idealized version of your mind or what your ideal thing is. I'm going to deal with the rhetoric that you have now, the statements that you make now, with the policy positions you have now. That's what I'm going to fight, because that's what you're bringing out onto the battlefield, okay? I don't want to attack chess pieces that are in the box, okay? If you want to come out with these positions, then we'll fight with these positions. And if you weasel away from these positions because you don't really believe them, then eventually you're going to bring out the pieces that you actually want to fight with. That'll happen eventually. I think I wrote a section about that in my manifesto, between dog whistles and whatever, that if people want to have dog whistles, then that's fine. If you want a dog whistle, I'm just going to pretend I don't hear it and I'll just take it at face value. Someone's like, I think it's okay to be white. True, I think it is okay to be white. Okay, well, I don't like BLM. Okay, let's talk about you don't like BLM. Let's do that then. Instead of you bringing up the dog whistle of like, well, I think it's okay to be white. Oh yeah? Well, I think that means you don't like BLM. That's what Mr. Girl wants to do. You don't like BLM. Well, I never said I don't like BLM. I just said it's okay to be white. And now you're fighting me. It's okay to be white. It's like, well, now you look like an asshole. I don't want to do that. Just, if people say something, attack what they say. Go after their stated positions, and either one of two things will happen. Either one, they'll defend those positions, and then you either win or lose the argument on that, or two, they don't really believe those positions as a dog whistle, and eventually they have to retreat from there to their actual positions, and you'll fight them on those grounds, okay? That's my thing. There's no purpose whatsoever in trying to divine a person's opinions, generally. There might be limited exceptions to this. So, for instance, if we're talking like, entering like a long-term relationship with somebody, it might be important to try to figure it out. Or maybe like if somebody's going to be elected president, maybe it's important to figure out like, well, hold on, are they lying about this, or what do they really think? Maybe. But generally, it's just not worth it when you're engaged in debate. You're like, I don't think you really think that. Well, okay, well then fight the other stuff, and then either they don't think that and they'll back off it, or they lose the argument. It sucks because Max had this exact same take in the conversation with Vosh, that he would empathize with Nazis, not label and dismiss them. Well, I mean, Mr. Gore would say he's not dismissing Nazis, he just wants to talk to them but call them Nazis. Do you think your audience is adequately equipped to handle an ideology you won't recognize, since you are only going at them at face value for language? Well, but that's the point. That's why I like to actually battle the ideas rather, because I don't think most people could argue against a Nazi, because most people don't even know what Nazis believe, let alone like how to take apart any of the things that they talk about. I am confident that given the opportunity, and I think I've done it with Max a few times now. I think I've done it twice now, where I don't think I did it last night, but I think I did it a couple days ago. I was like, oh, well, let's pretend that we're a Nazi and I'm going to talk to you about your ideology. And not to dick ride or dick wave or whatever, but I'm pretty sure I crushed him in both of those conversations. I think I can make really, really good alt-right or neo-Nazi arguments, or like white supremacist arguments for how society should be structured. And people have no idea how to contend with those arguments. But yeah, people forgot about that. Max came off really bad when he pretended to talk to Destiny like he was a Nazi. Oh, true. Yeah, he just let me platform all of my ideas with no pushback at all. But I don't know. I don't know if I'm just reinforcing my own beliefs or if I'm actually going schizophrenic or what. But like, this post referring to the Destiny vs. Mr. Girl conversation before Gina and Abba joined. I'm writing this post due to these posts on this sub. 400 upvoted posts accusing Destiny of obfuscating. 350 upvoted posts praising Mr. Girl for arguing about something he cares about. 250 upvoted posts mainly focusing on comments like this, praising Mr. Girl for being able to challenge and stake out points against Destiny. You'd think that with all these posts and comments on the posts, that Mr. Girl did very good in the conversation, asking good, thought-provoking questions while Destiny squirms in bad faith. Let me remind you what happened in the conversation. What Mr. Girl did in that conversation: interrupts Steven all the time, doesn't let Steven interrupt him. True. Uses zero charitability when engaging with Steven. Literally accuses him of gaslighting instead of thinking maybe he didn't understand my point several times, and called me a coward. Literally being a debate bro, rants for 5 minutes when Steven tries to respond, interrupts him and performatively screams, "You don't have an answer, do you?" True!
You don't have an
Doesn't believe what
answer,
Steven says.
do
How
you?
conversation with your opponent
Be right
is
back, hold
literally
on.
lying. True. Accuses Destiny of being too scared to respond when he literally won't even let him speak. True.
True.
Destiny doesn't comment about writes down all of Mr. Girl's points so he can respond to them. Lets him talk for 5 minutes, gets his points out. When he misunderstands what Mr. Girl says, he asks for clarifying questions instead of crucifying him. I'm trying to do this. Maybe I don't do this enough. As a Steelman, Mr. Girl's arguments instead of attacking the least charitable interpretation like Mr. Girl did.
Oh, we're getting late night, boys and girls.
I won't let this happen anymore. Okay. I'm not gonna let that happen anymore. Well,
Guys, gals, and non-binary pals.
These conversations where Max has to flesh out and cover all these platforms. Someone like Nick has risks. This is true. I actually I like having challenging conversations related to platform people.
You
good.
are the famed Nosuke
E.
Or Lee E.
And then for Max screaming like, I don't think you guys are equipped to do this. I don't think you guys are equipped to do this. Both mini Nazi convos we've had, you've gotten crushed. How are you saying I'm not equipped to do this? What are you talking about? Sorry, I'm sorry. I don't know why I did that. Chat, yes or no? Do you agree with anything Nick stands for or believes in? Yes or no? Mr. Girl, how can they answer? They don't even know what he believes in or stands for. If you ask him, he's going to say, well, do you believe in being funny? Do you believe that women are working too much and that they should get back to the kitchen, get back to more feminine roles? Here's the problem. The things they think they disagree with is maybe him being anti-gay or him being far right or him being a Trump supporter. What? This is by far the most disingenuous moment from Max in the discussion because he's painting Destiny's interaction with Fuentes as Destiny basically portraying him as a tradcon, and this couldn't be further from the truth. When Destiny first entered the call with Fuentes, Nico, Gideon, and Abba, he very clearly lays out how Nick will always prioritize pushing his ideology over telling the truth. He points out how slippery and dishonest he is with his positions. And in this very discussion, they explicitly talk about how in Fuentes' ideal world, Sneeko wouldn't exist. Oh, true, they do bring that up. Even Sneeko knew that. In what world can Mr. Girl claim that Nick has come off as a quirky, conservative incel and not a far-right fascist just because Destiny has explicitly used the word Nazi? Everyone on that panel had a better idea of what Nick believes specifically because of the types of questions Destiny forced him to answer on that panel. True. Destiny again emphasizes Fuentes' dishonesty in this part of the panel, or in this part of the debate with him and Sneeko. Look, I don't think Destiny's general stream with Fuentes was a good idea, and it's fair to criticism in that, but overall Destiny's interaction with Fuentes has been pretty exceptionally done about it. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Okay, in our convo yesterday, you were emotionally manipulative. I don't know if you're aware of this or not, okay?
Well, I think you're wrong. But wait, is this the topic? The topic is me being emotionally manipulative in our conversation yesterday.
I don't know what the topic is. We can wander, but I want to start here.
Okay.
I need you to realize this, okay?
Okay.
When you weaponize psych terms, you throw them around when they're clearly not applicable. I think you're doing that to undermine my arguments, and you're doing it in a very Darvo-esque way, where you are accusing me of gaslighting you because we don't agree on the conversation topic. But by making the accusation that I'm gaslighting you, you're making me wonder if I'm engaged in a malicious behavior and not just that we're having a disagreement, which is a form of gaslighting to me. Because I'm telling you, hey, we don't agree here. I think you're saying this. Can I get clarification? I'm writing it down and asking you, which isn't a very gaslighty thing to do. And then you're saying, you're gaslighting me. You're making an intentional bad faith effort to not understand me. And you're doing that when I don't think I'm doing that. You're literally trying to rewrite my own personal history on this to confuse me or to make me lose an argument, which is gaslighting. That's very annoying to me. Okay, go. What do you think?
I think I want to know if you think gaslighting means intentional.
No, it doesn't have to be intentional.
Okay. Do you think I was accusing you of that level of manipulation and obfuscation?
If you're not making that accusation, then using the word is in and of itself abusive. So we can hop on either one you want. You're either abusive by meaning I'm gaslighting, or you're abusive by using the word when you don't mean it. So it's one or the other.
Okay. I agree with that. I guess my question is, did you interpret... Okay, so when I said you were gaslighting me, I meant you are saying things that you know are not direct responses to what I'm saying, and that you know are unreasonably vague. And given the subject matter being that I think Fuentes is doing the same thing by intentionally muddying the waters, I'm very sensitive to you muddying the... And I feel like this happens with a lot of people I talk to, that they're muddying the waters in debates I'm having with them, and I don't know. I think it's like semi-intentional. I'm not trying to say you're doing this like big nefarious like thing. I'm just saying like the effect of what you're saying is
when you say it's intentional, you're saying that I'm being evasive on purpose because I know that I'm incorrect on some given thing. Once you've levied that accusation, you've put me in a max hole that I can't escape from. Because now everything I say is either equivocation, or it's dodginess, or it's bad faith, or it's cowardness. Like, I've lost, you have taken the ability from me to respond substantively to anything you're saying by constantly cutting me off, accusing me of gaslighting. Like, I have no arguments now because everything I say is going to be either an equivocation or a dodge when you're asking me incredibly difficult questions. You're the equivalent of a conservative saying, what is a woman? And when I can't give like a one-sentence answer, like, oh, you're dodging, you're being evasive. You don't have the exact answer.
I actually agree with them on that. I think that the gender argument, the only way a progressive can participate in the gender argument is to obfuscate, because there's no answer. The idea of being trans, the way it is formulated, is inherently illogical.
What does obfuscate mean to you? Can we define that word?
Blockade, or like derail, block, confuse, intentionally confuse the issue or introduce confusion into the conversation.
Okay, I agree with this.
Okay. So when you're arguing with somebody about gender, my position is that there's no such thing as gender, and sex is X, Y, or XX, and that's it. And the only way, the progressive position is that we don't know. I'm not sure. Every progressive, they're going to defend trans ideology by saying, well, it's confusing. Sex is really confusing. There's stuff we don't know. There's stuff I don't know. If we had a machine that could detect, but we don't have that machine, I don't know. Like, there might be some, who knows? There could be a possibility. And there's no way to actually argue with that because there is no position. They don't have a position. And that's fine. Like, if that's what progressives think, that they just don't know, then okay. But I guess my problem with this is that I need you or really want you to have a position, or to just like admit that you don't.
Is there any way to introduce? What are you, Dan? You're fucking Jesus. Okay, sorry. What? Why would I share your screen of you playing fucking Hearthstone?
Because you're doing nothing, and it's a good thing while you're doing this. You know, that's smart.
Okay. Is it ever possible that you can introduce nuance into a conversation, or admit that something is really complicated, so it's going to be hard to stake out a position in every circumstance? Or is that always obfuscation?
No, it's obviously possible. That's why I'm calling it out.
So how do you determine whether or not I'm being nuanced?
Jesus
meaning I'm
fucking
trying to say
H.
that it's more complicated than a simple, is X a Nazi? Or is X a woman? Why can't I say it's more complicated than that? Or how can I say it's more complicated than that without you just going, oh, you're being a bad faith gaslighter who's obfuscating?
I think my determination on that is going to be based on you contradicting yourself. You saying things that
hold on. We're gonna go one thing at a time, and I'm gonna interrupt you when we do. Okay. So on the first thing, you said contradiction.
Why?
Do you
Oh
understand
my
that you're
God,
begging the question
bro.
when you say I'm contradicting myself? Because anytime I introduce more nuance, you're saying I'm obfuscating, which means anytime we disagree on this point of if I'm obfuscating or not, I'm by definition contradictory. So when you say, would you say Nazi here? And I say, well, I'd say Nazi here, but not here. You go, oh, that's a contradiction. I go, well, no, that's nuance. You go, oh, I can tell that it's not nuance. I can tell you're obfuscating because you're contradicting yourself. Well, no, that's part of what we're talking about. Go ahead.
Okay, I feel like you're doing it right now, but
stop. If you accuse me of this and you can't substantiate it, I'm hanging up the call. Because if you're just accusing me of lying, then we're done. We can't go any further in the conversation. So I need you to turn your brain on, and I need you to critically engage what I'm saying. I'm going to restate what I just said now, so that it's absolutely. And if you don't understand it, tell me, and I'll rephrase it again. Okay? So
wait, it's not that I don't. I understand.
No. Hold on. I'm rephrasing for the chat then, because you just accused me of doing it again. I'm not going to let those.
But I don't want you to rephrase it.
I don't care. I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to do it anyway. No. I'm going to do it.
I might not think of that.
I don't care. I don't care. I have to do it.
Time.
I have to do it again. I have to do it again. Okay? I have to do it again. Okay? So. Your issue is you're accusing me of obfuscating in the conversation. And I ask you, how do you know that I'm obfuscating and not just introducing nuance? And you say, well, I can tell that you're obfuscating by when you contradict yourself. And then I say, well, hold on.
When I say Nazi could mean this or this, that's me trying to introduce nuance. But you view it as a contradiction because you don't agree with my points. So anytime I try to introduce nuance, you're going to point it out as contradiction and you're going to turn it into obfuscation, meaning I can never be nuanced because it's by your definition. You've already defined it away as obfuscation. That's my issue. Okay, go ahead. You can respond.
Okay, so the reason I said I think you're doing it now is that you are choosing my example for me. If you really wanted to know, if you're just going to say, okay, point by point, like a list within a list, how are you making the determination that I'm obfuscating? And then I say, well, one example is you contradicting yourself. And then you say, okay, well, I'm going to latch onto that point. So within that point, how do you know I'm contradicting myself? And then you said, every time I introduce nuance, you're going to say I'm contradicting myself. But that's not true. I didn't say that. You're
such a Weasley little liar, dude.
Claiming on my behalf that there is no difference between introducing nuance and obfuscation when you just asked me if there's a difference, and I said yes. So
yeah, but you gave me
not
the
every
example
time you introduce nuance is to obfuscate, but then you just said on my behalf. Every time I introduce nuance, you say I'm obfuscating, but that's not true.
It's weird for you to say contradiction is evidence of obfuscation when we're literally arguing about whether or not I'm contradicting myself. That's the subject of the debate. I don't think that defining a word in two different contexts in different ways is contradiction, but you do. But that's fine that we disagree on that. But you can say our disagreement, there's evidence that you're wrong. Well, hold on, that's literally what we're arguing about.
It started out as you asking me, my thought process for what makes me say something like, I think you're obfuscating.
Okay.
You said, how do you determine that versus introducing nuance? You asked me, is there a difference? I said, yes. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going through my thought process, but now you're turning my thought process not just into a one bullet point of it, not just into a claim I'm making generally, which I'm not, into a claim I'm making about a specific point of your choosing now. But
you can choose your own example if you want. I just want to go. I just want to get it clear.
You just tried to choose it for me.
Okay, I'm so sorry, Max. You can choose.
I don't want an apology. I'm just pointing out that, like, I feel
I'm
like
giving a hypothetical example to try to test your thing. But if you don't like my example, you can say Destiny. This is disanalogous for this reason. Or Steven, this is disanalogous for this reason. Let me use this example instead. You could just give that example instead of saying you're being bad faith by giving an example. So you can provide your own example if you'd like. Go ahead.
Okay. I think that it is. Do you want me to give you an example of you contradicting yourself and why I think it was obfuscation?
Sure. Or if you can't think of a particular one, give an example of it. You don't have to.
Well,
remember
I think it is self-contradictory to claim that you have no control over the definition of the word Nazi in your fan base or in your community, and then to also claim that the reason you don't exert control over it is because you don't care. And then also give a bunch of examples of times where you did exert control over the word Nazi in your community. Those to me, all those stances all contradict each other.
Okay. Tell me if this series of statements implies a contradiction. Okay?
Okay.
So number one, I can't control people's engagement with media outside of my community. Do you agree with that?
I don't think you can totally control it, but I think you have a lot of sway over how your community views the media. For example, like with Kyle Rittenhouse. I think that you could basically control how people who follow you interpret other people talking about Kyle Rittenhouse, if they're big fans of yours.
Okay, I'm going to ask this again. I can't control my community's engagement with political content outside of mine. I might be able to say, like, you could maybe look at it this way or that way, but they can watch stuff other than me, right? And they can take opinions outside of my. I can't not their media diet 100%.
No, but you can control what they see when they see the same thing.
I don't know what that means. If somebody turns my stream off and they go watch Hassan or Vosh, I've lost control of that viewer for a bit.
No, you can totally control the narrative about other streamers and figures. If the person is like a huge fan of yours, you can absolutely color their view of anything you want.
Can't other people color their view of me? Couldn't Vosh or Hassan color one of my viewers' views of me?
Not the same way that you can. No, when somebody is a fan or a super fan of yours, like it doesn't matter what anybody else says about you.
Okay, so the people in my subreddit that are on your side, of which there were many threads this morning, are those? I lost all of those people as fans. They're not my fans anymore.
No, they are your fans. This is a temporary, like them viewing you as evasive or whatever. They're still fans of yours.
Okay,
though.
so then,
they still
in
love
this
you
sense, another content creator, another figure, has influenced their view of something that's in a way outside of my control.
Okay, you just said like an hour ago on stream. You said
why are we-
you cannot. You said you cannot tell how people actually felt about the argument with me anymore because you went over it on stream. You said once I go over something on stream, that colors my audience's perception of it so much that I no longer can even ask them what they think.
Okay, this is not a contradiction to anything that I'm saying right now. So I'm gonna ask the first question. We can deal with that subject later if you want. I'm gonna ask again. Okay. I can't believe that you're not willing to give this point. I do not control 100% of my viewers' media digest. I can't do that. They watch other stuff besides me sometimes.
Yes,
Okay?
you do not 100% control it.
Okay. I can't control how words are used in other communities. Do you agree with that?
I think you can influence how words are used in some other communities, but you don't have total control over it. I agree with that.
Okay. I don't have control how words are used in other communities. If I don't control how Vosh or Hassan uses words.
That's true.
Okay. I can speak up when I think a word is used incorrectly in my community. When somebody's watching me, right? I can do that.
Yes.
Okay. And then the fourth claim, probably the most contentious one, maybe the one that we'll fight over the most, is I can't remove all context or all understanding that people have of a word outside of my community.
You cannot remove all context. Of course not.
So, for instance, I very much feel like pedophile means attraction to a prepubescent person. I'm not choosing this for you, but this is one that might. Okay.
Hey.
I think that pedophile means attraction to a prepubescent person. Period. Full stop. That's what pedophile means to me. But there's probably a lot of people in my community that would still say like, oh, a 30-year-old attracted to a 16-year-old is a 16-year-old is a pedophile. There's still probably a lot of people that would say that, right?
Yeah. Right.
So I'm going to run through these one more time. I can't control my community's engagement with political content outside of my community. Maybe I can influence the way they view it when they come back into my community and I go over whatever, but I can't control, like, if they go watch Vosh or Hassan or something, I have no control of them in that time period. They're off watching something else, right? Okay. I can't control how words are used in those other communities. So if Vosh uses fascist for whatever reason, I have no control over that. Yeah?
I think you can influence it indirectly, but no, you don't have direct total control over it.
I can speak up in my community when I think a word is used incorrectly. Okay, yeah?
Yeah.
I can't, and then four is, I can't totally redefine a word in my community. I can push for how I want something to be, but I can't totally like rewrite everybody's brains in my community. They're still going to have a whole bunch of external context for what words means, and I can't control that 100%. I can push them in a certain direction.
Yeah, any of these would be an absurd claim to make.
Okay.
That you have total control over any of these things. Also, the last point of self-contradiction was that you don't care.
Okay. Given all four of these premises, I'm going to reread your statement that you say is full of contradictions. So you're saying that I'm making it's self-contradictory to claim that I have no control over the word, over the definition of the word Nazi in your community. So I think this is dealt with in a way in premise 2 and 3, that in my community, people are bringing with them preconceived notions of Nazi into my community, and I don't have control of that fully, and I can't rewrite that fully. So when I say, if we want to be charitable to me, I'm not going to say I don't have no control over the definition, but I can't rewrite that completely.
Well, which is it? Because I didn't make the claim that you can rewrite it completely.
Okay,
I just think I think you have a large degree of control over how the word Nazi is used in your community.
Okay. I need you to apply the basest level of charitability to what I'm saying. Okay, because you're treating me like an unmitigated retard. Do you think that I would say that I have absolutely no control over what anybody in my community says? Do you think I would ever make a statement like that?
No, but you came kind of close last night. I think you said I can't control what my community says, how my community defines this word. And then when I pressed you on it, you said, well, I don't care. I don't care to define it in a certain way. And then I said, well, what about all these other statements you're making where you are defining it in a certain way?
We're going to dive into these statements because they're proving everything I've said.
Okay.
When I say this sentence, I can't control how my community defines a word. What do you mean by that? Because I can read this, and in the context of what I know about me, and what you should know about me, and what everybody knows about me, I think there's a very obvious way to read that statement. You tell me what you think that statement means. So I say, I can't control how my community defines a word.
I think my problem with it is that there are, I did not interpret you as meaning 100% control. And I don't think you interpreted me as meaning 100% control. I don't think either of us thought that the other person meant that. And yet, in your counterexample here, you're asking me, do I have 100% control? Which I don't think is relevant because I don't think that's what either of us meant. So I assume, when I say you have control over how people use this word, I assumed you know that I mean you have a large degree of control. That you're not going to see
Oh, hell no.
DGGer
Come on,
saying
babe.
pedophile the same way Avashvan does. Because of you. Because you have changed how they think of that word.
Potentially.
Okay.
But
So
focusing on this,
general
I
amount of
can't
control.
So when I say I can't control how my community defines a word, what do you think I'm probably saying there? Just talk about this statement. I can't control how my community defines a word. What do you think I mean when I say this?
This is my problem, I guess. It sounds like... I guess my immediate thought is compared to what? So if you're saying, I don't have total control, that's obvious, but then it doesn't mean anything. If you're saying, I only have some control, then I'm obviously imploring you to use whatever control you do have to this effect.
Okay, now... This
if you're
is an
saying you have
argument.
no control, that's
this
obviously
is good.
not true.
That's fine. That statement is an argument that we can actually work with and build off of. Okay? Accusing me of saying I have no control makes me look like an idiot. And then it feels like you're implying that I can have a high degree of control, and I think that makes you look like an idiot. But this statement that, like, you can exert some control, even though a lot of it is outside of your control, now we have this is something that we can discuss, okay?
But this is why I'm accusing you of obfuscating.
I am being incredibly clear here. If anybody's obfuscated thus far, you're the one giving the evasive answers. But after all of this talking, now we've gotten to a point that I think is actually an interesting discussion, which is there are people that use words in ways that I disagree with outside of my community. And you agreed that I can't control how words are used in other communities. And you agreed that I can speak up when a word is used incorrectly in my community. But you also agree that I can't totally redefine a word in my community. So then the question becomes, what is the struggle that you're willing to take, and is the payoff worth it? Because we both agree that I can exert some influence. I agree with that, and you agree with that. We both also agree that a lot of it is out of my control, because I can't control other communities, and I can't control how words are defined, and I can't totally redefine them in my community, right? So the question is, how much do you want to struggle against that? And that is an interesting conversation. Go ahead.
The reason I'm saying you're obfuscating is that I don't believe that you possibly could have thought I meant anything else last night. You don't think I meant that you have total control, and you don't think that I thought you meant you have zero control.
The problem is that when I would bring up an example, and when I would say, these words are used so far, they have so many different meanings now, I don't want to struggle against all of those other external meanings. I don't want to sit here and have to redefine or try to define Nazi, rapist, homophobe, whatever, in my own stream. You would always say, well, are you saying you have no control over the words? Are you saying that the community is outside of your control? You can't guide them at all?
I knew you weren't saying that.
Okay, well, that's what it felt like to me as an emotional retard creature. That was what I was hearing over and over and over and over again.
I don't think you're...
Correct. You didn't say I was retarded. You said worse. You assumed that I was being malicious. So it's even worse than being dumb. You assumed I was being intentionally bad faith by saying gaslighting and evasiveness.
I'm going to settle on semi-intentional.
Okay.
But my sense is now that if you really wanted us to have a shared understanding of what I mean when I say you have control over how your community uses the word Nazi or how they think of the word Nazi, I think that you would offer back a good faith interpretation of that statement. You would say, okay, so you're saying I generally have a lot of influence over how people use the word Nazi.
I'm not gonna lie, the
say,
facial expressions in this game are...
Like, do you really think I'm going to counter that with saying, No, Steven.
are a
I'm saying
little
you have
less
total 100%
exaggerated,
control
but
over how
far
I
more
do things.
believable in point of fact than in Ghost of Tsushima.
You're saying that, but I think it's insane of you. You don't
Everybody
know,
looked like they were fucking trying to squeeze out a fart in Ghost of Tsushima, especially when they you went in for the fucking close-up on their face.
You were trying to nail down to me, like, do you think you would
Not
do this?
trying to be
Do
an
you think this? It's
asshole.
like,
It was a
fuck,
fucking
man.
beautiful,
What
fucking
about his
stunning
ideal world?
game,
I don't
but
know what his ideal work would. Maybe you're accusing me of being weaselly every time I refuse to stake out a hard position here. So when you say like, can you redefine a word? Can you do this? Like, I don't know if you're asking for a one.
That's not why.
I don't. Hold on.
That's not.
I'm just saying that from my perspective, you're trying to nail me down on these ultra rigid positions where it's like, Jesus, I don't even fucking know. Like, if he was in power, if he could get the power, what he would do. I'm not sure 100%. So when I'm not taking these 100% positions, it feels like you're attacking me for it. So I don't know what you mean when you're asking me to like redefine words or fight for words, or you're giving me examples of how I can like change some words or whatever. That's what I'm trying to figure out by writing your responses down and then ask you questions to test it.
Okay. I disagree with your statement that I'm calling you weaselly for not taking a firm stance. That's not why. I don't even call you weaselly, but that's not why I'm accusing you of obfuscating.
True. You called me cowardly, spineless, and says I wasn't equipped for the conversation, and that I was gaslighting. I think those are the words you used, but not weaselly. Go ahead.
I think I called all streamers cowardly and spineless.
It was in the context of that conversation related to these topics, so it was very specifically aimed at me. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, are you saying you're mad or hurt that I used those terms, or are you asking me to defend my stance?
No, I'm not mad or hurt. I'm frustrated because once these words are brought out, the argument ends. We can't have a back and forth anymore because now you're telling me what I think and you're not listening to what I'm saying because you've already decided, oh, he's lying about this. He's being bad faith.
But the implication of that is that you never obfuscate, but maybe you do.
The problem is we're having an incredibly complicated conversation about incredibly broad political labels that I believe 90% of people could not accurately identify today. And you're saying, oh, you're not giving a rigid definition of this, you're obfuscating. I'm not obfuscating. I'm just acknowledging the hardcore political realities that we live in today.
That's not why I'm saying you're obfuscating.
Why are you saying I'm obfuscating? Okay, I'm sorry, hold on. I'm writing this down, word for word.
Okay.
Why am I obfuscating?
I think you are straw manning me with a completely untenable position by saying that if I say you have control over how your community defines this word, I must be saying you have 100% control over how your community uses the word.
Okay.
I also
so this is what
it.
Well, hold on. Okay. So you think I'm straw manning you with an untenable position by saying that if you're claiming that I have control over how my community defines a word, you must be saying that I have 100% control over community defines a word. So in my mind, I feel like we're fighting about the interesting conversation, which is a struggle of how much effort should I put into this versus not. So I feel like I'm giving an example where I'm saying, well, there's a lot of external ways that these words are defined as well that are out of my control. And then your response is, no, you can control it in your community. When you say that as a response, so there's two responses. You can either say that, no, you can control it in your community. That makes it sound like a binary position. But if you were to respond to me instead and you were to say, well, yeah, there is a lot of external content there that you can't deal with, but like, I think it's worth it for you to fight against that in your community, even if it's not a 100% thing, to try to like maintain some like level of, and you're gonna have to fight for it all the time, of this word's definition of community. Like a response like that would be like, okay, well, let's talk about how much we should fight for the definition. But that's not what it felt like when I was pushing back for these are why I don't fight 100% on these things. It sounds like you were always giving me a counter. Like, oh, so you're saying this, or oh, well, you don't think that. Well, no, that made it felt like it was binary from you. That's the feeling.
Okay. Yeah.
Because we both know that I would never say I have no control and I have total control. Both of those things are false. We both know that both of us, I would hope in this conversation, think both of those statements are false, right?
It feels like a derailment when you even introduce either of those concepts, because neither you're not going to say you have zero control, and I'm not going to say you have total control. So, and this is the same thing with whether Nick is a Nazi. It's the same. I feel like it's the same obfuscation. What I'm asking you is, what is your personal assessment? Is he a Nazi? Is he not a Nazi? Or do you not know? But when I press you on that at different times, I get different answers. That feels like the obfuscation. If you just said, I don't know, and I don't care, then there's not, then like, no, I'm not going to say you're obfuscating then. I'm not trying to reach into your mind and say that like you're contradicting your inner thoughts. I'm saying the things you are saying are contradicting other things you're saying, and then you're positioning me as being unhappy that you don't know the answer to my question or that you won't take a firm stance. My problem is that you are taking multiple contradictory yet also kind of firm stances and introducing confusion. I think the confusion serves to give you a defense of how you're handling Fuentes, but it also serves as a defense of him. And I think that by saying that I'm unhappy that you don't have a firm, that you can't read his mind, like that's such a crazy straw man. No, I'm not saying you should read his mind or that reading minds is possible. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying based on all the information you have about him, I think it's kind of important for you to make an assessment of whether or not he's like a genocidal crazy person who wants to kill people if he comes to power, or to whatever extent you think that is true. I do think you need to assess that.
Okay, here's what's happening, okay?
Okay, all right.
You're saying, is he a Nazi? And I'm saying, I'm not sure. And you're pointing out, well, you said he was a Nazi here. You said he was a Nazi here. Here you joke that he's a Nazi. Here you allude to him being a Nazi. Here you say he's not a Nazi, and right now you won't call him a Nazi. And you're saying that I'm obfuscating by not answering the question. Is that a fair summary of what you're saying?
Yes, but I just want to again be clear that my problem is that all those statements contradict each other, not your current answer or your current thinking.
Sure. And my assertion is none of those statements are contradictory. But the problem is we're fighting over the statement, is he a Nazi? And
is he a Nazi?
You're asking me
Too right, mate.
Is Nick Fuentes a Nazi? That's not the question that I'm dealing with. The question I'm dealing with is, what is a Nazi? That's the question. Insofar as a Nazi is a strictly defined term, I can clearly compare it to Nick's stated positions and figure out whether or not he is or is not a Nazi. So, for instance, if we go by the definition of he was part of the National Socialist Party, he's not a Nazi. If we go by the definition of has some vague anti-Semitic beliefs and is fascist, he might be a Nazi or is a Nazi. If we go by this or that...
Do you think his anti-Semitic beliefs are vague?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Because he doesn't currently advocate for genocide or ethno-states. He doesn't currently advocate for, well, it depends now on how we define anti-Semitic, I guess. Anti-Semitic in reference to Nazi, or anti-Semitic in terms of, like, just doesn't like Jewish people?
Whatever you meant when you used the word.
Well, if you don't know, hold on.
Definition.
If you don't know what I meant when I used the word, then for you to say, well, don't you think he is that, when you don't even know what I mean when I say that, I'm not saying disingenuous intention from your part, but you're asking me an empty question. You don't actually even know what I'm saying at that point.
One of us is being disingenuous when that exchange happens. I agree, and we both think it's the other.
I don't think we're both being disingenuous. I think that we both have in our mind an understanding of what anti-Semitic means. That's the whole point of this conversation.
I think you're being disingenuous when you say he has vague anti-Semitic beliefs.
Do you agree?
I believe that you have a definition of anti-Semitic, and you have a definition of specific, and I believe that Fuentes' beliefs meet both of those criteria.
Okay. Do you believe that different opinions of what could be anti-Semitism exist?
Absolutely.
Okay. So then if that's the case, when I ask, or when you ask, is Nick Fuentes anti-Semitic, we have to define that. If I just say yes or no, we could be both talking about different things, right?
We could, but I trust you to have a pretty reasonable definition of anti-Semitic.
No, not when we're literally debating the meanings of these words. These are the beetle in the boxes. You don't know what anti-Semitic means when I say it.
Okay, I think that's an obfuscation to say that that's what we're doing.
Okay, here's a question. Is somebody that makes an anti-Semitic joke an anti-Semite?
No.
Okay, is somebody that thinks that Jewish people have a disproportionate outlay of control of media or entertainment in the United States anti-Semitic?
It depends how much time they spend thinking about that, but if just thinking that, no.
Okay. Is somebody that believes that Israel has an unfair treatment of Palestinians anti-Semitic?
No.
Is somebody that is anti-Zionist, so they don't support like the nation of Israel, or they believe that Israelis engage in apartheid against Palestinians, are they anti-Semitic?
No.
Is somebody that wants to curb the influence, the disproportionate influence that Jewish people have over media, are those people anti-Semitic?
Starting to get there, yeah.
Okay, starting to get there. So I think that the anti-Semitism that I've seen. One final question: is somebody that makes anti-Semitic jokes an anti-Semite?
Did they? I think it depends on the context or how
Sure.
often. At some point, if you keep making anti-Semitic jokes, at some point I'm going to start thinking of you as hating Jews. Yeah.
Sure. So,
but I don't agree that this is the conversation. Like,
well, hold on, no,
like
this
whole line.
This is the conversation. You don't want to have.
I don't agree.
I know.
You're
wrong,
disagree about
but
what
you're
the
wrong.
conversation is.
This is
Okay,
the conversation.
Okay.
This
Okay, I
because
just
you're
need to-
saying
I
you're
just
asking
need to
me.
make this
is
clear that
somebody,
I don't.
That's
I
fine
don't
that you
think
think
what
that.
you're doing.
You're asking me is
Okay,
somebody
okay.
X, and I'm telling you we need to define X, and now we're walking through now, and you can see how complicated it is to define X.
I don't think I don't agree. I guess
You're wrong though. This isn't an agree or disagree.
So it's up to you.
You're wrong.
It's up to you. It's up to you. I can either make my case for why I don't think this is the right conversation, why I think it's obfuscating to frame it this way, or we can stay in your frame and I'll continue down your line of questioning. I'm happy to go either way, but I do need to interject and say that I don't think this is right.
I'm trying to point out to you the futility of the initial question, is he a Nazi? The first qualifier we're getting to Nazi is anti-Semitism, and you've already admitted that who is considered anti-Semitic can be up for discussion. There's a broad range of what is considered anti-Semitic. If there's a broad range of what is anti-Semitic, there's probably a broad range of what is a Nazi, so asking the question, is he a Nazi, is definitionally an open-ended question. But when I point out
I don't agree with that.
It logically follows. It's deductively true.
I don't agree with that, and I don't agree with your premise, and I don't agree with your framing. But if you want to keep asking about anti-Semitism, I will answer your questions, and I will be patient, and I will not interrupt. But I do want to interject that I think you're obfuscating by even framing it this way.
Okay, I think it's going to be impossible to move me off of this framing, but if you make a very compelling argument, I can be moved, so go for it.
When I talk about the definitions of these words, I'm talking about your definition.
You don't know what my definition is on any of these words.
That's right. Absolutely, I don't. But I know you decently well, and I trust you to formulate a definition of anti-Semitism that I would probably agree with, or that I think has utility. I also trust you to formulate a definition of Nazi, pedophile, murderer, rapist. All these words are words that you use a lot. You run into other people using them, and 99% of the time when I hear you argue about them, I agree with you. So even if it's not going to be my definition, I'm talking about your definition. So whatever your definition is, I'm fine with you using in this conversation. I don't even need to know what it is, and I'm not even going to ask you what it is.
Okay.
If I said, is Nick Fuentes a Nazi, and you said no, that would mean a lot to me. I'd probably ask you why you said that, but I wouldn't start picking apart your definition of Nazi. So the framing of again, we have an equal sign. We got anti-Semite on one side, and we got Nick Fuentes on the other, and the question is the equal sign deserved?
Yeah.
I'm saying you, in your heart, do you think Nick Fuentes is a Nazi however you define Nick Fuentes? However you define him being that? Is it his secret beliefs? Is it what he does? Is it what he says? Is it his effect on the world? Whatever. Is it his fan base? Whatever the fuck you want it to be, you can do whatever you want with it. And you can define Nazi however you want. But I think, so what I'm saying you have a moral imperative to do is not to agree with me that Nick Fuentes is a Nazi. It's to formulate an opinion of Nick Fuentes, formulate an opinion of Nazi, and then make a decision about how you're going to use these words, or if you're not going to use these words. What's concerning to me is that you're using the word Nazi in a serious way, in a playful way. You're saying he is a Nazi, and you're saying he isn't a Nazi. And my problem with this is I believe Nick Fuentes' game plan is to make it confusing whether he's a Nazi or not, and I believe that you are introducing the same confusion that unnecessarily.
I understand.
By making it into a semantic argument.
Yes.
Okay.
Everything that you've laid out in this argument, I believe, proves my paradigm and how I view the language being used.
All right.
Okay.
So, but you are.
We'll literally be back in 90 seconds. I just gotta go pee.
Misrepresenting the strength of the words that you're using. So you say, for instance, is somebody a Nazi? The way that you define this Nazi word, or pedophile, or murderer, or rapist, is done in a tribalistic manner.
Nazis.
You're not appealing to an objective definition of Nazi. You're telling me, I trust you, I know you, I think that we'll agree on the definitions roughly for these words. That's the problem, is that when different tribes of people are connecting on the internet, they've tribalistically determined what the definitions of some of these broader words are. If I talk to a lot of people on the right, things like groomer and pedophile are going to be broadly applied across the LGBT group because they also trust each other to have a tribalistic family way of defining these words. So when you ask me, I want you to formulate an opinion of Nick Fuentes, and I want you to formulate an opinion of all of these things to tell me like what you feel about these things. What I'm pushing back on is that that's fine, and if it's in a one-on-one conversation, maybe I'll say it, but in front of an audience, there's all sorts of different tribes butting up against each other with different definitions that are all different. So when you ask me, is somebody a Nazi, you're referring to 27 different things all at once. And I don't want to answer yes to that because I can't commit him to everybody's
different definitions that are all different. No shit, buddy.
And you want me to agree on a definition of Nazi that I would hold
I
somebody
don't
to
want
publicly?
you to agree with other people. I want you to agree with yourself. Say your definition, and then that'll be it. And people will know what you meant when you said it. Just like you gave the definition of the word pedophile.
That's not true.
Did you mean it when you said it?
Just now.
If I was
Did you said what you meant?
Now who's interrupting who? You used the word pedophile just now, and you said, here's my definition of pedophile. Other people have different definitions of pedophile. This one is mine. And then you used the word. No ambiguity, no confusion. If there's 27 definitions, you just got rid of 26 of them, and then you're fine using the word. When it comes to the word Nazi and Nick Fuentes, you don't want to do that. And that's all I'm asking you to do, is have your definition, tell us what it is, and then use it.
Okay. That is not true. Everything you just said is not true. You're worried that he is going to play
He's calling you liar.
my definition if I'm not willing to like stake out a moral position on it. What you just said, I just want you to say if he adheres to your definition of Nazi. Well, what if I define Nazi in a really strict sense and I say no? You're not going to be happy with that. You're going to have a problem with that. Right?
I'm not going to have this problem with it. My problem is that you're obfuscating and creating confusion for Fuentes'
I understand.
benefit
You've said this 50
and for your
million
own
times.
benefit.
Let me
Well, then don't
repeat
tell me I'm gonna. Don't then wait.
Okay.
Then when you say you're gonna have a problem with it, like yeah, I might not like it if you say the word Nazi is relegated to only describe people who are dead. We can never use it to describe somebody who's alive because if they were alive, they'd be over 120 and it would be the oldest person on Earth or something. Like yeah, if you're gonna use the word Nazi that strictly, I'm gonna have a problem with the utility of your definition. But that's a different problem than the problem I'm having. Your goal in the conversation is not to make me happy, and that's not what I'm asking you to do. That's an unfair framing. I'm asking you specifically to have a definition of Nazi, tell us what it is, and then have a definition of Fuentes, and tell us if you think he meets that definition. Or if you don't have a definition, just say you don't have a definition. Say, I don't know what a Nazi is and I don't want to use that word, and then stop using it.
Okay,
or
let's say
I have a definition, but I don't know what Nick Fuentes is.
Get
but
spanked
my problem is
up.
you won't answer this clearly and consistently and concisely.
Okay, so you just want me to give you my definition of Nazi.
Yes.
And then say, okay. So I think that my definition of Nazi generally employs, number one, a high level of conspiratorial anti-Semitism, not just actual observations about Jewish people. So claiming that there are some type of like insidious plots can be a big part of that anti-Semitic thing, especially plots against your native race, right? So that's a big form of anti-Semitism. So number one, that's a pretty important qualifier. Number two is usually some sort of outward violence, or at the very least state-sponsored violence against ethnic minorities or other undesirables. So for instance, having like a state-sponsored plan to export or kill certain people of certain ethnic groups or certain people of like LGBT persuasions or other types of quote-unquote undesirables, right?
Okay,
and
can
then
I ask a clarifying question?
Go ahead.
Does wanting state-sponsored violence count, or you're saying you have to actually act in state-sponsored violence?
No, it'd be the desire for it would make you.
Okay.
Right. And then thirdly is generally Nazis want to build some form of fascist state. So meaning they don't care about fucking democracy. They don't give a fuck about fucking Congress or any shit like that. Like they want a single party, populist ruler, authoritarian, possibly totalitarian, vertical control of society. That's usually what I think of when I'm thinking of like neo-Nazi or Nazi. Those are the things that I'm thinking of. Insofar as that goes,
No fucking
Fuentes'
way.
outward positions are not there on, I don't think on any of those three topics. Maybe a little bit on the third one, but on the first two, that is not his outward position.
Fucking horse shit.
Is America First a neo-Nazi movement or a Nazi movement? Probably not. I don't think so. Now, are there neo-Nazis in that movement? Almost certainly so. It's a large movement and it's very far right. And I think a lot of the rhetoric can be kind of amenable to those people. And if you ask me, is Nick Fuentes secretly a neo-Nazi? He could be. But that would be my stated positions on those three things. On Fuentes, on America First as a movement, the people in America First, and inside Nick's mind. So where would you go then from there?
I want to ask you just bullet point by bullet point.
Go.
You don't believe that Fuentes engages in conspiratorial anti-Semitism?
I haven't heard it as part of his stuff recently, but I could be shown clips that would convince me otherwise. Let me give a quick example of the two of these things. So if he says something like, I think that Jewish people all tend to vote or push politics in a certain way where they're kind of like, they want to always support Israel, and they're kind of like fucking always looking out for themselves and shit, and it fucks the rest of us over a little bit. I don't think that that rises to the level of Jewish conspiracy. But if he says something akin to like what Lauren Southern used to say with The Great Replacement, where he's like, I think there's a plan where these people are intentionally trying to eradicate white people, then that rises to a level of like Jewish conspiracy.
I'm just saying, based on what you know of him,
based on his recent rhetoric,
based on what you have already heard him say.
Yeah. Based of this, what I've heard recently, but this is something that I could be moved on. Somebody could send me a clip and go, he could say something like, "Oh yeah, Jewish people, I think they're actually really trying to fuck over white people." Like, oh yeah,
but okay, so are you saying I don't know, or are you saying so? Like, if somebody asked you about me, they said, do you think that Max engages in anti-Semitic conspiratorial thinking?
No, absolutely, I don't think so. I've never heard you even flirt with the ideas before.
Okay, so at somewhere between me and Nick or Lauren, us flip switches and
switch
flips, and then you
flips.
say, okay, now I think you're maybe blah blah. So, are you saying you don't know? Are you saying probably not, yes or no?
He's never brought it up anywhere in a convo with me or alluded to it in a debate that I've seen him have, and I haven't been presented with content. So, but obviously his ideology lends itself towards those types of beliefs. So it's possible, but I wouldn't accuse him of having those beliefs because I haven't heard them. I haven't had them presented to me. I have a lot of people email me about shit that he says and things. Yeah.
Are you not willing to give a one-word answer?
No, not on this. No. And I think asking for one is bad faith. I would make that accusation. Because clearly I don't care.
I think it would be bad faith for me to attack you for not giving one.
Okay.
But I want one, and if you don't want to give it, that's fine.
Okay, what is your one-word question?
I guess the choices I would give you are, the question is, does Nick Fuentes engage in anti-Semitic conspiracies? Or traffic in them?
Yeah, I'd say no, but it would be based on what I've seen so far. My mind could be changed to that. Somebody can send me a clip in it, but as of what I've seen so far, no.
Okay. And then what was the second criteria for being a Nazi? It wasn't fascism, or wasn't dictatorship. It was.
It's usually calling for like violent pogroms and shit like that, and like trying to like put people in camps of like undesirables and ethnic people. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that Nick Fuentes wants to do that?
I haven't seen it. I haven't heard or seen that, and it seems like he speaks to the contrary of that a lot.
Will you give a one-word answer?
The answer would be no. I don't think he engages in that. No.
Okay, so no conspiracy, no anti-Semitic conspiracy, no desire for violence against minorities.
Yes. No, as a yes, as in no. Yeah.
Right. Got it. Okay. And the third one is fascism.
Fascism, I'm not as sure because he says weird shit about how he wants like a Christian monarchy. I don't know what the fuck he means by that, if he's actually sincere on that. I know that his group, he tries to get people to engage with the political system. So like he went up and supported Laura Loomer and shit. He might be illiberal. He might be anti-democratic though. I don't know if he would like lean full into fascism. It seems like he could or would, but I don't hear him talk about forms of government much. It feels like he's mostly concerned with getting his people to engage in the current political system. But he could easily be a fascist, or that's what like his end goal would be. I'm just not sure. I don't talk to him about like what his ideal style of government is. And when it comes up, he says Christian monarchy. I don't know what the fuck that means.
Okay, so what's your one-word answer, if you want to give one?
I would say on that one, probably maybe or yes.
Okay. Will you pick one or no?
Is he a fascist?
Yeah.
I think he would be. I'll say yes on that one. I'll give you that one.
Okay, so he's a fascist, but you don't think he meets the other two criteria.
Yeah.
Have you read
I'm saying yes to
Rist's-
fascist because he feels very anti-democratic to me. Yeah. So okay, go ahead.
Okay. Have you read Rose Wrist's quote list?
Not yet. I never read quote lists from anybody for anything. But if somebody wants to give me more substantive stuff, like I'll go through it. But I'm not usually interested in like here's 50 quotes over the past 6 years.
Okay. A cross-examining question.
Mhm.
If your answer to 2 of the criteria are no, why did you say he's basically a Nazi? I think the time before last we talked and on Twitter.
I already told you on Twitter for the purposes of fighting with Lance, because it's funny from the tweet, that if Lance believes that he's truly a Nazi, why is the one joke he would pick out the thing that didn't really have anything to do with Jews? That was stupid. And then I would have to know the context of the other conversation where he was like basically a Nazi.
Okay, so your general stance, it sounds like now, is you're saying he just doesn't meet the criteria for Nazi.
To truly be considered like a Nazi or Nazi?
By you, to be considered, not truly, but by you.
I don't think so. Correct.
Okay. Do you see my concern about the vagueness introduced by using that words in different contexts and different ways to describe him? If he, I mean, even if he's just a fascist, creating a is he or isn't he narrative, do you see how that, do you see how that helps Trump in a way where then all the people
I see how you think it does, but I disagree with all of that. I think that all of these words are fucked regardless of my input.
Regardless of your input, do you see how a is he or isn't he a white supremacist narrative helped Trump?
Sure, I can, but I think people calling him a white supremacist helps Trump. I would accuse them more than any of the is he or isn't he people.
No. I'm not saying the is he or isn't he people. I'm saying just the whole narrative around him being confusion around is he a white supremacist. I don't think Trump is a white supremacist, but I think the idea, progressives clinging to the idea that he is actually helps him because it really sucks the air out of any criticism of him.
What does? Say that again?
Progressives clinging to the idea that Trump is a white supremacist helps him because there just isn't a lot of evidence that he is, and he doesn't seem like one.
Okay.
Do you see how that confusion around that helps him?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see, from my perspective, that if Fuentes, even if he's just a fascist, any confusion around whether he is a Nazi, and specifically joking or ironic confusion, do you see how that helps him discredit his critics?
Yeah, it could, yeah.
Okay. So, so I feel like if you're saying he's basically a Nazi, if you're jokingly calling him a Nazi, but then if you're saying you don't think he meets the criteria for Nazi, but he meets
he's close enough for me to joke about it. Like, I might joke about Hassan being a tanky, but Hassan is absolutely not a tanky in any strict definition of the word. Neither is Vosh, but I might joke about it sometimes.
Yeah, so I'm concerned about you joking about it with him because you're saying he meets the worst criteria. The worst part about Nazis is that they're fascists.
I disagree.
So like if somebody if somebody wants to kill you, but they're going to vote on it, then like that's not that big of a problem. Somebody engages in conspiracy.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean that's not that big a problem? We were a democracy with slavery for like 100 years. Over 100 years. How do you mean that's not that big of a problem? The Democratic Party of the United States didn't keep it from doing atrocities.
Yeah, it's a big problem, but I don't think it's as big of a problem. I'll put it that way. Okay. I think that engaging in anti-Semitic conspiratorial thinking. I'm saying if somebody.
What I'm saying is that like there could be like
somebody just wanting to kill you, or wanting the government to kill you. Yes, it's a problem if enough people are unified in their beliefs about that, and then they start voting on it, like something like slavery happens. Yeah, that's bad. But most people in the United States have other people they want the government to kill. I think we're just kind of a bloodthirsty nation, and democracy prevents us from doing terrible, terrible things to each other. So that's what I mean when I say that. I'm not trying to downplay the incidence of racial violence in democratic nations. I'm saying that right now when I think of, well, what's stopping genocide from happening now, democracy is like the first thing that comes to mind. So I'm not, if I hear somebody has conspiratorial thoughts about Jews or any other race, like, yeah, that's concerning or upsetting, but like a lot of fucking people do. It's just, I just don't care that much about that part. I care about it only because of what that person would do if they came to power. The only reason I care about that is if that person wants to take over the government, which I already know Fuentes does because he fucking tried to do it. He literally tried to overthrow the government, and you're here saying like he might be.
Stop making the emotional appeals. Wait, stop making the emotional appeals. It's super cringe. Don't fucking do that to me. That's because then I'm gonna start crying.
The age of the Giga Chad is over, bitch. I will make emotional appeals. This is an emotional topic for me. I care about my country and I love my country. When somebody tries to overthrow the government, I get upset about it. And I wasn't making an emotional appeal, I was making a logical appeal. He literally tried to overthrow the government, which you agreed with the last time we talked. And you're saying he's a fascist in a way where you're like, I'll bite the bullet and say he's probably a fascist.
Okay, and I would say that one of the huge contributing factors for how we ever got to that point was people's inability to engage with the other side, and one of those inabilities is the obsession with using words like Nazi, fascist, racist.
It's my fault that Nick Fuentes tried to overthrow the government.
Partially, yes.
Okay.
And that's the thing that I'm trying to get away from, because I can do every single part of my job. I'm going to keep talking because you just talked for 20 fucking minutes, okay? I can do every single part of my job that I need to do as effectively as possible without ever calling somebody a Nazi or a racist or whatever the fuck. I don't need to use any of those words to attack all the ideas, to give people an accurate assessment of what other people believe, and to discourage people from following certain bad ideologies. And I would say that by using any of those words, I'm putting myself at a disadvantage, because just like in a movie, when you use a real life song inside the movie, there might be thoughts or feelings that a listener or viewer has that I have completely lost control over by bringing in that word. So I avoid doing that completely. I only attack the ideas. I only go after people on the merit of things. I avoid all of the extra baggage of all the extra bullshit. I don't lose anybody because I'm just throwing around words that may not be accurate depending on how they define them. And I can do all of that perfectly. When people like you come in and try to say, you need to call somebody a Nazi, you need to call somebody a fascist, you are contributing to the further divide of these people going, no, he's calling it that, I'm not that, I'm leaving. So you and your types of people that are insistent on using these words as weapons are the ones that are making all of the discourse worse, and you're making it harder for me to do what I do. You're not contributing anything positive to the discourse by insisting that I call somebody a Nazi. If they're a Nazi and he has Nazi beliefs, then I will call out the Nazi beliefs like I have on panels, and people will have those Nazi beliefs, and then we'll move on from there. That's how I prefer to operate, and that's how I've been operating, and it's been working pretty well so far.
Did I insist that you call him a Nazi?
It seems like you insist that I have some solid, rigid definition for it that I maintain through every single context, and I strictly adhere to it in every context.
Is that the same as insisting that you call him a Nazi?
Well, I don't know. I said that I wouldn't call him a Nazi, and it seemed like that upset you, and now you're trying to give me all the reasons why I should call him a Nazi.
No, I never said you should call him a Nazi.
Then what's the problem if I don't want to call him a Nazi then? Then what are we even fighting about?
Well, right now we're fighting because you just said I'm insisting that you call him a Nazi, and I want you to
I'm not asking about this particular statement. Let's back up on the macro level. What are we arguing about then? If you're okay with me not calling him a Nazi, what is this conversation about?
I want you to admit that I've never told you that I insist you call him a Nazi. I've never actually said that, right?
You might not have said that, but what you said is that by me not calling him a Nazi, I'm providing cover for him to become potentially the new neo-Nazi dictator in the United States, which I assume is bad.
I haven't said that either.
Hold on.
I will say, I think you have my thesis written down, right? By being inconsistent.
Hold on, wait. I'm pulling my audio. I'm curious on this one. Did Mr. Girl say that
Wait, you can't pull your audience. You just told them something. You're going to tell them something.
Okay, ask. You said it, so they'll remember. Did Mr. Girl say that my refusal to use the word Nazi provides cover
you control what the audience thinks, Steven,
and allows him to become a fascist dictator?
You wrote down my thesis. Just fucking read it.
Which one? Where?
I don't know. I can't see your screen, but I assume...
For the conversation today, it's whether or not my community has 100% control over a word or whatever.
That's something you said I said that I didn't say, and then I accused you of gaslighting when you did that. So no, I didn't say that either.
Wait,
I've never said you have 100%... Wait, let me be clear. I have at no point ever said you should call him a Nazi if you don't think he's a Nazi. I'm saying I want you to formulate an opinion of Fuentes and formulate a definition of the word Nazi, and then I want you to decide, which you've agreed to do, and you already just did, so I don't know why you're still saying that I'm insisting you call him a Nazi. I want you to decide whether you think he's a Nazi or not. And then I want you to give an answer to that question, which you did. I've
Okay,
never
then-
told you should
so
call
now
him a
that I've
Nazi.
given the
You shouldn't
answer-
call somebody a Nazi if you don't
Okay,
think they're a Nazi.
So now that we've
That's
answered that
insane.
question, what is the rest of our conversation about?
Well, now the conversation's about how you
Alright,
just
I need a
fucking
wise
said-
Dr.
No,
Chuck.
you're- dude, oh my god. Let's ignore,
I didn't-
eject this part of the conversation. Eject it, okay?
Okay.
I was wrong on everything. What are we talking about now that I've said I wouldn't
are you
define him as a
actually
Nazi?
conceding that you were wrong about
Yes,
that?
I
or
was
are
wrong
you-
about everything I just said. So what I'm asking you now is, what is the
That doesn't
conversation?
feel like a real concession. It feels like you're saying it doesn't matter.
Okay, let's...
You get to say that I said something I didn't say.
Okay.
Then pull your audience to see if they think I said it because you
I
just
was
said that
wrong
I said
about
it.
whatever you just said. Whatever I said, whatever you said I was wrong about, I'm wrong about. 100%. Okay? So now my question is, now that I've given you my definition of Nazi, and I said I don't think America...
I want to respond to something else you said.
What are we talking about? What do we disagree on now?
I don't know. I'm responding to shit you're saying. If you want to steer the conversation in a different direction after that, that's fine. But I do want to respond to the idea that you're lumping me in with, you said, types of people like you. Your kind of people who insist on calling people Nazis. I don't think that's fair. I don't know of any other person that I've ever seen publicly say, I don't think you need to call this person a Nazi. I don't think you need to say that if they're not a Nazi. My concern is that you don't have a clear definition of Nazi, and you don't seem to have a clear stance on this person, and I just want you to clarify for your audience what that is, because I think by being vague and dodgy about it, you are creating confusion, which serves that person's destructive
I understand.
goals.
So I've given you a clear definition, and I've given you a clear stance. So are we completely resolved now on the conversation, or is there any other
No, I got another issue. But
Okay.
do you agree that my position that I'm presenting to you is actually kind of unique and not a standard progressive position or whoever the fuck you're accusing me of being like?
Sure, it can be unique, but the prescriptions that you make at the end of the day end up being almost identical to the ones a lot of progressives have made. But maybe not. Maybe it'll change. Where do we go now from this position? I've given you a clear definition, and I've given you a clear stance.
Again, I've never heard a progressive make the prescription. Come up with your own definition of Nazi. Inform your audience of what that is.
Yep.
Then come up with your own sense of this person. I've never heard a progressive say that. Have you?
Okay. I just
That's
said...
my prescription. That is the prescription.
Okay.
Have you heard a
Oh,
progressive
if that's the
say that?
prescription, then we're in agreement then. We're all good on this? I've given you a clear definition. I've given you a clear stance. You have no other issues?
My other issue is the question I was asking you, which I think you evaded by saying that slavery was democratically voted for, which is true and a good point you brought up. However, the question was, do you see why I'm concerned about the is he or isn't he a Nazi narrative, which has been going on in your community for a while about Lauren, like jokes about how she's our Nazi queen, and then people kind of get freaked out and saying like, wait a second, but she's actually Nazi, and then people making videos about it and people saying like, no, she's not that bad, or she's reformed, and then she says something and everybody's like, oh, Jesus Christ. She talks to Pisco, and then she's like, oh, it's like, oh, she hasn't changed at all. Oh my God. Like that whole thing clearly sanitizes her, and I think that it sanitizes Fuentes.
How did every conversation that we've had, the conversation with Pisco, she got destroyed.
Yeah.
Without ever having to call anybody a Nazi. When I went in, so Gideon and Abba said that neither of them would...
I'm talking about before that.
I don't think my refusal to call somebody a Nazi, and you're telling me I shouldn't say it if I don't believe they are, I don't think that's giving them cover. Just find the bad... Why is it so hard to find the bad position and attack the bad positions?
I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. I'm saying that the confusion about is she a Nazi, or is it funny that she's a Nazi because she's not really a Nazi, but she just seems like one, or is she kind of a Nazi? The confusion around that becomes a meme. Becomes funny. Wait, let me finish. It becomes funny in itself, and the same thing happened with Trump.
I don't
it's
care.
Funny.
I don't care.
Well, that's fine if you don't care about what I'm saying. Then let me finish.
No,
and then you
I
can say
don't
you
care about like the confusion on if somebody is or isn't a Nazi.
Okay, that's why we're having this conversation.
I've already given you my definition. Why do you care? I've given you my definition.
The question is.
Okay, so hold on. Then you were wrong before when you said you just wanted me to give a clear definition and a clear stance, because now you're bothered. You are going back to the business. You're bothered by people being confused if they are or aren't a Nazi. I've given you a clear stance.
I want you to let me ask this question. I've been trying to ask this question for 5 minutes.
If it's taking you 5 minutes to ask a question, that's your problem, okay? But go ahead.
I don't think it is.
It absolutely is.
It's actually because you keep derailing it.
It's absolutely not.
This question's going to take me less than 30 seconds to ask.
Okay.
But every time you say anything, that timer doubles.
Oh, button. Oh,
yeah.
ow,
Do you see
dude.
how it creates confusion?
Ow,
when you
dude.
use the word Nazi jokingly, use it seriously, say he's basically a Nazi, say he's not a Nazi.
This
when
fucking
you use
cat.
this like wide variety
Booty.
of definitions and uses and in different contexts, do you see how all that adds up to the same kind of is he or
Well,
isn't
you
he
gotta pounce
a
on my
Nazi
belly button like it's going out
narrative
of
that you
style
think
or
has
some
helped Trump
shit.
and has helped Lauren Southern?
No.
Okay.
I think that the only confusion it creates is around those words themselves. And I think the obsession with those words has created confusion where it really matters, which is confusion around their positions. And I think on that subject, my community has more clarity on the actual positions of any of these far-right people I've ever talked to than any other progressive or left-leaning community. And I think that other communities' obsessions with using these words is what leads them to have more confusion about the actual stated positions. And I think that the clarity that you're looking for, the clarity that you're looking for, the clarity that you are looking for is clarity that does not matter. So for instance, it might be the case that if I go into other communities, there is a huge amount of clarity. If I go into Hassan or Vosh's community, there is a ton of clarity on whether or not Lauren Southern or Nick Fuentes is a Nazi. 100% clarity. And in my community, there is far less clarity on if they are or if they are not a Nazi. Now you might look at that and you might go, wow, that's really good. There's a lot of clarity in Vosh's community and in Hassan's community, and there's none in your community. And you might say, look at that lack of clarity. Look at that confusion. But what I would say is you're looking for clarity in the wrong place. You're looking for clarity on whether or not people have unified around a tribally defined word. And in that sense, other communities do have more clarity than me. But when it comes to stated positions, there is total obfuscation in both Vosh's subreddit and Hassan's subreddit. They do not know a single fucking policy position of almost any of the people that they criticize. But if you go into my subreddit, they're arguing, is he a Nazi or is he not? Well, he said this, and this, and then he said this, and this. They're actually engaging with the content. They're arguing back and forth on facts of the matter. If I go into Vosh's community, there is 100% clarity on whether or not Nick Fuentes is a Nazi. There's about 90% clarity on whether or not I'm far right. But there's 0% clarity on any of our policy positions. So when you ask me, do you see how you're obfuscating? I could guess, sure, maybe I'm obfuscating around the term Nazi or the term fascist, but that's not where I want clarity on because I don't give a fuck about the tribally defined words. I just want my community to understand what the people think. And in that sense, my community has more clarity than any other left-leaning community on the internet. That's what I would say.
Okay. I agree with what you're saying, but I don't agree the frame that you're introducing by saying it. You're saying that I want you to use the word and that you don't use it, but you do use the word. My problem is the way you use the word. So I'm not saying, like, yeah, you do a good job of elucidating other people's positions. That's true. And you do a good job of making sure that that's important and that that comes to, to the forefront of the conversation and that your community understands it. I think that's good. I have no problem with you doing that, and I agree with your criticisms of most left-leaning communities, or most communities in general. That's all good and fine. But the question I'm asking you is, and you said no, is do you see why I'm concerned about your use of the word Nazi? Not that you're using it incorrectly, or not that I want you to use it, it's that you are using it. You're using it seriously to refer to Nick Fuentes sometimes. You're using it ironically sometimes, and then other times you're saying, like today, if we get down to brass tacks, like, no, I don't think he's a Nazi.
Yeah, I can see your problem, but the difference is I don't care about that sort of confusion. It's all like meta-ironic human stuff.
That's the whole thing. That's the whole argument we're having is you don't care about that, and I'm saying
I thought the argument was whether or not I had a clear definition and a clear stance about what a Nazi is. Now you want to change the argument to am I contributing to the muddying of the definition of these words? If you want to have that argument, then I'll say, oh, yeah, I guess I probably am when I use them jokingly.
No,
I just don't care.
No, I don't care about the word.
Okay, then let's back up. Tell me what we're talking about right now. I don't know what our disagreement is. What are we talking about right now?
I've accused you of helping Nick Fuentes rise in power by giving him cover, by refusing to have a serious and consistent opinion about whether he's a Nazi.
Okay, and I disagree with the premise. Because I think that him rising to power isn't by people knowing if he is or isn't a Nazi. I think the one of the reasons why people like this are able to get up
That's
to
not.
power.
Wait. I know that's not the premise.
That was your question. You said, I've accused you of helping Fuentes rise to power by giving him cover, by not having a serious and consistent opinion of him being a Nazi. Is that what you said, or am I wrong?
Well, let's run through the different possibilities here. What if you thought Nick Fuentes was a Nazi and you said it?
Then you probably would think I'm doing a good job.
By having chicken and waffles with him? Giving him a streaming career potential?
No, you might have other problems past that, but you would prefer me to have called him a Nazi and to be serious about calling him a Nazi than not. You would be happy with that thing. There might be other problems past that.
Well, yeah. Do you see that it would create pretty big problems for you and your career if you said, yes, this person's a Nazi, he wants to become the dictator of the country, and he wants to kill the Jews, and he wants to do all this other horrible shit, and then you're like buddy with him. Like, you see that would be a problem. I'm not saying that you're not saying this because
people have said this about me forever. I don't care. Of course, this is. Hold on. So you think that I'm trying to sanitize Fuentes because I don't want to hurt my own image?
No, I'm saying, do you see that if you took that stance, that would cause problems for you? Whether you want to cause those problems for yourself or not.
I don't. I don't agree with that whatsoever. Absolutely.
You don't think
not.
it would create problems for
Absolutely
you
not.
to say
No.
to help the career of a literal Nazi who wants to gas the Jews?
No. I don't think me calling him a Nazi or not is going to influence at all how the public perceives that. There's not a single person that's like.
I'm not saying it would. I'm saying that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, do you think it would create career problems for you if you said that Nick Fuentes is a Nazi and still was buddy with him?
Not any more than it is now of me saying he's not a Nazi and being buddy with him.
Really? You don't think your community would be like, well, if you actually think he literally wants to gas the Jews, then like, why?
Hold on, no. That was a horrible trying to say those two things were the same. Him being a Nazi and him wanting to gas the Jews are two different things. Those are two different statements. If Fuentes was on his stream talking about, like, I want to gash the Jews, when we get into power, we need to kill these blacks and blah, 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 those would be pretty extreme policy positions that I would have a much rougher time.
I thought that was your definition of Nazi. What am I
Yeah, but I am not called... Okay, dude, bro, hold on. You just smuggled so much into that sentence. Holy fuck. So you're saying if I called him a Nazi, insofar as what my definition of Nazi is, implies that he's a totally different person than what he actually is. No, if I thought he was an actual card-carrying neo-Nazi... Hold on, no. If I thought he was an actual card...
If you actually thought he was a Nazi, and you said he was...
Then me hanging out with him, would be significantly different. A chicken and waffles thing probably wouldn't happen,
Okay, great. That's what I'm saying. Okay. So I'm saying that by your admission now, it would make a pretty big difference if your opinion was that he is a Nazi.
No,
it changes.
No.
It changes.
Not if my opinion was that he was a Nazi, that if he was actually a Nazi. You're implying a whole different set of stated beliefs.
No, it doesn't matter. If you say, guys, I think Nick Fuentes wants to gas the Jews, and I'm still going to go out for chicken and waffles with him, that will create career problems for you, whether it's true or not.
Okay, it probably would. Sure.
Because you're saying, I will have chicken and waffles with somebody who wants to gas the Jews. I will laugh with him while he asks the guy on the street if he's Jewish, knowing full well that if he ever gets into power, he's going to kill that guy and his family.
Sure. Yeah, I would admit that would create career problems. Yeah, probably.
Great. Yeah. Okay. So I'm trying to walk you through how this actually does matter.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so if in your definition of Nazi, if he is a Nazi, then you can't really hang out with him like that.
Oh, I don't like the framing. I can, but it would be bad for my career. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I shouldn't.
You can. You can do whatever. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
If he's not a Nazi, and you definitively say that he's not a Nazi, and then it comes out later that he is, that's bad for you also.
No, I have no problem with that. There could be things that I've missed. I'm not fully committed on 100% one way or another that, like, I've heard all of his content. There's a lot of content I haven't seen. Like, my opinion is informed of him, of the conversations I have with him, the clips of him that I end up seeing, and then the emails that I get about him. But it's possible that somebody could show me clips. Maybe Rosewrist will say, like, hey, Steven, like, you need to check this. And there's, like, a 20-minute rant of him being like, listen, dude, we got to do something with blacks, LGBTs, Jewish people, whatever. Sure. And I'd say that, and I'd be like, oof, that's pretty shitty. Like, if I would have known that, I don't know if we would have had, like, fucking lunch together.
Okay,
that's, like, way more extreme shit. Yeah.
That's going to make you look dumb to a lot of
I don't give a...
that happens.
Okay, sure.
You can say you don't care, but that's true. Like,
sure, it could. Yeah, sure, it could. Yeah,
okay,
of course, yeah.
Okay. What will make you look the least dumb is if you didn't have an answer. It's obviously the safest position is to say, well, I've kind of called him a Nazi. I've kind of called him not a
Sure.
Nazi, and I've said I don't know. Like that's clearly the safest
Yeah,
position.
it's also the most intellectually honest answer too, but that's just a coincidence. But go ahead.
It's also the best position for Fuentes, is for people to not know, for it to be a joke, for people to join his audience and become radicalized that way. Like, oh, I thought we were just joking, but no, that stuff he's saying makes a lot of sense. That's totally possible and totally plausible. And he said that himself. He said that I'm going to hide my anti-Semitism in jokes so that I have plausible deniability. Okay, so I guess I'm comparing it to Trump again because I think it has this effect of making it really fun to be his fan because you get to trigger the libs. They hate you. It's fun when they hate you, and they hate you like you're a Nazi, but you're not a Nazi. You're just a Trump supporter. You're not actually a white supremacist. You just hate these fucking people who don't understand. And it also provides cover because then Trump can kind of dog whistle, and he does it on purpose. He gets to dog whistle.
I don't provide cover to Fuentes. Being obsessed over whether or not I call him a Nazi or not, I don't provide cover to Fuentes. You do when you insist on these words like this, but I don't cover. Go ahead.
Okay. So you don't think that progressives calling Trump a white supremacist provides cover for him because it creates confusion? Because there isn't really a basis
cover there isn't that they're calling him a white supremacist. That's part of it. But the greater cover is that they don't actually address his policy positions.
Agreed.
Like if you were to talk to most people and say Trump, if you were to tell most, here's the thing: if you tell most progressive, for sure, I want this to be stated for the record, for the stenographer in the corner taking notes. Okay, if you were to tell most progressives, Trump was actually kind of moderate as far as Republicans go. Most of them would say absolutely not. But if you poll progressives, they'd probably say less than 5% would believe that. In terms of his policy positions and like everything that he advocated for legislatively, Trump was actually fairly moderate as far as Republicans go. They'd lose their fucking mind. But that's true in terms of policy positions. They say, well, no, he's a white supremacist, racist, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, a lot of Republicans are.
Yeah.
But not race supremacists. But yeah, so I think that the cover is being provided by people that are calling them the word. Yeah. But I don't think that it's just because they're calling them, it's because they're not attacking the policy positions.
Okay.
Yeah, go, okay.
Okay, so let me bring it home by saying you are playing that role by calling him the word when you don't mean it.
Okay.
You are making it into a fun, and it's funny. Your audience definitely thinks it's funny when you call him a Nazi to his face, jokingly, and he thinks it's funny. But the problem is that ambiguity is his only path to growing an audience.
But I think that the
Nazis.
ambiguity is not caused by people just calling him the word. It's the lack of willingness to attack him on his positions.
I'm not saying that it is caused by that. That's a strong.
Okay, well then in that case, I don't provide that cover because I'll attack them on the policy positions.
I don't think it's caused by that, but I think by disambiguating your use of the word Nazi, it would actually have a meaningful impact.
Sure, and I 100% disagree because every other left-leaning community will use that word in unison far more than mine, and every single left-leaning community has far less of an understanding of any of the policy positions of any of the far-right people.
But don't you think that their use of that word is flailing and inconsistent?
The other communities?
Yeah,
I do.
It makes
but
no
the
sense
thing I'm more upset about is
if you're going to say Hitler is a Nazi, and then you're going to say Trump is a Nazi, and then you're going to say.
But my issue is less. My issue is less of their use of the word. It's that they won't even go after the policy. They don't even know the policy positions.
That's fine. I know you. Yeah, I agree. This is a good thing about you. I like your content. I think you're good at that. I agree with you. You're good at getting the policy positions and talking about them. It's very important, and I agree with you. But it's not what we're talking about. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about how your criticisms of how the left uses the word Nazi inconsistently is what I'm saying about you. I'm saying if you're using that word, you're calling somebody a Nazi who you don't really think is a Nazi, or who you think is sort of a Nazi, and somebody who you just said you think is a fascist, like fascists kill people.
Yes, and my
And if he's going to kill people,
I don't care about the emotional argument. I'm talking over you now. If you're talking about the emotional argument, okay. So
wait. The new rule is you interrupt me if I get emotional.
Yeah, if you're like he kills people. Yeah, I understand. I don't care. That is the new rule. Okay. So what I'm saying.
No, that's bullshit. No. The idea that fuck you. The idea that it's upsetting that fascists want to kill people. If I sound emotional when I talk about that, you get to interrupt me.
Democratically elected people kill people too. Okay. Your statement carries no weight.
So you don't think that the murder and false imprisonment of your own civilians is particular of innocent people is a particular problem with fascism. That's just that's just anybody.
Have you ever heard of the Patriot Act? Have you ever heard of Obama targeting U.S. citizens on foreign soil with drones? Like, this isn't exclusive to fascist regimes.
Are we comparing Obama to fucking Hitler?
No, but look at the dumb fucking game that we're lost in now because you're so obsessed with the word fascist. Attack the ideas. It's always bad to kill your own citizens, generally speaking, unless it's like the death penalty, right?
Okay.
But I need you to jump off.
Fascist dictator. You are not in a free
Love
state.
you.
The dictator tends to kill millions of people just because they feel like it.
Sure, but there's a reason why we talk. There's a reason why we talk about Hitler more than like Mussolini. Okay, so, and there's a reason why even in democratic societies like the United States, we can talk about things like our internment camps or our treatment of Native Americans. We don't have to just talk about fascism and blah blah blah. Like, let's just talk about the things themselves. Because you're providing the cover now. You're providing the cover by focusing on fascism.
Is a specific fascism is a specific structure of government that I have a huge problem with.
Then say that. Don't say fascists kill people. Lots of people kill people. Killing people is probably bad if it's murder.
Okay.
When I use words like Nazi, I use them jokingly. I'm not using them as a serious criticism of somebody. No, but in my community, we don't care. We don't argue. When we say somebody is bad, it's not because they're a Nazi or a fascist. It's because they think that interbreeding between black and white people is degenerate. Or it's because they think that we shouldn't have an age percent, we should fuck 2-year-olds like Amosi. Or it's because they think that we should that we should like sail into the fucking Mediterranean and try to turn around boats that are saving immigrants drowning in the fucking like sea, right? These are why we think people are bad, not because they're a Nazi or fascist. So insofar as that's concerned, I'll play with the word Nazi or fascist. In fact, when I see my community argue about it, I find those are good arguments. When they say something like
just unironically said Nick Fuentes is a fascist. You weren't playing when you said that.
I don't care though, but that's not my problem with him. I can have conversations.
I'm not saying it is. I never said that's your problem.
So I don't care about calling him when I'm arguing with him, I'm not going to say like, Nick Fuentes, you're a fascist and that's so bad. I'll just attack the policies.
I'm not saying you should say that.
Okay, then I'll joke about it too. I'll joke about Nazi and I'll joke about fascist because I don't care about I don't care about these words.
I know. That's the thing I'm giving you pushback.
Sure, and I don't care. And I'm telling you that my community has more clarity.
So if you don't care about my pushback, that's fine.
It's not that I don't care about your pushback, it's that I don't care how those words are used. You can give me pushback about it, but you haven't convinced me that there's an essential reason why I should guard.
How can I convince you? You're not listening to me.
I am. You just haven't given a single
compelling argument.
You're really
grilling me right now. You're not listening to anything I'm saying.
Max, the people on your side have killed people, okay? We suffered almost $2 billion in property damage from people wielding words like yours in the name of BLM. Okay, over 30 people died in those protests. They died. There are cities that are still burnt to the ground by people saying that Blue Lives Matter flag holders are fascists and Nazis, okay? There are entire cities burned to the ground. Kenosha happened after people like you wanted to use words like white supremacists to describe police systems instead of attacking the actual problems. So in my community, I try to push back against that because I don't want to see that kind of violence happen in the future.
Don't you think white supremacist is a little vague to apply to an entire police system?
Sure is, but people like you argue, or not people like you, but people that make similar arguments about using these words seem to all like have these similar types of arguments. So I abandon words like...
It's a bit of a little switcheroo straw man here to say that me saying that you should have a definition of a word and then use the word according to your own definition is somehow the same as me using the word white supremacist to refer to anything I don't like.
We already solved that part of the argument.
Lefty.
We solved that part of it.
Why are you bringing it up?
I have it because you still have a problem, even though you said you wouldn't. I said...
But you're straw manning me.
I said, here's my definition.
You won't even listen to my problem.
Here's my... Okay, let's macro zoom out again. Boom. What is the problem? What are we talking about? Because you asked me for a clear definition, a clear stance, and I gave it to you. But it seems like you still have a problem. Now, what is the problem?
I do.
Okay.
I think that was good that you did that, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Now, what is the? Let me write it down. What is the problem right now?
I think by jokingly using a word like Nazi to refer to somebody who you believe is actually a fascist and actually has political aspirations and whose career you are helping, you make the idea that Fuentes is a Nazi into a funny, subversive joke.
Okay.
You are likening me to the woke left, the BLM rioters. You're comparing me to people who call the police white supremacists, and you're strawmanning me super hard in the process of doing that. And I think that's really unfair. I think that in the process of joking around like this, you are providing the exact ironic cover that Fuentes needs in order to advance his fascistic goals.
Okay. I think by jokingly using a word like Nazi to refer to somebody who you believe is a fascist and has political aspirations to career building, you make the idea that Fuentes is a Nazi into a fun, funny, subversive joke. I don't care if my audience thinks it's funny or not funny to call Fuentes a Nazi. What I do care about is if they know his positions, and if they like or dislike his positions. So if you think that
I started the conversation with you, this is
I
why
just
I
wrote
disagree
down
with
your
you.
entire fucking thing, and I'm going to respond to more than one fucking sentence of it. Okay.
Okay.
So, I understand that you don't like the idea that my community uses the word Nazi as a joke or whatever. I don't care. That word is already a joke because of external context to my community that I have no control over, or little control over within the boundaries of my community. So I will joke with that word. I think it's funny. I'll joke with all of these words, and I think they're funny. And you are saying that I am likening you to the woke left. Okay, you said that, the BLM rioters, and then you said you're comparing many people who call the police white supremacists. I'm comparing the outcomes of your prescriptions, trying to insist that I'm rigid on the definitions of these words. I think has caused people to fixate on these definitions more than the policies, and the policies and the actual beliefs are more important than the broad labels that we paint people with. And in the final part, you said that I think that in the process of joking around like this, you are providing the exact ironic cover that Fuentes needs in order to advance his fascistic goals. That is not the type of ironic cover that Fuentes needs. I disagree with that. He needs ironic cover around his policy positions. And when we're talking policy, I will be absolutely crystal clear in every single conversation I have had and will have with him. And if you go back and look, including in things like panels with Abba and Gideon and other black people, other black creators, I was never, ever, ever in that panel saying, aren't you a Nazi? Aren't you a fascist? Instead, I was saying, didn't you say that black and white people breeding together was degenerate? Don't you believe that black people actually less like you? And I think that that type of argument is more important than trying to hold them to whether or not he is or is not a Nazi or a fascist. I do not care. It makes for good meme materials and good jokes, and I would much rather focus on the policies, and whatever cover Nick needs to advance his career as a Nazi or a fascist does not lie in the definition of those terms. It lies in the obfuscation of his policy positions, which is usually done by way of adhering to strict definitions of Nazi or fascist, because the stricter the definition, the easier it is to dance around.
Easier than a loose definition?
Yes.
Easier than a meme definition?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think that you should have called him a Nazi in that panel. I'm not saying that. I don't think you should stop talking about his positions. I'm not saying that. I don't think that the point I'm making is trying to replace the point you're making. I think some of what you're doing is good work. I think it's good work to elucidate his positions and to nail him down on them and to talk about them and to argue with them if you disagree with them. I think that's good. At no point have I said you shouldn't do that or that you should replace it with something else. All I'm saying, I mean, you know what I'm saying. I just think by using the word jokingly and not jokingly, saying he's a Nazi, saying he's not a Nazi, especially if you think he's actually a fascist, is providing cover, and it's the exact same cover that he wants. I think he wants people joking about whether he's a Nazi.
Okay. All right. I think we've hit bedrock. Is there any other part of this you want to explore or say, or any other tangential line earlier you'd like to visit?
Do you think Fuentes wants to enslave women?
I'm gonna have to ask what you mean by enslave.
Under your definition.
Absolutely not.
Do you think Fuentes wants to cripple the freedom of women and make them second-class citizens?
Under my definition, I would say yeah, since I'm a big liberal and he has a stricter religious, theological, Catholic sense of what the role of a woman and a man is. Yeah, I would say yeah. Wouldn't call it slavery, but yeah, I don't like traditional religious roles for women in households, unless they opt to do it. And I think that he would probably want to find ways to culturally enforce that, kind of like a fascist.
You don't think he wants to I believe he said he wants something like the Taliban. Have you heard that?
I haven't, but it wouldn't surprise me. But my guess is if you would push him on a realistic, he'd probably say, oh, okay, yeah, I probably wouldn't make it a law, but there should be really, really harsh cultural punishments and stigmas for people that don't follow these rules, and maybe incentives for people that do. He would want to effectively enforce it societally, if not through government action, probably.
Alright, time to move on to Act 2, boys.
I want something like the Christian South in the 60s or 50s or something. Why would he say the Taliban?
I don't know how the Taliban enforce their rules. So I can't speak to that. And I would have to see the context of his conversation. If you were to tell me, here's a clip, he says it. I
assume they're pretty
believe it.
harsh.
Well, but are they like extra, like, so for instance, there are extra rules that churches have over states, right? If I do a sin in the Catholic Church and then I go to perform the sacrament of confession and I confess my sins, there's going to be an extra punishment that goes along with that, part of my penance. I might have to say the rosary a certain number of times. I might have to perform public service. So insofar as that, that's like an extra set of punishments for a sin that would be extrajudicial. It wouldn't be part of the government, kind of like Sharia law in a way. So if he's talking about stuff like that, sure. You might actually say, yeah, there should be the fucking religious police or actual
Booty,
police
come here.
that beat you if you show too much leg or something. You might say either one.
My understanding is this Taliban operates under Sharia law. That is the law. I don't think it's like
sure they might. I just
separate from the law. That's the only law.
I don't know why you're. If you show me the right clips, and I don't know when. I haven't had an in-depth conversation with Nick or seen an in-depth clip about how he wants to treat women in his ideal society. I'm not sure. I don't know 100%.
Okay, I'm a little disturbed by my own focus on the racial aspect, and not just pointing out that he is pretty openly interested in. I would call it enslaving women, at least making them second-class citizens.
Well, I mean, from a liberal perspective, Christian people would treat women in a way as second-class citizens, but within the framework of the Christian
But I'm
context,
talking about the law. I'm saying legally, they would have fewer legal rights.
Yeah, probably. I would imagine. I don't know if I've heard him do that repeal the 19th shit, or they can't own property. But it wouldn't surprise me if he believed that. I'm not sure.
I'm concerned about feminism being too soy to have this be a major sticking point that
Fuentes absolutely would not be feminist. Of course not.
No. I'm saying that feminism being too soy in your and maybe my community too, that it allows him to say things like, if he said, I want black people to not have the same right, I want something like this, like, slavery, then there'd be a big uproar. But if he says, I want something like the Taliban, like, oh, well, they're just women. It feels
hold on one second. We had a huge argument over this in regards to his viewing Lauren Southern's documentary. And it was over whether or not he thought that women could participate in politics. And we had a huge argument over that, where I very adamantly defended the point that him being so detrimental to women, and I think we even had a second panel conversation about this, him being so opposed to women joining his movement or being politically part of that movement, I think was a detriment to his movement. So no, that was a big conversation.
That's not really soy. I'm talking about the soy position of like, or feminine. It's not really feminist to say your movement would be bigger. You'd gain more power.
I'm just saying that it wasn't like he said that and I was like, oh, true, actually, yeah, fuck women, haha, like get them out of here.
I know, but that pushback is different from what, like, you can't do that to women.
Okay, what kind of pushback are you looking for? What do you mean? Because you made it sound like he could say that, and I would just jokingly agree because we don't care.
Moral pushback. That's wrong.
No, why would I ever give moral pushback on anything to somebody with a different set of morals than me? He's right morally from within the Christian framework. I have to appeal on some other basis or some other foundation.
I guess this gets to part of what I'm concerned about is your reluctance to give moral feedback and your audiences not wanting you to give moral feedback.
It's not effective. We're coming from totally different moral foundations. I have to connect with him in some way that makes our two systems commensurate. He wants to be politically effective. I know that, so I can hit him on that point. He doesn't give a fuck about my morals. I'm a fucking polyamorous, drug-doing, like twice married fucking dude in
I'm not talking
Miami.
about affecting his moral. I'm not talking about affecting his
I'm trying to affect his. I want to affect his audience as well. They're not going to care about my morals. I'm literally a fucking degenerate.
But I want you to affect your audience.
My audience already agrees that women should be able to vote and have property. I don't need to convince my audience.
I know, but the way you push that is by saying it's retarded or stupid or like you're a dipshit if you don't believe that. But that's not really moral pushback. It's like, yeah, you can call people stupid and you're good at it and you're good at making them look stupid or proving that they actually are stupid.
I'm not calling them stupid. What I'm trying to do is, when I have an argument with somebody else, and I'm trying to be the persuader, okay? I have the harder job of I need to be able to step within their moral framework and navigate within that framework to produce an outcome that would be good within my moral framework, assuming we share no common morality. That's my goal.
Do we agree that there's a trade-off, then, where the more rhetorically effective you're being to the person you're talking to, the less you can take a moral stance against what they're saying?
I guess, but I would never
think that kind of gets...
Sure, but when I'm being persuasive rhetorically, I'm never, ever, ever invoking my own morality. That's begging the question. If he believed my morality, we would already be in full agreement.
I know. I think that's what a lot of this whole argument has been about, is me saying that I want you to invoke your own morality.
Okay, then you should have said that. I would have said I'm never going to do that ever, and then we could have just ended the conversation right there. I'll never do that. Why would I ever invoke my own morality? If I do that, if we agree morally with each other, and I'm not going to move him on any ethics positions ever.
Because he's on a moral crusade, and he is constantly invoking his own morality, and I think that it becomes kind of like emotionally captivating when somebody can both be the bullet-biting Giga Chad who says, I want the Taliban. You know, I want whatever the Taliban has. Like, it's funny that he says that, and people like it. People like watching him say outrageous shit. Like, it's like Andrew Tate. Like, it's
no. Him invoking his own morality hurts his ability to persuade my audience. If he wants to invoke his morality, that's fine. If he's going to sit here and say shit like, oh, well, I think that women are second class, blah, 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 no one in my audience. If he wants to convince my audience, he would need to do what I do. And he needs to come up and say, listen, wouldn't society just be easier in this way and this way if women just didn't have to worry about voting, if they didn't have all the stresses of modern life? We can look at self-reported happiness things and say that as women before, right? Hold on. If he wants to appeal to my audience, he's going to do what I'm doing. He can't just invoke his morality and my audience goes, oh my God, you know what, dude? Damn, Catholic monarchy shit actually sounds really good. My audience isn't on that level morally to agree with him. They're totally different.
I think I understand what you're saying. I'm saying that I think that you are super equipped with the way that you conduct yourself to push back logically, but you're unwilling to take a moral stance. Like you're saying, you will not provide moral condemnation except in like rare circumstances. And I mean, you're even like making fun of me for doing it.
Yeah, because it's not, because that wouldn't be part of being persuasive.
Yes, and what I'm saying is, for the sake of being ultra persuasive, you have created a hole in your defense.
It's not a hole.
You will not provide moral push. Well, I view it as a whole. Okay, do you agree that I think it's a problem you don't provide moral pushback?
Yeah, you can think it's a problem, sure.
Okay, do you agree that if I think that, then obviously it makes sense for me to give you this feedback that, yeah, you're a great
I didn't say
logician.
It doesn't make sense for you to give me feedback. Of course it makes sense for you to give me feedback if you believe this is true. I just don't believe this is true. I don't think there is a hole here. I think that by me trying to engage in moral arguments, I'm automatically losing. That's a losing position rhetorically.
Yes, exactly. Losing position rhetorically. That's what I'm talking about. You have such an aversion to that. But I'm saying that sometimes, for the sake of the greater good, or the sake of staking out your position, the sake of messaging to people who are watching, not necessarily the person that you're talking to directly, I think that I mean, I'm providing moral pushback right now, and obviously it doesn't resonate with you much, but I think you have a moral imperative to stake out a moral position when you're talking to somebody who wants to commit atrocities, or who you think might want to commit atrocities.
So it's worth it for me to stake out a moral position if it means that more of my fans will become Nazis. That's what you're saying, because that's what is happening. That's what would happen in your world.
I don't think so.
Okay, you're wrong. So, rhetoric
you're wrong.
Is the art of being persuasive, trying to persuade somebody. Speaking from
to
within,
what?
Well, hopefully to whatever, it depends on what we're arguing about, to my side of the argument.
Yes. The less you are willing to moralize, the less clear it is what your side even is.
When I moralize, I'm putting a stake that is 5 million miles away from them.
Yes.
I can't pull them to that side. That's not my goal.
Agreed. I agree.
And not only that, when I'm starting all the way over there, I'm giving them the opportunity to start way closer to my audience. I don't want them to have that opportunity. I want to work within their moral framework to be persuasive on that end, rather than stake out really strong claims on my end and just say, no, that's wrong. No, I don't agree with that morally. That's wrong. And they're saying, oh, black crime rates all across the world. I mean, like, diversity causes all these issues. I mean, look at these homogenous. I don't want to be fighting on that. Now I've fucking lost because I'm saying, like, no, dude, diversity is our greatest strength. It would actually be way more moral for us to help illegal immigrants. He's going, well, illegal immigrants stealing jobs, labor force participation is actually pretty low right now.
I'm not saying you should moralize about that. I'm fine.
No, hold on. I'm telling you that if I stake out a moral position that is miles away from anybody over there that I could persuade, the only people that are listening to the arguments I'm making past that point are the people that already agree with me. And I've lost the ability to contact any of his audience. But if he's wanting to rhetorically stake a stronger position, now I'm fighting an argument where all I'm trying to do is preach to my audience and then bleed off whoever's not the most loyal to me to him. Why would I make more Nazis to have a stronger moral principled like argument? Why would I do that?
Well, you wouldn't. I'm arguing that that's not what happened. So let me push back. In your analogy, you're talking about where he is and a stake being 5 million miles away and your audience being somewhere in the middle, right? I believe that in the case of Nazism or fascism, he is so far out there that I think you could actually put down a moral stake and it would be pretty close to where your audience already is. And it would have, I think, a sobering effect to see that the guy... See, like, I talk about trans people and Black Lives Matter and Dr. K, and I'm making all these, impassioned emotional appeals, and I'm starting to blow. Like, people can only watch me cry so many times before they start to say, like, oh, like he's just a bitch. He's just emotional, especially when I'm talking to you, because you don't do that. However, I think there's a break glass an emergency thing happening here.
Can't you get on this side?
And this is why I'm saying this to you. I think you should take a moral stance here, and I don't think it's it might make you less rhetorically effective with Fuentes himself, but I think it has other effects that are really important for you to say, guys, this is wrong. I think this is wrong.
No, there is no sobering effect. It will make me, I'm going to use the trigger statement, it will make me look soy. If I come into his community and go, guys, that's wrong, then everybody there just sees me as every single far left progressive ever.
I'm not worried about his community, I'm worried about yours.
Okay, my community is not going to be persuaded by his moral arguments.
If somebody's running into the Capitol building with a gun, is it soy to say that's wrong? Don't do it?
The problem is that by me saying that, my audience already obviously thinks that's wrong. People in the middle even think that's wrong. His audience...
Answer this.
What? His audience thinks that's right.
Is it wrong? Is it soy? If I'm standing outside the Capitol, I see somebody going with a gun, and I say, hey, listen, with tears in my eyes, I love this country. Don't do this. Is that wrong?
Yes.
Or is it soy?
That's
is it
soy. Yeah, it's soy. Because they're running into the Capitol building for the same reason you don't want them to run into it. That's the issue. It's a difference of... There are so many differences that have to be addressed to get to that point. That's the problem.
I'm not... Okay. I think that you'd be standing outside the Capitol talking at 500 words per second about how they're retarded dipshits for going in. But I think it's at a certain point...
Dude, fucking bayonets are OP.
If not impassioned emotional appeal, a moral stance of like, I don't believe this. I don't think this is right. I think this is wrong.
Okay.
And I think Fuentes is that.
Okay.
I think your audience needs to hear that from
I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'll ask you if you think you can do it. If you want, we can try any argument you want, and I will play any side of this, and we can do moral versus pragmatic stances, and I can show you the difference in how those conversations go. Because the ones where I stake out a moral claim are going to be fucking disastrous. But the one where I fight pragmatically is going to go way better. And I can destroy them within their own framework, which is convincing to the people that are listening to them.
The implication is that if you can make a pragmatic winning argument for an atrocity, then it's okay. And you even bit this bullet. You said it. Well, if he beats me in my arguments... I hope my audience goes and marches in the Fourth Reich.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that your unwillingness to appear soy is a big weakness in this, when you're going up against somebody like Fuentes. I think your audience needs to hear you say, even if I lose, that just means I lost. If I lose this argument, that's because I sucked. That doesn't mean I'm wrong.
That can be from my personal conversations with my stream, but it's not going to be when I'm arguing with someone else.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not saying you need to say it when you're arguing with him or as an argumentation tactic. I'm just saying broadly, it doesn't. I feel like there's a lack in a hole in your messaging around Fuentes. That's just like
my audience constantly is posting just so you know, this is what he said. I'm pretty sure Rose Chris literally made that doc because he's part of my audience. Like when people make sure that we remember what Fuentes is, guys. Like my audience is already doing all this
Rose
shit.
Wrist is trying to fill in for you. Because I believe he sees a gap in your messaging around this. I think Rose Wrist feels like you won't just say like, hey, this is wrong. I'm against this.
Because my community already knows my positions on all of these things. Nobody in my community is like, damn, is Destiny actually for like getting rid of all gay people? Or like, fuck, does Destiny actually think that like Jews are actually like controlling the fucking
but there's a
government?
difference between knowing what you think is right and wrong and you actually being willing to say it.
I'm willing to say it. I'm just not going to do it in a moral way in an argument with somebody different with a different set of morals. Again, if you want, we can do a sample conversation of any topic and we can run down the difference.
No, I know you're going to win. That's the point is that you'd have to sacrifice some rhetorical effectiveness in the argument.
When you say sacrifice rhetorical effectiveness, you're saying you're going to have to make some Nazis to have a better moment on stream where you can look principled. I don't agree with that. That's what Hassan
does. I don't agree with it. I think
that's what you're saying. No. When you're saying sacrifice rhetorical effectiveness, rhetoric is the art of persuasion. If I'm sacrificing persuasion, by definition, I'm losing some of the audience. What does it mean to be less persuasive?
No, you're not.
Okay, I don't know what you think persuasion means. What do you think persuasion means? We have to go more fundamental. What does it mean to be persuasive?
Okay. Yes, in the frame and looking at the debate from a purely logistical lens or logical lens, who wins the debate? Okay, persuasiveness is you're trying to get the person you're talking to or the people who are listening to agree with you.
Yes.
Okay.
So if there's 1,000 people, a 50% persuasive argument might convince 500. 55% might
I get what you're saying,
yeah,
but I feel like you're not. What you're convincing them to can be a emotional point, a moral point, or a logical point, or is usually some combination of all the above.
I can't argue somebody into a different morality. That is impossible. Unless I'm having
I don't think you can argue Fuentes into a different morality.
I can't argue his audience. That is
people's morality. See, I think that you just see yourself in some way as like not like as effective as you actually are. I think you have a lot more sway over the morality of your audience and anybody who listens to you than you think.
We just fundamentally disagree on that. I don't think so.
Okay, sure, we do, but I don't think Trump is good at debating in the way you debate. He doesn't even make points, but he still wins.
Incredibly rhetorically effective, so he's good at debating insofar as like persuading the audience, for sure.
Yeah. But he also, at the end of the day, you don't know what Trump believes.
Okay.
Like his own audience doesn't know what he believes. I don't think anybody really knows what he believes. That comes at a cost. And I'm saying that I think that there's an imperative for you to let your audience know,
which I do,
what you believe
within
in
my
a soy way.
With my stream,
I think the only way to fight Fuentes
with my
is
stream,
to be soy.
I can't. No, I think that's wrong.
I know.
And if we ran any sample argument, I could demonstrate it in the argument that it would be wrong and ineffective. Or I could just speak about my last argument about the women thing. So if he wants to argument, I go, I think that women should be part of it because morally, like, we're all human, dude. Like, all of us are human. Women can do things like men can. Like, we should all treat each other equally. Like, I think that, like, yeah, like, that's, like, he would see that, oh, cool, totally inconsistent morals. And he would just preach to his moral side. He'd say, well, actually, I think
all right,
we are
Booty,
equal
I gotta
in terms
pee.
of rights, but we're not equal in terms of capabilities. And equal rights doesn't mean equality under the law or equality of outcome. right? The woman, it has more control over the household than the man does, and the man has more control in the real world. One of these things isn't better. Than the others. It's just two sides of the same coin. Just because
So
they're not
why
exactly. Yeah.
Why should women be free?
Do you want me to answer as him or as me?
Yo, what is up, everybody? Welcome to the newest episode of the Subordinary Podcast. It's me, my beautiful co-host Mudahar. Unfortunately, Oompaville could not make it because China hates Taiwan. And Willie Mack, the legend, he might be a little racist against VTubers, but we love him because he hates political people even more. He is here today.
I love all people, especially my VTubers.
Yeah, sure.
VTubers.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate everyone.
Yeah, but that's why you're not racist, because you hate everyone equally.
Exactly, dude. 100%. I mean, listen, after I talked about that Sweet Baby Ink stuff, bro, it's crazy. Like Reddit, like you know that like Reddit board r/YouTube drama or whatever? Or like all these snarky Reddits, they're always just like, I can't believe this guy's an alt-right white nationalist. I'm like, bro.
Did you see the moderator for the YouTube Reddit's been getting lit up, the YouTube drama Reddit? So he posted like a full thing, like, I'm leaving, I'm taking a break, guys. Like, this is my last hurrah. It's like the cringiest thing I've ever seen. I'm like, bro, would anyone even notice if you're gone? Like, let's be real on this Reddit.
That's so
History's
sad.
most replaceable
No, but it's like,
drama YouTuber.
It's like if you like watched the video that I made, it was like pretty objective. Like I covered it. I'm like, all right, I covered this girl's like tweets because you know it was pretty like. I always kind of hate it when you work for like an inclusion company or whatever, like a diversity firm, and you're like, all right, everyone's cool except the white boys, I guess. And I'm like, that's really gonna bring us along. Sure, that really doesn't set us back a little bit. And then, like, following it up, it's like, I guess you're supporting harassment. And I'm like, bro.
Is that the context of that video? Was it a black lady talking about how we don't have any white people working for us?
That's a small, tiny part of it.
Those are this tiny part. There was also, like, other tweets that, like, people from this firm were making about, you know, just like the white people, you know, they're a little too fragile or whatever. It's really dumb shit.
Yeah.
So
it all started because this one guy on Steam compiled a list called Sweet Baby Ink Detected, where anyone that worked with Sweet Baby Ink, any game that had to do with them, was basically on this list. That's it, okay? Now, Sweet Baby Ink...
And Sweet Baby Ink is
it's
it's this
diversity consulting firm where games are like, yo, help us give our games diversity and stuff. And whatever, and that's what they do. So after this one random guy makes this list on Steam, someone that works at Sweet Baby Ink, was it the CEO or just one of the employees?
It's somebody that works.
So someone that works.
No, so it's just a regular employee speaking up.
So regular employee shows up and sends a hate brigade to this guy's Steam, trying to get his Steam banned. All right, for harassment and stuff, which obviously is ironic because that is harassment.
Yeah. So the whole point of it is like the harassment started from the company, like they started the and then now they're like a whole mainstream publications are like, well, actually, the harassment started from this guy. I'm like, no, he just made a list.
So, yeah, I was going to say, why is it harassment to point out their past work? Is it just all shit? Like,
it is
terrible?
Well,
it wasn't harassment
but that's
because,
not the point.
Well, the harassment came out. Well, like, what happened was even Valve was like, we're not going to ban the account because it's not actually harassment. So now the goalposts, like, what's funny is, like, on Twitter, like, I quote tweeted one of the people, and I'm like, wait, you're talking about harassment, but you're the one that started it. And she's like, well, actually, it started at 4chan or Kiwi Farms. And I'm like, so you link totally separate sources without any link to this guy. And I'm like, this is the problem arguing
Sounds
with these
like
kind of
you're
people, right?
anti-woke.
Sounds familiar.
I guess I am, dude. I always hate this woke buzzword because I'm pretty sure, like, all of us, when you ask people, it's like, define it. They honestly can't. It's like when you covered so much red pill content, and really, I know you know what I'm saying here. The definition of woke is like, who can actually define it? Like,
basically, there's two different definitions, I think, and one is it basically shifts to whatever you want. So it's like on the red pill extreme, like woke basically means anyone who disagrees with me or criticizes me in any way, they're woke. And then on like the liberal side, it's sort of like anyone who disagrees with me is a Nazi fascist that uses Kiwi Farms.
Let's go.
So they both have their words.
Yeah, I honestly like. I think what's beautiful about the internet is like the more you find these extremes, I feel like there's like a growing amount of people that are just like, bro, all of you guys are just actually brain dead.
It loops around. They kind of like the horseshoe theory is real, is what I've learned. It all comes back together. The more extreme you get, they're like this far apart now.
Yeah, no, it's not too like. It's such a weird.
The political spectrum's a circle. It's not a line anymore, dude.
No, it's not even like a compass. You're absolutely right. It's like literally just an actual 360.
Yeah, no, I
There's
used to
nothing
hate
you
the
can
word
do.
woke. Recently, I started liking it again. See, again, full circle. I used to like dislike people using woke as criticism, and then every time someone uses the word woke, they get called alt-right, and I started liking it again. It's like this weird tumbleweed.
Dude, it's like
of
at this
content.
point. It's like at this point, if Holocaust survivor came out and started talking about like crazy shit, like
call them a
just
Nazi.
any form. Exactly, they'd be like, "Oh, I guess you're." It's like, well, sure, why not, there, buddy? No, I think honestly, it's like when we were younger, it's like the way that I was always taught. These are pretty tough people.
right.
Now it's like you know, it's like, damn, dude, the SS were like they're a pretty tough group of guys. Now it's just like anybody can, I guess, be in that
Well,
case.
they do the same, like, the word woke or whatever, it depends on which side you're listening to. What they do is they just make the word as vague as possible so they could apply it to anybody.
So my new favorite meta is, I think it was popularized by Bosch. Sorry, I thought we weren't going to be talking about him today, but I guess we are. So he has this term that I love so much. This was ironic loving. It's called adjacent. Have you ever heard this term?
Yeah, I've heard him say it many times.
I've watched it on the Willy video, actually.
Okay, dude, so he'll just show up and he'll say, wow.
Jason, I hear that and I'm like, you're basically Hitler's step cousin. So I don't know how else to hear it.
Today's episode of the podcast is brought to you by our friends over at Cook Unity. Do you like food? I would say 100% of the human race loves food. We need it to survive. But what about good food? Ladies and gentlemen, Cook Unity is a place where they provide healthy, balanced, nutritional meals, actually created by over 50 chefs in their repertoire from some of the best restaurants in the country, literally bringing their signature dishes to your home. You can go to their website and basically make a meal plan, and you can get as little as 4 to 16 meals per week. And you can choose from hundreds of different meals, and you can pick the exact ones you like. Menus are posted 2 weeks in advance, and Cook Unity tailors to match them to your diet and your preferences. The meals, like I said, arrive fresh, not frozen, via a courier or shipment. They're compostable, recyclable, and reusable, so you can eat them without feeling any guilt whatsoever. And they've got expiration dates. The chef even gives the heating instructions. Try to make sure that they are optimal for you to dine on. If any of this interests you, if you want to dine on some good food while you're watching the podcast, or
Not anymore, you're not.
.com/SOP50, ladies and gentlemen. Click on the link in the description below, or use again code SOP50 and get 50% off your first order for Cook Unity and try them out for yourself.
I mean, come on, bro.
Let's get back to the podcast.
The reason why Jason's hilarious to me, it's like you want to call the guy a Nazi, but you don't want to get called out for calling him Nazi because he's not a Nazi. So you call him Nazi adjacent, which means nothing, right? So that way, if anyone says you called him a Nazi, like, no, I called him Nazi adjacent, which means nothing.
It means nothing. It's just another way to like get away with calling him a Nazi.
Yeah, it's calling him a Nazi without credibility.
Yeah. It's like getting away with it while not like lining yourself up for like a lawsuit or something.
Yeah, it's like using the legal language, like you're
allegedly
implying as much as possible.
It's like I'm not gonna call you a file, but I'll call you file.
Right,
Yeah, it's like a complete
exactly.
bullshit.
It means nothing.
I should have called him a file adjacent. Dude.
You
that
should
would have been lit.
Oh
How did
my
nobody
God.
take advantage of that opportunity?
Dude, I swear to God,
man.
No, that's sort of the thing about like I don't know. That's the thing about like these kind of crazy like political like YouTubers in general. And I'm gonna go like it's Eve Bosch, it's Hassan, it's Tim Cass, it's all these guys, right? Like everyone on the aisle, right? Like I'm not gonna pick any one specific side in this situation because I have seen the same mannerisms come out from every single like group out there. Like Tim Pool, one of the biggest like I guess he's quote unquote a centrist guy, but it's like you watch him for 5 minutes and you're like you clearly know what side of the aisle that guy's sitting at.
I mean, I haven't watched him
the
very
same-
much, but it's like I've known from just the other people, like whether it's Steven Crowder or Andrew Tate says he's not very political, but he manages to side with the same shit every fucking time, right? The only time I've ever heard him disagree with Republicans is when those people will watch like my video or Milk Bar TV's video, and the Republicans will be like, "Yeah, I think that guy people." Then Andrew Tate will be like, "You know what? All sides of the political spectrum suck."
Dude, wait. Actually, let's big jump from Bosch. I know this is something me and Willie have some history with, bro. Candace Owens, bro.
Dude, she is an actual fucking moron, dude. I don't know anything about her really.
Such a liar, bro.
But she's just went ahead and she like posted like a tweet where she's done this twice. So there was one time where she debated Destiny, and it wasn't even a debate. They were just talking, and she just starts going into on Destiny about like, you know what? You support everything degenerate, and that's wrong with today's society. You're telling girls to do OnlyFans. And Destiny's like, when did I do that? And she's just going on and digging on him. She's like, you support polygamy? And he's like, when did I say that? He's like, I'm polygamous because I can't stop like, I can't do like the one-on-one relationship. I don't think it's good for people. And she's just like piling it on him. And I'm sitting there thinking, this woman defended 4 pedophiles on behalf of Andrew Tate in a lawsuit that I think he's now dropped. I'll have to double check because it's been a while, because she was being pro bono. The only reason he was supporting 4 pedophiles in suing this girl is because he knew she had no money. He was trying to make her broke. And when she was able to be pro bonoed, or when she was pro bono, which means the law firm's basically covering it for free, he dropped it.
Yeah. So I don't know if you knew about this lawsuit, Nux.
I did not.
Step one. So I covered it towards the tail end of last year. But Willie, if you want to like read,
I covered it. I believe in like June last year, and it was like right when it was happening. And he was basically what happened is one of the girls that got brought over there by Tristan, Andrew's brother. Her story is that she basically escaped. Escaped the compound of being trafficked, right? Got back home, partially due to the help of her parents and because of, their house got raided. So that was also like kind of part of that. And she was going to be one of the witness testimonies against him. So he decided to sue her for slander, which is a civil case in the United States. And he's got all these calls from jail being like, we need to make her broke. Let her know that we are going to run her family bankrupt. Like, he's got all these because they recorded everything. The Dicot recorded all this shit. And so, of course, she's got 4 people that, have been part of, like, kind of pedophile-esque accusations. But she only accused...
Pedophile adjacent.
Yeah, right. So it's like she didn't actually accuse these guys or take them to court. She took one of them to court. And then the other 3 she never even accused. But the point is, all 4 of these guys knew they were dating an underage girl when they were all in their 30s.
Did they
so
play
he's
Minecraft
just suing her to try and hurt her. Yeah, it's a complete bullshit case.
That's crazy. Oh my god.
Yeah, and Candace Owens went and read through the case, and as she's reading it, she's like, yeah, Fisher knew she was a minor and she was underage when he was 36. This guy went to jail for it, and she's like, so this girl preyed on that man. How up is that? It's like, what?
Yeah.
What? Don't you want to?
Yeah, dude.
It's like, don't you have kids? Like, I know nothing about her, but she's preaching about family and degeneracy, and she's literally siding with a pedophile.
Is the Daily Wire girl?
Yeah, the Daily Wire, like black girl. Yeah.
Oh my
god. But here's the wildest part about it too. So she reads this part of the case, and like people are always talking about like, oh, but Muda, what about context and stupid shit like that? Bro, me, Willie, everyone, Milkbar, we all read the same 5 lines, literally 5 lines. Bro, the fact we all read it and we were like, bro, this up. She reads the exact same 5 lines.
He got convicted and went to jail.
Oh my god,
there's already the context is solved. It's all solved. And like Andrew Tate, when you hear him talk about it, he's like, she falsely accused somebody because she catfished him, and now this guy's spending time in jail. How up is that? He knew the age. He knew the age.
Oh my god!
It's like
it's literally on like the actual recorded thing.
Dude,
and the Daily Wire has this on their channel. I'm like, it's Ben Shapiro, who I think owns the Daily Wire. Like, again, I'm not super familiar with like how that company is set up, but it's like, how the do you have this woman like perpetuating the most obvious bullshit that's not true?
That's insane. Oh my god!
And it's like these people are defending like an actual pimp, like a legitimate pimp, and it's like, how is that conservative at all?
Here's the other thing. She made another tweet like 2 days ago. It might have been yesterday, where she's like, nowhere, like all these people are posting old videos of Andrew Tate showing like his old like pimping videos, instructional videos. The thing is, they're not part of the case. Yes, they are. It's in the court document. Read it. They literally are quoting the videos saying this is from this year. This is the video. It's the same videos we've all been showing. And she's just saying it's not. It's just the fakest, not true shit. And then she's just blocking everybody pointing it out.
What is up with political YouTubers and streamers and even I guess people that are part of like actual news organizations, like what is up with them just disregarding facts to fit their narrative?
Dude, you know what's
it's
literally
this thing. This new term,
right? The same
Yeah.
gimmick too. It's like, and Vosh defends it, right? He'll go out and he'll straight up
Yes.
say, "Listen, I think that it's morally okay to promote misinformation if it'll get people on your side." Right? Like, which is insane.
You could lie if it's left leaning.
Yeah.
Yes. If it
Oh
helps
my
the
God.
if it helps
But,
the
like,
communist
yeah,
movement.
Dude, insane.
So like this is the weirdest thing that I always kind of hate. It's like, so recently we're kind of covering this Keppels individual, me, Willie, basically everyone, Tom, Nick.
Maybe I have to dig
one
into
of the
that
wildest,
at some point. Oh God.
Well, one of the wildest things that we've gotten, right? And here's the thing, even on this podcast, it's like you and Oompoville, right? 66% of our show does not know the real intricacies of Keppels, right? Because she was part of this massive campaign, this Drop Kiwi Farm stuff, and at the time, 2 years ago, bro, she was like the darling child of mainstream news. Like, you couldn't criticize her whatsoever.
Mhm.
Now a lot of that shit has been gone away, and you know, if you talk to Oompa, you talk to you probably don't know the real intricacies, but that's the kind of stuff me and Willie want to make mainstream. We want to talk about it because I really do genuinely believe this person is a scammer. I think they are, without a doubt, one of the worst activists for their causes.
Yeah, I think they are like hands down a negative towards their movement because there's so
from what
much
I've seen-
lying and manipulation and like obfuscation when it comes to the money she's raised and how she's gone about it, and even like the core of the movement is based off of pretty much an entire lie that she's known existed, and she chooses to be dishonest about it.
From what I've seen, I wouldn't even call them an activist. Like,
well, the problem is
there's
the media calls her an activist, and she calls herself an
There's
activist.
nothing that I've seen her do that actually promotes some sort of activism. All the money that she raised, she ends up using either for herself or for drugs or for relocating or for vacations or, like, as far as I'm aware, like, what activism was done?
Well, the thing that the one of the things that I kind of want to like address actually in these videos is like when these people constantly try to like discredit criticism by saying their critics are all like drama channels or like TMZ.
They're anti-woke.
Unironically, I would say that. Well, unironically, I would say that me, Caleb, Willie, Nick, Coffee, Carl, everyone that I've worked with has put more effort into researching and fact checking than any of these channels have, right? Which is kind of insane, right? Like when you think about activists and news organizations, like how are we putting in more effort into like getting the story right than like these guys? It just doesn't
same thing that we just said.
Yeah.
Because right and true and fact, that is all irrelevant and secondary to promoting the cause for a lot of people.
Yeah, well, what's tough with her is the real question is how is the GoFundMe money? Was it actually spent on all of these like vacations and all this stuff? And then how much of it still exists? And then how is she paying for her legal case? And the thing is, she refuses to show how the money is broken down at all, which suggests she either mixed it with her current, with her like basically all of her other finances, or she spent it all on a bunch of irrelevant ass shit, where all the money over $20,000 was supposed to go to the legal case. So the fact that she's unwilling to show it, when in the past all these other YouTubers and content creators have been willing to do it, whether that's H3H3 or I'm drawing a blank. Wasn't there another big YouTuber recently that just shared a bunch of the
Carl?
Yeah, Carl Jobs, right? So it's very concerning that she refuses to do so,
especially because it's crowdfunded, right?
Yeah, because it's crowdfunded money. Like that should be something you want to do. And the main thing, like she kind of vaguely points towards, especially in a lot of her Patreon streams, is that, well, I wanted to sue, but I'm not sure. I'm kind of like changing my mind now. And it's like, well, if that's the case,
where's the money?
Then you should be very upfront with that to the people who donated you, and you should say like, hey, you guys should refund if you feel like you want to, because the money is not going to be going towards that anymore. But she's never done that. We have literally no idea, and she refuses to be clear. And me just asking her the question, she will just frame as harassment.
Can't believe you would harass her like that, Willie.
I sent her 2 messages, and she says I'm stalking her. 2 messages across 2 days. It's like, what do you mean? 1 message a day for 2 days? That's harassment.
I heard you harassed her when you joined her Patreon.
Yeah, so I joined her Patreon because the only time she ever gives any sort of insight, which is not much, it's very vague and usually contradictory insight to what she's saying when it comes to these lawsuits, in these Patreon live streams.
I don't know.
I looked into it.
Yeah.
I watched the streams. I downloaded them. Of course, there's all sorts of
that was the funniest,
confusing contradictions. You were there when I signed up, Buddha.
Well, the funniest thing is, it's like I was there when I saw Willie like sign up, and then like, so I was like, all right, we need to grab one of these like Patreons because I had what we were looking for. I'm not gonna say exactly which one, but so we grab. And by the way, before anybody thinks about like going Control Alt Delete on everything, it's all grabbed. Okay, it's all there. I've got it all. It's not a problem.
Yeah, somebody else signed up to see like what it was, and she's deleted every bot on there apparently.
Yeah. So the VOD we really wanted, the important piece we got, and so like Willie gives me his login information to Patreon because it's kind of like, oh shit, you're in. So I sign in. I'm trying to grab the file, and it's like, you don't have access to the Patreon. I'm like, what the? I hit F5 in real time.
Yo!
She's like looking at it. And then
I was like, when I saw the name, I'm like, oh, it's Willie Mack. I'm like, oh, we should have burner.
Dude, I have one account. I don't have burners, dude. It's just one account. Everything, dude.
You just let him know you're coming.
Yeah, like, hey, I'm here.
No, but the funniest thing is, I can't believe you joined her Patreon without consent. That's basically.
She called me that. She called me a stalker, and she's like, at what point is this not just creepy? The best was her own fans on her Reddit and in her replies showed that she has done that in the past to other people. Like she's joined their Patreon.
We didn't even have to do that.
Research.
Like,
so
we don't even have to own her. The fans now own her.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes. Right. Her own audience is now.
I mean, she is a lol cow, right? Like at this point, she doesn't have supporters.
Basically.
I remember she did her. I feel like everything she touches kind of turns to coal and ash.
To shit?
I don't know.
Well, what's made it really tough, I feel like, when doing research on her is she's genuinely like a really unhinged person. Like she's not stable.
Yeah.
So the problem with covering that, in my experience, when covering people that are kind of unstable, is that they will do shit that just doesn't make sense. And maybe they're in the right on something. Like maybe there's a chance that this GoFundMe money has been spent correctly and is in a separate account, and she's kept track of everything. And she's just not being cooperative and showing like a receipt, which would take, Muda, how long would that take? Maybe like 5 minutes? Maybe 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Yeah, it would be
less than
take one statement showing that she's paying the lawyer and where these funds have gone and how much funds are left.
Yeah.
But a lot of times people, when they're unhinged, will just do shit that doesn't make sense. I don't know what it is. Like Gabby Hanna's been somebody I covered in the past where she was innocent in a lot of ways, at least what she was being accused of at the time, and she was doing stuff against her own benefit. So it's just hard. So it's like when you're covering these people, you got to go like even farther and even deeper to like other sources to try and get the real scoop. So that's why I feel like this story's taken a long time to come out.
My thing with her is like I want to be really careful about what I can and cannot say in regards to what she has and hasn't done, because this is genuinely a case where like there is like misinformation both that she's provided and other people have. So it's a lot of like fact checking. Like, bro, if she has been even a bit untowards with that money, like if $1 of it went towards paying for like computers and like tech equipment and shit like that, then that's a scam in my books, right? Like you're actually
because the GoFundMe never said it was to grow her business. But the thing is, it has to be confirmed, right? So that's why it's taken a long time. And the video I put out was more of a laying the groundwork and to catch everybody up on where we are now, and then hopefully the second or third video, depending on where this when we actually confirm the rest of it, will be about like, hey, this is the truth and where that money went.
And like at the end of the day, it's like what I kind of really hate about this is like the conflation of like we're making like a transphobic piece, because bro, so what's insane is like the people that have come up to me and asked me like, are you sure this video is right to make? Because you might be ruining the land work for like so many other people.
Dude, hold on.
Like,
If
bro,
Keffels is
that's
one
awful.
shitty person.
No one says that.
Like,
Are you serious?
If Keffels is the one that is laid the concrete for the trans right road, we need to dig it back up and start over because the road is up. All right, like you cannot have a person like that laying the groundwork. Let me help your movement by taking out the potholes, dude.
No, that I really hate that argument. Like, this is a setback for trans people, so therefore, if this trans person happens to be a mass murderer, you can't call them out on it.
Well, be mad at her. Don't be mad at me.
Yeah,
What did I do?
He's the one that's messing up the trans movement.
It's the same shit. It's like you make fun of the red pillars, you're woke. You make fun of a trans person, you're LGBTist. I don't know.
I don't know, man. It was. I have to say, it was pretty anti-Semitic to imprison Jeffrey Epstein. Not gonna lie.
It's like this is the most insane shit. It's like the amount of insane like thought processes you have to go to justify this stupid shit. Like, and this is one of the things that I have to say in video. I'm like, bro, I am here to shit on one bad person. Okay, that's it. Like, if you're gonna conflate it into like the worst person imaginable, it's like, bro, remember when the whole like watch stuff was going on with like the horses and everything too? She would be like, and like the whole loli stuff, like she would jump in and highly defend
Oh god, I love that so much.
And then like there would be weird conflations as like, oh, I guess you're criticizing me, you're like anti-trans, all this stupid shit. I'm like, bro, why are you even trying to put this pedo-adjacent lolicon shit into your camp? Like, because that's what I say. I'm like, if you watch Fox News for 5 minutes, that's the only rhetoric they toss at you, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, if you think about it, you're giving the Daily Wire all the ammunition you need to make your side look like worst. You know, it's not me. It's like literally Keffels. It's like that's the person. It's like that's the target you should be going at because
like there is a like I know the drama content a lot of the times it's just kind of stupid shit and it really doesn't matter. It's just for fun, right? But sometimes like I feel like there is some legitimately valid good content that comes out of it. And I feel like a lot of it is like common sense. Like the best commentary channels aren't there to be like push some weird agenda. It's just like literally some common sense that shit where it's the way it's like the only content out there that's news related that's not like politically aligned.
Well, like even with like, actually brings me back to the Sneeko video. I remember like at the end of the Sneeko video, like everyone really liked it. It's like, wow, you gave us some good advice. I'm like, I mean, I literally just told you guys, it's like you want to attract somebody. Relationships are difficult. They're complicated. You got to work at it. And if you want to be a better person, stop blaming everyone and take some responsibility. Like, bro, this is the shit they taught us in like on Nickelodeon.
There's just so many people that did not have good parents, Muda, and it's like they need the internet to help them out, man.
Yeah, no, and you know that's the kind of content where it's like you're right. It's not like a short. It's just like actual proper common sense, common ground. Everyone can learn from it. It's like
think about it. Nobody gets into news without being politically aligned to somewhat. So it's like funny. The only shit is like YouTube drama content. Is the only like not super
I feel
like more centered drama.
See, that's the kind of the beauty of it. While I do think there are sides, even in the beautiful, glorious.
No, there's sides and biases to everything. But the reason why drama channels exist is because they think the drama is stupid and fun and funny, right?
Yeah,
but
exactly.
It's like the reason people get into left-leaning politics or right-leaning politics is because they're passionate about that party's agenda.
Yeah. So that's the thing. That's the way I like drama channels. I don't like T channels. T channels make everything look
I love
like
T channels, dude. I love the dumb shit, dude.
I mean, I love it from a content
little
perspective.
I'm a drama whore, bro, for sure.
Oh my god, dude. I hate
whenever
the T channels.
like Hassan hits me with like the Willie Mack's just a drama farm. I'm like, hell yeah, and I sell a hat. Like I'm like, this is my drama farm. You are the cow. I am milking you today. You know, like you're willing to be the lol cow and provide laughter milk. I'm milking you, dude.
I am
I'm there.
All for some good milking. Don't get me wrong, but that's the point. You do it because you love it, right? It's fun to make drama content in some way, right? And I respect that. It's the thing is.
Yeah, but he's being factual too.
Yeah, well, it's like too. You're also making videos on people's lives, so even if it's like dumb content. You still, if you get it wrong, then you're still like being kind of a piece of shit. It's still wrong.
You're being a
You
mega
want to
piece
get
of
the
shit.
story right. What you're saying needs to be like, you can't just make shit up. If you're making shit up about people, that's wrong. Right?
Also, don't forget, your career will implode if you just make shit up, right? Like you'll become the next Keffels.
Well, there's a ton of people though that get away with that for years, just making shit up.
Damn, that's crazy.
Oh yeah, like
Candace Owens apparently, dude.
Yeah.
Come on, Candace Owens.
Okay, but all right, we already established that political channels don't count; they lie for their bias. All right, give us a drama channel that's been lying consistently for years.
So like Angelica Oles has been somebody where she's like absolutely refused to look into anything besides saying it. She'll see like a Twitter comment and she'll be like, so yeah, there's like a source saying, and she'll put up like, she won't even show the tweet. She'll be like, I'm just hearing like this source saying that Gabby Hanna like beat one of her depressed fans into submission, and it's like, what is that coming from? And it's just like one tweet with one like, and somebody's like,
I hate the fucking.
So it's like these channels
I sometimes
suck too.
think what happens. Yeah, what I think happens with that though is I think they do like source laundering. Like I think they make an account and they just post a tweet there, and then they can reference that.
Honestly, I used to think that, and ever since the who was it? It was Creepshow Art and Illuminati were both exposed for doing that, like having the fake accounts that talk about
were they
shit.
really? I did not know that.
Yeah, Creepshow Art was had fake accounts on like 4chan and whatever, and Kiwi Farms, and talked about shit about her friends. And the funniest thing to me is Illuminati's, because Illuminati's fake account also had like a triangle, it was like a calling card, you know. Also had the triangle.
Dude, you know that's what I think about the whole Kiwi Farms allegations. Like anytime somebody tells me it's like, I bet you're a Kiwi farmer and you have an account, I'm like, bitch, I think you got an account. I think you're talking. I always
Keppel
feel like
certainly
anybody
has an account.
like, oh, dude. I mean, she has one of the oldest accounts on there, probably, if I had to bet. Jesus Christ. But no, it's like when it comes to a lot of these kind of like content creators, when it comes to like these T channels, I think there's like, it's cool to cover, because I don't look at, like, I cover a lot of financial stuff. I don't even think that's drama. I hate it when people compare like a financial scam to drama. It's like, bro, last I checked, the SEC and IRS get really mad at this drama, so sure, I guess. The U.S. Department of Justice gets pretty mad at this drama.
Drama when you're exposing a legal scam. It's like, what? That's like actual journalism. Drama is like this person has said like really stupid stuff in the past, and I'm just here to laugh at it. Like, there's a different, like, journalism is when there's actual legal implication.
Drama is low stakes, okay?
Yeah, it's low stakes.
It's the fun of it. That's why, like, when people say, "Did you hear about the drama?" and then they're actually referring to, like, I don't know, some kind of crime that's been going on. Like, dude,
Here's the drama where this person did 6 people and 5 more. It's like,
oh, bro, did you hear about the 9/11 drama? That was crazy. The 9/11 drama. That was wild. How that
dude, sometimes do you wonder what the world would be like if 9/11
oh, dude, it would be the
today?
next day. They're like, it would be like within the hour, and people would be making jokes about it. There's no time to more on that anymore, dude.
Dude, I can already see it now. You know the meme walking up the stairways to heven? You see like the 9/11 like in a suit and tie walking up this to all the other memes. See the actual Twin Towers?
No, I haven't seen
walking up to all the other memes. Bro.
I mean, the thing about it, if that happened, it's like the first video you would see is like XQC reacts to 9/11.
Yeah, it would be XQC or Hassan reacting live, and Hassan would be like, I can't believe they're blaming this on Arabs, dude. I can't believe it.
Bro, oh my god.
Well, my thing with Hassan is like being on the friendly terms.
Did this, you genocidal scumbag!
It's the CIA.
I swear to God. Well, so here's my thing with Hassan. I've been on like friendly terms, right? So it's gonna sound like to everyone watching here, 33% of this podcast was like, yeah, I can see the good in this guy. The other one is like, fuck. I mean, he's like without a doubt one of the most polarizing people out there. I will give.
He's wrong about everything, dude. I do not think this content's terrible.
The only thing I gave him credit on is like, you know, the whole America deserves 9/11 take. It's like I kind of give him some credit on because like.
It's not really out of context. Like, he knows what he means. But why?
He was inflammatory. He was very inflammatory. I think. And that's what works.
The reason I goof on him for that take, though, is because he didn't say it with, like, he said it with his chest at the time, and then he goes on the Young Turks, and he's like, well, actually, it's because English isn't my first language, or chalk it up to whatever.
Bullshit.
Like, he's being pussy about it, dude.
I did not know the English.
Yeah, that's literally. That's like my okay, I'm sorry. I was on my Vosh tear. I did my research. I did like 2 videos on it.
You're down the rabbit hole.
Second channel. I was down. Vosh is my favorite Vosh quote is no longer the unzip your libtard SJW brain. Okay, my new favorite Vosh quote is many things fill lakes and rivers. right? Did you see that quote?
Dude.
Oh, the aqua
Yeah,
clip?
he's like,
Yeah,
water
I saw
isn't
that
water
one.
according to
In
everybody.
Mexico, it's like aqua.
In Mexico, water
In
is
Mexico, they
aqua.
don't learn that water is H2O, apparently, according to Bosch.
I showed that clip to my dad, and my dad was like, "Bro, we have the periodic tables in India as well."
No, dude, that was.
The best
That
is
was
he doesn't even say the word right. He goes, "It's actually aqua," and it's like the guy's like, "It's agua, actually, dude."
Right, dude? No. Oh my
like,
god.
Like that guy farther into the clip goes, he's like, "Are you serious right now? Or are you just trying to be difficult?" And Bosch's like, "I'm completely serious." It's like,
No, he's like, I'm completely serious. He's like, when I say water, I mean the thing that fills lakes and rivers. And Bosch is like, well, many things fill lakes and rivers.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I like, that's my favorite part about like a lot of these like super political streamers. It's like I feel as if when you're on the internet and you know you're promoting whatever values you have, people always use the term grift or whatever, and for me it's kind of a little difficult when I watch certain people. Like I wouldn't even I consider grifting if like you're intelligent enough to know what you're saying is wrong and you're purposefully
There has to be a self-awareness to grifting.
Yeah, like I honestly think like Andrew Tate's a grifter because I think he's intelligent enough to know what he's doing. I actually don't consider Sneeko a grifter because I actually think Sneeko is stupid enough to believe what he actually like.
I think he's like got a new father figure every week.
Yeah, like if I sat next to Sneeko and he started talking about the world being flat and like all the craziest conspiracy theories that he just read about on 4chan, I'd be like, I know you believe it. I actually can tell you believe it. Like he has such a, there's like a way in his speaking and the way in his like intellect about these topics where like you can just figure it out.
Dude, that guy blows my mind because he will look at a full-on investigation about like why something happened, like the JFK assassination or like 9/11 or any of this shit, and then he'll just listen to some dude on a podcast just say stuff without seeing anything he's citing, and Sneeko will be like, "That guy's right. The podcast guy is right."
Yeah.
The thing is, I think Sneeko's just really dumb. Obviously, I think that sometimes dumbness is unforgivable, but I just think he's just incredibly stupid.
I love people like Sneeko, dude. I want him to stick around forever, dude. It's like, I need my group of fucking dummies online. Like, the reason why I'm against deplatforming is one, I think everyone should have a voice. Whether in being right shouldn't determine whether you stay online or wrong. You're allowed to be wrong. But the other part is I love laughing at these people, and I do not want them to go anywhere.
Understandable.
I feel like we need more. I feel like we need 10 more Willy Max in order to counteract some of the bullshit in the world. Like we need. Okay, if you're gonna have these people, you have to have just as many like fact checkers, like proper fact checkers. You know, I feel like okay, and if you think about it, like there's 100 Sneekos without any like fact checkers available would be pretty bad, right? Like tons of young kids would be like, I believe everything this dumbass says.
Yeah.
If you had one guy that fact checks and makes fun of him, bro, you undo a generation of harm right
We don't need fact checkers, dude. We need dads, man. We need just parents, bro.
Dude, real.
Like somebody,
Yeah,
how do you raise a kid like Sneeko? And Sneeko's dad apparently provided for him, did all this stuff, and Sneeko's like, yeah, my dad's actually more wrong than Andrew Tate because Andrew Tate makes more money. It's like, that's your view on life? You say that about your own dad to 500,000 people? That's insane. That is crazy.
No, he's like,
Dad's got L
so
game.
pathetic. It's wild.
Dad's got L money.
L money.
Like,
L
my dad
bitches.
has kicked ass and like career-wise and shit. I do not go ahead. The first 10 things that I could say that's amazing about my dad would be his money. It would be like all the character shit. Like to Sneeko, none of that matters, and it's like why he's up.
Yeah, like I mentioned doctor for my dad, but if you ask me about like what I really thought about my dad, I'm like, well, a guy that came to this country alone with his family and like pretty much raised a bunch of kids.
That's pretty wholesome.
Yeah.
Like a proper man and everything. Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, you wouldn't be like, oh, it's actually my dad's bank account is what makes him a good guy.
Yeah, my dad's net worth is higher than yours. Like, what the fuck is that shit? No, I like that guy. But the thing is, like, when I see like Sneeko and shit, it's like my aunt's kids, like they love.
Oh God, not your aunt's kids, bro. No.
Bro, what's crazy is like they came here in like in a matter of 365 days from back home, they turned into the douchiest children you could find immediately. Like I love them, but it's just like, bro, like you gotta stop being douchebags.
I think there's like ways you can consume that content that's not like you necessarily taking on like their life decisions. Like, cause let's face it, Andrew Tate is. I don't really understand Sneeko, but Andrew Tate is very entertaining when you watch him, right? Dude,
Yeah, he's
hilarious.
very funny.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, there's no doubt in my mind, like, why he's popular. But, I think the problem arises when it's like, now suddenly I'm going to take, like, his meme persona is, like, my value system. Is like, that's where it starts to get weird. So it's like, you could watch people that you don't...
Fuck, come on.
And that's fine. The problem is it's
Trying to
like,
go for no heels.
Yeah, like, bro, like, I like Andrew Tate when he talks about drinking water and being gay. Like, I love that line, okay? Like, hilarious dude. Like,
I love
no
the
one
line
else
where
says
he's like,
that shit.
he's like, you know, you look at me and you're like, God, like, this guy, he's rich, he has all these women, he can't possibly have a big too. Yep, I got that too. It's so funny.
He's a funny guy. It's like saying Trump isn't funny. Trump's very funny.
Yeah,
Trump's
yeah.
hilarious. He's like, I don't hate fat
Dude,
women unless you're. He
Dude,
had someone
Trump's
specific that he
hilarious.
mentioned. He called someone out.
Yeah, Trump's like, I've never seen like, what, something about a Diet Coke or something. It's like, I've never seen a skinny person drink a Diet Coke. I'm like, bro, this man's just base. Like, he just says what's on his mind. I love it.
This guy fed like the Olympic basketball team, like McDonald's is like their White House winning meal, dude. Like, this guy's hilarious.
Dude, and if you
Sneeko,
ask
I
him,
don't
like,
get.
what's
I
wrong
don't
with
see the
McDonald's?
redeeming
It's the most
feature
American
though. Like for
burger.
someone like Sneeko, I don't get it. See, for
I
Aiden
think
Ross,
he's
I do get it. His stupidity is funny stupidity. He's funny dumb.
That guy eats his own boogers, by the way. I've seen Aiden Ross multiple occasions eating his own boogers. It disturbs me. This guy's got like probably like a $50 million net worth at least, and he's eating his own boogers on stream on a daily basis.
Based.
No, it's not based. It's not based. I don't like. I got an issue with you if you're eating your own boogers on camera.
I eat my own boogers all day, every day.
I'm eating my own boogers the entire time. Little do you know. Bro, that's crazy. No, but see, but Aiden Ross, he's dumb funny. Like, I laugh watching his content sometimes. Okay?
Yeah, he's funny.
He's very funny. But then...
Did you see where he went ahead and he, like, got Tate arrested again?
Yes, that's what I was going. That's exactly where I was
Dude,
going.
I honestly cannot believe. Was that confirmed?
Yes, it was confirmed.
Yeah, it was. I saw that clip when it happened, and I immediately messaged Tommy C and was like, I am saving this because I guarantee this is going to come back legally for why he's arrested. 2 days later, sure enough, it's like the UK like expedited their arrest on him because of that clip.
I love that so much. God, so
Dude,
awesome.
this was how Aiden phrased it. He's like, yo, Andrew Tate is trying to dip Romania soon, so I gotta get over there, but it's gotta be fat. He's like,
I gotta go there.
See, it's like,
he's
bro,
so
I've been saying
dumb,
forever,
but
this
he's
guy's
dumb
gonna
funny.
dip to, yeah, he's going to dip to Dubai, bro. I'm telling you, I'm convinced.
Yeah.
Well, like the thing about like Aiden Ross is like, bro, he is like unironically one. I don't even know if like I can't even say Aiden Ross is stupid in the sense because he's a great influencer. Like that's where his intelligence lies. Sometimes I feel like he says this kind of shit because he knows that it can get him clipped.
He
Part
puts
of me
it on a
thinks he
little
did
bit.
that. Well, part of me thinks he did that because like Andrew Tate, I don't give a shit about
No,
this guy, but it would
he
make a
did
crazy
not, dude.
clip.
No, I think he just
He did not.
He was dumb.
So close.
Andrew Tate, he'd be in Romania right now sniffing.
He doesn't care about him
hair.
that
Like,
much, okay? But I don't think he tried to get him arrested. I just think he's stupid.
Aiden is probably the hardest person for me to read because it's been for years on end. He's been just incredibly stupid on camera, and then I hear stuff behind the scenes, and apparently he's really stupid off camera.
Yeah, he's just dumb.
He's obviously like part of me is like he obviously is playing it up at times, like no doubt. So it's just hard to tell. Like, dude, that would be probably the greatest reveal ever if it comes out. And he's like, yeah, actually, I knew this guy was trafficking a woman from the minute I met him. So I tried to get in close so I could expose him. That would be like insane. Be the best
he's like the
ever.
ultimate.
That would be
like,
crazy.
anti-human
Oh my
trafficker.
god. Like the
Yeah.
surprise
I've been
witness
working
shows
with
up.
FBI for 3 years.
Dude, surprise witness, Aiden Ross. He's been watching everything.
He,
I'm gonna
like,
try
starts
it on
to stream
this.
or something, and he's just like laughing like an idiot, and he just like deadpan stops, and then like he reaches into his desk and breaks out the U.S. Marshal.
You just start speaking with a British accent. Like, I've been faking this for years.
Guess what, idiots?
How do you think I
the
talk to
Jews
LeBron
do control
James?
the media. Then he whips out his badge.
Oh my god, that is true. No, dude, like a part of me thinks he's got that. listen, man. I wish like a lot of our fanfic theories could be true, but unfortunately, I think the reality is he's probably just brain dead guy. But you know who is also brain dead? And I know Willie, you're gonna
before
cover
you
this
move off
later
this
in the
Andrew
video,
Tate story, I think there's one other really important detail that we have to mention. When Andrew Tate left prison after Aiden got him sent there by accident, you know who drove him away? A woman. That's right. He got into a car with a female driver, and she drove him away. And this is after him saying in a podcast, "I would not risk my life by letting a woman drive me." He said on the
his own fans might betray him over that. That's probably something. If you want to get, you know, if you want to hit Andrew Tate's fan base, that's what you got to talk about.
Female driver. I'm just saying.
Dude, but was it his
he
choice,
survived
though?
at all? By his
Yeah, do you think he just? Do you think he walked up to the car and he goes like, "Get in the back"? I'm driving.
No, we saw her drive him away. He was putting his life in her hands, bro.
This is damning. We'll need video evidence
There
of this.
is
This
video
major
evidence.
damage.
God damn it.
We need him for we need to clarify this for misogyny's sake, but
maybe she was betrayed. Maybe it was Kevin.
but like
brutal.
But like, well, covering into like some of the stupidest people, like you've been on the cusp of covering some Minecraft nonsense. So
Yeah, I don't do shit with the posture damage in that mode. God damn it.
Minecraft content creators. I guess every single person is coming out, you know, as a groomer or something.
Well, they're constant. There's more accusations in that space. Like I started a folder in January 1st, 2024. To just keep track of all the pedo allegations that happen online. Already, there's like over 15 on the year. Not pedo, it could also be like abuse allegations or assault. Right? Right, just because I'm like, how many of these allegations happen? Like, it seems like there's so many. Yeah. And over half of them have come from the Minecraft space. Like, it's like the most, and it's not because these guys are all guilty or anything. It's because it's just a group of the creators, I believe, are socially stunted because all they do is like stay in the room and make Minecraft videos.
They got
and then
famous
their fan
from
base
Minecraft.
There's a bunch of socially stunted people too. So it's like all these socially weird people go outside to meet each other at like VidCon one year. So of course they're all having like the most socially stunted interactions as well.
Well, let's talk about like the VidCon for a minute. For anybody who doesn't know, VidCon's a massive creator event. Usually takes place in Anaheim, California. Lots of creators go to it. And for a lot of creators, it's the first time they get to leave mommy and daddy's house and enjoy, you know, some alone time, right? Now, I've always had a rule anytime I'm out in, like, California, and I feel really bad about it sometimes because I remember the last time we rented a mansion, me and Expo, and, like, a couple of the other guys, and we had a whole night where we were drinking and shit. And I remember we had to tell Turkey Tom and Augie that they couldn't come because they were under the age of 21. And I just didn't want to have anybody under the age of legal U.S. like federal law.
And that
in
is
my house
that
with
is
alcohol.
smart, but also VidCon has a ton of underage drinking going on at it.
It does.
Because there's a lot of creators that are like on that cusp of being 21, 22.
Well, that's not really an
it's sort of
excuse.
just like that's it's stupid. You should be safe and not do that to protect yourself.
Yeah. Well, the only reason I really do it is like I think that the age of drinking should be like 19 or 18, whatever, what we have here in Canada. But I just follow the law of the land because I ain't getting blacklisted from U.S. entry because of a party. So, anyways, I follow the rules pretty well. I think most creators follow the rules as much as they can if you're my age. The problem with like Dream and a lot of these guys is they were hosting like hotel rooms, apparently, it seems, and they were just drinking with anybody. And so some of these fans, and I believe one of the biggest cases out of this was
To be
George
honest, I don't
Knockdown.
think they cared. It's not just like that they would drink with anyone out of negligence. I think they just didn't care.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, to be honest, I do not really care about underage drinking very much either. It's just stupid because now this situation exists because they didn't care. Like you shouldn't. Like you gotta protect yourself if you're a big YouTuber. You know.
I mean, look. Full honesty, like I've underage drank. I've done it.
Sure.
Come on.
My age, like I'm not gonna pretend that I haven't. I wouldn't give booze to a minor.
See,
I'm missing these fucking timings.
Like some sort of party, rave, public setting type thing like that. I've never done that underage, but I don't know. Again, I don't think underage drinking is like such a huge deal in itself per se, but it is a law that does exist, and you can't use that as an excuse. Like you can't use that against George when the adult
that's
is the
not,
one
he's not,
who.
Where he's getting canceled is not for that. Is the point that I think is trying to be made.
Okay.
Yeah.
Buddha, you want to finish the story where the allegation comes forward?
So where the allegation comes into for George is one of the victims in the story, Katie, was apparently at a party with George and Hassan and Dream. Not party, I guess they were in the hotel room and they were just drinking together. Throughout the course of this party, it seems as if Katie and George got a little too close, right? And they were cuddling, and then there was some tickling involved. And
no, they were cuddling, and that was cool.
allegations-
And then the tickling came involved, and then that was
Yeah,
That
Wait,
was too far.
are you being sarcastic now, or is that real?
No, I'm dead
No, I'm not.
serious.
Like the
being
tickling, the
sarcastic,
cuddling
that's-
was fine. The tickling was too far. She actually
Yeah.
said that.
Yes.
No, she was very vague about what she was very vague about where he touched her, and then he said he tickled her, and then she was like, "See, he admitted it."
No. What?
This is pretty much
Wait,
it, man.
so I saw her
Am I
thing.
wrong?
Wait, I saw her thing, and she
No.
said that he touched her under the clothes, right? And he said it was tickling. It wasn't like sexual
Well, yeah,
assault.
he lifted up her shirt to, like, tickle her waist or whatever, is what he claimed, and she basically said, "Yeah, see, he admitted
I
it."
didn't see that where she confirmed. She said that is what they were
It was on
talking
it
about.
was on like Twitter and like a written
Wow.
post. Like, this is enough to get him canceled. Like, he basically said that.
And mind you, I almost don't care if these people get canceled because they fostered this parasocial community for years. So I mean, hey, listen, this is like first off, making Minecraft content is like signing a deal with the devil, right? You make a lot of good money, make a lot of good fans, but bro, at some point they're gonna kill you.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what's been happening over here. Now, do I think this man's entire career should be ruined over this? No.
Well, the
What I
main
find really
problem where the like assault thing is coming from is Katie is like on stream. She's crying. She's like citing off poetry like I feel dirty in a way I can't wash off, like all this stuff. So it's like you like from what and she doesn't really clarify what she's accusing him of, like what he actually did.
Yeah.
So it's like it's is what she's claiming, but she didn't really like say where or what. And so it like comes off as like, yeah, this guy like held her down and like really the shit out of her.
From the original thing,
yeah.
I thought that it was like actual. Like that's
Right,
the
right.
impression I got from.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
At first
especially
too,
when
and
I
then,
saw
like,
the responses, like everyone being like, like, oh my God, speak your truth. This is horrible. Like, and then you have all these people wishing death on this guy, saying that if I see you, George, I'll kill you. Right? You have all these people saying
And
that.
then George defends himself, clarifies what it is. She confirms it, and then she basically just pointed out like a couple things in George's story that aren't really relevant, and George pointed them out too, but they really do not affect the actual allegation, which is
Come on.
And now that's turned into the Minecraft community, who are a bunch of like socially stunted children, basically. Even some of them might be adults, but I'm telling you, they have the mentality of a kid, and they're all just basically
Bro, they're
like,
not adults.
this
They're
is
man
assault.
children, all of them, bro.
And the George's problem is George is like, well, if everybody thinks that means, yeah, I sexually assaulted her. So
I think
he's
a lot
now,
of people.
he's now going with like, this is sexual assault.
Shit.
Which is
man.
obviously pissing off a lot of adult women online that are like, I've actually been sexually assaulted. Can we not use this word to describe this?
Okay, I don't think they're actually upset at George for that, right? Like,
No, I
they'd
think
be
they're
upset
just
at the
upset
situation.
at the fact
right?
that I think they're upset at the fact that people are diluting what is
Yeah.
a very serious criminal allegation into this. Now, look, if you ask me, if you're at a party, like what he said, like YouTuber my age, I've had the same discussion with Tom C about it too. I'm like, bro, if I was at a party today, I would never get touchy-feely with anybody. I wouldn't even drink at a party, a YouTuber party today. Like in 2024, I would just show up, I would say hi, and I'd out, and I'd be staying in my own place because you don't even know what could happen, right? Like, I wouldn't even host a party at my house because usually I'm out drunk in bed, so I don't know what the f is going on in my house, like an hour or two later. I just expect everyone to get their shit together and leave at some point. So no one is welcome, and that's literally because, like, we live in a world where it's like, my image is more important than like your one night out, so I'd rather not engage. And like I'm with Jen, so it's not gonna happen like with any girl, but like if I wasn't, like any girl like comes up to me, it's like, you got to have like 10 degrees of separation because you have no idea how things could go.
I think my perspective on this is kind of like it's very clear to me that this is like probably like a greater issue that needs to be addressed. Like when watching her talk and what she actually claimed, she didn't really lie about anything. She's maybe being like a bit dramatic or whatever. So part of me is like, as a parent, or maybe it's got to be in schools or something, we need to teach kids how to be able to consent back and forth and how to like that it's okay to communicate if you don't like something anymore.
Agreed.
And I think the main problem is they're cuddling on the couch. She's okay with
Oh, I get to knock you back and you still do one? Okay, okay.
on her lap,
her argument was
kind of
she felt
Well, hold
lucky
on,
at
though,
the time, right?
Yeah,
like,
right,
back on
but-
what you
but-
said about the consent thing. Like, her argument is
hold on.
okay. Just trying to play both sides here. I think her argument was she felt like she couldn't say no because she felt lucky at the time, and she only realized later that it was. I mean, which
Right, but we need to. It needs to be okay. Like she's clearly never been taught that it's okay. Like for instance, like when asking for consent, especially when you're in a party setting, that shit doesn't always happen verbally, right? So it's like when I met my girlfriend, who I've been with for like 6 years now. We're at a party, we're drinking, we're having fun. I sat down on the couch and she sat on my lap, right? That is her in a lot of ways like asking, is that okay in a non-verbal way, right? It's like a subtle flirt. It's sort of like a guy when you're at a party. Maybe you put your hand on her thigh, and then if she doesn't get up and walk away or ask you to take it off, then you know like, hey, like she's consenting for me to push farther into the flirtiness. Like there's just no like class, and a lot of people just are not taught this shit by their parents or by their sibling, by their older sibling or whatever. So now you have these situations where you got two adults unable to understand like how to communicate or what a social interaction
one adult
is.
and one freshly 18.
Well, she's 18, but she's 6 months 18, whatever. The point is like somebody needs to have a conversation with her before she gets to, you know, if she's going to a party and she's allowed to fly to VidCon with her friend without her parents and go to a party, you need to make sure she's socially developed enough to be able to handle a situation like that.
hey, I'm not
Yeah, I
saying
feel like
that
for
her
most-
parents deserve
yeah.
gold stars here. I don't know. The way I heard
Well, you
this
know what I'm
story-
saying? Like, I think there's like a deeper conversation than
Booty.
self-preservation.
So here's the thing. When the impression that I have, and I don't want this to sound callous or anything, because if, let's say, it wasn't George not found, let's say it was a random dude, just some random guy, would she have come out with this whole statement about how she was sexually assaulted?
Maybe.
If it wasn't
I mean, she's a
George?
Twitch
Saying
streamer.
that it was motivated.
Twitch streamers do this shit. I don't know.
Well, are you saying that it was motivated
I
for
don't.
clout reasons?
I do think that whenever there is something like this that goes down, there is part of my brain that's like, is it clout reasons? That's asking. I don't know. There is always
Well,
that
I mean, it's
skeptical,
pessimistic, I
the
think so.
skeptical, pessimistic side of me that always.
That's
thinks,
wild, bro.
Well, this is in a setting where you have lots to gain by saying something like this.
I mean, it depends how much good faith you want to give her. Like, the most good faith interpretation would be that she's not socially developed to handle a situation like that. The most bad, like, the bad faith interpretation
like this-
would be that she's completely faking all of this for views.
See, but I don't think she's completely faking it all for views. I mean, you saw her crying.
Yeah.
She obviously is unhappy with what happened.
I think it happened.
I also think it happened.
there's like a tickling
But
aspect. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if.
What do you think about George, like, accepting defeat?
I think that honestly, I think that that's a perspective that a lot of people would have when the internet's going against you. You say maybe I could just say I'm sorry and it'll go away. Like I remember when I was in my drama a few years ago.
You were in a drama for what? What was this?
This was long story. Basically, there's this VTuber group, VShojo.
You don't have to get into it if you don't want to. I just didn't know about
point
this.
is, basically, there was someone who Turkey Tom made a video on it. So if you want to watch it later, but the point
Okay.
is, like, there was this one guy who was doxing people using a fake name, like he was part of this company, and he tried to dox me. I found him out. I basically exposed him. I spoke to VShojo behind the scenes. They confirmed all that, and then after I released my video, all the talent kind of was like, "You're a terrible friend. I can't believe you would do something like this." Because I was friends with like a lot of the people. Like,
Yeah.
You're a terrible friend. How could you do this? You put us at like at risk and in danger. I'm like, you know, when all of a sudden you have 8 people, you know, 8 big streamers canceling you, everyone else comes out of the woodwork with how evil of a person you are. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, so that's all going down. My first knee-jerk reaction was like, holy shit, my career's over. Maybe I'll just apologize. Maybe I'll just be like, listen, I'm so sorry. That was my first thought. Like, because how else am I gonna make it go away? I could go to
there's a
war
lot of
with
self-preservation
receipts and
where
stuff.
it's like, like you're worried about paying your bills and all that stuff. So I get why people
Get
do it.
wrecked.
It's just
Again, I think it's a bad move, and I'm glad that that's right.
Okay.
I'm glad that I, defended myself and showed receipts and shit like that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I do get the perspective of someone that doesn't have a strong support system actually just buckling under the pressure and apologizing and hoping it
Alright.
goes away through apology.
Real quick, I gotta make sure, cause she's fucking whining. He's probably in the room whining. Give me a minute.
But like when this happened to me, I reached out to Muda, I reached out to Charlie. I was like, dude, what do I do? Like, and I. Showed them my receipts and stuff, and they.
I think it is very good because when you're in the drama, what people don't understand, like when you're actually.
I'm for damn sure not about to feed them. It's gonna be annoying as fuck.
Where you focus on the wrong things, and because like the criticism is so loud, it's hard to tell what the legit shit is.
It's crazy.
All right.
And, I think it's very
Let's
good
get this
to
motherfucker.
a third-party account, like especially from a drama, like people that cover drama.
Yep. Like how it looks from on the outside, right? Like the way I saw it, there were three paths I could take. I could take the route of just apologizing, I did everything wrong. Then I can take the scorched earth route, like literally say, oh yeah, well you're all shitty people too.
I mean, in a
crazy.
situation like that, it's like, listen, like we've never been in a situation, thank God, where any of us have had to answer for like SA crimes or whatever. So I guess in that regard, like, it's easy to like sit on the sidelines like we are now and kind of like be the Mr. Hindsight, Captain Hindsight, and tell what somebody should be doing. But like that's why I don't consider like George to be stupid. I think like what he did, what he is guilty of, whatever it may be, it's like he's not. There's like a million thoughts going through.
I consider him stupid, bro. I just can't help it.
No, I do think it's stupid.
I just don't know what goes through his head,
trying my best here to rationalize it, but it is definitely
I agree with you. I think you rationalized it very, very well. It's just I understand if it's a drama of like a lesser extent, but I mean we're talking about something illegal.
No, I agree with you. I'm fully on your side here. It's a dumb move.
Yeah.
It's really stupid. Professional idiocy. But that said, I get why someone in the midst of it would just like, you know.
What'd you think about Dream like throwing him under the bus too, like starting up a space and crying?
That was cringe.
Bro, one of the worst friends you could ever
That
have
guy's
in
been
any
accused of
situation.
more like assault than anybody on the internet. Seriously, is there anybody else who's up there with him? In the sheer amount of accusations?
EDP
I don't think so.
445.
No, EDP doesn't have that many. He's just guilty of like, he's actually guilty. He's like, of stuff. But it's like, Dream is like, it's gotta be like close to 10, if not more accusations against that guy. And then because of George with one accusation where George and the girl both agree with what happened was essentially tickling her waist, Dream's gonna load up a Twitter space and cry about it.
Dude, I hated that so much. Aside from being just a shitty friend.
If I was George, I might, if I'm like, yo, if I'm gonna get canceled for something, it's because I'm hitting Dream with my car, bro. I was like, what the man?
No, but for me, it's the fact that he makes this Twitter space and he makes the whole thing about himself. It's like, I don't know what I can do. What am I doing?
I didn't even
Starts
think
crying.
about that.
Like,
Dude, like when he started crying, I was like, that was the only moment of my life where I'm just like, bro, I wish.
If you look up that Twitter space on YouTube, there's a re-upload of him doing it, and I don't know, I'm like in the bottom corner of the Twitter space, just spamming the laughing emoji as he's crying. like whoever recorded it, it's like I'm immortalized laughing at Dream in that YouTube video.
Dude, but like he is like genuinely like that was the shitty because it's like he was basically backing an unsubstantiated claim, and I'm like, dude, out of all the people,
right,
in this Minecraft space, you're the one.
Dream's
like,
looking at him. Dream's like, what?
At the highway.
Yeah, Dream's looking at him. He's like, well, how does this affect my career? It's like,
I'm telling you, the entire Twitter space was about him. It was all about it. He starts off by saying, these are just my thoughts and feelings. I don't speak for anyone. These are my thoughts. I am not deleting this Twitter space. I'll keep it up. Which he later deleted. Anyway, but he's of course. But you know, I thought that was insane.
Bro, I'm sure. Like, I don't care. Like, whatever dream bridge that there is, but like that guy is like the biggest like snake I have ever seen in my entire like YouTube like time here. Like that guy has no backbone, no actual spine. And like,
and he had no astrophysicist. I will not believe this.
Dude, he's
not for a minute.
He's literally ready to throw. Like, bro, that was like within 24 hours, you're already like throwing dudes under the bus for what?
I know, dude. It's
I like.
Go on.
Yeah. At this point, like, bro, if I was George and I found, I'd be like, all right, whatever. All of the 10 allegations against Dream, they got some validity to them. I'd just leave with that. I'm like, you're gonna burn me to the ground over stupid? I'm gonna burn you to the ground.
Did you see George made another response video?
No.
He made a new response video because I guess what Katie cited for like one of the reasons that I need to still watch this whole thing. So take all of this with a grain of salt. I will have this research by the time my video comes out. But apparently he made a new response video.
Intermediate.
Because he's like, actually.
Nope, novice.
Actually, no. It's like I can't feel sorry for these people. Like to a degree, like I don't care. You do it to yourself. Like you're 20. How old is George?
I'll be honest.
27
I feel
or
bad
24?
for both of them. I feel bad for Katie also because she obviously went through some shit, and I do feel some.
I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad.
Now I feel bad for what happened.
I wish we were all back in high school and I would bully them. Like I just want to put this into perspective. I do not feel bad. Like I can only have so much tolerance for these stupid people. Like if
however,
you need to go
curious about
team.
the spectacle of this whole thing, the way it became some sort of weird public drama type situation. That should never happen, right? Like if something actually happened, go to court. You know, sue the guy.
I wish I could take them to court in like content court and like make them like make their prescription for what they have to do instead of sending them to jail. I like have to send them to join like a rec kickball team. Like it's like you need to go figure out how to interact with humans.
They're never gonna follow that. They're never gonna follow that. We gave a prescription to Boogie last episode, and he still has not.
Thank you for bringing that up.
He hasn't met that.
What does that mean? Was
We gave him a prescription to.
In our last
I guess
episode.
I'll let Dr. Taku here explain because he was the one that gave.
Dude, I literally gave this man the greatest olive branch of all time. You don't understand, okay? It was low carb and everything. I say to Boogie, listen.
That's why I didn't take it.
Boogie says to me, you know, like, oh, thanks Nuts for being like, I know you're not a big fan of me, and I said, well, no, I think you're a pathetic man, which is why I'm not a big fan of you.
What?
And he agreed because he is a pathetic man, so he agreed that he's a pathetic man, and I told him, listen, Boogie, listen, I don't think you could change, but I'm going to give you a prescription to change, okay? Dr. Taku over here, as Mudahar put it so nicely. And I told him, listen, I'm going to send you in your DMs, I'm going to send you 4 videos. You react to these 4 videos, one a day. I will title them, I will make the thumbnails. You will post them on your channel, you'll see you can succeed. Your content is shit right now. Because it is.
His blood pressure can't handle the criticism, dude. It's already maxed out. You see the clip of him like taking his blood pressure on like LolCow Live?
Oh god.
It's like 190 over 120. Which by the way, that's like you gotta like go to the ER for that shit. So it's like insane.
God damn it.
Oh my
More blood
god.
than most
Real
people,
clip.
so that's crazy. Holy shit. But anyway, and I gave him the prescription and everything. I sent him the 4 and the titles that he should be doing for those 4 reactions, right? And he agreed. He will be posting them once a day for the next 4 days without any this weird self-criticism, calling himself pathetic and all that shit. What does he do? Nothing.
He uploads
nothing.
all 4.
He does nothing. He responds saying, oh wow, I was actually gonna react to these videos anyway. They were on my list. I'm glad you put them here so that I could get to them faster. He didn't get to them at all. Not at all. Instead he starts beefing with Tipster and going on this whole rant talking about how he's actually secretly pathetic and all that. God damn it. Okay. I told him, listen, I don't think you could change.
Here we go, intermediate. I got intermediate, buddy.
Now you understand
Buddy.
why I get so publicly frustrated. Now everyone gets it.
Yeah, because you dealt with Boogie.
You can't win.
You little monkey
I
butt.
My
always
wife
wish the best.
With your monkey tail and your monkey butt.
I always wish the best for it. Like, I always wish the best for everyone, but it's like, bro, you gotta put him.
Look at
Puts
this
in
tail.
effort. How could this man sit with a straight face saying the algorithm hates him and YouTube hates him and he's trying his best and he's putting his effort into content and he's working so hard and he makes lots of videos. Lots of videos? He makes a 12-minute video covering the most basic shit in the universe without any research or forethought. Just rambles for 12 minutes and expect it to succeed like it's 2012. Like, dude, you can succeed. I gave him everything, literally everything. The videos, the titles, the ideas. I told him, do this, 4 days. You'll see.
And you're like a
You'll
big,
see.
you're pretty,
Nothing.
you're like videos get views. So it's like, I don't know why he would hate this advice, which by the way, who doesn't want to watch an actual lolcow react to videos criticizing him? That's like content gold mine.
So the beauty is, I didn't even need to go that route because I wanted him to not do any weird self-deprecating content for the next 4 days. Then I was gonna get there if he would have actually listened to me. I gave him one reaction to the 300-pound life of Tammy or something like that. Like, you know, fat guy reacts to 300-pound life of Tammy. Hilarious content, right? I gave him one. I think it was a Nikocado avocado type video. Like, just the fat dude reacts to fat guy content. I told him, bro, it will work. I'm telling you, it'll work.
I like how he goes like he was on like that Caleb Hammer show, the financial guys show, and he's like Caleb's like, how are you not like working more? Like he's like, how do you not like upload more videos? I don't understand. And Boogie's like, I'm doing all I possibly can. This is the most I
saw
can
that.
do.
I'm telling you, the man, he could fire up a stream and react to these 4 videos.
Jesus,
in
you
one
just kept
sitting.
spamming the same shit, bro.
Yeah, it's shocking. Like the Boogie rabbit hole is something where it's like every time I tune in, it's like year after year, it somehow gets worse.
Dude, and I looked at his last videos. They're pathetic.
I'm gonna pull them up right now. I need to see these.
Okay, so 5 days ago, Boogie keeps losing subs. Misspells the word keeps in the title. 3-minute long video.
No.
All right. 4 days ago, Gamergate.
That was a new ass move.
He spelled keeps with like a capital E in the middle of the word by accident. All right, and then 4 days ago, Gamergate 2 is officialed. What the hell's officialed? That's not a word either. It's officialed.
Well, to be fair, he didn't go to
I'm sure that's helping out the algorithm with the boogie too.
Yeah,
Spelling
right.
all the
And then the yesterday's video, my response to Tipster, some irrelevant guy that no one in his audience ever heard of. No offense, Tipster.
Oh man.
Or offense. I don't know who
no
you are.
offense, Tipster, bro. Full offense. That guy's the biggest loser that
I
I've
have
seen
no
on the
idea who
internet.
this guy is. So
I'm just saying with Tipster's like a deep.
I was in the mode for a minute there, but now I'm fucking it up.
Part of the commentary community, so I just don't understand how you would title it after that. Like surely you title it like
you don't
that fucking hater.
Think about
or
how
something.
insane it is. All right, you have a guy with 4 million subscribers making a response video to a guy with 3 subs on a Tuesday. Okay, like what are you? My response to Tipster, my response to Balls Deep 69. Like what are you doing? The algorithm hates him for putting in so much work.
Bro, Tipster has at least like 100,000. He's got a silver play button, dude. Come on, give him at least something.
That was back when Tipster made content, dude.
Dude, Tipster, for anybody that doesn't know, Tipster is like, he's like, okay, when I say grifter,
pedophile
I mean, like,
adjacent.
I don't think Tipster's necessarily.
I mean, he was
a grifter.
defending Bosch.
I think I
do really. I think okay, no, you're right. He's just
Okay, dude,
because,
I
like,
typed
here's
him
the
into the
thing.
YouTube search bar and it's all commentary videos. I can't find his channel.
He's somebody
no,
where
that's
it's
not a
like,
good sign.
He's somebody where it's like he was doing commentary and he was uploading like the streams and he was kind of like one of the first guys doing the live stream stuff for drama content and he was doing pretty good with it.
Yeah.
And then somewhere along the line he got made fun of for like he's married and he messages all these like goth women on Twitter and he'll like follow all
That's
goth
him?
models. That's him. He's that guy.
Oh my god.
And then he got made fun of
I know
for
who
it.
he
So
is,
then
yeah.
his way to get back at everybody wasn't to like meme it off or just take it on the chin or whatever, right? His way to get back on everybody was whenever there's a drama and somebody does something shitty, he's going to side with the person that up. He's gonna side with the bad person. He's like, this is how I'll get back at these people. So it's just completely ruined his career because he's just wrong all the time.
So the thing about like, so you know when you make fun of all this lowly shit, it's like he's always the one in every like beef where he's like, well, was it actually lowly? Fun fact, you know, this is gonna be really funny, guys. It wasn't lowly. It was actually Shotokan, which is like,
which I've never even heard of.
Like,
I've never even heard of Shotokan. I don't even know what that is. It reminds me of when people instead of saying I'll say Hebafile. It's like it just makes you sound like I'm more convinced you're a pedophile.
This is less of a difference than that. A Shotokan is an underage boy instead of a lolly that's an underage girl. It's like
no, that's what it is.
That's the difference, yeah.
Dude, he went ahead and he defended
I know what clip you're talking about.
From having lolly on his wall, and his like defense is like
that he bought from
that he got from Shadman. Who Shadman is such a piece of shit. He drew Keemstar's daughter as Lolly.
I know,
like this guy's such a disgusting pervert where you have to be so messed up in the head to do that. And it's like I don't know, like how do you get there and how do you get to where you're defending that unless you have that shit?
And that's the whole thing too. It's like sometimes I always used to think I'm like these are just guys that are like, you know, contrarian brain. Like, you know, people who just want to be a contrarian for the sake of it. But then I'm sitting there, I'm like, dude, nobody bats this hard for just stupid
Well, I
shit.
think part of it makes me wonder if he's just mad that all the way back then he got mad at the goth mommy thing, so now he's like, I can just never agree with those people. Like, I wonder if it's just some deep pettiness, like, from that shit, you know?
No, he is without a doubt, like, if he had just stopped, so here's the funny thing about him, he's like this married dude, he always likes to bring it up, I guess, he's like, you know, I'm a married guy, you know, I wouldn't do this shit, my wife knows what I'm doing, and it's like, bro, he's like chasing after every trans person you could find on the internet, he's like hitting on every, like e-girl, there's like this one
He's
clip.
siding with Keffels.
Yeah, he's like, there was this one clip I saw of him when, like, you know that girl Zoe Berger? This is gonna take
that's
people
way back
to the past, the original girl. So, like, Zoe Berger raids him, and he's like, oh my god, we stand queen, thank you. I'm like, bro, this sounds like the saddest shit that I've ever seen seen in my life, bro. What is wrong with you? So yeah, that's the kind of like shit tipster is into. He's a weird guy. I genuinely don't think he means like. I don't think he means well in a lot of ways. I think I think he is genuinely like just a. He's like a proper degenerate that just cannot admit he's.
I just scrolled back in my DMs from how old is this? 1 second. 2020 with Shadman, because he sent me some wild shit.
Martial attack after martial attack.
Here, listen to this. I say to him that I have a theory that hentai is a latent Japanese tactic after World War II to indoctrinate Western society. I send him that like it's a copy pasta.
Okay.
And he says, and I kid you not. All right, hold on to your seats. I didn't know that was your theory. I heard of that before. Similar stuff, like make you have less kids because you're attracted to anime girls. But have you ever considered Japan is a tiny island, overpopulated, the tsunamis, ocean tides, water closing in? They need to have less children at the moment because it's overcrowded. Maybe they did it for themselves and we just like it and took it. One of the most popular hentai isn't even Japanese, Lamau. However, why would hentai make you not want to have kids? I want to be a father. I'm 31, plenty of time. Tick-tock as the clock goes. I was like,
you wrote like a whole thesis on this?
I feel like I want to.
Literally, I was like,
thesis in your DMs about why hentai is cool.
Every two words is a separate message. Also, like I got 40 notifications for this message.
What's weird about that is he's like talking about lolly and he's bringing it back to like Japan getting hit by like natural disasters. What are you talking about, bro?
No, he says that's that. So the craziest thing is he later in the DMs he's trying to say that to be honest he doesn't like hentai because it's too unrealistic, which is why he draws real women. That's what I was.
Well, he does draw hentai,
but they're hentai of real humans instead of like of characters.
Real little girls.
Yeah, some of them underage, I guess. Yeah.
Exactly.
Worse.
I'm telling. Yeah, it's not better. But anyway.
Dude, but some of like this whole side of the internet, like Boogie dipped into. I will give Boogie credit though. Bodied the shit out of that too.
I like when there's very few moments in Boogie's career, but they do happen where he's like, "I'm sick of being bullied like this. I will now find someone more pathetic to bully." Like it's like he's just like, it's just every few years he just has like a fucking moment where he's like, "I will now be the other side of this."
You know, it's funny because he did it with EDP and Tipster. He also goes after fat guys somehow. I don't understand. But like,
well, he's trying to abide by the fat guy code. Remember, it's like I'm not gonna bully a fat guy, but then he does it like unironically every single one of them. Well, that's what he said. He's like, there's a fat guy code. You don't bully other fat dudes. Yet, here's the thing. He's only ever bullied fat guys.
He's in a documentary with EDP, and there's there's a picture of them. Dude, this picture's insane. It's a picture of them eating dinner, but the dinner is like so many Big Macs. There's a pile of powdered donuts like put on a plate. Like they took it out of the bag and plated it, and then there's just a pile of Doritos. I'm not kidding. It had to be 3 bags worth of Doritos. Where it's like, if this is an unironic photo and you guys are eating this together, God bless.
Dude, we made fun of him for that.
We asked him about that, yeah.
What did he say?
On the podcast.
Yeah, we made fun of him for that, and he said, well, he was paid by Mike Plum to be there. He doesn't like EDP. It's like, okay, good point. Anyway, so the funny thing is, and we like, dude, you're eating food with him. He's like, well, to be honest, as you know, I'm trying not to eat a lot of carbs. Yeah, right.
That whole picture is carbs. Dude, there wasn't one. I didn't see one green thing on that entire table.
But since I was stressed, I ate everything on the table.
Cool, dude.
Yeah. He's stressing.
He's stressed because he was a pedophile.
Alright, I guess I gotta feed my fucking cats because they're goddamn whiners.
I was being so nice. I gave them an olive branch.
Novice. Beautiful. Alright, be right back.
Well, just watch. He's gonna. Now that he has me in the DMs, he's gonna invite me to the live.
I cannot wait to watch this podcast with.
Yeah, you're gonna be a whiner, huh? like, those fucks are fed.
I didn't realize you had him on. That sounds amazing. Sounds like such.
Israel paid the stupidest person to represent them. Destiny admitting he's been paid by Israel is not a surprise, but it's hilarious considering his recent performance. 1.1k likes. $4,000 likes. What do you mean? Yeah, of course. Ever since I started the Israel-Palestine arc, I've gotten so many connections. I've gotten like new payment processors. I get like a lot of... I'm hitting like every single anti-Semitic meme. The payment processors, the supporters. Didn't I use the word... Did I say Jew-lumni? Jew-lumni? Bro, how... There's a lot of people that... There's a lot of organizations that kind of like send me revenue and they shoot me like talking points or whatever. Or they'll like recommend me like books. They don't like control what I see on stream, of course. But they'll like... And then I even do the like, well, it's not like they tell me where to...
You just did Piers Morgan.
Well, it was like a live segment from this morning, sure, yeah.
Okay, yeah. How was that? Was that the first time you've spoken to him?
Yeah.
All right, what did you think?
It was okay. It could have been way worse. It could have been way better. They brought me in, it was a segment on like, the differences between like Trump and Biden and their senility. Basically, is Biden's senility going to be a huge problem? And my opposite person is like Tommy Lauren, and it's a very much like mainstream media opinion, like, or mainstream media appearance. So it's like, give me your like 30-second splurg, give me your 30-second splurg, and then next question. And I hate that back and forth, like drives me crazy. So
well, I mean, it says everything that we're having a discussion about who is the most senile among all of the different politicians that might influence the future.
Yeah.
What a world.
There's a lot. But at the end of the day, the voters only have themselves to blame, so...
That's true, but I guess you can only vote for the people that are there.
No, there's a lot of people to vote for. These are the two most popular ones. I think that the system is delivering the people that have the widest support right now, yeah.
Right, okay.
People, they might not be universally liked, but you only have to have a plurality of the support to make it through. Like, people are looking at you like, I guess, like, sure. But people might not like him. Like 80% of people might not like Biden, or 80% of people might not like Trump. But those 80% of people don't all agree on who should run.
I can get 4K
instead,
on
so
these
that's
monitors.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if people could coordinate better, whether or not you would have better outcomes.
I don't know.
Vice Media shutting down, no longer publishing. Have you seen this?
Are they shutting down, or are they just not going to publish articles on that website anymore?
That's technically what it is. In a memo to Vice employees Thursday, CEO Bruce Dixon said that the company will be cutting several hundred jobs in the next week. As part of its major restructuring, Vice will discontinue publishing content to its own website and instead will put more emphasis on our social channels as we accelerate our discussions with partners to take our content to where it will be viewed most broadly. What do you think?
Cool, I guess. Does anybody read like website stuff from Vice? I feel like they were most known for the YouTube video content, like the investigative journal stuff. I should know the lady's name. I wish I did, but she does really cool stuff. I remember she went to China to investigate the Uyghur stuff.
Yes.
She does a lot of cool stuff. There are a couple cool things on Vice in terms of what I've seen for video content. I don't read their website as much, so I don't know if it's a big loss
I mean, Vice is one of those things where when you do see articles shared, it's usually like rage sharing. You know, white people can't suffer racism, or like something that seems to be purposefully there, almost like rage trigger people to click on it.
Sure.
But I have definitely enjoyed me some Vice mini documentaries, 20-minute, 30-minute, lunchtime viewing things on YouTube. I've seen one. There's a bunch that they do about party culture in the UK, about like aging ravers, like people still doing drugs in their 50s, 60s, 70s, like classic Larry British people.
Okay.
So that's good. But there's a bunch like
Uyghur stuff. I should know the lady's name. I wish I did, but she does really cool stuff. I remember she went to China to investigate the Uyghur stuff.
Yes.
She does a lot of cool stuff. There are a couple cool things on Vice in terms of what I've seen for video content. I don't read their website as much, so I don't know if it's a big loss or not.
I mean, Vice is one of those things where when you do see articles shared, it's usually like rage sharing. You know, white people can't suffer racism, or like something that seems to be purposefully there, almost like rage trigger people to click on it.
Sure.
But I have definitely enjoyed me some Vice mini documentaries, 20-minute, 30-minute, lunchtime viewing things on YouTube. I've seen one. There's a bunch that they do about party culture in the UK, about like aging ravers, like people still doing drugs in their 50s, 60s, 70s, like classic Larry British people.
Okay.
So that's good. But I don't know. I just wonder, you just did Piers Morgan. Tucker Carlson has left his sort of mainstream credentials behind and moved independent. Piers is leaving Talk TV
and going to basically be a full-time YouTuber, essentially, although it'll probably be a little bit more advanced than that. I don't know, it just seems like there's some interesting movements. Maybe it's more so in the video side of things, but, you know, that was Vice's written content, and that's being pivoted. What do you
Great
think?
start.
What's the state of
Great start.
modern media landscape, and what do you think's in the future?
I don't know. It's different from different perspectives. As a content creator, my guess is going to be alternative media is probably a lot more money. Mainstream media is probably a lot more exposure. That'd be my guess. In terms of, are we moving towards a more alternative media landscape where everybody's consuming alternative media? That's kind of already happening, or has already happened. In some ways, mainstream media has kind of integrated itself into alternative media. So people might get all of their, for instance, their news through Facebook or Twitter, but that might be coming in the form of headlines from mainstream media publications.
Yes.
I would definitely say it feels like we've moved past, especially with Tucker Carlson leaving, it feels like we've moved past the age of the pundit, where you had these like huge, like larger-than-life figures, like the Anderson Coopers, the Tucker Carlsons, the Bill O'Reillys, the Jon Stewart, I guess, is back now.
He's just pivoted back. Yeah. Well, he tried to go to Apple, and there was some editorial differences, I think, that caused issues at Apple, and then he'd wanted to bring up some stuff to do with China, and that wasn't allowed, and yeah, he ended up basically going full circle back to somewhere that oddly had more freedom, or at least editorial freedom, I think, as far as he was concerned.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea where I think we have huge issues in our media landscape right now. I don't think they're necessarily tied into mainstream versus alternative, but I know that that's where everybody's fixated on.
What should people be more concerned about then with regards to media landscape?
Epistemic grounding. We live in like completely different worlds, more today than we ever have. And that's probably true every single day, that our factual understanding of the world has diverged so much between the different like groups that it's becoming unworkable, or maybe has already become unworkable, such that I think it was finally when the Jewish space lasers were clearing out real estate for Oprah in Hawaii that I realized, I was like, oh my God, nothing can happen anymore as it is. We're past anything ever happening that just happens. There are going to be no more normal plane crashes. There are going to be no more diseases. There are going to be no more vaccines. It's all going to be a conspiracy. It's all going to be a secret missile attack. It's all going to be a secret Jewish super weapon. It's all going to be a secret Bill Gates microchip. Like, nothing can happen anymore without it being part of some grand narrative or grand design, which I think is really sad.
Why? Like, what's the undercurrent that's driving that? Is it just a multiplicity of different people being able to comment on it? Is it the fact that free access to information means that everyone has a different perspective on the same story? Is it the fact that there's no centralized flow of information, which is giving someone like the narrative?
Somebody sent me an email a while ago that I thought was really interesting. I think it was just his idea. I think he called it like the magic box idea or something. And basically, I think as humans, we become further and further separated from the actual things that are happening with everything that we interact with. So, for instance, if I do the oldest example, you're familiar with like an abacus, right?
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Like, I can see the math happening there. I know exactly what's happening. You can't lie to me about an abacus, okay? If I have a calculator, it's a relatively simple device. It only does math. I can see exactly what's going on. As the devices become more and more complicated and you become less and less aware of what's happening under the hood, it becomes easier for you to insert more random stuff that you're not aware of. So like, nobody thought that an abacus would track you. Nobody really thought a calculator would, but is your phone tracking you? Is it listening to every single word you're saying? Even with no evidence presented for any of these ideas, of which there never has been, that your phone is secretly listening to you and recording stuff, and blah, blah, because a lot of people on tech sites have like tried to investigate this. People still think it. And I think that example with phones can be blown up to literally everything. From carbureted to fuel injected cars, from bureaucratic organizations that might just like manage a local level thing to the FDA that does, you know, vaccine approval on a nationwide level, from literally every single thing in our life. Things that we used to look at and kind of understand, things have gotten so complicated that I think that people are kind of starting to fill in the blanks very easily and quickly with a lot of other stuff. There's no real way to like argue against them, you know?
And you will slot into it stuff that just fits your priors, your biases, some half-remembered truth or some whim or hearsay.
You
that
got
was
a
you, that wasn't
Destiny
him?
original. No, that was me. You got a Destiny original analogy right on the spot, okay?
This is some real shit right here. But no, yeah, it's you can see the working. You can see step by step what's laid out in front of you. But people weren't given the workings of what was happening in government or in war or in news previously. There was still a degree of opaqueness to what was happening. So what is it that's different between 100 years ago and now?
I think that ironically enough, the people that seem to have the biggest problems with liberalism, with like freedom and everything, so I'd say the anti-institutional people that are like, well, we need to bring back religion and kind of like conservative social values, whatever. I think that they've, to some extent, fallen to be the biggest victims of, I hate to say this, it's weird because I'm a liberal, like too much liberalism, too much freedom, and that there's probably some important guardrails that kind of keep us in track or in check about like how we need to live our life. Like in a given like tribe, it's probably good if there's like shame around like eating poop or having like sexual attraction towards children or trying to stab and kill somebody. Like there are some socially cohesive elements that are good that we all kind of like enforce these things to kind of keep everybody a little bit in line. Whereas today, because we have so much freedom with the internet, which is the thing that has changed our life more than anything else in the past 20 and 30 years, nobody wants to talk about it. They just talk about it's either feminism or it's red pill or it's space lasers or it's Biden and the deep state. But the internet has dramatically changed in such a quick time period. It's such a quick time period, right? When I was in grade school, cell phones didn't really exist. Not really. Not like they do today.
Yeah, same.
Things have changed so much, and now people have the ability to select for their world way more than they ever did, and that is incredibly damaging because there's some amount of friction that is incredibly healthy for the human mind. It's good to be able to step into a room, but look at like grade school or high school or college. Everybody manages to make friends, but it's not because they all swiped right on each other to get the perfect match of qualities. It's because when humans spend time together, they learn to ease the friction and they kind of get along with each other. But now that we have the ability to hyper-select for every single fucking thing that we want, it is, I think it's incredibly damaging to the human mind because it lets us select for too many things that we no longer have to become comfortable with. Like an example I would use is that like, if 30 years ago, if I really wanted to fuck my toaster, I'm probably not going to fuck it that much. I'm probably not going to talk about it that much. Absolutely not. And I don't even know if I'd be able to find anybody or any camaraderie. It would just be really rough. But today I could probably type in like toaster fucking recommendations and get like the top 10 models ranked from like quickest to slowest orgasm for like toasters that I want to fuck, and now I've got like a whole world of people that all support my toaster fucking ambitions. And that's funny for the toaster fucking thing, but when we talk about like vaccines or COVID or education or the FDA or the deep state or Andrew Tate or any of these things, well, now it gets like really scary, and that's the world we're in, where you can select for your reality rather than having to deal with the reality that might not be as much fun to deal with.
Right. So it allows echo chambers to continue to propagate. There was something, you may have seen this. Someone explained where emos went, and they basically talked about the lack of development of subgroups, that they kind of come together briefly and then sort of fracture off into other. I mean, you'll remember like emos and goths, and like there was genuine cemented subgroups. Maybe they only existed for 5 years or something, but they were there, right? There was like an actual, they had an identity and they had dress and they had all the rest of the stuff. But I wonder whether the sort of universality of everybody trying to optimize for the same things, which is really like clicks and attention online, no matter who you are, even if you're just like some normie person that wants to have like more fans and more friends on Instagram and be more popular in school or have a better Snapchat streak or whatever the hell it is. I wonder whether there is something about this universal currency of status where everyone eventually has to play that game, because there's only a few routes to be able to be successful within that one thing. And the same thing is going to be true of your ability to sense make. Like there's only so many different paths that you can have to be able to reach that, or to be able to be successful as a fucking newscaster, or to be able to be successful and catch attention online. So I wonder how much of this is just people trying to make sense of the world, and instead what they do is find things that confirm their biases and then just sit and steep in those groups. But for some reason it doesn't seem to cohese in the same way that it used to.
It's really interesting you say that, because I have another theory or idea on how society is like kind of falling apart, or not falling apart, splitting apart, and it plugs into that perfectly. And that I think that people aren't fundamentally different today than they have been for the past 100,000 years. We're all humans. We have more or less the same
raw materials.
Yeah. The biggest thing that I think has changed, there's two things happening right now, in that we're becoming more separated than we ever have been and more similar than we ever have been. And the way that I feel like this is working is people are withdrawing into two separate groups that are enforcing within these groups an insane amount of homogeneity. And I think the reason why this is happening is because it feels like our communities have gotten larger and larger and larger and larger and larger. So for instance, it might be that maybe 30 or 40 years ago, maybe I super identify with the kids in my neighborhood, because when I was growing up, the people that you hung out with was whoever you could walk to, or when you were old enough, whoever you could bike to. This is your community. These are the people that you hang out with. you develop ideas, you develop intense, at least for me, like high school rivalries between football teams, between like sport. Yeah, that's like your community. And then when you get a little bit older, maybe you identify as an adult with your neighborhood, maybe you identify with a city that you're in or a political group in your city or a sports team or whatever. I think that these were, maybe it might be like older, it might have been like churches or unions that you're in. These are the things that I think people identified with, and they enforce a lot of homogeneity in these groups, which is probably normal to some extent, right? You're going to want people around you to be very similar. That's just normal.
You hang around with people that align with who you are.
Yeah. And that could mean appearance and race. It could mean ideology. It could
Values,
mean,
class.
yeah, it could be a billion different things. People relate on a lot of levels. It could be religion. But today what's happened is the internet has made it so that the smaller groups are not really fun to be in. They don't really feel important. They don't feel impactful or meaningful. So instead what happens is the group that you're belonging to is larger and larger and larger. Forcing homogeneity on a neighborhood that you live in, where I'm from, Omaha, Nebraska, is a lot different than forcing homogeneity on, 160 million people in the United States versus the other 160 million people. So to draw back to kind of what you were saying earlier is that as these groups become larger and larger, it's harder, I think, or it feels like it's harder to have these certain types of subcultures and everything because everybody's part of like this global culture now, which is all enforced by and facilitated by the internet.
Right, and then, but you also have, it's interesting that you say both becoming more similar and more different.
Yeah, and that we're getting further apart because these different groups are flying away from each other at the speed of light.
Yes.
But within these groups, you have to have a cohesive opinion.
Right.
You have to have an opinion. If you work in a warehouse in Alabama, you still have to have an opinion on whether or not Leah Thomas could be an athlete in college, or whether if you work in or live in Seattle, you need to have an opinion on AOC, or if you live in LA, you need to have an opinion on whether we should be supporting Ukraine or Israel. And the huge global culture has extended beyond the neighborhoods and the churches and everything to include everybody. Yeah, everybody has a phone or the internet.
The number of things that you need to have an opinion on, or the number of things that you're exposed to, has increased.
Yeah.
The level of purity and agreement within the group that you need to adhere to in order to not be ostracized by the group has also increased.
A little bit. I think that is I would say that that's probably like an artifact. So it feels like you have to be more pure, but it's not really that you have to be more pure. It's just that there are so many more issues that you probably have to be more
There's more ways to get wrong.
So exactly. So for instance, 20 years ago, I don't know if there would have been a social group enforcement on like the type of beer that you're drinking. But after the whatever the trans Bud Light stuff was, or Budweiser stuff was, that might be part of your group now. It's not that they've gotten more pure and that they demand more rigidity to the ideas than they used to. It's that now there are more ideas that you have to adhere to, basically, yeah. So it appears like they're more pure, but it's just more stuff that you have to keep in mind, yeah.
I think Bud Light is a really fascinating little canary in the coal mine of sort of modern culture. And I've had a number of conversations about this where when Bud Light happened, it was a huge, big deal. Bud Light was almost like a simulacrum for America. It's like, see, this is something that used to be pure and patriotic, and it was
trucks and eagles and
all of that.
Country
and
music.
See what's happened. These wokies have come along and they've annihilated it and all the rest of it. And then full circle, only when was that? 12 months ago, 18 months ago? It wasn't more than 2 years ago when that happened with Dylan Mulvaney, right? It was in the last 2 years. And now Kid Rock, the guy that shot the fucking cans with an AR-15, is drinking it on Rogan's show.
I bought $10,000 of stock, I think, like the day after all that broke, and I beat the market and everything. Yeah, it was obvious. It was like so stupid, right? Yeah, I posted those games on Twitter. It was like, thanks, conservatives. Yeah.
What did it go? Where did you go from and to? How far is that?
I don't remember what it did. I just know it beat that.
But it's moved a good amount.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just seems to me the speed with which people will thumb finger wave for or against something and then forget the position that they held so vehemently. I really, really have a huge problem with people that are like so adamant that a thing is true, and then only shortly after that are so adamant that a thing is either no longer true or they don't recognize what they said before, without at least going, do you know what it is? Maybe Bud Light weren't the, like libtard wokies that I thought that they were. Maybe that was just one malignant marketing campaign that went awry, or whatever. Like, just show your working, like show your thinking to take you from where you were to where you are, because it just sounds an awful lot like wherever the tide sort of comes in and wherever the tide goes out, that you kind of get ripped along with it. And I don't know, it's one of the reasons why I'm quite skeptical of people who don't caveat much about what they say. If you speak in absolutes, like, you better be certain, because my threshold to speak with that amount of certainty that I know that this company is one thing or I know that this company is another thing. It's pretty high. So you either don't know what you're talking about or have done tons of work, which should be evident in the way that you speak about it.
I have lots of ideas about this. The first thing would be a criticism of people in general. It feels like nobody's capable of having a moderate reaction to anything. I'm gonna be honest. When I saw the Bud Light stuff and I thought it was cringe. But like, that's not a reaction that people can have anymore. It's either the worst fucking thing in the world, or it's like the most important foundational bedrock part of LGBT. Like, nothing can just be like, oh, that was kind of dumb, or oh, that was kind of cringe, or oh, I kind of like that. It has to be 0 to 100. So that's really annoying. A second thing is, let's see, changing opinions, or people that felt like they had strong opinions about one thing that have changed dramatically. These are two things. I talk in my stream a lot about these things. Watching the evolution of my parents' beliefs politically has been unreal to me. My mom and my dad, my mom is from Cuba, so she's a Cuban immigrant, very pro-American people in general, very pro-Republican people. We all cried when Elian Gonzalez got shipped back to Cuba under Bill Clinton and hated him and blah, blah, blah. My mom and dad are very patriotic, okay? 20 years in the Air Force for both of them. My dad, if you join the military in the United States, it's probably true in every country in the world. When you join the military, you get a ton of vaccines, okay? They up and down the line, it's like 20 shots. You don't even know what you're getting injected with. That's what they do. My dad actually had a vaccine injury in his deltoid, such that he can't really raise his arm very well, like past this level, and that he gets like paid disability from the Air Force from that. It's a real injury from vaccines, okay? Despite that, when we grew up, you had to get your vaccine. It was a non-negotiable. My mom would never even think for 2 seconds that like her children would not be vaccinated. It wouldn't even be a second thought. Today, I think we've had 3 family members so far die from COVID. My mom will not get any of the COVID shots, and I don't think she trusts any vaccines at all anymore. So the evolution of her belief on that has been crazy, and I'm sure there's a lot of Republicans that have followed the same path. The evolution of the treatment of Russia. When I grew up, I heard all about the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists. I heard all about, Red China and the Soviets. She would always refer to Russia as the Soviet Union. And today, for her opinion on, the Russians like, I guess whatever, Stevie, but it's not our deal. We don't have to be concerned with it, whatever. That's insane to me. The difference in treatment between the demeanor of the president. I remember my mom came home one day and she was crying over the Monica Lewinsky stuff, and I didn't understand it because I was super young at the time. And she was trying to tell me that, like, you don't understand, like, the president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. The way that he treats women, that rolls down to everybody. And my commanding officer is going to treat me this way. I already have to deal with all this sexism in the Air Force. And then for her to listen to those Trump grab him by the pussy tape. So she's like, come on, Stevie. Boys will be boys. It happens. It's not a big deal, blah, blah, blah. That is, that's wild.
Bit of a pivot.
Yeah, it's insane to me. There's two underlying things here, 2 really important things to keep in mind that have taken me too long to figure out. One is that people don't genuinely generate beliefs from some consistent underlying system. They inherit constellations of beliefs that all kind of rely on each other from social groups. So if you join a social group that says, like Andrew Tate is innocent, they probably also think that Donald Trump is a victim of the deep state, that there's a swamp that needs to be drained. They think that the election was stolen. They think that the vaccines are fake. They think that space lasers probably did have something to do with Hawaii. They don't trust the FDA. They think that we shouldn't be wasting time with Russia and Ukraine, and Putin is probably more on the right than we want to admit. They have all these beliefs that are part of the Constitution, and it's true for the left as well. I'm bullying people on the right, but it's true for the left as well, that they have these constellations as well. But the thing that bothers me the most, and then I'm wrapping this up.
No.
Yeah, the thing that bothers me the most is I did this for a little bit and then I stopped because it was truly depressing. I thought that people are just kind of dumb. They don't do any research or homework. You get these like constellations of beliefs and you don't realize how wrong you are. So what I started to do was, for big content creators, if you're going to make a big claim and your job is alternative media, bet some fucking money on it. Okay? If you think that Trump is going to win and you're 99% sure, 99%, you should be able to give me 50 to 1 odds then on $100. You're 99% sure. 1 to 99. Okay, sure. When I started making bets with people on stuff like that, I expected people to tell me to fuck off, or I expected people to take the bet because they were overconfident. But a third thing started happening that was incredibly surprising to me that actually aligns with, Peter Boghossian?
Yes.
Yeah, it aligns with a lot of the stuff I've seen him do. Somebody will say something like, Trump is winning the next election 99%. And I'll be like, oh, okay. Do you want to bet? I'll stake $1,000, and if I'm right, you pay me $100,000, okay? Because you're that confident. And instead of telling me to fuck off, or instead of saying, whatever, what they actually do is they start to speak, and all of a sudden I realize they have all the information in their brain. They're like, well, hold on. he could get sick and die. He could have some senility issues. He is old. Maybe for some of the indictments, he might have done stuff. Other stuff could come out. It's not even that they are afraid of the bet or they just like immediately tell me to fuck off. It's that they actually do have the information there. They're capable of exercising the critical thought process. They just don't most of the time because of the social pressures for our belief systems. That was and I stopped doing it. I was like, this is insane. Wait, so you know all this? You know all of the reasons why what you said before was dumb. It just took somebody to put a quantitative value on your conviction for you to appropriately scale back your belief. That was crazy. Yeah.
And why was that so depressing to you?
Because I was just told me they were dumb. Not that they actually had all the information, but they were choosing not to apply it. I remember when I debated Glenn Greenwald recently, who's a hack who the only reason you've ever heard his name before is because he happened to be the journalist that Edward Snowden went to dump the Snowden papers, okay? And we were debating, and he was bringing up, it was over the January 6th Trump stuff, and he was bringing up, I studied his videos, I studied the arguments, I read the papers, I know all the bullshit arguments, and he brings up like, oh, well, there was an elector scheme in Hawaii, and and now they're doing another one, and it's the same thing. And I'm like, hold on. The elector scheme in Hawaii, the state legislature approved both those slates of electors. I won't get into the details, but I didn't actually say that. I was like, well, hold on, wait, the Hawaii thing, what do you mean by bringing up the Hawaii thing? And then he actually went into detail about the Hawaii thing. I was like, wait, so you knew what was going on here, but you still brought it up as a comparison? Because once you bring up all the facts, it's completely different from the Trump thing. So, yeah, my view on people as like an internet debater, try to change people's minds things, has shifted a lot over the years where at first I thought like people are kind of dumb and they fall into a lot of these bad thought processes and thought patterns and cognitive biases and blah, blah, blah. And we do have those. But people are actually a lot smarter than I think people realize. And if you treat a person as smart and you present them with the right information and you try to break them out of like an echo chamber or this epistemic circularity that they get caught in, I think people can surprise you. There just has to be that push to do it and a recognition that like you're not misunderstanding this because you're stupid. It's because there's an immense amount of social pressure that's like boxing you into this thought pattern.
In other news, this episode is brought to you by Element. Element is a tasty electrolyte drink mix with everything that you need and nothing that you don't. It's a healthy alternative to sugary electrolyte drinks, and it will improve your hydration. You don't need to have caffeine first thing in the morning because your adenosine system that caffeine acts on isn't even active for the first 90 minutes of the day, but your adrenal system is, and salt acts on your adrenal system. Element contains a science-backed electrolyte ratio of sodium, potassium, and magnesium that helps to curb cravings, regulate your appetite, and improve your brain function. Best of all, there is a no BS, no questions asked refund policy, so you can buy it 100% risk-free, and if you do not like it for any reason, they will give you your money back, and you don't even need to return the box. That's how confident they are that you love it. Right now, you can get a free sample pack of all 8 flavors with your first box by going to the link in the description below or heading to drinklmnt.com/modernwisdom. That's drinklmnt.com/modern wisdom. I had this idea called the soft signal of effectiveness, that there is a trend on the internet for people to be, the most vehement, like flame sword wielding motherfucker, like I'm gonna come for you and I'm gonna tear you down, I'm gonna make you look stupid, it's gonna be filled with sardonic comments and all the rest of it. But I think that activates whoever you're speaking to's defense system. That's the antibodies just come up. I don't want to be made to look like a complete idiot, so I'm just going to stand my ground. And I think that, sure, there's times where ridicule is a useful tool, and you can use that to kind of, oh my god, like that discomfort kind of kicks you out of stuff. But for the most part, because people just embed themselves into their beliefs, especially if the fear is, I'm going to look stupid or lose status if I get this wrong, that actually going, okay, well, tell me about that. So to just walk me through your thinking and being a little bit more gentle. So soft signal of effectiveness being most of the guys that are the real hardcore, vehement, piss-taking people. I don't think that they change behavior particularly well. And the question is, what is it that you're trying to achieve with this communication that you're having? Are you actually trying to get a good outcome of bringing people closer to something appropriating truth? Or are you trying to look cool and dunk on the other person during this discussion?
Yeah, and then you have to be mindful of so much about like they're changing their mind too. This is something that I kind of bring up, but it feels kind of bad to do this. But like, if I'm debating somebody who, let's say somebody like Ben Shapiro, okay, who I respect as an intelligent person. He's clearly intelligent. He's done really good with his company. But Ben Shapiro is a pundit on the Daily Wire, and he's the part owner of the Daily Wire, which is a conservative news outlet. his livelihood to some extent depends on him remaining in the good graces of a conservative audience. So if 2 studies were to come out tomorrow, the largest studies of all of mankind prove that socialism and socialized healthcare are the best things to increase the standards of living for everybody. For somebody like me, because I'm not like I don't have necessarily a political alignment, I can say like, oh, I changed my mind. These are like cool. I follow this now. But if you're a hardcore dug in on the conservative side, it's going to be really hard to change your mind on that, because that's not what people are coming to you for, is to just hear your unique takes on things. They want a little bit of the reinforcement of the I don't want to say the echo chamber they're in, but a little bit of the reinforcement of like the social constellation of ideas they've inherited. And then I'm going to start using more left-leaning examples, because all your conservatives are feeling very bullied in your audience right now. Same thing with on the left, that like when research and data was coming out, that for a while we got way too hyped up on the trans kid stuff. Okay, personally, I still think that there is a strong argument for people under the age of 18 to have medications made available to them, and that's a whole other thing you get into. But people got way too gung-ho about it, and you need to be willing to critically accept research that might not reinforce that position. And a lot of people on the left were totally unwilling to hear or see any data that might say that like, oh, desistance rates might be like this, or giving medication to these people might not produce the best outcomes, or some of these studies aren't the best that we're using for this particular thing. People have a really hard time accepting information sometimes that is contrary to their belief system. And
well, it's part of the acceptance within the group, and then it's also you can think of it kind of like a smooth ball, right? If you just accepted this worldview wholesale, that it's very easy. I don't need to do a ton of sense making myself. I'm going to be accepted by the group. Any hole that you pick in one of those things, well, what does this say about my opinion on immigration, or on gun rights, or on abortion, or on how we should deal with the Ukraine, or on the sense of agency, or what we should do with socialized healthcare? All of these things sort of start to crack and crumble underneath the pressure of one of these threads becoming unpicked.
Basically, yeah, and more importantly, because of the way that it works as a constellation, and not that they're all uniquely generated, they all are kind of self-reliant on each other.
Yes.
It can't be the case that oh God, the past 6 months has been fighting with conservatives over Trump, so that's all my example. I'm so sorry, okay? Listen, progressives have big problems too, but it just can't be the case that the FDA is trustworthy. That can never be the case, because if that's the case, the whole premise of the FDA being untrustworthy has to do with the concept of the deep state. It has to do with the government being against us. It has to do with pharmaceuticals being corrupt. It has to do with lobbying.
on top.
Yeah, it's all they're all like, it's like a Jenga tower, but there's no foundation. They all find a way to keep the blocks in the air, like it's
gravity
Minecraft.
Jenga.
Yeah, and you can't pull anything out because because everything would completely and totally fall apart. And the problem when you're in a social group is you can't have an incongruency of applied ideas, because that implies that you have an incongruency in fundamental values.
What do you mean, the applied ideas?
As in, if I'm with a group of conservatives and I say I believe in affirmative action and a $15 an hour minimum wage, and the conservatives go, okay, well, you're an idiot. You want to destroy the economy, and you're bigotry of low expectations. We're like, okay, I don't care. Why? Like, our values are fundamentally different, so our applied positions are obviously going to be different.
Understood.
I'm for, and this isn't my personal position, but like I'd say like, oh well, I'm for a minimum wage or affirmative action. You're not, but that's, of course, our applied positions are way different. We have a difference in values. But if I'm next to somebody that is near me ideologically, or supposedly identical to me ideologically, well, if we start to separate on applied positions, so maybe I believe that we need to build more housing to help homeless people, and somebody else says, well, we need to enact strict rent control to keep rents down. If we have a disagreement there, that person isn't going to attack me on the applied position. He's not going to say, oh, you want to build more housing? Rent control is obviously better. That person's going to go to the core belief, and he's going to say, oh, well, you hate homeless people.
Yes.
Now, the core belief attack from somebody close to me hurts a lot more than from the conservatives. Like, wait, hold on, I don't hate homeless people, right? And I'm sure it's the same for you in a manosphere. Well, you're not, I know you've branched out from that, but like if you think of like a manosphere or like a red pill person, if they're on a show with a bunch of feminists and like, you hate women and you're damaging to men and blah, 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 yeah, you're a feminist. Obviously we disagree. But if it's two red pillars disagreeing with each other, like, I think that your advice is horrible for young men. You're not advocating for them or whatever. It's like, wait, what the fuck do you mean? That's my whole platform. What do you mean I'm not advocating for them? Now you've got a huge disagreement. I think this is called, it might be called the bigotry of small differences. But basically, that the closer somebody is to you ideologically, these little differences seem to, get super exaggerated.
I've seen this. There's a really good little process that I went through. A friend asked me, how do you know if the content creator that you're consuming is someone that you can trust, basically? How do you know if they're trustworthy? And the same thing is true, I think, for friends. You can actually use this for friends just as easily as for content creators.
The answer is that they're subscribed to my channel, youtube.com/Destiny.
Yeah, that would help. But First one, when was the last time that this person surprised you with an opinion? Second one, when was the last time that they publicly admitted that they were wrong about something? Third one is, does their in-group bind together over the mutual love of their in-group or the mutual hatred of an out-group? And then the fourth one was, do they speak to people with differing points of views and value sets for reasons other than mocking them? And if you go through those 4 steps, and there's probably like a million others, they're just like kind of obvious ones for me, there's no one really that triggers at least a few of those that is also a shyster. Like, it's very rare, unless they're doing it performatively and playing some 5D chess, it's very rare that someone goes through those things. And I think that even using that for yourself, whether you're someone that creates shit online or just wants to be able to make sense of the world, thinking, okay, when was the last time that I admitted that I was wrong? When was the last time that I had an opinion that people would have probably been surprised by? When was the last time that I consumed a piece of content that I'm probably going to disagree with? Do the people that I hang around with, do we mostly talk about things that are shared values or shared hatreds? It's just a nice little process to go through, and that's helped me. We consume content too. Like, the people that make it also consume it. You're sat waiting for an Uber or doing whatever. You're waiting for someone to arrive, and you're like, I'll watch Taylor Lorenz versus the Libs of TikTok lady, and I'll see what goes on. And you start to form opinions about this sort of stuff. So I think it's important. Like, that's just a really nice self-correcting mechanism, or at least like a process that you can go through that helps.
Yeah, I super agree. Yeah, I would add on to that for an individual that's listening to this, or for content creators or whatever too, something that I've helped a lot is, don't try to free yourself from biases. I think that this is a fool's errand, and I think it lures you into a false sense of security. I think it's better to just be aware of like cognitive pitfalls and then try to correct for them afterwards. So for instance, you mentioned that thing about getting upset, people will dig in. I absolutely dig my fucking heels in. I will. And if I don't like you enough, and if we're arguing passionately enough, I'll argue that 2 + 2 = 5 if I disagree with you that much. And I know that about myself, and I know that that's the thing. I'm not going to claim that that doesn't happen, and I'm not going to spend my entire life trying to make it so that that doesn't happen. I'm not going to get mad. I'm not going to get mad. But instead, what I'll do is, listen, when I argue, I get heated. I know that. But the next day, if I've got a big argument, I'm going to review it, because when I'm removed from the argument every 24 hours, now I can go over and just like, okay, did this person make a good point? I feel like I didn't have a good response to this. Like, do I need to strengthen my argument? Were they better on some things, and I need to just like take parts of their argument? Like, being able to correct for biases rather than to try to eliminate them is a way healthier mindset. When I was doing research as well on certain podcasts, the conservative stuff comes again, but like for Dr. Malone, the guy who said he was the father of the mRNA vaccine when he was on Joe Rogan, before I started doing research, and I would do a lot of this on stream, I would write at the top of a notepad for Cleanse. I want to write the first.
I got more dojo
people.
people's.
Like Joe Rogan's opinion on vaccines. I don't trust Dr. Robert.
They're hard as fuck, and it's super fun. It's so Sekiro, dude.
Priming me to disagree with anything that they say. So I have to be extra careful when one of them says something
I think as I like gain friendship with them, because I can give people gifts and do people favors and stuff, and once I get to a certain bond level, they'll show up in the dojo and fight me.
I need to be careful when I am evaluating their claims, because I might just say that they're not true because I just don't like them. Yeah.
Adjusting your sight on
basically, yeah, the zeroing on your brain.
Yeah. Yeah, zeroing in your brain. That's a nice way to put it.
Yeah, you have to just like try to correct for biases or be aware of them, but don't pretend that you can.
Think that the debates,
a lot of this on stream, I would write at the top of a notepad for Cleanse. I want to write the first thing. The conservative stuff comes again, but like, hey, I've got a big argument, I'm going to review it, because when I'm removed from the argument every 24 hours, now I can go over and just like, okay, did this person make a good point? I feel like I didn't have a good response to this. Like, do I need to strengthen my argument? Were they better on some things, and I need to just like take parts of their argument? Like, being able to correct for biases rather than to try to eliminate them is a way healthier mindset. When I was doing research as well on certain podcasts, the conservative stuff comes again, but like for Dr. Malone, the guy who said he was the father of the mRNA vaccine when he was on Joe Rogan, before I started doing research, and I would do a lot of this on stream, I would write at the top of a notepad for Cleanse. I want to write the first thing I would write is, I do not like Joe Rogan's opinion on vaccines. I don't trust Dr. Robert Malone at all. The reason why I write these two things down is because I know that this is priming me to disagree with anything that they say. So I have to be extra careful when one of them says something like, oh, well, you know, oranges actually make your dick bigger. I might just think immediately, like, this is so stupid, and write that because I hate both of them. But I need to keep in mind, okay, hold on. I know that I'm primed like crazy against both these guys. I'm aware of that. So I need to be careful when I am evaluating their claims, because I might just say that they're not true because I just don't like them. Yeah.
Adjusting your sight on
basically, yeah, the zeroing on your brain. Yeah.
Yeah, zeroing in your brain. That's a nice way to put it.
Yeah. You have to just like try to correct for biases or be aware of them, but don't pretend that you can get rid of them. You absolutely cannot. There's no way as a human being.
do you think that the debates that you do help to change minds? Obviously, you've got this big one coming up, and you've done it a number over the last few months, and it's like a high price. Although you're interested, right? You're engaged and stuff. What do you think is the net outcome of you sitting down with Glenn Greenwald and Alex Jones, or you sitting down with Norman Finkelstein and Lex Friedman or whatever?
I think there's several things that happen. One is that
Maybe?
hopefully, this is a broad
No.
narrative thing, but hopefully it shapes the views a little bit of both sides. So if you're a pro-Palestinian and you hear me argue, maybe you moderate a tad on some of the things that you're saying about how evil and bloodthirsty Israeli citizens are. If you're a super big Zionist and you hear me argue, hopefully you moderate a bit on your opinion. It's like, okay, maybe Israel has made some mistakes historically. And then if you're homeless in the middle, those are the people that I try to like scoop up, basically, or people who email me and let's say like, hey, I was really big on this pro-Palestinian stuff, but all the demonstrations and the pro-Hamas stuff made me feel really like crazy and not at home. And I'm glad that I found something that's reasonable. Or maybe it's like, hey, I'm like a super pro-Zionist guy, but I'm really uncomfortable with how much people support like the mass settlements and the demonization of Palestinians and pretending like we never have to make any concessions to them ever. And I'm glad that you're there. So yeah, I try to like kind of scoop up the people who are a little bit politically homeless right now, and then hopefully I can kind of soften the positions on both sides depending on what particular issue that I'm arguing with.
Which is presumably why you've got a problem with the short soundbite thing, because it doesn't allow the entirety of the conversation to be encapsulated.
Yeah, basically. And people, I don't like short sound bites because people don't engage with them like short sound bites. I don't make 30-second videos. If you hear me say something in 30 seconds, that's going to be an excerpt from a larger conversation. If you hear me say something like, Destiny says that Palestinians have historically always been violent towards Israel, okay? I think that's a true statement. That's a soundbite that you can cut. And if you have that soundbite, what you would say is like, in my opinion, you can say like, oh, Destiny believes that Palestinians have historically always been violent towards the state of Israel. That's fine. But you can't take that and say, Destiny thinks that Palestinians are solely to blame for the problems between Israel and Palestine. Or Destiny only thinks it's Palestinians who've made mistakes historically with Israel-Palestine. Like, people will extrapolate so much from one clip instead of just watching a larger conversation or getting more of a holistic view on what's going on, It, like, the equivalent would be like you hear a friend, like, if we conducted ourselves in the real world like people treat content creators, you'd be hanging out with a friend and you'd be like, hey, what do you want to eat? And your friend would say like, you know what, I could really go for a pizza right now. And you're like, pizza? Do you hate all Indian food? Like, what do you mean? No, I just want a pizza. Do you hate steak? No, I just wanted a pizza. Okay, well, you just said that you like pizza. Do you not like any other type of food? Or it's just like so bizarre that you think in 20 seconds you can get a clip and have a full summary of like what somebody has thought about an issue or said about an issue.
Did you watch, how much have you got to watch that Taylor Lorenz versus Libs of TikTok debate? Did you watch much of it?
I watched, a part of it was posted on Twitter, I think like 3 minutes, and I watched that. Was it, how much is like the
I managed
total?
to get 15 minutes into it.
Okay.
And it was a car crash. It was, so you say that books should be banned from schools. Which books have you read? And it was, I've actually read this one and this one and this one. You think that children's body parts should be cut off. Which parts exactly? And it was just like this, I don't know, like an unstoppable object in an immovable force, like just clashing up against each other. And Taylor Lorenz has got this mask on outside, which just seems to be like, it's like purposefully. Yeah, like it's like the.
This is my joke that like every single like. If somebody, like, so many Democrats got long COVID, so many Republicans got vaccine injuries. It's just so crazy how that worked out, Every conservative that got vaccinated, it was 10 people that have died from vaccines, and every Democrat seems to know, like, 5 people with long COVID. It's crazy how it sorted itself out that way,
Yeah, because there's woke fishing, what's the other one? Like, trad fishing, I guess? But this is, like, trad triggering, right? It's, like, purposefully doing thing. Say what you want about Taylor Lorenz. Like, she knows the optics of what she's doing. Have you seen her Instagram?
No, I've not.
It's just... You don't need to spend too much time on it, but it's a lot of like meta memes about what's going on, kind of about the situations, about all the rest of it. So she's obviously playing this like huge.
Oh, do you think that the mask was part of the meme then?
Absolutely.
Oh, I have so much more respect for her if that's 100%. The case. I thought she just like, oh, that's really funny then. Fine. No, I saw it and I was just like, oh God, why are people still wearing masks outside?
No, it's 100% because she knew that by sitting down doing it, that I think I'm not calling Taylor Lorenz a media genius. Like I think that she's like pretty reliably an idiot, but there are certain things that she's able to, like certain games that she's able to play, where she's doing that. And the reason that I think this, I've got my biases based on her Instagram, and her Instagram is very meta. It's all about the narratives about her or about what she's been talking about or whatever. And if you saw it, you'd go, yeah, like it takes a degree of sort of stepping out from it and seeing it from where it is. It doesn't make her points or her any better of a person, but
interesting.
Yeah, I think the mask was a bit.
I'll check that out later. Then that's pretty.
Yeah,
funny.
it's pretty funny. It is pretty funny.
The only thing that would have made it better, I guess, is if she showed up with like a little band-aid on her arm for the.
I just got my
for her
7th boost.
Yeah, 50th booster shot. Yeah.
I had this conversation the other day about whether or not we've passed peak woke, like whether or not
we did about a year and a half ago. That's my guess.
When would it have been?
I feel like I think that there have been a couple court cases. One was near, I think it was about 2 years ago. It was with it was at a school called Oberlin something, and I think a black person tried to steal something from a bakery across the school, and the students and the bakery called the cops, and they called the person there. And the students protested, saying the bakery was racist, but the college joined in with the students, basically. And I think that college basically ended up owing like $30 million to the bakery over that lawsuit. It was huge. There was that. There was the whole watching the Harvard and the 2 other administrators get raked over the coals on the weird. Yeah.
Yep.
That was really cringe. And I think most people saw it as such. I think a lot of the pro-Palestinian stuff, which is unfortunate because they do need good international representation, but the marches and all of that was not good publicity for them. Yeah, and I feel like people are looking at all kind of the cancel culture stuff a little bit less. Like, I feel like anecdotally, like the word retard is coming back a bit more.
It is. Shane Gillis used the word gay in his SNL. Did you watch this?
I have not.
So
he used gay and cracker, didn't he?
He used gay, cracker, and retard.
Okay.
All
my chat said that, and they said I need to watch it because he said gay and cracker. I haven't watched it.
And
yet,
retard.
Okay, wow.
So yeah, he's doing this bit about how as a young boy, you're basically your mum's gay best friend. And he says, you remember that? You remember when you were young and you were just gay? And then starts rolling into the gay. So he kind of tempers it a little bit and plays it down the line. But yeah, I think you're right. I think like those words coming back into resurgence. And there was a novelty around this, like actually being woke, being aware of all of the different social issues and this sort of performative empathy, toxic compassion thing that was like novel and made you seem progressive and aware.
Yeah.
And now it seems like a meme.
Yeah, and it didn't really penetrate as much as people thought it would. It's very funny because the perception in the United States, I'm about to bully conservatives again. The perception in the United States is that the far left was a huge problem, and there might be some extremists on the right or whatever. But the reality is the far left didn't make it anywhere legislatively. Of the Justice Dems that got in, they've moderated so much that now the wokies have abandoned them. They're super angry about Bernie Sanders and his position on Israel Palestine. They've not liked AOC for a long time because they thought she sold out to Pelosi and she's not attacking other Democrats as much. So they have no power in the lawmaking bodies. Largely speaking, like older Americans don't vibe with the super woke stuff basically at all. And the only place that these people kind of have power is in like school administration.
I was gonna say.
And even for like some of the school stuff, people are kind of looking at this like this is getting kind of silly. You're not seeing like the huge protests and demonstrations like you used to against like the Milo Yiannopoulos and everything. But on the right, their party is about to jump off a cliff following Donald Trump. Something like 80% of Republicans would literally follow Donald Trump to the end of the earth, which is a big problem for the Republican Party. But they seem to not think that they're kind of captured by anything. So it's funny that for the most part, like the Democratic Party and Democratic voters are basically like center left. And they kind of like got tugged along a little bit with all like the crazy woke stuff, but now they're kind of like, this is like whatever. But on the far right, I think it's something like, I say far right, but it's the majority of Republicans. I think it's something like 70% of them don't believe in the results of the last election. They think that it was actually rigged.
That like when you look at policies in terms of far right, disbelieving the last election versus allowing trans fucking like child porn books in schools or whatever the most recent accusation is. I don't know whether people would find an equivalency between those two things.
The biggest problem that I think, or the thing that people oftentimes underrate, is how pervasive the belief is. So, for instance, like Nazism in the alt-right, in my opinion, was a big concern because of the type of belief that it was, but it never really picked up that much.
It was a fringe belief.
Yeah, it was a fringe, right? There's like, and I had a huge problem from 2016 onwards of like, like people on the left calling everybody a fucking Nazi. I'm like, bro, no, stop. They're not even neo-Nazis. It's not a good label to call all of these people Nazis, all these people alt-right. It doesn't make any sense. And I agreed, like I said, especially for the trans stuff, although I think we've moved past like the peak culture moment for that, although a lot of that was also it continued to be perpetuated because conservatives apparently had nothing else to talk about besides trans people, so they fed into it a lot as well.
That's true, man.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw so much of the discourse was not necessarily about the first incident, it was about the reaction to the incident and the subsequent reaction to the reaction, and then the discourse that came out about that, and
And also the overreact. And this goes back to the moderated reactions thing. I feel this is a totally unsubstantiated belief. I can't prove this at all. Just my feeling. I feel like a lot of parents got mad about stuff in school libraries and about what their kids were doing in class, not because it's gotten worse than it ever has been, but because with COVID and with children staying home, for the first time ever, parents were actually looking at the curriculum and what their children were learning. And for the first time ever, they were like, wait, what the fuck is this? Like,
well, it's not a problem just because you're not aware of it.
Sure, which I agree, but I have an issue with people thinking that stuff has become uniquely bad. Something that I believe in very firmly is I think the downfall of Andrew Tate, I also can't prove this, I think the downfall of Andrew Tate started with those stories that came out of the UK about little boys in class bullying little girls using Andrew Tate stuff. Those stories got huge. And then the talk of like our little boys in school learning things from Andrew Tate and blah, blah, blah. And it was horrible. And people, had, articles.
People get very defensive about children in many ways.
Yeah. But the thing that I was thinking was like, yeah, I'm sure this is happening and it's definitely horrible. But how much are we just now seeing, little boys and girls bullying each other in school because we've got cell phones in front of everybody? This isn't a new thing. And I'm not saying it's okay, but like we've always bullied the fuck out of each other at school,
Yes.
Yeah. So to circle back, I'm not defending the whatever weird trans books or sex or gay sex guides or whatever exist in school libraries. I'm sure they're out there, and I'm sure a lot of them are inappropriate and dumb. But like, there's a switch. Thank God it hasn't happened to me yet. But parents like flip a switch when they become parents, where they forget every single thing about being a kid, and they're like, "Oh my God, this is the worst thing ever! I can't believe my kid is fucking seeing this shit and blah blah blah." And it's like when I was a kid, I don't know if it was like this in the UK, but I remember staying up at night where you would go to like it was channel 14 and 15, and it was like the Cinemax,
like softcore.
Yeah,
porn.
but it was like blurry. But like every now and then it would like come through.
Half
you
a boob.
Kind of see like the boob, and it was like
I've
green.
seen half
yeah,
a boob.
that's what we did as kids. But I feel like if parents saw their kids doing it today, it'd be like, oh my God, it's the wokeness that's like getting my 12-year-old to think of porn. Or if like a movie like Mrs. Doubtfire came out today, they'd be like, wow, Robin Williams pushing the woke trans cross-dressing agenda. And it's like, bro.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is. I don't know, man. The capturing of smart people's attention. Douglas Murray, good friend, and he said he can't believe how many people have spent their time over the last few years debating about whether men are men and women are women or not. And that's a critique, I think, both of this shouldn't be a discussion that we're having, i.e. sex is something which is binary and real, and also the overreaction from his own side of this capture when there are other things that we could be focusing on. He went and did this documentary around the streets of Philadelphia looking at this trank epidemic.
Yeah.
Like that's a huge problem. And fentanyl and opioid crisis, all this shit. Like those are really, really, really big problems. But they don't play quite so well on
As the culture war stuff, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And so you've got like DeSantis passing stuff in Florida of like banning hormone therapy for trans. It's like, how many people is this even impacting? I remember when Matt Walsh went on Joe Rogan, and I think Rogan asked him, how many kids do you think are on hormones? And this is right after he did a whole documentary on it. And Matt Walsh was like, it's probably in the millions. And the answer is like 5,000 over like some of you. Like, really, dude? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, another thing that's played into this, and there's always something new. And dude, I'm, vehemently against almost all of the bullshit woke stuff, but for not only for the reason that I think that it in itself is dog shit, but that it captures everyone's attention on all sides. You get the reaction, then you get the subsequent re-reaction, and then there becomes this big debate and it gets blown out of nowhere. It's like especially for some reason, especially the woke stuff for both sides seems like such a shelling point that everybody can get super passionate about.
Yeah.
And this most recent thing with Gemini, with Google.
Oh God, I don't even know. What is this?
Google's AI disaster. Have you not seen this?
No, my mind has been all studying for this debate. Yeah, what's this?
Allow me to educate you.
Go ahead.
Google.
Oh wait. Is this the thing where when you ask for pictures, it's always of like black people and Asian people?
That would be correct.
Okay, I've seen the memes. I don't know anything else about it.
Okay, so I don't know it in depth, but I'll try and give you a good overview. It tried to be so anti-racist that it ended up being racist.
Okay.
And it annoyed people on the left because if you asked for an image of some Nazis, it was black Nazis. And then it annoyed people on the right because if you asked for an image of the Founding Fathers, it was black Founding Fathers. So everybody got pissed off. And then it sort of it did a combination of hid and erased history in this regard. But people were using its anti-racism to be really racist. So they would say something like, can you give me an image of 14th century philosophers drinking grape juice and eating watermelon? And it would be 4 black people drinking grape juice and eating watermelon. So just the whole retroactive changing of history after the Super Bowl thing where they corrected Alicia Keys' voice, I think, at the start. It's all part of some, like a big constellation of different data points that are making people very concerned about what's happening to history and what's an acceptable. It also has implications for whether or not Google itself is a reliable search. Is it going to deliver information in a way which is actually factual? Like, given that so many people are going to use that to try and find something out. What if all of the real stuff is hidden down on page fucking 5?
Yeah.
You don't know. So yeah, I mean, from a branding position, very bad. I could not have done it more poorly than this. And it's probably, according to Mike Baker, it's probably gone through a million different. This isn't the sort of thing. It's not like a Bud Light thing that perhaps was just one part of the marketing department that threw a case of six-pack at Dylan Mulvaney. This is gone through an awful lot of layers before it's got here. So it doesn't seem like it's happened by accident.
So you think there was like an intentional ploy to make it like not racist, or?
I think that they are force-feeding diversity in so much. Obviously, they didn't mean for it to be so apparent that like anyone with the most basic prompt in history could create something which had a standout. Like, you can't make it to make a family of white, or you couldn't get it to make a family of white people. I think the only way you could get it to make white people is if you ask for Ukrainians.
Nice.
But it was like a Native American president. And show me an image of the king of Spain from the 18th century. And it's like a black guy. So I think that it was force-feeding diversity. And you can ask it things like, show me you're working, or ask, like, explain to me why you did this. And it's just the most rudimentary, basic, wokey talking points. Like, the most cringe. Like, it is important that we represent people from diverse backgrounds. And like, just, it was that. So there wasn't much complexity to it, but this force feeding of diversity plays into the DEI concern that a lot of people have at the moment, and it's just more distraction. I'm like, God, like, if this hadn't happened, if you just made it an accurate representation of what people needed, but now we've got another, and right now, this very moment, could be talking about something else that would be really useful, but it's another important cultural moment to try and dissect, to work out what's going on, and it just, every single time, it pushes us back.
I think there are two huge issues at play. The first thing is, I always tell people, if you're trying to engage in real, true political discourse, if you're trying to understand people, don't ever start with the assumption that people are doing like evil, crazy stuff. I think that when you start from that perspective, you've already lost the ability to understand the other side. So people on the left that want like trans kids legitimately feel like, or a lot of them legitimately feel like there are children that are in need, that have to get some medical stuff to make their lives workable, basically. And I think that probably comes from a place of compassion, generally speaking. I think that when people on the right are fighting against stuff related to trans kids, I think they genuinely believe that there are a lot of children that can get confused and then get swept up in online communities, and then
That's
start
the
taking
least
medication or
damage I've
hormones, and they don't know what's
taken.
going on, and it's going to be damaging to them.
7,000?
I think it
7,000?
generally comes from a place of compassion. I think it's important
Here
to
we
start
go.
from there, because if you start from the place of like, well, my enemy is trying to destroy the country for XYZ reasons, you're totally lost, right? The people that did the insurrection on January 6th, I imagine they genuinely thought that the election was stolen. They really did think that that election was stolen, and that there was some crazy stuff happening, and that's why they had to go to the White House and try to stop the confirmation of the vote and everything. I genuinely believe that they thought that. Not that they were just like, we're gonna mess everything up right now, because there's some real bad dudes. I think that I only say that because usually when corporations make mistakes, I think that they're usually trying their best, because when a lot of people are involved, I think they're usually trying their best. Now, if it's just like one or two people involved, sometimes like personal agendas can really mess things up. But if it's a lot of people involved, the idea that there's like this top-down order of like, okay, guys, fuck white
This is
people,
gonna
we're
be
do this,
annoying.
we're gonna-
Alright, I gotta
we're
pee.
gonna
I'll be
edit them
right
out,
back.
We're gonna make sure that we're blah 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 blah. As opposed to somebody like, listen, we gotta make sure that these are, diverse enough. We don't want to have it so every single thing is spitting out a million white people, and then they probably overcorrect.
Also, a
and-
lot of cowardice, I think.
Cowardice?
Cowardice. Yeah.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is Andrew Schultz taught me about this. Like, Schultz's razor is it's not coordination, it's cowardice.
Sure, yeah, because somebody might be scared of saying like, hey, are we fucking up right now, guys? Because you don't want to be the one.
Alright, guys. I hate to do this, but I got a quick couple of chores I gotta do. I gotta do the fucking kitty litter and take the trash before the boss lady goes out to work. So I'm just gonna throw up the be right back, and I'll be back in like 20 minutes. Appreciate y'all. That's my bad. I totally lied. I'm a liar. I'm a lying motherfucker. I'm sorry. Folks, we're getting back to it. I just did the kitty litter and took the trash, did some laundry, made some drinks. Trying to stay away from the energy drinks, so I'm making like a super diluted pre-workout that lasts me all day. And you'll see my chug jug. So yeah, had a few things I needed to do, and yeah, we're almost 12 hours in, and I don't see us slowing down.
One to
Precisely
for sure,
correct.
and that could absolutely be a thing too.
I think it's I think that's a big part of it, and especially with this dynamic we're talking about now. Because if you're the guy, it's like being the fucking first person that stops clapping after like some dictator that stands up and gives a speech.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be the fucking first person to stop clapping.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be the guy that says, maybe this whole diversity thing, maybe it's going too far. Maybe we don't need to do affirmative action. Maybe we should keep the SATs. Maybe they do actually have a...
Maybe men actually need a little bit of affirmative action in school. Or
Yes.
maybe we're going a little bit too far on having, 20% of our advertising about trans people.
So you think that you want to get women out of the boardroom and back into the kitchen, is that right?
But remember, it's because a slight difference in applied position will be interpreted as a huge difference in fundamental moral belief.
Yes.
You want to cut trans advertising because you hate trans people. You want to get back on the diversity stuff because you think white people are better than black people, right? That's always where it goes. So it's so hard and in these environments, it's going to be a lot of like-minded people, so hard for them to course correct, which is why I talk about how when those two groups like branch off into their own thing, that is incredibly destructive. I hate the fact that conservatives all talk about how we need to get out of the schools because they're corrupt and whatever the fuck, because, well, now the people in the schools are even more fucking insane. I need you there. You need to be there. You got to be participating. Or when left-leaning people don't want to participate in certain aspects of, like, conservative culture. When left-leaning people don't want to celebrate success or wealth or, business is doing well, or patriotism. Okay, well, cool. Well, now if I have
Suffering
if I'm a patriotic
from
American, I basically have to be fucking
success.
conservative. I'm not going to be patriotic on the side that's telling me to hate my country for fucking slavery and colonialism and white supremacy.
Recap that. So it's the difference in applied position is indicative of a difference, a change in value.
That's what people feel like.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah, okay. So just because this is something that you want to have happen in the real world, there is an implication about your moral stance.
Because for most people, they didn't do the work to go from the initial, the grounded ethical stance to the applied position. And since they didn't do the work, it's one and the same to them. That's why if I talk about Israel-Palestine, it's so frustrating. It still happens. If I talk about Israel-Palestine, I say, I don't think I would say anything happening right now is apartheid or genocide. They don't hear, okay, you don't think it's apartheid or genocide. They hear, you think it's okay what's happening? You think that Palestinians should live in territories where they never get a state? You think it's okay to kill civilians? That's what people hear. The same way that you might say, I don't know if I support affirmative action. You just don't like black people. You think that it's their fault, everything in the United States. Or if you say, maybe we've gone a bit too far on the diversity stuff, they're like, oh, okay, well, the only reason you can think that is because you hate diversity. And you're a white supremacist. Yeah, because those things are so connected.
So it's not a slippery slope of... It's like an interpretation of slippery slopeness. It's this very small iceberg above the water. This happens.
It's not even a slippery slope. It's a horizontal platform. That's it. These things are here. That's why when you there's who's the Alex O'Connor worker or whatever. There's a ethical position. I think it's called you can be an ethical anti-realist who believes in non-cognitivism. And when you believe in non-cognitivism, what you're saying is when I express a moral proposition, I say that murder is bad. What I'm actually doing is I'm just expressing an emotional state. Murder, boo. I don't like murder. Murder, boo.
Emotive.
I think it's non-cognitivism, right?
No.
Is it emotive positivism?
Fucking goddamn
I
it!
guess without random philosophy terms.
He's gonna scream at me. He taught me about this 2 nights ago in Miami. He came out for my birthday. Emotive, fucking epistemics or something like that.
Maybe that.
But yeah, it's basically. I mean, this is one of his best ideas that he taught me and I've now forgotten. But yes, it's basically whenever somebody says that they're in support of something or against something, it's basically like, yay, abortion, or boo, abortion.
Exactly, yes.
And then they work back from that position and just try and
They don't even work back. They just sit there.
Yes, okay.
That's why, so like for instance, if a girl releases a story, I cover a lot of, we call them rape reviews on my stream. It's a little crude.
Rape
but,
reviews.
Yeah, because people put out the Me Too stories and then we'll read through them. It's like, okay, well, what is do we feel like it's a credible allegation or what's going on?
Okay.
And for a lot of these things, if you say woman raped, you're saying, what you're really saying is what happened to her was really bad. And if somebody else...
Boo rape.
Yeah. Or boo, whatever that was. And if you kind of like, well, I looked at this. I think the guy was definitely pushy. There might have been like some groping, like not good sexual stuff. I don't think it was rape. They hear you saying rape, yay.
Or if you push against the diversity measures, white supremacy, yay. Or if you push against the, the trans youth stuff, like, oh, discrimination, yay. Oh, trans suicide, yay. Because for a lot of people, the applied position and the ethical position are one and the same. These are inexorably linked, and there is no difference that can happen. Which, again, if you're debating somebody different than you, who the fuck cares? I don't care if we have different applied and ethical positions. We're supposed to. But if it's somebody similar to you, we can't be disagreeing. What do you mean you don't think there's a genocide? Do you think it's okay to murder innocent civilians? Like, those two things are linked, and they're not. It's a total non sequitur, yeah.
Just how unified is the left compared with the right, do you think, at the moment? This can be within the cultural commentary space. This can be within the people who support the side. This could be within the politicians that are a part of it. Do you have a sense of how fractured each of these are comparatively?
I feel like the right is more unified, probably because they have a figure like Trump to unify around. The left feels a little bit more scattered. But there's also going to become. This also is like very dependent on the communities that you're in. Like I said, like if you're online on Twitter, your impression of the American left in the United States is like a crazy woke mob of like cancel culture children running around the streets, and then you forget that like if you go to like like North Carolina or Georgia, and you're talking to like 30-year-old, 35-year-old, 50-year-old like black voters and stuff, these people are not woke. Trans people running around the streets and, like, my child needs HRT, right? This is not the demographic at all. Or even when you look at like older Democratic voters, like generally these people are going to be kind of the cool old woke people, the cool like the cosmopolitan elites who are like, yeah, I am a woke person. I believe in gay marriage. That used to be like the woke position.
What would be yuppies or something?
Yeah, but those people largely had like cool social beliefs. Like I think that we should have gay marriage. I think freedom of speech is important. I think that it was like we should probably have some kind of like worker protections and unions need to come back and like those kinds of woke things. Not the like my 4-year-old identifies as it's or whatever.
Attack helicopter.
Yeah. Also, on a real quick thing too, because you brought this up earlier with both sides on this. One of the big issues the left has is a situation will come up. Somebody comes out and they say, my 4-year-old child is trans, and I know that because they kicked right in the womb or whatever. And then conservatives will go, you're fucking insane. Okay. What should happen is what I do when somebody comes to me and they bring me a crazy left-leaning belief, and they'll go, what about when this guy said that this thing can happen? When they said that like all women are constantly being raped by men by looking at them, then what I say is, oh, that's really dumb, and then you move on. One of the big reasons why some of these small issues get blown up so much is because the people on the left will take the bait and they will start defending absurd shit. There is not an epidemic of people with 4-year-old trans people in the United States. There is an epidemic of people willing to defend them, though. And that's the issue. And that's why people on the right feel so justified in like their culture war stuff. Even if there's not a huge amount of people. Yeah, it took me a long time to figure this out because I'm always thinking, I'm like, why is this such a huge issue? When it's trans people are like 1% of the population, if that, depending on how many intersex people you lump in.
90% of the discourse.
Yeah, but when you talk to conservatives, you look at YouGov polls. I think the one that I saw was I think conservatives think 20% of people are trans in the U.S. And I'm like, well, why is this the case? But then when you look at the left, well, how many people are there willing to defend it? And now I understand more. Okay, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's very interesting. So it's like it's not about the volume of incidents that occur. It's about the volume of the volume of discussions that occur around that.
People willing to defend it.
Yes, correct.
Whereas if everybody in the left is like, yeah, this is really dumb, then you defang to the right, well, because who the fuck are they going to fight against, right? So when Tim Pool and all these people obsess over these weird books in libraries about like guides to gay sex or whatever, like if this is brought up to me, I'm going, okay, if that's in those libraries, yeah, that's pretty weird. It probably shouldn't be there in schools. And then you're done with it. Mm-hmm. It's not going to be a huge thing on like, well, LGBT people and gay people need to blah 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 blah. Like, no, it is weird and it's dumb. And just don't defend it, and then move on from it. Why would you stake your position there and die on that hill when there's so many more important things to fight over?
Who do you think's doing the best work in the political space at the moment? Is there anyone that you watch yourself, or is there anyone that you think even if I don't watch them, I can respect the way that they work with this stuff?
I don't watch enough because I stream and I work like all the time, so it's hard to like sit down and listen to like podcasts or shows or whatever. Yeah, I don't want to venture any guesses. 'Cause I'm sure there are people out there, but most of what I see is not good. But it's also those are most of the people that I debate and everything.
Yeah, it's an interesting world at the moment. I think looking at
Wait. I will shout out one guy. His name is Josiah or Pondering Politics. He's a cool guy. His channel is like exploding recently. He does a good job at trying to evaluate things like pretty fairly from the Democratic side. Yeah.
Who? Not Crystal and Saga. Who's the other guy that's kind of like slightly left-leaning, being on Rogan a bunch, records in that green? He's got like a neon green behind him.
No idea.
Fuck, the guy's name.
Even if you think of it, I'm not gonna know him probably.
Right. Okay.
but,
Well,
yeah.
he seems to be like kind of popular. And then you got a debate with second time actually. One of the last times that we were together was at the Vulcan when you were on stage with Alex Jones, and then you had another crack. How did that go?
About as I expected it to. Yeah. He's definitely very much like a showman, which I can't tell that makes me hate him more or less. I don't know.
How do you mean?
Like, I think that he is legitimately a grifter, and that like he knows he's putting on a show. Like, I remember when we were talking, he did this thing where when we were having a conversation back and forth, I think I started like, rah, rah, rah. I started like mocking him, and he looked at me, and I think he put his hand on my shoulder, and I moved his hand. I was like, "Don't touch me." And I remember when
were you genuinely irritated?
No, I just don't like it. If somebody's trying to like show like physical dominance, like, no, get your fucking hand off me. We're not gonna do this, right? If you want to kill me, you can kill me, but you're not gonna put your hand on me. It's fucking weird. You're not my dad. But I remember after we finished, right? And because I feel very strongly about all my political beliefs. If you talk to anybody in my personal life, they're gonna tell you that like if we go out to eat and you bring up something I disagree with, it's gonna be just like a stream. I'm gonna be arguing with you. I just feel very passionately about everything that I believe in. But after the show with Alex Jones, you know, like I'm still like pretty like in the zone of debate. Like it was like, oh, that was a great show. It was real funny. When you did that get your hand off me thing, hilarious or whatever, right? And he just like walks away. And I think for him, I think it literally is just like a big show. Like he just has fun with it.
It's like WWE.
Basically, yeah. Which in one sense might make me dislike him less, because I'm like, okay, well, he doesn't actually believe in the crazy things he says. But then in another sense, kind of makes me hate him more, because it's like, well, fuck, your listeners definitely believe this shit, and now I don't know if you're propagating this for like fun, and people are really taking it seriously, even though you don't. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. That if someone is compelled because of the way that they believe, that it legitimates their gregarious position is like, oh well, you kind of at the mercy of your emotions.
Yeah.
As opposed to if. Yeah, that's a difficult one.
This is why I don't usually spend much time figuring out if like somebody's a grifter or not, because it doesn't matter. The harm is real regardless.
Well, if you're on the internet, everybody's a grifter and everybody is a shill and everybody is stupid and everyone is in it for the money and doesn't really agree with what they believe in, and they're just doing it because they're a part of the whatever
media apparatus. But the followers do. So that's what you have to address. Even if Ben Shapiro and all these people are grifters, the people that listen to them really believe it. So that's what you have to address.
It's the second order thing again about it's not about the incident, it's about how the incident is interpreted. It's not about the event that happens, it's about how many people then are prepared to defend themselves in that event.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't fucking know, man. It seems to me like a very messy time, and I'm really, really hoping that it's just going to be more sane out the other side of this. Everything seems to be ramping up ready for November, but I don't know. We'll wait and see. Do you think the red pill's dying? That's something that both of us have spent a little bit of time orbiting in one form or another, either you debating it or me getting abused by it. What do you think's happening with the red pill at the moment?
Yeah, I think most stuff has like probably like a 2 to 4 year shelf life for internet content, and I think it kind of came and it kind of went. Andrew Tate and the pre-trial or pre-indictment imprisonment probably hurt a bit because it took away a lot of the publicity. I think that the nature of like the conversations for the red pill stuff I think was really bad. I think the content strategy from a lot of the red pillars I think was very subpar.
How so?
For me, the way that I've stayed fresh and relevant for 15 years of content creation is because I'm always finding like new stuff to talk about or a new angle to kind of like hit something from, or like I'm kind of moving on with contemporary events. I feel like for red pill stuff, I feel like I could have written the script for those shows after being on 2 of them, to where it's like, okay guys, today we're going to talk about, does body count matter? Do guys value you for the amount of money that you make? Do women fuck over men in divorce? Are men lonely because they're simps? It was like the same topics for like over a year, such that it became like a meme. Or when I would show up on a show, some of my friends would do like bingo cards of like, okay, well, when is the body count question coming up?
Hypergamy.
Or are women hypergamous or not? And then it's like, and it's funny because like the questioning would always, there's a fallacy called all roads lead to Rome. I think if there's not, there should be one. Where basically, literally, no matter how somebody answers a question, it always goes back to what you want it to. So I might say to a girl, have you ever dated a guy? You say you don't care if guys are tall. You ever dated a guy that's 5'5"? And the girl might be like, no, I haven't. Because you hate short guys, you know? You won't. And she's like, oh, no. Okay, have you ever dated a guy that's 5'5"? Yes, I have. Oh, when? When I was in high school, I actually dated a guy that's 5'5". Really? Are you together anymore with him? Well, no. Oh, you dumped him because he was a short king, right? Like, yeah. Or it's like, are you dating a guy that's 5'5"? He's like, yeah, I am now. It's like, oh, really? Is he rich? No, he's not that rich. Does he have a huge dick? Yeah, his dick is pretty big. Oh, hypergamous. You just want the pool boy. You're probably gonna, find a rich guy and still fuck. Like, there's always Andrew Tate actually is the perfect example of the all roads lead to Rome. Okay, when Andrew Tate had the pre-trial imprisonment, there were never going to be charges because it was all a scam. It was just a sham kangaroo court. Now that there are charges, if there wouldn't have been charges and he would have been released with no charges, no indictment, it was because obviously it was a scam, right? But now that there are charges, well, obviously because it's a scam. Of course they're going to make up charges. So now they're going to go to court, and if they go to court and they get, if they go to court and they beat the charges, it's because it was bullshit the whole time. But if they go to court and they're convicted, well, it's because it's bullshit the whole time. They're going to make it up always. So literally, no matter what happens, it's always because of your particular prediction of the world. So you end up with these prediction models that will predict every single event, which means they don't actually predict anything, but it allows you to escape the cognitive dissonance of your predictive model not being correct. So you don't have to worry if you've got a good view, like a good blueprint of the world, because literally, no matter what happens, you've always got a way to make sense of it in the future.
Well, this is why that 4-step process of when was the last time someone publicly admitted that they were wrong, when was the last time they surprised you. Someone came out and had a discussion about this and was like, do you know what it is? I actually think that a lot of the time I do actually see girls in relationships with guys that hypergamously I wouldn't predict that they were in a relationship with. That guy just seems to have game. It's not really about the fact that he's tall or fit or rich or has status or any of these things. He just seems to be like a really nice guy, and she wants to have a family, and he ends up being, you go, I wasn't expecting that. That was something that would have surprised me. You think, okay, well, that shows an evolution of talking points, but I don't know how many times. And this is why, I'm still fascinated in
You good?
psychology and intersexual and intrasexual dynamics and all of that stuff. It's still very interesting to me. But
all good, okay.
The whole, lambasting women for having standards that are too high, that never was something that really crossed my world of content creation. But even now, it's like, okay, so what else is happening? How can here's an interesting angle. Here's a much more interesting angle for me for something that's contemporary and new. This skew of young girls to the left and this skew of young guys to the right. Given the fact that most people date within their political affiliation, and because politics are becoming more important to each individual person now, that's interesting. That's like a new, okay, so what do we do? Where's this coming from, and what does this mean? 30% of Democrat parents are afraid that their son or daughter would marry a Republican. That's interesting. So what about parental pressure, and how does that play into it? That's interesting. You can keep talking about the same thing, but do it with a different angle on it, continuing to just hammer away on the same points. And no, it's just fair play if you have that degree of patience, maybe, to be able to just have the same conversation 1,000 times. But I don't have that in my toolbox.
The description is boring, the descriptive part, because it's the same thing over and over again. And then the prescriptive part is boring because for a lot of these movements, people don't actually give you good advice to kind of navigate it sometimes, unless you can become a top 1%er. Instead, what they try to prescribe is like a world that doesn't exist anymore. Like, this is no good because women have birth control, because women are, earning money and blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, well, that's not changing. So you have to give advice for the world that exists now, not tell guys you have to become a top 1%er, you need to earn so much fucking money that the traditional girls or whatever will go back to liking you. It's never advice geared towards, well, how do you navigate the modern world where women don't need men as much, where women are looking for different things in relationships? How do you navigate that?